Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 1010 to Chapter 1067. Of course not. Sicorian looked contemptuously at the two Carthage captives who were gagged. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Carthage merchants. It turned out that Lalibo was first built by Hamilco and later remodeled by Mago. Originally, Carthage was going to build a military defense system with it as the center to resist the attack of Syracuse. But unexpectedly, not long after, Syracuse was defeated by Ionia and lost its hegemony. Carthage and Ionia immediately signed a peace treaty. Since then, Sicily was restored to peace, and the original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against the new Greek kingdom of Dionysia, Lily's status as a key military town in Sicily was still retained. Along with that, the garrison stationed in Lily was also retained, although the number of public militia was greatly reduced. This period coincided with the departure of the Maganid family from Carthage to Iberia, and the Senate was under Hanno's control. Under his vigorous promotion, the people of Carthage began to advance inland and occupy the land of the Numidians on a large scale. The citizens of Carthage were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend the city of Lalibo, even if it was only a rotation. So, Carthage gave the garrison of Lalibo sufficient logistical support and extra pay so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. But even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Carthage, going to Lalibo to defend the city was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanno family was appointed as the garrison general of Lalibo. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanno to plead for him, but in the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the garrison general of Lalibo had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Carthage were willing to take up the post, and as the ruler, Hanno, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lily with a belly full of resentment. He had only stayed for a few days when Lon Pacuba of the port area came to visit. After the two of them had a secret talk, the garrison general's resentment completely disappeared and he seriously performed his duty. Since the signing of the peace agreement with Ionia, the maritime trade in Lalibo had become more and more prosperous, and it had also led to more and more residents of Lalibo. However, because of the high threshold to settle in the urban area, many people from Carthage and the Phoenician allies could only choose to live in the port area. Since Lalibo had very little farmland outside the city, they could not be self-sufficient in food, but the demand was very high. They could only rely on the maritime trade of food, mainly from Carthage. Although the people of Carthage relied on the vast land of Namibia and had sufficient food every year, the price of food shipped to Lalibo was not low, and the competition was fierce. Lampacuba was also a member of the Hanno family. He settled in the port area of Lalibo 10 years ago and mainly engaged in the food trade. In the past few years of competition in the business world, he did not benefit much, so he racked his brains to find other ways to make money. As a result, he found that the supply of military food in the barracks in the city was very sufficient. Every year at the end of the year, there would be a lot of surplus. It just so happened that the garrison general who took office at this time was also a member of the Hanno family. The two used to be on good terms, so he came to him to secretly discuss cooperation. For the mercantilist people of Carthage, it was not a shameful thing to be able to use power to obtain money. The garrison general of Lalibo was naturally happy to agree, but there was a problem. To transport military food from the city to the port, it must pass through the tightly checked city gate checkpoints, and this matter would be known to the world. After all, selling military supplies privately was against the laws of Carthage, and the governor of Lalibo at that time happened to be a member of Maganid's faction. It was hard to guarantee that he would not make a big fuss about this. At that time, the garrison general and Lampacuba would inevitably be punished by the Senate. So after some discussion, they decided to use a method that would not be known to the public, that was to dig a tunnel. In fact, at that time, because it was very difficult for foreigners to enter and leave the city of Lalibo, out of various needs, several tunnels had already appeared in the port area, and people were secretly sent into work as servants of officials, the rich, and temporary labor. However, the two of them were even more secretive. Lampacuba spent a lot of money to buy land near the southwest military camp city wall, built tall walls and warehouses, and let his family's servants secretly dig the tunnel. The garrison general let his trusted subordinates and his own servants use training as an excuse to set up a restricted area in the military camp supply barracks and secretly dig the tunnel. With the joint efforts of both sides, it took less than half a year to dig through, and in the process of smuggling military food to the port area, they were also constantly perfecting the tunnel. The garrison general falsified the roster of soldiers, inflated the number of soldiers, and generously granted long holidays to the citizen soldiers who were selected but were unwilling to come to Lalibo for duty, and other methods to turn a large amount of surplus military food into his own. On the other hand, Lampakuba used these military food, which did not cost money at all, to enrich his own granary, and also lowered the price of selling food, so that the other grain merchants in the port could not compete at all, allowing him to finally monopolize the profitable food market and become the richest man here. The garrison general made a lot of money, so naturally, he was unwilling to leave again, and took the initiative to continue in this position many times. Some of the senators in Carthage more or less knew that there might be something fishy in this, but many of them were bribed by him. In addition, other than him, the candidates for the garrison general of Lalibo had always been more difficult to produce, so everyone turned a blind eye. Therefore, the garrison general stayed in Lalibo for 4 or 5 years, until last year, when the relationship with Dionia became tense and the clouds of war loomed over the city. The Senate strictly ordered the cities in western Sicily to increase their vigilance, reorganize their armaments, strengthen their training, and prepare for war. The new mayor of Lalibo, Imazir, sent a patrol team to completely block the tunnels that had existed for many years and were known to everyone. He also issued a notice: if anyone was found digging tunnels again, they would be sentenced to death for treason. The garrison general felt that the situation was not good. After discussing with Lampakuba, he let his trusted subordinates block the tunnel entrance at the military camp, and then bribed the senators with a large amount of money to transfer him back to Carthage, to avoid becoming a victim of the upcoming war. Lampakuba, on the other hand, still kept the tunnel, waiting for the war to end before continuing to use it. So, the other end of the tunnel has been blocked? Leotychides asked when he heard this. Sicarion pointed at the 2 captives and said, according to them, they only blocked the exit at that side, and not many places were blocked. I have already sent soldiers in to investigate. As he spoke, footsteps came from the tunnel, and a few mountain ridge scouts quickly appeared in front of them. Sir, if you walk forward 150 meters in the tunnel, you will see the blocked area. It is indeed as the captives said, sealed with soil. I think it won't take long to see the exit. The words of the mountain ridge scouts made Sicarion excited. He smiled and said, Sir Prososus, you can now bring your troops over. Follow this tunnel and kill your way into the city. At this moment, the one who went that day was calm. Don't be anxious. We have to make some arrangements first to divert the attention of the garrison in Carthage. Sir, look. The people of Dionia are preparing to attack the city. A team officer shouted as he pointed to the bottom of the city wall. There was no need for him to remind him. Imazir had already noticed that on his right, thousands of Dionia soldiers in black helmets and armor appeared in the area illuminated by the fire on the city wall. They were in formation, and the soldiers at the front were carrying long ladders. It seemed that they were preparing to carry out the construction. He poked his head out, wanting to take a closer look, and heard his subordinate beside him shouting, Sir, be careful. He dragged him behind a cloud of dust and heard a deafening boom. Several stone bullets smashed into the wall not far from him. The flying stone shards injured a few of the defending soldiers. The frightened Imazir immediately shouted, Go get Ragnaka, the people of Dionia are going to attack the city. When Ragnaka was forcibly summoned, he was a little angry because the attack of the Dionia soldiers at the tower gate was so fierce that the gate was deformed by the black wood. If it were not for the large number of stones blocking the gate, they would have rushed in. Moreover, the long-range attacks of the Dionia light infantry were also very powerful, causing many casualties to the archers of Carthage behind the tower gate. They also carried the ballistae to the walkway of the gate and fired, posing a huge threat to the javelin throwers on both sides of the tower. The light infantry had been replaced several times. Ragnaka was now highly nervous and commanding the soldiers to defend with all their might. He had no spare energy to care about anything else. So when he saw the situation of the enemy below the city wall, he scolded angrily, The enemy is so close to us, why don't they attack with bows and arrows? Imazir responded coldly, The light infantry have been sent to the tower gate by you, where are the archers here? Ragnaka then remembered the measures he had taken before. He saw that the mayor was a little dissatisfied, so he coughed twice and softened his tone. It doesn't matter if there are no light infantry. The ballistae of the Dionia people may look terrible, but they can't destroy our thick and tall walls. If they want to attack the top of the wall, they have to rely on those wooden ladders. When they come to the bottom of the wall, we can attack them with wood, stones, asphalt, and cause them casualties, but Ragnaka looked to the left where countless people were gathered more than 100 meters away. That was where the city gate was located. He reminded, be careful that the Dionia people disperse the people and use the black wood to break through the gate. So we have to strengthen the defense there. It is best to send people to block the gate. Although Imazir was a little worried, he thought about it and still shook his head and refused, we can't block the gate. Otherwise, when Lord Margot arrives with his army, he won't be able to quickly attack the Dionia people. Then leave an army under the city. In case the enemy breaks through the gate, let them stop them. After Ragnaka arranged the defensive measures here, he hurried to the tower gate. While they were talking, a part of the 8th Legion's light infantry had approached the city wall and fired arrows at the top of the city wall. Under their cover, the rest of the soldiers formed small teams and quickly moved forward. As there were no trenches or moats in front of the city wall, they quickly came to the bottom of the city wall. They raised their shields to defend against the attacks from the top of the city wall while putting scaling ladders on top of the city wall. The siege began. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia concentrated on two parts of the city wall of the port area and launched an attack. One was at the tower gate at the southernmost part of the natural breakwater and the land. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion attempted to break through it and rushed directly into the city wall walkway. The other was at the northernmost part of the city near the port. The 8th Legion's main tactic was to besiege the city using the ant-encirclement method. The distance between the two sides was about a mile. One of the Dionysian army was on top of the city wall while the other was below the city wall. It was impossible for them to cooperate with each other. If the attack of the 2nd Legion was relatively fierce at the beginning, after receiving Leotychides' notice, the attacks of the two legions became more stable and less aggressive. Of course, the casualties of the soldiers had also decreased sharply. Imazir, who was frightened at first, suddenly regained his confidence after seeing the soldiers repelling the Dionia soldiers. He even began to think that with about 8,000 soldiers on the city wall, they could easily repel the siege of the Dionia without the arrival of Margot's reinforcements. Until a team officer ran to the top of the city wall in panic and reported to him, "Sir, there are many Dionia soldiers. Dionia soldiers are attacking the city." Imazir slapped him hard in the face and roared angrily, "Are you out of your mind? The Dionia soldiers are on this side. If you continue to talk nonsense and shake the morale of the army, I will cut off your head." Since the signing of the peace agreement with Dionia, Lillipai's maritime trade had become more and more prosperous, which had also led to more and more residents in Lillipai. However, due to the high threshold to settle in the city, many people from Cartagi and the Filipino allies chose to live in the port area. Since there were very few farmlands outside the city, they could not be self-sufficient in food. Hence, the demand was high, and they relied on maritime trade to solve the problem. Although they relied on the vast land of Lamibia and had sufficient food every year, the price of food was not low, and the competition was fierce. Lalala was also a member of the Hanlo family. He had settled in the port area of Lillipai 10 years ago and was mainly engaged in the grain trade. He had not gained much from the competition in the past few years, so he racked his brains to find other ways to make money. He found that the Chenlei barracks had a very adequate supply of food at the end. It happened that the new commander was also a member of the Hanlo family. Of the two used to have a good relationship, so he came to discuss of cooperation. After Leotychides gave a solemn warning, he followed the guard captain into the warehouse. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, a dim light was flashing. Sakarian and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captives. Hearing the footsteps, Sakarian turned his head and looked back, then said proudly, "Persosus, come and see, I brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leotychides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers hurriedly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leotychides was not a dark hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone stairs, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led all the way to the dark front. Leodicide stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone stairs and went up to the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Of course not. Sakarian looked disdainfully at the 2 Jiataiji captives who were gagged. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Jiataiji merchants. It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Hilmik and later modified by Brother Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Xuza people. However, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Jiataiji and Dionia then signed a peace agreement, and since then, Sicily was restored to peace, and the original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lily Pig, as a military city, still retained its status as a key military city. Along with it, a powerful garrison was also retained, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Jiataiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Jiataiji began to advance inland and occupy the Limebian land on a large scale. Jiataiji was in a hurry, and the citizens were busy sharing the fruits of the war. No one was willing to be selected to defend Lily Pig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Jiataiji gave Lilipig's garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of Jiataiji citizens, defending Lilipig's city was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of Lilipig's garrison. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him. In the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the general of Lilipig's garrison had become a big problem. None of the Jiataiji nobles were willing to take up the post, and as the ruler, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lily Pig with a stomach full of grievances. After just a few days, La from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general of the garrison's grievances were all gone, and he seriously performed his duties. After Leocide solemnly warned him, he walked into the warehouse with the captain of the guards. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, there was a dim light flickering. Sakarian and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captives. Hearing the footsteps, Sakarian turned his head to look, and then said proudly, "Persosus, come and see, I've brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leocides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers hurriedly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leocides was not a pitch-black hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone steps, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led to the pitch-black front. Leocide stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone steps and entered the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Of course not. Sakarian looked disdainfully at the 2 Jiataiji captives next to him who were gagged. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Jiataiji merchants. It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Hilmik, and later modified by Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Xuza people. However, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Since then, Jiataiji and Dionia signed a peace agreement, and peace was restored in Sicily. The original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lily Pig, as a military city, still retained its status as a military stronghold. It also retained a powerful garrison, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Jiataiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family had moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Jiatai began to advance inland and occupy the Limebian land on a large scale. The citizens of Ga Taiji were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend Lily Pig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Ga Taiji gave the Lily Pig garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Ga Taiji, defending Lily Pig was still a hard job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of the garrison in Lily Pig. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him, but he did not succeed. This was because the position of the general of the garrison in Lily Pig had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Ga Taiji were willing to take the post, and as the person in power, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lily Pig with a stomach full of grievances. After just a few days, La from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general's grievances were all gone, and he seriously performed his duties. After Leocide solemnly warned him, he walked into the warehouse with the captain of the guards. There were a lot of things piled up in the warehouse. In a corner in front of them, there was a dim light flickering. Sakarian and 7 or 8 soldiers formed a circle, and there were also a few soldiers guarding 2 captives. Hearing the footsteps, Sakarian turned his head to look, and then said proudly, "Prososus, come and see, I have brought you a good opportunity to make a great contribution." Leocides ignored his pride and strode over. The soldiers quickly made way for him. What appeared in front of Leocides was not a dark hole as he had imagined, but more like a cellar. There were stone steps, wall lamps, hard ground, stacked stone walls, and iron pillars supporting it. A straight underground passage led to the front of the pitch-black darkness. Leocides stood at the entrance of the passage, which was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side, and observed for a while before he stepped on the stone steps and entered the warehouse. The first sentence he said was, "Such a tunnel cannot be dug in a short period of time." Of course not. Sakarian looked disdainfully at the 2 Ga Taiji captives who were gagged next to him. This is the masterpiece of the greedy Ga Taiji and merchants. It turned out that the mitochondria was first established by Helmick, and later modified by Mago. Originally, it was to build a military defense system with him as the center to resist the attack of the Greek Xuza. Unexpectedly, not long after, the Greek expansion was defeated by Dionia, and they lost their hegemony. Since then, Ga Taiji and Dionia signed a peace agreement, and peace was restored in Sicily. The original defense plan was aborted. However, out of natural vigilance against Dionia, the fallen Greek nation, Lily Pig, as a military city, still retained its status as a military stronghold. It also retained its powerful garrison, but the number of public militia was greatly reduced. At this time, Ga Taiji was in a hurry to return to the country. Mago's family had moved far away to Villa, and Hanlo was in power. Under his strong push, Ga Tai began to advance inland and occupy the Lamibian land on a large scale. The citizens of Ga Taiji were busy sharing the fruits of the war, and no one was willing to be selected to defend Lily Pig, even if it was just a rotation. Therefore, Ga Taiji gave Lilipig's garrison sufficient logistical support and extra pay, so that they could perform their duties with peace of mind. Even so, in the hearts of the citizens of Ga Taiji, defending Lilipig city was still a tough job. 7 years ago, a member of the Hanlo family was appointed as the general of Lilipig's garrison. He was unwilling to go, and even went to Hanlo to plead for him. In the end, he did not succeed, because the position of the general of Lilipig's garrison had become a big problem. None of the nobles of Ga Taiji was willing to take up the post, and as the person in power, Hanlo, of course, had to set an example. He could only come to Lily Pig with a stomach full of resentment. After staying for a few days, La from the port area came to visit. After a secret conversation between the two, the general's resentment disappeared, and he seriously performed his duty. The captain covered his face and anxiously explained, "Sir, it's true. The Dionia suddenly appeared in the southwest barracks and attacked our garrison soldiers. It took me a lot of effort to escape." "Shut up." Imazir raised his hand angrily, and the captain quickly retreated. "This man is crazy, quickly arrest him." Imazir glared at the captain and ordered the soldiers beside him. Seeing that the captain was tied up and gagged, Imazir sneered in his heart. Suddenly appearing in the southwest barracks? Do you think that the Dionia are gods? That they can fly over this high city wall? At this moment, woo! A loud bugle suddenly sounded in the city. This bugle was obviously different from Carthage's bugle, and it caused a huge shock in Imazir's heart. And at this moment, there were already soldiers on the city wall shouting in panic, "Oh my god! Look, it's the Dionia! The Dionia are coming from behind!" Imazir pushed aside the soldiers beside him and staggered a few steps to the battlements. He quickly looked into the city. There were many soldiers in black helmets and armor rushing into the area illuminated by the fire on the city wall. Behind them, in the darkness of the night, there were even more silhouettes surging forward, like a terrifying black tide that was about to destroy the city wall. Imazir felt his body go limp, and fear made him almost unable to stand. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, "Lily, it's over." Leotychides first ordered the soldiers who followed him and the mountain scouts to quickly find the digging tools from the residential area, then entered the tunnel and quickly dug the exit. At the same time, according to the plan, he sent 2/5 of the 8th Legion to attack the city from the front to attract the garrison's attention, while the rest of the soldiers followed his orders and quietly entered Lampakuba's house. In addition, he also sent someone to inform Martones to immediately gather half of the soldiers of the 2nd Legion on the embankment and sneak into the city. Of course, he also notified the thousands of soldiers of the 3rd Fleet, who quietly entered the tunnel in batches. The exit of the tunnel was the supply warehouse of the Southwest Barracks. It was located in a remote area, and the soldiers of the Southwest Barracks were basically at the top of the city wall, leaving only a few dozen guards behind. They did not pay attention to the supply warehouse at all. After the advance troops of the 8th Legion dug through the tunnel and entered the warehouse, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they hid in the surroundings and protected the exit of the tunnel. It was not until the number of soldiers increased to thousands that the guards found traces of them. The Dionysian army took the opportunity to launch an attack, almost annihilating this small force, and then occupied the entire Southwest Barracks. The Dionia soldiers continued to drill out of the tunnel, and when Leotychides also arrived at the barracks, the number of soldiers had increased to 2,000. He reorganized a little and immediately issued the order to attack. The Dionia soldiers quickly launched an attack on the defenders of the inner wall not far from the barracks. The sound of the bugle also inspired the Dionysian army fighting at the port, and they also increased the intensity of their attack on the city wall. The defenders of Lily, who were defending the city wall, were caught in a two-pronged attack. The 2,000 soldiers of the southeast barracks who stayed in the city heard the news and hurriedly came as reinforcements. As a result, they were quickly defeated by the soldiers of the 2nd Legion and the infantry of the 3rd Fleet who drilled out of the tunnel. The Carthaginian soldiers at the top of the city wall were terrified when they saw more and more enemies pouring in from the city. In addition, their attack had caused an uproar in the city. Countless residents fled in panic and screamed in the dark night, echoing the cries of the residents at the port area. This made the Carthaginian soldiers even more worried. They could disregard the lives of the residents at the port area, but they could not abandon their families in the city. Hence, they gave up defending the top of the city wall and chose to rescue their families in the city. However, the stone stairs leading to the inner wall had been blocked by the Dionysian soldiers. They fled along the walkway of the city wall to the east, and the defense line at the top of the city wall collapsed. Imazir and Ragnaka, seeing that the situation was hopeless, fled east under the protection of the guards. Under the order of Leotychides, the Dionia soldiers did not cut off the route of retreat of the Carthage soldiers. Instead, they chased after them, not giving the Carthage soldiers a chance to breathe and regroup. Along the walkways and streets of the city, they drove the remaining Carthage soldiers and civilians out of Lily. After dawn, the Dionysian army occupied the city of Lily. Except for a part of the Carthage soldiers and civilians who were surrounded and surrendered, the rest escaped from the city. Leotychides and Matones did not have time to celebrate this important victory, nor did they have time to let the soldiers have a good rest. Instead, they seized the time to clean up the battlefield in the city, familiarize themselves with the defensive facilities in the city, and arrange the defensive areas of each army. Sicilian sent out a clipper to Minoa to report the good news of the victory to the king of Devers. At the same time, the Sicilian fleet had to capture the civilians in the port area, escort them to the Minoa camp, and then transfer them to the rear by the fleet. This was to avoid having to divert troops to watch over the port civilians who could cause trouble at any time while resisting the attack of the Carthage army. The Third Fleet would escort them to prevent the surprise attack of the Carthage fleet. Only dock laborers who were willing to join the Kingdom of Dionia were left in the port area. They were needed to load and unload cargo for the Dionia fleet that would come to the port of Lily in the future. Because it was night and the road could not be seen clearly, the messengers in Lily did not dare to gallop. So it took nearly 2 hours to reach the Carthage camp. When Margot learned that the port of Lily was attacked, he was shocked and scolded Imazir for neglecting his duty. Lily was too important to the Carthage army in Sicily. Margot did not dare to take it lightly. He decided to let Pamirka take charge of the camp for him, and he personally led 30,000 soldiers to reinforce the camp. In the middle of the night, it was not easy to gather such a large number of soldiers who were still asleep. Even after months of training, the discipline of the whole army had been greatly improved. It still took Margot more than 3 hours to lead the reinforcements out of the camp. At this time, it was already dawn. In order to ensure that the soldiers had enough physical strength to fight when they arrived at Lily, Margot did not order a rapid march. After all, he was confident in the defense of Lily. The worst that he expected in his heart was that the Dionysian army would destroy the port of Lily and flee. Of course, the best scenario was that when the reinforcements arrived, the Dionia people were still attacking the city. Then he could capture all the more than 20,000 Dionia elite soldiers according to the messengers, thus giving the main Dionia army a heavy blow and restoring the morale of the Carthage people. As a result, halfway through the journey, he saw a large number of Lily soldiers and people fleeing in panic in front of him. When he learned that the city of Lily had been occupied by the Dionia people, Margot felt like he was struck by lightning and almost fell off his horse. When he finally caught his breath, he ordered the soldiers to arrest Imazir and Ragnaka, who came forward to complain. Then he ordered the whole army to speed up. When he arrived outside the city of Lily, he saw the drawbridge pulled up, the closed city gate, and the Dionia soldiers all over the city wall. The last glimmer of hope in Margot's heart was shattered. He rode his war horse, anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the demoralized troops. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do. When he led the troops, he did not consider that Lily would fall, so he did not bring any siege equipment at all. And Lily was the military stronghold of Carthage in Sicily. The city walls were high and thick, the towers were numerous, and the trenches were wide and deep. It would not be easy to capture it. If he returned to the camp and transferred more troops here, the Dionia people in the city would have more time to make adequate defense preparations. Then, he would have to reformulate the siege plan, start building new siege equipment, and spend more time to conquer the city. But did the Carthage army have enough time? Lilibo was located in the center of the western coast of Sicily. If the Dionia took control of it, it would be easier to cut off Carthage's sea connection with western Sicily, making it more difficult to transport food from the sea, and the food reserves in Gotaiji's camp were not enough to last a month. After all, Margot was a veteran who had fought in Iberia for many years. He did not hesitate for long before he made up his mind. You immediately go to the north and inform Hasdrubal to give up on the rescue of Palmos. Try to collect as much food as possible in the city of Alux, and then lead the army not back to Segesta's camp, but to Cerinus's camp. Margot gnashed his teeth as he gave the order to the messenger, and led the army of 30,000 slowly back to the south. In the Dionia camp in Minoa, the Devers tossed and turned restlessly, unable to sleep. He was waiting for news from Lilibo. Previously, when he received Leotychides' letter, he was attracted by his bold raid plan. He immediately summoned all the commanders, and also notified Sicilian to come over for a discussion. Because Sicilian had stayed in Lilibo before, he knew the situation there. Originally, after everyone saw the sketch of Lilibo's city defense attached to Leotychides' letter, they all thought that even if the army sneaked into Lilibo's port, it would be very difficult to seize the opportunity to capture the whole city. However, as long as they could destroy Lilibo's port, it would greatly weaken Carthage's ability to transport supplies to the Sicilian army, so it was very worth a try. But then, Sicilian mentioned that there might be tunnels in Lilibo's port, which made the Devers' eyes light up. Although it was only a rumor, he still decided to give it a try. That was why he decided to send the 2nd Legion and the Sicilian fleet to assist Leotychides and seize Lilibo. On the same day, many fast ships of Dionysus sailed quickly in the western waters of Sicily, contacting all parties and planning this big operation together. When dusk arrived, Devers saw off the soldiers of the 2nd Legion at the simple port of Minoa as they boarded the battleships of the Sicilian fleet. He was mentally prepared. The worst outcome would be that the fleet pretending to be Carthage would be seen through by the patrol ships of Lily and would not be able to enter the port at all. The better outcome would be that the fleet entered the port and captured the lighthouse. The fleet would pass through the water gate and the Legion would land at the port. However, in the end, they would not be able to capture the whole city and could only destroy the port and return. The best outcome would, of course, be that they captured Lily City. Even in the worst-case scenario, the Dionysian army would not suffer too great a loss. They would only waste an entire day's time and energy and miss a great opportunity. Logically speaking, Devers, who had led thousands of troops and experienced hundreds of battles, should not be so worried about personal gains and losses, but because this military operation was related to the future development of the war, he did not have a good night's sleep, which was rare for him. After daybreak, Henepolis entered the big tent and noticed that Devers was in low spirits, so he asked with concern, "Your Majesty, did you not rest well last night?" "Yes, I really envy you. No matter where you are, you can fall asleep as soon as you fall, and it's not easy to wake you up," Devers sighed sincerely. "This is because your Majesty is constantly worrying about the various affairs of the kingdom, while I only need to write documents and orders according to your requirements, and then focus the rest of my energy on writing my biography. Life is simple, but it's also more fulfilling." "Naturally, I can eat and sleep well," Henepolis said calmly. "So, your Majesty, you're destined to create a great nation and leave behind a glorious history so that millions of people will remember it forever. I can only borrow a bit of your brilliance to illuminate myself. Perhaps the future generations can barely remember my name," Henoboris said calmly. Henepolis's ingenious flattery made Devers feel better. He laughed and said, "Henny, don't think that just because you say good things, you can make me relax the ban. Regarding my biography, without my permission, no one is to leak it to others." "Your Majesty." Henepolis put on a pleading expression. Devers ignored him and asked, "Did any battle report come in today?" "Not yet." Before Henepolis could finish, Marcius walked into the big tent. "Your Majesty, Cyrenius sent news. Late last night, Carthage's camp suddenly lit up, and there seems to be a large number of soldiers moving about in the camp. It lasted until dawn before the camp regained its peace, but it seems that the army has left the camp. They must have gone to Lily," Henepolis immediately said excitedly. "This means that our army has entered Lily Harbor." Devers had almost not slept the night before, so his energy had not recovered, so he was still relatively calm. "Very good, we are already halfway there. May Hades bless them with the best outcome." He stood up. "I'm going to rest for a while. If there is any further news, inform me immediately." With that, he slowly walked into his bedroom. Henepolis and Marcius looked at each other, speechless for a moment. In the afternoon, the high-ranking Dionia generals in Minoa gathered in the big tent. At that moment, Devers said in high spirits, "Everyone, we have captured Lily Harbor. The destruction of Carthage's army is not far away." The generals were not surprised by this news, because the warships of the Sicilian fleet had already sailed into the harbor, and a large number of captives from Lily Harbor were being escorted into the camp. "Your Majesty, Lily Harbor is too important to the Dionysian army. I'm afraid that Martones and Prososus will be fiercely attacked by Carthage's army. Should we send more reinforcements?" Oliver suggested eagerly. "I just received news from Prososus's speedboat. They haven't found any traces of Carthage's reinforcements until this morning, and Cyrenius said that there are signs of troops returning from Carthage's camp outside the city." Devers looked around and said slowly, "Did Carthage's people give up on recapturing Lily Harbor?" Alexis looked at Devers with uncertainty. Devers nodded and said, "Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that Margot is not planning to recapture Lily Harbor in a hurry. Instead, he is still focusing his attack on Cyrenius. So, what we need to worry about now is not Lily Harbor, but Cyrenius. Your Majesty, since we've already conquered Palmos and Lily, Irius is already surrounded by us. The Carthaginians are attacking Serenus, so shouldn't we also attack Irius and take over this city that's very important to the Phoenicians, suggested Trotilus, the commander of the 6th Legion. That's right. If we capture Lily Harbor, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the other Phoenician cities in Sicily. I'm afraid it will be difficult to succeed with a sneak attack. Moreover, there are many temples in Erikos, and it is a holy place for the Phoenicians of the western Mediterranean to worship. The Carthage army will definitely do their best to rescue it, Tormid reminded. Then, can we get Lazaru and Epatine to stop the Carthage army from attacking Serenus? At the same time, when we find an opportunity to attack, we will be able to gather more troops and launch an attack faster, Oliver suggested. Devers tapped his fingers on the table and pondered for a while before saying, recently, although we have obtained a series of victories, the main force of the Carthage army has not suffered too many losses. It is still a terrifying beast. We cannot let our guard down now, nor should we force it too much. You must know that a beast that is forced to a dead end is very terrifying. In order to prevent the counterattack of the Carthage army from increasing the casualties of the army, we have to loosen the ropes and let the Carthage army feel that they can still hold on and not perish together with us. That's why Lazaru and the others have to stay in Herna for the time being. Erikos, Mazara, Segesta, and the other Phoenician cities do not have to rush to attack, because this will disperse our forces and give the Carthage army one more target to attack. What we need to do now is to consolidate the results of the previous battle, strengthen our defense, and continue to deplete the morale and supplies of the Carthage army. At the same time, be ready to attack at any time. Once an opportunity appears, we will kill and injure the Carthage soldiers, hit their morale, and let this beast that is trapped in a cage bleed continuously until it finally dies. The generals were deep in thought. Devers looked around at them and smiled. Capturing Lily is indeed a great victory for us. Previously, Sicarian reported to me that he is preparing to plan another operation with the Middle-Aids. If it is successful, it may lead to us seeing the dawn of victory in this long war with the Carthage army. Of course, before that, we may have to welcome the arrival of the Carthage emissary who has requested for peace talks. The words of Devers made the atmosphere in the tent warm up again. Compared to the relaxed and joyful atmosphere in the Dionysian barracks, the atmosphere in the Carthaginian Senate was solemn. The news of Lilybo's fall was sent back by the ships of Mazara, which took the risk to send back, shocking the Carthaginian senators. If one were to say that Hatermentum and Ogilgili were burned down because these two Phoenician cities had fewer people, Lily was a military city that Carthage had spent countless gold, silver, and manpower to build. If it fell into the hands of the Dionians so easily, could the Carthaginian army really defeat the powerful Dionians? If the previous breakaway of Corsica and Sardinia, the failure of the navy, and the invasion of Africa had given the elders of Carthage many blows, making them no longer optimistic about the development of the whole war, then the fall of Lily was a heavy blow to them, deepening their pessimism. Library of Literature. Most of the senators no longer believed that they would win the war, including some of the Magonid faction. So when the Hanoverian senators proposed to negotiate peace with Dionia, the neutral faction agreed, and the Magonid faction remained silent. But the Hanoverian faction did not stop. Tiponracco even proposed to hold Margot responsible for the loss of Lilybe, and hoped to remove him from the position of military commander. Although Lilybe was not directly lost from his hands, as the supreme commander of the entire theater, he was negligent and obviously did not fulfill his duty to protect the territory under his jurisdiction. Of course, his crime included the loss of Palmos. Of course, the senators of the Magonid faction could not accept this, and the two sides began to quarrel and debate fiercely. In fact, Hanlo also knew that in the current situation, it was impossible for Margot to hand over the command of the army, because nearly half of the 100,000 troops were from Iberia. Apart from Margot, other Carthage generals might not be able to command the entire army. But a letter of reprimand from Margot from the Senate was inevitable, and it had the effect of damaging Margot's prestige. On the third day, the Carthage envoy to Dionia had been selected. He was the first Carthage senator to go to Dionia more than 10 years ago, and he signed the peace treaty between the two countries. But compared to the relaxed mood when he went to Greece, the mood of the current Carthage was heavy, because Carthage was no longer a bystander of the war, but a participant in the war, or even a loser. He would definitely be in a passive position in the negotiations, and the results of the negotiations might not be too favorable to Carthage. It was precisely because of these considerations that Hanno did not allow the decision to negotiate for peace to be passed immediately during the first day of the Senate meeting. Instead, after the meeting ended, he spread the news that Lilybe has fallen, the Carthaginian army has suffered another defeat. And so on in the city. This aroused the panic of the people, causing them to gather in front of the Senate again on the second day to protest. Hanno took the initiative to appease them and promised in public that he would do his best to negotiate peace with Dionia, end the war, and restore peace. The reason why Hanno adopted such a complicated process was because he knew that this time was different from the last. Carthage was in a relatively disadvantageous position, and the agreement reached would inevitably be disadvantageous to Carthage. In order to avoid being used by his political enemies in the future, he had to let the people know that the Hanoverian faction was in charge of the peace negotiations, not because they were afraid of death, but because they shouldered the important responsibility of saving the city in the face of danger. In addition, he specifically instructed Aukradon not to negotiate any of the proposals and conditions put forward by the Dionia, but to send them back to the Senate and wait for the decision of the Senate before discussing them with the Dionia. In this way, the final proposals and conditions would be decided collectively by the Carthage Senate, and had nothing to do with any individual. Okereton understood his intentions. They boarded the passenger ship and sailed north. In the past, Aukradon would go to Sicily once a year. In his impression, the sea route from Carthage to Sicily, whether it was to Lilybe, Eryx, or Mazara, there was an endless stream of ships coming and going, unlike now. The passenger ship sailed for more than half a day, but not a single ship could be seen. This made Aukradon sigh, and he could not help but be more determined to negotiate for peace, to restore the liveliness and prosperity of these waters. In the afternoon, the passenger ship approached the waters of Mazara. Many ships finally appeared in the view of the originally blue sea and blue sky. They were the patrol fleet of the Sicilian fleet of Dionia. Since the occupation of Lilybe, the Sicilian fleet had moved its base to the naval port of Lilybe, and its daily cruise route was from Lilybe to Selinus. The third fleet was still based in Palmos, and its cruise route was from Palmos to Lilybe. Each fleet had a clear division of labor, and their cruise route was greatly shortened. Naturally, the blockade of the western waters of Sicily was tightened. They even decided to monitor the ports of Mazara and Eryx even in the middle of the night, so as to completely prevent Carthage's people from secretly transporting food in the middle of the night. Therefore, as soon as Aukradon's ship approached the western waters of Sicily, it did not take long for him to be discovered by the fast ships of the Sicilian fleet. Aukradon did not panic in the face of the fast-approaching fleet. He took the initiative to order the ship to stop and showed his identity as the envoy of Carthage to the approaching warships of Dionia. In the end, he was given the treatment of being accompanied by 2 warships to Minoa. Late at night, Aukradon entered the camp of Dionia in Minoa. Henoborus, who had already been informed, had already prepared an empty military tent for him and a simple dinner. Aukradon did not complain. He wanted to have enough rest to ensure that he had enough energy to meet the king of Dionia and deal with the possible censure that would come. The next morning, Aukradon, who was still sleeping soundly, was awakened by the loud sound of the bugle. He hurriedly put on his clothes and wanted to go out of the tent to see what was going on, but was stopped by the guard at the door. What happened? Aukradon looked at the groups of Dionia soldiers in front of him, who were only wearing undershirts, rushing out of the military tent and quickly lining up in the passage. He could not help but ask curiously in Greek. The guard hesitated for a moment, but still replied, "They are going to do morning exercises." As there were a lot of new recruits in the army this time, there were also the newly surrendered noble soldiers of Rome and the Rome Reserve Brigade. In order to quickly bring them together and adapt to the tactics of Dionia so that they could fully exert their combat effectiveness, the Devers stationed the army in Minoa and seized all the time to train. For this reason, he also expanded the site of the original Minoa city square and opened it up into a playground. In the early morning, the soldiers' physical training and formation training were carried out. In the morning, the legion's tactical training was carried out. After lunch, construction training was carried out, such as repairing the walls of Minoa, expanding the port, and building a flat road from the port to Minoa city. Therefore, during this period of time, Minoa city, which was originally in ruins, was changing every day. The ruins were cleared, the land was leveled, the city walls were refurbished, towers were added, the city gates and drawbridges were reinstalled, and the trenches were dug. Because Aukradin arrived late at night, he could not see clearly. If he had entered during the day, he might have thought that Margot's war report to the Senate was a lie. Minoa city was not in ruins at all, it was clearly a fortress. The hard work had tempered the soldiers' will and physique, and also taught them to obey and help each other. In the afternoon, it was time for the soldiers to train their combat skills. Javelin throwing and sword and shield attacks were the focus of the training. When it was close to dusk, it was the time that all the soldiers looked forward to the most, rugby training time. Not only could it make the soldiers happy physically and mentally, but it could also strengthen the team spirit and deepen the friendship between the soldiers. Such a large amount of exercise every day was based on sufficient logistical support. The soldiers of Dionia had 3 meals a day. In addition to sufficient bread and oatmeal, there was also a large amount of salted beef jerky, mutton soup, sea fish, and other meat to replenish their physical strength. There was even a small amount of vegetables and fruits to provide for the body's necessities. There were doctors and nurses in the medical camp to ensure their health, and there were blacksmiths and carpenters in the supply camp to maintain their armor and weapons. Behind these 100,000 soldiers were the 2 million people of the Kingdom of Dionia who lived frugally and gave their all to ensure their safety. Therefore, when Aukradin was on his way to the big tent, he heard the deafening training sounds in the distance, saw the new walls of Minoa city in the distance, and saw the neatly arranged tents and aisles like a chessboard in front of him. He could not calm down. "Your Majesty, Messenger Carthage requests an audience." "Let him come in." Aukradin walked into the big tent and saw the king of Dionia sitting in the seat of honor, looking at him with a smile. His appearance did not change much from when he first met him more than 10 years ago, but his temperament had changed significantly. At that time, he had just defeated the Syracuse army, and was high-spirited and aggressive. Now, the Dionysian army had the same advantage, but this famous king seemed amiable and approachable. Aukradin's thoughts ran wild, but he did not hesitate. He bowed respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, King Devers, Senate Carthage has sent me as a messenger to meet you and discuss with Dionia about this war that should not have happened." "Aukradin, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. I'm very happy to see my old friend again. Compared to the aggressive messenger Carthage, Preta Cuba, we are more willing to deal with you." The Devers smiled even more brightly and sighed. Hearing this, Aukradin felt relieved and immediately said, "Your Majesty, today's war should not have happened in the first place. It has lasted for such a long time and caused great losses to both our countries. Trade has declined, farmland has become barren, and there have been many casualties among the people. We, the people of Carthage, have realized that this cannot continue, so they have sent me here in the hope of discussing with your Majesty if we can stop the war, restore peace between our two countries, restart trade, heal the wounds of the war as soon as possible, and promote the prosperity of the Western Mediterranean Sea together. The people who started the war were the people of Carthage, and the people who are asking for a truce are also the people of Carthage. You people of Carthage are too overbearing, starting a war whenever you want and stopping the war whenever you want. But this is not a war game, it's not that simple." Henoboris, who was at the side, interrupted with a sarcastic tone. Aukradin's heart tightened, but he heard the Devers say seriously, "You're right, it's good for the people of both countries to be able to talk peace and achieve a truce. I am currently busy with military affairs and have no time to spare, so I will appoint Senator Henoboris as the person in charge of the negotiations on the side of Dionia. He will discuss peace with you. I hope that you can have a pleasant cooperation and reach a consensus in the end, bringing good news to the people of both countries." Egerton subconsciously looked at Henoboris, and Henoboris was also looking at him with bright eyes. Although he was happy that the Devers readily agreed to negotiate, it also made him realize that this armistice negotiation might not be so easy. The venue for the negotiation was arranged in an empty military tent not far from the main tent in the camp. There were only 4 people in the tent, Henoboris, Egerton, and a scribe each. Such a simple arrangement would determine the direction of this war that would affect the future situation of the Western Mediterranean. After both parties sat down, Henoboris placed his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and said bluntly, "Sir Egerton, since your Carthage wants to armistice and negotiate for peace, you must have already worked out the conditions." "Yes." Egerton looked at the somewhat aggressive Henoboris, and after a slight hesitation, he said softly, "Before I left, the Senate reached a preliminary agreement. Both parties will stop the war and restore the sphere of influence that was delineated when the peace agreement was signed. Carthage is willing to compensate Dionia for the losses caused by this war, and the specific amount will be decided by both parties after discussion." Henoboris did not wait for him to finish. He stood up and walked out. Egerton was stunned. "Sir Henoboris, what do you mean by this?" Henoboris turned around and said sarcastically, "You're not here to negotiate, Egerton. You're here to tell a joke, right? You have to understand that this war wasn't started by Dionia, but you're the one who wants to end this war. But you came to negotiate with such an attitude, as if the one who has the upper hand in the war is not Dionia, but Carthage. If that's the case, then there's no need to negotiate anymore. Go home and continue to wait for the results of the war. Maybe Dionia's emissaries will go to Carthage and ask for a truce." After all, Egerton had sparred with Pretacuba in the Carthage Senate all year round, so he was thick-skinned. Without changing his expression, he said slowly, "Negotiations are like buying and selling goods. You give me a price, and I give you a price. Both parties bargain and finally reach a reasonable price to complete the transaction. Now, Carthage has come up with the initial price for a truce. Since you're not satisfied, then I want to hear what Dionia's initial price is." Henoboris looked at him and smiled. His previous dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. He sat back, straightened his chest, stretched out his right hand, and said loudly, "The conditions for a truce for Dionia were personally set by His Majesty the Devers. The first condition is that the Carthage army in Sicily surrender to Dionia." Egerton stared at the finger stretched out by Henoboris, and his heart trembled. Previously, the king of Dionia was kind to him, and he thought that this negotiation would be easier. Who knew that he would be fooled by the kindness of the Devers? Just the first condition alone was difficult for him to agree to, because it was an army of 100,000 soldiers. Most of the young and middle-aged citizens of Carthage and the citizens of Phoenicia are gathered there. Once they surrender to Dionia, if Dionia imprisons them for a long time and does not allow these citizen soldiers to return to Carthage, Carthage will not have enough troops to ensure the safety of the city. Neither the Senate of Carthage nor the people will agree to this condition. Even if the Senate agrees, that arrogant and proud Margot will definitely refuse to carry it out. Egerton complained in his heart, but his face remained calm. He asked, "Is there a second condition?" "Of course there is." Henoboris looked at him and stretched out a second finger. "Second, Corsica and Sardinia will be taken over by Dionia." Egerton's heart was beating wildly. Corsica and Sardinia were one of the important sources of income for the Carthage treasury. If they were taken away by Dionia, Carthage's national strength would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. Egerton could no longer remain calm. He snorted and said in a more serious tone, "Is there anything else?" "Don't worry, of course there is." The corners of Henoboris's mouth curled up slightly, and he stretched out a third finger. "If Carthage withdraws from Sicily, this island will be completely ruled by Dionia." Egerton's eyelids twitched. If taking away Corsica and Sardinia weakened Carthage's national strength, then letting Dionia completely control Sicily would directly threaten the security of Carthage, especially now that Dionia's navy was powerful. Is Dionia really prepared to stop the war with Carthage and restore peace? Egerton finally could not help but ask. "Of course we are willing to stop the war, but we begged you not to start a war. However, when you saw that Dionia was at war with Rome and the Simonians, you thought you could take advantage of it, so you tore up the agreement and brazenly started a war. If your plot had succeeded, it would have been us, Dionia, who had been defeated in the war and asked for a truce. We would have proposed the same conditions as you just proposed. I don't think you would have agreed, but you have failed, and you must be punished. Our army has already occupied Corsica. We have occupied most of Sardinia. We have occupied most of the land in Sicily. These spoils of war were obtained with the blood and lives of Dionia's citizens. The citizens will never allow us to abandon them. You'd best understand this." Henoboris warned sternly and righteously. "Corsica, Sardinia, Western Sicily. These are the lands that we, Carthage and the Phoenicians, have worked hard to manage for hundreds of years. You want to forcibly take them from us, but it doesn't mean that they belong to you. Ionia boasts of being a civilized Greek kingdom and is renowned for keeping its promises in the western Mediterranean. You should understand this very well. Ecriton retorted sternly. Henoboris sneered, when you, Carthage, tore up the agreement and started a war, we could only reason with you with long shields and spears. You have occupied them by force, and you may lose them under the threat of force in the future. Why don't we, Carthage, use more compensation to redeem these lands that you have occupied? I hope you will consider it. Ecriton's tone softened slightly. Carthage needs to compensate Ionia for their losses in this war. This is our fourth condition, Henoboris said coldly as he extended his fourth finger. You. Ecriton finally stood up and shouted, Ionia is so greedy. It seems that they have no intention of stopping the war and negotiating with us, Carthage. His Majesty, Devers, does indeed intend to negotiate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put forward these detailed conditions, Henoboris said seriously. He also told me that other than the amount of compensation that can be negotiated, the other conditions cannot be changed. Of course, I don't think Sir Ecriton can decide on such an important matter, but I hope that the Senate of Carthage can confirm this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time drags on, our conditions will not only be limited to these. Ecriton was shocked. However, as Henoboris said, he couldn't decide on any of the conditions proposed by Ionia. He could only bring them back and hand them over to the Senate for negotiation. When Ecriton left Minoa and returned to Carthage, he passed by the waters of Serenus. With a heavy heart, Ecriton suddenly had an idea. He ordered the passenger ship to change course and stop at a beach near Serenus. When Ecriton arrived at Carthage's camp, he was just in time to catch up with Margo's army attacking the city. Under the lead of the guards, he climbed up the inner wall of the camp and witnessed the tragic siege with his own eyes. The Carthage army attacked Serenus from the east, west, and north at the same time. Nearly 20,000 people were invested in the northern wall that Ecriton was facing. Countless light infantry climbed the high earthen hills and used arrows and javelins to suppress the defenders at the top of the wall. There were also balearic catapults on the inner wall to throw lead pellets at Serenus. The troops responsible for the main attack were divided into three parts. One part was the Numidian soldiers. Under the leadership of the Iberian army officers, they carried sacks filled with soil and rushed to the front to fill the trenches under the city. The second wave of attacking troops were the Phoenician infantry. They carried ladders, siege carts, siege towers, and other large siege equipment. They rushed to the city like a tide and attacked. The third wave of troops were the Phoenician infantry that Margo trusted. They rested behind the inner wall and waited for the siege to reach its climax. When both sides consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, they would be sent to make the final impact. There was another huge team of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. Their mission was to seize the time to build earthen walls on both sides of the earthen hills that extended outward from the inner wall of the camp while the Ionia soldiers were busy dealing with the siege, and finally achieve the goal of connecting with the city wall of Serenus. In addition, ballistae were also indispensable in the siege. However, for fear of being attacked by the bowmen on the city wall, Carthage's ballistae retreated behind the inner wall. Their main target was the wooden towers built on the wall, but because of the inner wall, their hit rate was obviously not high, and they were also threatened by Ionia's ballistae. They were also separated by the wall, but the stone bullets fired by Ionia's ballistae from the city always fell around Carthage's ballistae. They obviously targeted Carthage's ballistae, and they outnumbered Carthage. At the request of Amintas, all the ballistae in the Devers General were transferred to Serenus. Moreover, this was not the only defensive measure taken by the Ionia garrison. They collected linen from the houses in the city and sewed it into long sections. Then, they set up wooden poles at both ends of the walkway at the top of the city to prop up the linen, forming a linen roof. In this way, most of the arrows, javelins, and flying stones that were shot at the top of the city were blocked by it, losing their lethality and protecting the garrison at the top of the city. In addition, the Ionia garrison also set up a lot of wooden racks at the top of the city, hanging copper pots filled with water. After boiling the water with firewood, they poured it directly down the city. The boiling water contained feces and urine. When it was poured on the Carthage soldiers who were besieging the city, it caused their skin to fester and could not heal. It was very insidious. From time to time, stone bullets swept through the air. No matter where they landed, they would cause a stir. Arrows and flying stones continued to crisscross in the air, like dark clouds shrouding the city. The Dionia soldiers defended the city and did not retreat a single step, while the Carthage soldiers were like a tide, constantly attacking the city. In fact, the battle was not only on the ground. In the past few days, Margot had asked the miners to dig several new tunnels under the ground, and let them continue to dig into the city. Learning from the previous lesson, they were equipped with heavily armed soldiers behind them. After the tunnels were discovered by the Dionia soldiers, the two sides also fought more fiercely in the tunnels. The siege lasted from morning until dusk. The intensity of the Carthaginian army's attack did not decrease, especially after they sent in the Philo infantry. There were a few attempts to attack the city walls, but they were ultimately repelled by the Daunian reinforcements. When night fell, the Carthage army finally blew the bugle to retreat. Although Aukradin had participated in battles when he was young, he had never experienced such a large number of participants, and the scene of the war was so grand and fierce. He stood on the inner wall, looking at the countless fallen corpses and wounded soldiers in front of the city. He could not calm down for a long time. Not long after, when he saw Margot in the tent of Carthage's camp, the military commander who had just commanded the siege was wolfing down his dinner. Margot's eyes suddenly became sharp when he saw Aukradin. He put down the bread in his hand and asked straightforwardly, "Aukradin, how did the negotiation go?" Aukradin was not surprised that Margot knew about the negotiations, because as the head of the Maganid family, someone would take the risk to come to Sicily to report to him everything that had happened in the Senate. He was surprised that Margot did not seem to be angry at the Senate for peace talks. But when he thought about it carefully, he understood. Lilibo had fallen, the sea route was cut off, and the food supply for the 100,000 troops had become even more difficult. Even Margot, who had always been tough, had to bow down in the face of reality. For Aukradin, he was happy to see this happen. It meant that there were things that could be discussed. One of the conditions put forward by the Dionia to reach a peace agreement is that the army led by you, Lord Margot, surrender to them. Aukradin said word by word. Margot's eyes suddenly became sharp, but then he restrained the light and said with certainty, "The Senate will never agree to such ridiculous conditions." Not only this, the Dionia also asked Carthage to cede Corsica, Sardinia, and the entire island of Sicily. Aukradin continued in a serious tone. "Dionia wants to destroy me, Carthage." There was a little flame burning in Margot's eyes, but his expression became dignified. "It seems that the Dionia doesn't want to negotiate at all." "I don't think so." Aukradin said slowly. "Just like the conditions given by the Senate, the Dionia gave such harsh conditions at the beginning of the talks. They are just asking for a sky-high price. Of course, we can continue to bargain with them, but now our record is too bad, so I can't get a good bargaining chip." Margot raised his head and looked straight at Aukradin. Aukradin calmly met Margot's sharp eyes, his face was covered with frost, and he said in a cold tone, "Is there a problem with what I said? If it weren't for you leading the army back from the east in defeat, and losing Palermo's and Lille in succession, which led to the whole war situation becoming so bad, the Senate would not have chosen to negotiate with us in such a humiliating manner. When did I suffer a defeat in the east?" Margot slammed his palm on the table angrily, the bowls and jars on the table clanked, and the food spilled all over the floor. "I led the army to retreat from the east, but that was because of the lack of food supply. The fundamental reason was that our navy was not good enough, and we lost control of the Sicilian Sea, which seriously threatened the army's sea transport line. This is all the fault of that Enrobas you recommended. The fleet he led was defeated again and again, and almost all the warships of Carthage were exhausted. The army I led has not suffered any major losses so far, but because of the lack of food, we are in a passive position." Margot could not help but say the last sentence, expressing his helplessness and sadness. However, Aukradin obviously did not sympathize with him. He said coldly, "Lord Margot, in order to fulfill your request to send troops, the Senate has done their best. They have almost used up all the young and strong citizens of Carthage and the Phoenician allies to gather an army of 100,000 for you. For this reason, there is a gap in Africana's defense, and we can't resist the Dionysian fleet's attack. In order to ensure the food supply of the army you led, the Senate has almost exhausted all the surplus food in the homes of the people of Africana, causing the treasury to be empty. Jia Taiji has made such a great sacrifice and effort, not to let you be satisfied with the fact that the army did not suffer any major losses, and only to blame the failure of the war on the navy. Even if you win a few more battles and put pressure on the people of Dionia, Dionia will not dare to send their navy to attack the land of Africana. Even now, during the peace talks, they will not put forward such harsh conditions. Margot was speechless for a moment. After a while, he regained his proud demeanor. In a few days, you will receive the news of victory. Okerton was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. He said with uncertainty, "You mean Salinas? I saw the siege today. How many soldiers did we lose? 3,000? Or 5,000? Margot said confidently, "We have lost a lot of people, but the casualties of the Dionia will not be low either. The most important thing is that we have built the mud wall to the edge of the trench. When we attack Salinas next, our soldiers can directly pass through the wall and fight the Dionia head-on. If the Dionia do not send more troops, we can seize Salinas with our absolute advantage in military strength. If they send more troops, then this place will become a bleeding wound for Dionia. When that time comes, the conditions they proposed for the negotiation will have to be greatly modified." Although the two were political enemies, now that Carthage was facing a major crisis, Okerton hoped for the first time to see what Margot said become a reality. So he said seriously, "The Senate is eagerly waiting for the news of your victory. I hope you will not make us wait too long." Late at night, Salinas's clipper entered the Minoa port. The Devers were woken up by Marcius. After reading the battle report written by Amyntas, he was no longer sleepy. He said to Tormid and Printos who came after him, "Carthage's army has been attacking Salinas for the past few days. The defenders of Salinas have suffered many casualties. Even Amyntas can't hold on any longer and has written a letter asking for help." Tormid received the battle report in surprise. After reading it, he handed it to Printos. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, now that Carthage's military commander, Margot, has gathered his army outside Salinas and is concentrating on attacking the city, Amyntas has less than 10,000 soldiers under his command. Even if he does his best to resist the attack of Carthage's army for a long time, he will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. You should know that most of the soldiers of the First Legion are from Turris. During this war, they have already replenished their soldiers twice. The Turris have already paid a huge sacrifice." Hearing this, the Devers were moved, but they remained silent. Tormid carefully observed the expression on the Devers' face and suggested softly, "I remember that when your Majesty was in Latin, in view of the Roman army's fierce attack on Ostia, which caused our army to suffer heavy casualties, you decisively gave the order to abandon Ostia and burn it down. In the end, the Roman army suffered heavy casualties and gained nothing, which dealt a blow to their morale. Now that we have occupied Lille, we can completely replace the role played by the port of Salinas. Should we consider adopting the same method and abandoning Salinas when necessary?" Hearing this suggestion, the Devers' heart skipped a beat. He tapped his fingers on the table and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and looked at another staff officer. "Printos, what do you think?" When Printos saw the gazes of the others focused on him, he deliberated for a while and said, "I agree with Sir Tormid's suggestion, but it is best not to abandon Salinas prematurely. Your Majesty's current strategy is to adopt a defensive stance on the land, luring the Carthage army to take the initiative to attack, so as to continuously kill the Carthage army and wear down their morale. If we let the Carthage army capture Salinas prematurely, even if it is in ruins, it will still boost their morale. At the same time, it will also allow the Carthage army to save more time for the attack." After listening to this, the Devers pondered for a while and suddenly revealed a helpless smile. "Now I am a little regretful for sending Amyntas to defend Salinas. In Latin, I ordered him to abandon Ostia, and in Sicily, I want him to abandon Salinas. Even if he obeys the order in the end, with his style of fighting bravely and never retreating, I'm afraid that he will always bear a grudge." Literature Hall Tormid was stunned. He really didn't think of this just now. The Devers stood up and said decisively, "It seems that we have to send more reinforcements to Serenus. Instead of adding more troops, we will directly send Legio 6, Rome Reserve Brigade, Potentia, and Samni reinforcements to Serenus and hand them over to Amyntas." Tormid was shocked. Your Majesty, you have sent Legio 6 and Rome Reserve Brigade to Serenus, leaving only Legio 4 and the 9th Legion. What if Brother Margot sends an army to attack Minoa? The Devers said calmly. I don't think Brother Margot will easily give up the efforts he has made in Serenus during this time. If he really leads an army to attack Minoa regardless of everything, I very much hope that he will waste what little time he has left. In addition, we can let Alexis carry out our plan. If we do this, the defense of Minoa will be even stronger. Tormod reminded loudly again. The Dever smiled slightly. Brother Margot dared to put the troops he originally used to defend Segesta into the siege. We can't leave Lazaru, Epitines, and the others idle. We can transfer them to Minoa. Tormod and Printos were shocked when they heard this. A few days ago, His Majesty was still talking about not tightening the rope too much to prevent the Carthage army from jumping the wall. Only a few days later, he is ordering the delayed Legio 3 and Lucaria Reserve Brigade to move to Minoa. Is this the start of the final battle? The two looked at the calm face of the Devers and responded firmly, Yes, Your Majesty. In the early morning of the second day, Brother Margot gathered the army and launched another attack on Serenus. The battle lasted until noon. The earth wall built by the Carthage people was connected to the city wall of Serenus. Fortunately, the Daionia garrison had already prepared wooden wallboards to increase the height of the connecting wall, so that the Carthage soldiers could not immediately rush into the walkway. However, the wooden walls were not strong enough. Under the pressure of the officers, the Carthaginian soldiers braved the rain of javelins thrown from the towers on top of the city wall. They continuously burned and smashed the wooden walls. After paying a lot of casualties, the Carthaginian soldiers broke through the wooden walls in the afternoon and poured into the walkway on the city wall. The Daionia garrison had to deal with the long-range attacks from the hills outside the city, the attacks from the enemies below the city wall, and be on guard against the enemy's tunnel attack at any time. They also had to send a large number of troops to stop the enemy from rushing through the earth wall. Even Amyntas was holding a shield and was ready to participate in the battle. At this critical moment, the Legio 6 and the Rome Reserve Brigade, a total of 16,000 soldiers, including the Rome noble soldiers incorporated into the legion, arrived by sea and finally repelled the exhausted Carthage people. Although the Carthage army was repelled, Brother Margot did not feel depressed. The fact that Daionia sent more troops to Serenus cheered him up. His original plan of attacking Serenus to attract the main force of Daionia to fight a decisive battle had been initially realized. Judging from the situation of today's battle, after connecting the city wall of Serenus, the defensive advantage of the Daionia people had been greatly reduced. Tomorrow, when he gathered the whole army to attack the city, he would send the Celts and Lusitanians to attack along the wall. Would the Daionia people still be able to resist? Would they send more reinforcements? Should he build a few more causeways to connect the wall so that more soldiers could directly climb the wall and fight the Daionia people head-on? Brother Margot sat in the big tent, thinking about tomorrow's siege plan. At this time, the adjutant came into the tent and reported to him, Lord Margot, there's news from Segesta. The Daionia people have raided the territory of the Secans. The Secans' army and the 3,000 Numidian soldiers stationed there have been defeated. Brother Margot frowned and asked, when did this happen? This afternoon. Originally, the territory of the Secans was guarded by Hasdrubal with more than 30,000 soldiers, mainly to keep an eye on the Dionysian army coming from the east of the mountains. However, after the Secans led by the Tarkanian tribe entered the territory of their old enemy, there were some conflicts with the Secans. But because of Hasdrubal's presence, the conflicts were always resolved. Some time ago, when the Daionia people attacked Palmos, the Secans were unwilling to go with the army. Before Hasdrubal led the army to reinforce them, he deliberately separated the Secans' camp from the Secans' camp, leaving a few thousand Numidian soldiers behind, hoping that the place would remain peaceful until he returned. Unexpectedly, Hasdrubal's troops were later transferred back to the Carthage camp in Serenus, and the Secans' territory seemed to have become a corner that the Carthage people had forgotten. As the three troops in the territory could not unite, it was only natural that they were quickly defeated after being raided by the Dionysian army. Brother Margot's brows immediately relaxed and he asked, do you know how many Daionia people they sent? According to the observation of the cavalry, there are about 10,000 of them. Only slightly more than 10,000. Brother Margot was a little disappointed. He deliberately left the Seconds territory open to attract the Dionia people to attack. Where are the Dionia people now? They retreated to the west. What? They ran away? Brother Margot frowned again. He was still hesitating just now. Should he let Hasdrubal lead tens of thousands of soldiers to destroy the enemy? Or should he just ignore them and lure more Dionia people into the Seconds territory, or even when they started to attack Segesta, which was not far from the Seconds territory, he would gather his army and annihilate them. In the end, the Dionia people actually escaped after the sneak attack. Brother Margot felt powerless. He glared at his adjutant and roared, "Next time, do not stutter in your report. Finish it all at once." The adjutant felt wronged, but he could only comply. The Dionia people did not fall for it. It seemed that they still had to attack Serenus. Brother Margot made up his mind and said to his adjutant, "There is no need to station troops in the Seconds territory anymore. After gathering the defeated soldiers, bring them back to the camp." When Alexis led the 10th Legion and Legio IV to attack the Seconds territory, the cavalry scouts reported the news to the camp. Brother Margot was leading the army to attack the city, and the adjutant did not dare to disturb him at the critical moment of the siege. However, there was a unit that had the right to send troops, and that was the cavalry. Brother Margot had a total of 7,000 cavalry, most of which were Namibian cavalry. They moved quickly and ran like the wind, and were used to throwing javelins to kill their enemies. They rarely fought head-on. Ever since Brother Margot led his army back to the west of Sicily, the Dionysian army did not come out. Instead, they took advantage of their naval superiority and often sent their fleets ashore to harass them. Therefore, Brother Margot ordered the cavalry to patrol the west coast every day. Once they found an enemy, they could launch an attack first and delay the enemy's movements so that the main force could arrive and annihilate them. Because of the characteristics of the Namibian cavalry, he was not worried that they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, after receiving the news that the Dionia people were attacking the Seconds territory, the cavalry that was idle in the camp quickly rushed to the Seconds territory. However, they did not expect that the Dionia people would quickly retreat to the mountains. As a result, the cavalry that wanted to kill the enemy had to do the chores of gathering the defeated soldiers. Just as Margot returned to the main tent in the camp, on the northwest side of the Carthaginian camp, in a military tent in the Namibian cavalry camp, a Namibian defeated soldier stood in front of Tynum, the leader of the Marsili tribe. "I was wondering who wanted to see me. I didn't expect it to be you, Kinormus. How could your father be willing to let you participate in this terrible war?" Tynum said in a slightly surprised tone. "In the eyes of the Carthage people, we Namibians have no distinction between high and low. We only have one identity, their slaves. These years, the population of our tribe has been decreasing year by year. In order to make up for the number of soldiers that the Carthage people have imposed on us, I had to come even if I didn't want to participate in this war," Kinormus said angrily. Chief Tynum was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, "The Carthage people are indeed a little harsh on your tribe." Kinormus looked at him and sneered in his heart. He knew that the other party was not as dissatisfied with the Carthage as he was, because Tynum was a Western Namibian, and he was an Eastern Namibian. It turned out that the Namibian region was divided into East and West because of Carthage. The Carthage people called the Namibians living inland between it and the Phoenician alliance along the coast of Africa East Namibia, while the Namibians living inland in the west, far from Carthage's sphere of influence, called them Western Namibians. A long time ago, because the Eastern Namibians were very close to the Carthaginians and Phoenicians, it was convenient and frequent for them to communicate with each other. Not only was there frequent trade, but under the influence of the Carthaginian culture, the tribes in eastern Namibia had gradually changed from the original nomadic lifestyle to a semi-agricultural, semi-pastoral lifestyle. Due to the abundance of food and materials, eastern Namibia had a large population. The Western Namibians, on the other hand, had always been nomadic. Not only did they lack food, but they also had a small population. Due to competition for grazing land, there were frequent battles between the tribes. Sometimes, due to climate change, reduced grazing land, and lack of food, they could only ask for food aid from the Eastern Namibians. It was for this reason that the Maasai tribe was familiar with Kinormus tribe. However, starting from 20 years ago, the Carthage people were no longer satisfied with their territory being limited to the coast. They coveted the vast land inland and began to gradually change their previous strategy towards the Numidians. They continued to use provocative, divisive, and alienating tactics against the various tribes in eastern Namibia. They also began to use force to conquer from north to south. This kind of military conquest reached its peak after Hanno came to power. As for the western Namibians, Carthage adopted a policy of bribery and enticement. They provided the tribes with cheap food and hired their tribesmen as auxiliary cavalry to participate in Carthage's wars. They even deliberately propagated the conflict between the eastern and western Namibians among the western Namibians, because in the past, the eastern Namibians were rich while the western Namibians were poor, and the western Namibians often turned to the eastern Namibians for help. The Easterners often treated the Westerners with arrogance and disdain. They also allowed the eastern Namibians to participate in the war to conquer the eastern Namibians. Therefore, even though they were of the same race, it was not surprising that Tinum would have such a mentality. Instead of complaining, he said, "Leader Tinum, now that the Carthage's Lily has been occupied, the Carthage's food supply route to Sicily has been cut off. It won't be long before the soldiers in the entire camp will face the threat of starvation. What do you think about this?" Tinum blinked and showed a nonchalant expression. "Lily has been occupied, but the Carthage can still transport food to Mazara. Moreover, they will take down Selinus and recapture Lily, so there's no need to worry too much." "Leader Tinum," Tinum said with a sneer, "the Carthage can recapture Selinus and Lily? You overestimate the ability of the Carthage. Just to take down a small town of Paragonia, the Carthage spent a lot of time, and how many people died in battle? You've been in Sicily for so long, you should be well aware of the strength of the Daionia when it comes to defending their cities, yet you still have such delusions and think that the Carthage dares to transport food to Mazara. Don't you know that the Daionia navy is stronger? Not only did they completely defeat the Carthage navy, but I heard that they also occupied Corsica and Sardinia, which are ruled by the Carthage. They even landed in Africa and burned several of Carthage's allies. Where did you hear all this?" Tinum's expression changed drastically as he asked sternly. Margot had strict control over the army. All the war reports were only known to him, Pamirka, and a few other high-ranking generals. Furthermore, the entire army was confined to Sicily, and it was difficult for them to receive news from the outside world. It was even more impossible for a foreign cavalry unit like Tinum to have their own sources of information, so they were very unfamiliar with the development of the entire war. Tinum took a deep breath, and his expression became secretive. He whispered, "I did participate in this war, but I did not fight with Margot. Instead, I followed Monte Adano. You may have heard that he led his army to attack Minoa and suffered a crushing defeat. At that time, I was captured by the Daionia." Tinum's eyes widened. "You surrendered to the Daionia?" Kinomus made a shushing gesture and whispered, "No, the king of Daionia doesn't want us to surrender, but to be an ally of the Namibians. He wants to help us get rid of the oppression of the Carthage people, restore our independence, and take back our land." The more Kinomus spoke, the more agitated he became. But Tinum suddenly cut him off and said coldly, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it matters. Do you know that Carthage's men have already sent messengers to the Daionia camp to request peace talks? They can't hold out much longer. But the people of Daionia would never agree so easily. They had completely blocked the sea route to the west of Sicily. Without the support of the city of Carthage, Margot's army was so huge. How many days could the food he stored last? When they ran out of food, they could only surrender. You and your people will become captives, perhaps even slaves of the people of Daionia." Kinomus sighed softly and said emotionally, "It's precisely because we used to have a good relationship that I didn't try to persuade my eastern kinsmen after I blended in with the defeated army. Instead, I came to you first, hoping that you can see the situation clearly and make a choice that is beneficial to your tribe." What Kinomus said was actually a lie. The reason he chose to come to Tinum was that the people of eastern Namibia helped Carthage in battle. They basically served as infantry, with a certain number of people drawn from each tribe. The officers could only be Phoenicians or Carthage people. And after the successful night attack by Selinus' garrison, Margot had sent outstanding soldiers from the Iberian army who were loyal to him to serve as officers. Therefore, It was very risky to incite the eastern Namibian soldiers to defect from Carthage's army on a large scale, and the success rate was not high. As the lands of western Namibia were not controlled by the people of Carthage, they and the people of Carthage were more like the dependent relationship between a large tribe and a small tribe. Carthage hired them to fight, and they were mostly cavalry. They did not send outsiders to serve as officers, and the tribal leaders led their people. They only needed to listen to the commander's orders during battle. The supervision was very lax, and this created the conditions for Kinomus to blend in and persuade them to defect. Tynum fell into deep thought. Although he was not sure if the terrible situation described by Kinomus was true, he was not a fool. During this time, he had more or less noticed some signs. Lily had been captured by the people of Dionia, which was a fact. He saw it with his own eyes. Palmos had fallen, although he did not see it. The Namibian cavalry who followed Hasdrubal had communicated with him and told him that 4,000 strong Iberian natives had been wiped out. If the Carthage navy was not at a disadvantage, how could they have allowed the people of Dionia to land on the western coast at will, so much so that Margot had sent them to patrol the coast every day, and in the past few days, he did not see any food transport team from Mazara to the Carthage camp. Could the situation really be that bad? The more Tynum thought about it, the more his heart sank. There was silence in the tent, and the faint light of the oil lamp swayed on his face that was gradually shrouded in haze. After a long time, he looked at Tynum and asked hesitantly, "The people of Dionia. What benefits can they give me?" Kinomus was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Whatever Carthage can give you, the people of Dionia can also give you, and it will only be better. For example, the people of Dionia will sell you high-quality ironware and armor that Carthage has banned. And as long as you can successfully lead most of the Namibian cavalry to surrender to Dionia," the king of Dionia also promised, "in the future, when the Masalai tribe and other West Namibian tribes have conflicts, Dionia will stand by your side." When Tynum heard this, he was shocked. The Masalai tribe was a large tribe, stronger than most West Namibian tribes. Several generations of leaders had always had a dream, which was to unify the loose West Namibian tribes and form a West Namibian alliance led by the Masalai tribe. That was what they thought, and that was what they did. However, it was clear that the people of Carthage would not allow their wish to come true. Not only did they support his opponent, but they also repeatedly suppressed the Masalai tribe, repeatedly weakening their strength and losing several ranches. In fact, Tynum had been secretly dissatisfied with Carthage for a long time. This was also the reason why Kinomus first chose to persuade the Masalai tribe. Although Tynum was a little tempted, he still tried his best to remain calm. "Kinomus, these promises made by Dionia sound good, but it will be very difficult to achieve, because the center of Dionia is on the big island in the north," referring to Italy, "and the land of Africa where we live is ruled by the people of Carthage. Tynum, you don't understand how great the king of Dionia is. It only took him a decade or so to make the newly established kingdom of Dionia into a powerful force that even the people of Carthage fear. He has promised me that when Margot's army is destroyed, he will let the Dionysian army land in Africa and help us East Namibians. By then, whether Carthage can still exist is a question, and I'm afraid they will be dreaming if they want to meddle in our affairs." Tynum was a little disapproving. Of course, he would not have high hopes for Dionia like Kinomus did. After all, Carthage's hegemony in Africa had lasted for 100 years. Even if they suffered a defeat in this war, he did not think that things would change so quickly. However, the promise made by the people of Dionia was indeed tempting. He thought about it for a long time and decided not to agree for the time being, but he would not reject Kinomus's request either. Instead, he would carefully observe the development of the situation before making a decision. For this reason, he even forced Kinomus to stay in his army to prevent him from coming into contact with others. On the second day, Carthage's army launched another attack on the city of Serenus. This time, Amyntas did not deploy too many soldiers on the city walls. Instead, he used the city walls to resist for a while. After repelling an attack by Carthage's men, he took advantage of the short gap before the next wave of attack to decisively give the order to retreat. Carthage's army successfully occupied the city walls. Their morale was boosted, and they blindly attacked the city in an attempt to take the whole city in one go. Soon, they suffered from the various traps laid by the Dionia soldiers in the city, and were finally stopped in front of a wide trench. Behind the trench was another towering city wall. Countless Dionia soldiers suddenly appeared on the seemingly empty city wall and launched a fierce attack on the enemy below. Carthage's soldiers were disorganized in the process of breaking into the city. They lacked a general to command them, gathered in front of the trench, and did not carry any siege equipment. Suddenly, they were violently attacked by a rain of arrows and javelins. It was chaos. Amyntas decisively gave the order to counterattack. The heavy soldiers of the legion, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, rushed out from the several tunnels they had prepared. The Carthage army below the city was routed, scrambling to escape. After the Dionia soldiers chased for a while, they immediately retreated to the second wall after being reminded by their officers, leaving the follow-up troops of Carthage empty-handed. When Margo, who was at the rear, heard that there was another wall behind the city wall, he immediately thought of Paragonia's encounter. He hurriedly ordered all the troops in the city to retreat immediately and sent scouts into the block between the two walls to carefully investigate whether there were a large number of combustible items buried. On this day, although the Carthage army occupied the outer walls of Serenus, they failed to capture the entire city. Instead, they suffered a lot of casualties. The new walls inside the city meant that they still had to carry out a difficult siege, which caused the morale of the soldiers to plummet. The Numidians, in particular, suffered the most casualties as the main force of the siege. Naturally, the resentment in their hearts was even stronger, and some rumors began to spread among them. Ginormus was not the only one who had infiltrated the Sycan territory. Although Margo had sent his own trusted team officers to the Numidian troops, most of them were mid-level and senior officers. After all, if there were too many team officers, it would be difficult to maintain the combat effectiveness of his own Iberian troops. Therefore, the lowest-level team leaders were mostly Eastern Numidians. This gave the Numidian captives, who had been persuaded by the Dionia, a chance to sneak into the Carthage camp through the defeated soldiers. The Numidians had always been the main force in this war, whether it was the attack on Paragonia or Serenus, so they suffered the most casualties. Their dissatisfaction with the Carthage people had accumulated over the years, and their resentment was very strong. Therefore, these spies quietly told their compatriots about the situation of the war and the news that Dionia was willing to support Namibia to rise up against Carthage and gain independence. Naturally, this caused a huge reaction. Some rumors even spread to other armies, such as that the Carthage navy had suffered a crushing defeat, that the western sea of Sicily had been completely blocked by the Dionian navy, that the Dionian navy had repeatedly attacked the coast of Africana, burning the cities of Hadrumetum and Ogilgili. This seriously affected the morale of the Carthage and Phoenician soldiers. Many soldiers even gathered and asked their team officers if the news was true. Margo was shocked when he received the news. He had no choice but to stop the next step of the attack on Serenus city and focus on reorganizing the army and boosting their morale. Otherwise, the army would be in danger of collapsing. In the early morning, a Carthage fleet of 30 cargo ships set off from Gades to Carthage. Each ship was loaded with silver bricks. The war had progressed so far. Corsica had fallen, Sardinia had fallen into war, Sicily had been blockaded, and Carthage port trade was depressed. The precious metals of the Iberian Peninsula had become the main source of income for the Carthage treasury. For this reason, the Carthage mine owners in Iberia had increased the number of mining slaves and expanded the mining of the silver mines. After these silver bricks were transported to Carthage, they would be melted into silver coins, mainly to pay for the construction of warships and to pay the mercenaries. Due to the recent strength of the Dionysian fleet, the fleet was very careful and had been sailing eastward along the coast of Africa. Once they found the enemy, they could immediately enter the port of the nearby city-state to hide. This method was quite effective, so since the beginning of the war, the precious metal cargo ships from Iberia had never been hijacked by the Dionysian fleet. After spending the night in the coastal towns and ports for 2 consecutive days, the fleet entered the core waters controlled by Carthage in the early morning of the 3rd day. Only then did the fleet begin to gradually move away from the coast. Because Carthage was located on a peninsula protruding to the north, the Dionysian fleet had not dared to break into the sea so far. In the morning, the fleet had arrived near the sea near Carthage. At this time, the crew saw a fleet of countless black warships in the north, rushing towards them. "That's the fleet of Dionia." The crew shouted in panic and desperately drove the cargo ship toward the port of Carthage. However, the cargo ship was overloaded, the wind was not favorable, and there were not many oarsmen. As a result, the Daionia warships cut off the route to the port before they could. "General, our warships have successfully intercepted the fleet of Carthage." The lookout on the flagship shouted excitedly. Middleades was not too happy. He had planned this operation for a long time. In order to intercept the Carthage fleet from Iberia, he sent a number of fast ships to Saros in Sardinia as a station. Every day, the task was to disguise as a Phoenician cargo ship and sneak into the southern sea to monitor the route from Iberia to Carthage. The fleet was discovered the day after it left Gades and had been under the surveillance of Daionia fast food ever since. Middleades was able to intercept it in front of the port of Carthage in time according to the intelligence sent back one after another. The first step had been successful, but the key was to see the subsequent development. Middleades said in a deep voice, "Continue to observe closely." Yes. The Daionia warships intercepted the Carthage fleet, but they did not annihilate it in one go. Instead, they played a game of cat and mouse. They did not use the bronze ram at the bow of the ship, but used the hull of the ship to clamp the oars of the cargo ship. The crew on the deck even specially prepared rope hooks in an attempt to seize the cargo ship when the two ships approached each other. It seemed that they were ready to capture the cargo ship and bring it back to the base. After all, 20 ships of silver bricks was a huge fortune, but it took a long time. As the location of the incident was not far from the port, not only did the sentries on the breakwater of the port of Carthage see it clearly, but even the other Carthage and Phoenician cargo ships that entered the port saw this terrible scene and scrambled to hide in the port. Therefore, when the sentries quickly reported the situation to the port officials, and the port officials immediately reported it to the Senate of Carthage, the news of the Dionysian fleet attack had quickly spread in the port and the city. Some time ago, the people of Carthage were clearly afraid of the Daionia fleet when they burned the Phoenician allies in Africa several times. Now that these terrifying enemies had actually attacked Carthage, the people were even more terrified. For a moment, the rumor that the Daionia are going to attack Carthage spread like wildfire. When the elders of Carthage received the news from the port, they were greatly shocked. They did not expect the Dionysian fleet to be so bold as to come to Carthage port and cause trouble. This was something that had never happened since the founding of Carthage. In addition, they immediately received the news that there was a riot in the city. At this time, whether it was Hanno, Pretacuba, or Essiaruba, no one had any differences of opinion. They quickly reached a consensus: order Morbar to lead the Carthage fleet to attack immediately, repel the rampant Dionysian fleet, protect the wealth of Carthage, and give the people confidence. Ever since the Senate ordered the Carthage fleet to strengthen the defense of the Africa coast of the city and its allies, the navy commander Morbar had no choice but to not lead the fleet to the western waters of Sicily. Instead, he stayed at the Carthage military port and sent many fast ships to patrol the east and west coasts with Carthage as the center. Because Ogildoli city had been burned, the patrol area was further expanded. Once he discovered the enemy, he would lead the fleet to attack. Then, he would be able to arrive in time and even defeat the Dionysian fleet that had sent the infantry of the fleet ashore to loot. Morbar's plan was good, but ever since the two attacks, the Dionysian fleet had not appeared on the coast of Africa again. Today, when he received the news that the Dionysian fleet had attacked the fleet from Iberia in front of Carthage port, he was not as angry as his subordinates. Instead, he fell into deep thought. This was because ever since he became the navy commander, he had been avoiding direct battles with the enemy because the Dionysian navy had a greater advantage. Now that the Dionysian fleet had come directly to his door, it was obvious that they wanted to force the Carthage fleet to fight them. Many of his subordinates asked him to fight, saying, "The number of warships of the Dionysian fleet in front of the port is less than our Carthage fleet. Moreover, we are fighting in front of our own territory. It is entirely possible for us to completely defeat them, and thus reverse some of our decline," but Morbar still had some concerns, so he did not make a decision. But what he did not expect was that the attack of the Dionysian fleet had already caused a huge uproar among the people of Carthage. More than 100 elders, led by Hanno, Pretacuba, and Essiaruba, personally came to the military port to hand over the resolution passed by the Senate to him. Naturally, Morbar could no longer decline, but he already had a battle plan in advance. After giving out military orders, he quickly led more than 100 warships that had already slid into the military port from the dry dock and were ready to go. they sailed out of the port one after another. And the elders also boarded the walls of the breakwater, ready to watch this naval battle that was of utmost importance to Carthage. As soon as the first Carthage warships sailed out of the port, the Dionia clippers that were ordered to monitor the port immediately signaled with flag signals. The warships of the first squadron of the Third Fleet of Dionia, which was responsible for intercepting the Iberian fleet, no longer played around with the enemy. Instead, they began to attack ruthlessly. As a result, the hulls of the cargo ships were quickly smashed, and the shining silver bricks sank into the sea along with the broken cargo ships. The elders who were watching from the city walls were all pained. It also made the captains and crew members on the deck of the Carthage warships that sailed out of the port and were getting into formation furious. Therefore, some of the warships could not wait to get into formation and charged straight at the Dionysian fleet, wanting to save their compatriots who were trapped in a tight encirclement. Seeing this, Morbar, who was the last to leave the port, coughed in anger. Ever since he took office, he had been paying close attention to the training and discipline of the newly formed fleet, hoping to be able to compete with the Dionia. But obviously, the time was too short, and the results were not ideal. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to use another battle plan that he had prepared in advance. Inform Barikos and the rest to attack together with us now. After giving the order, Morbar led the other warships and charged towards the Dionysian fleet. General, the Carthage fleet is charging towards us. Their numbers are about the same as ours. The lookout on the flagship's mainmast reported to Middleades the flag signals coming from the front. Middleades realized that the plan had succeeded. The Carthage fleet had been lured out of the port and the decisive battle was just around the corner. So he shouted, "Blow the bugle! Raise the starry sky and the red flag!" Middleades' words traveled into the flagship's lower cabin. These sailors of the Third Fleet had been rewarded by the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs several times due to their repeated contributions during this period. Their morale was very high. When they heard the command given by the fleet commander, all of them were in high spirits. They rubbed their palms together and prepared to make new contributions. At this moment, the captain's voice came from the deck again, "Warships advance. Increase the speed of the oars. Attention! Increase the speed of the oars." The boatswain immediately repeated the order loudly to remind all the crew. The flutist blew the high-pitched double-barreled flute and gradually increased the speed of the flute. The first deck's oarsman listened to the rhythm and pushed the wooden oars forward and backward. The sailors of the last two decks followed the actions of the first deck step by step. The flagship that was initially basically stationary began to move forward. The other warships did the same. When the warships of the first B Squadron heard the bugle and saw the flag signals coming from behind, they immediately stopped playing around with the few remaining Iberian cargo ships. They adjusted their bows and sailed towards the Carthage fleet that was leaving the port in the east. When the captains of the 10 or so Carthage warships that were charging at the forefront heard the frequent bugle sounds coming from behind, and then looked at the advancing Dionysian fleet that was rapidly advancing towards them, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He subconsciously ordered the sailors to slow down the oars and wait for the warships behind to catch up so that they could merge into the formation and attack together. Although they were both advancing in formation, due to the presence of these 10 or so Carthage warships, the distance between the two sides was only a mile. Dionia's starry sky formation was almost complete, while the Carthage fleet's two-column formation was still in its embryonic form. The situation was a little urgent, but Morbar did not panic because he heard Bariko's presumptuous laughter. "Old man, let's go up first. The people of the port are watching us. You have to get your men to work harder. Otherwise, if we perform badly in this battle, I'm afraid we'll be scolded to death by the people when we return to the port." Ha ha ha. A small Gattaca merchant ship sailed past the flagship, and Barikos, who was controlling the sail, was laughing loudly. Morbar did not express his dissatisfaction with Bariko's arrogance. On the contrary, he faced Bariko and solemnly gave a military salute. When almost all the Carthage merchant ships passed by the Carthage warships, the owners of the ships were shouting words of encouragement to the sailors, while the captains of the warships were also giving military salutes to the Carthage merchant ships that passed by. Watching these small merchant ships, which were less than 1/5 the length of the warships, rushing towards the Dionysian fleet, while being inspired to fight, he was also worried about them. However, there was not a single trace of fear on Bariko's face. He flexibly controlled the sails, and with the help of the weak southwest wind, the whole merchant ship sped ahead like an arrow. He shouted, "Dionia, your grandpa Carthage is here again." Facing the approaching and taller Dionia warships, he became more and more excited, because he could once again humiliate the people of Delinia. When Middleades learned from the lookout that the Carthage fleet had actually let some merchant ships rush to the front of the fleet, he was very surprised. Although he knew that the reason why the Sicilian fleet had suffered a defeat before was because some of the highly skilled merchant ships of the Carthage had played an important role in it, he did not expect that the Carthage fleet would actually let these non-combat ships participate in the official battle. This was really unheard of. Inform the warships to ignore these merchant ships, maintain the fleet formation, speed up, and fight the Carthage fleet. Middleades said in a deep voice. The captain of the flagship reminded him with some difficulty, "General, these orders of yours are not easy to convey." Middleades immediately understood. Over the years, the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Navy had gradually explored and perfected the fleet's flag language system under the guidance of the King of Devers. However, they had never thought that civilian ships would participate in the battle, and of course, there was no such flag language in this aspect. Middleades thought for a moment, and said, "Blow the bugle, raise the green flag, and urge the fleet to speed up." Middleades hoped that the warships under his command would ignore the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, but he had obviously overestimated the ability of the captains and crew to strictly carry out orders. Although the Third Fleet had been established for many years, most of the crew had little combat experience before this war, and the successive victories had raised their morale. Now, for the first time, they were faced with the provocation of the Carthage merchant ships, who boldly shuttled between the warships. They peed, spat, pointed at them, and laughed at them loudly. All kinds of humiliating methods were unbearable even for the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Sicilian, back then, let alone these young and vigorous captains and crew. At first, when some of the Dionia warships saw the weak merchant ships coming to the side of their warships, they could not help but turn their warships slightly to press against the enemy's warships even though they still remembered the orders issued by their flagship. They thought that the waves created by the warships alone were enough to cause the small ships to shake and even capsize, and that if the ships touched them lightly, they would be crushed to pieces. But when most of the Carthage merchant ships nimbly avoided the collisions of the Dionia warships and laughed even louder, the competitiveness of some of the Dionia captains and crew was piqued. They did not make more movements with their warships, but continued to press against the merchant ships. But in this way, the distance between the ships was shortened. The shrinking of the space had indeed brought a lot of trouble to the Carthaginian merchant ships. Just the waves caused by the rapid approach of the two warships had caused some merchant ships to shake up and down violently. Even if they managed to escape from the pressure, they could not avoid the collision of the warships from behind because they had lost the flexibility to control their ships. However, the sacrifice of the Carthage merchant ships had caused a lot of chaos in the entire formation of the Dionia Third Fleet. The warships were hindering each other and had to slow down. When the Middleades learned of the situation from the rear, he was anxious and angry, but there was no immediate solution. He could only order the captain to raise the 3 green flags at the same time and have the bugler blow the bugle for a long time to warn all the warships to strictly follow the order. Just as the Dionysian fleet was trying to restore its formation, the Carthage fleet had already arranged itself in the 2-column formation that they were most familiar with. The crew members with high morale paddled with all their might, and the warships quickly rushed forward to the Dionysian fleet in front of them. At noon, the 130 warships of the Carthage fleet and the 143 warships of the Third Fleet of Dionia officially began the battle near the Carthage port. The people of Carthage had already crowded the coast not far from the naval battle. After hearing the news, people from nearby Utica and other Phoenician allies also came one after another. The entire beach had turned into a sea of people. Everyone hoped that the Carthage fleet could defeat the Dionysian fleet that threatened the safety of their homeland. The people of the Carthage port even shouted Bellico's name in unison. Although this arrogant ship owner had made them stay away from him in the past, his bold and risky actions last time and this time had won the respect of the people. He was even regarded as a hero by the young people. Compared to the noisy crowd on the coast, the Taiji elders who were standing on the city wall and watching the battle were much quieter, and the atmosphere was more solemn. "Anubis, do you think we can win this naval battle? Tapenlak asked the former commander of the navy in a low voice under Hanno's gaze. If not for Hanno and Morber's efforts to protect him, Anubis might not have been able to escape the severe punishment of the Senate. Although he had managed to escape with great difficulty, he was now idle, and even his status as an elder had been taken away. This time, if the elders had not been so concerned about the outcome of the naval battle and needed a naval battle expert who could accurately judge the situation on the battlefield to provide advice, they would not have called him here from his home. However, at this time, there was no sign of dejection on Anubis' face. Instead, there was excitement. The tactics arranged by Sir Morbar are very effective. Our merchant ships have already disrupted the formation of the Dionia fleet. Our fleet is seizing this great opportunity to launch an attack. We will definitely have the upper hand from the start. After hearing this, Tapenlak breathed a sigh of relief. His expression relaxed a little, and he said with hope, I hope this advantage can be maintained until the end. In the end, we can win this naval battle. Aukradin, who had already returned to Carthage, also sighed and said, if we win this naval battle, our negotiations with Dionia will be much easier. After he returned to Carthage, when he told the Senate about Dionia's harsh conditions for negotiations, the elders were in an uproar. Almost everyone expressed their hatred for Dionia's harsh conditions. However, after expressing their opinions, everyone showed different attitudes on whether to continue the negotiations. The Hanoverians believed that this was the first time Dionia had put forward conditions for negotiations. Carthage could fully argue for it in the subsequent negotiations, and both sides would eventually reach an agreement. However, judging from the current situation on the battlefield, the Dionysian army had a clear advantage. If the situation did not change and the final agreement was reached, Dionia would definitely gain more benefits. This was something that could not be helped. The Senate had to recognize the truth and accept it. The Magonid faction opposed the continuation of the peace talks. They believed that the conditions proposed by the king of Dionia for the peace talks showed the greed and ambition of the Dionia people. They wanted to occupy the land and wealth controlled by Carthage, destroy Carthage's hegemony, and reduce Carthage to an ordinary city-state. This was unacceptable to all the citizens of Carthage. The elders had to give up the illusion of peace and make up their minds again. They had to use all their strength to support the Carthaginian army in Sicily and fight against Dionia to the end. Perhaps with the passage of time, there would be a turning point in the war. The neutral faction led by Isiarubus said that the negotiations could continue, but they should not be too hasty. They could drag it on and increase the military support for Magonid and Morbar, hoping to use 1 or 2 victories to change the arrogant attitude of the Dionia people, so that the negotiations could proceed more easily. Because of the peace talks, the Senate had been debating for several days, but they could not reach a final decision. However, the situation was becoming more and more favorable to the Magonid faction. Because the news of the peace talks had leaked out, the people learned about the harsh conditions proposed by Dionia. In their anger, they forgot about the threat of the Dionian navy to Dionia and urged the Senate to continue fighting Dionia to the end. It could be said that the city of Carthage was very lively these days. People everywhere were denouncing the greed and shamelessness of Dionia. Therefore, when the Dionysian fleet attacked today, many Carthage merchant ship owners gathered and took the initiative to express their strong desire for war to Morbar. In the previous naval battle, although the Carthage fleet won, the Carthage merchant ships suffered heavy losses. More than half of the ship owners and crew could not return to the port. If we win this naval battle, then there's no need for peace talks. Our fleet can continue to fight, and continue to win a second, a third, and finally regain control of the western waters of Sicily. Then, Lord Magonid's army will no longer have to worry about food transportation, and can fight the Dionysian army with all their might. Then, the whole war will be in our favor. Pretacuba said loudly. Ekraton wanted to refute, but Hanno said in a serious tone, we all hope so. May Bar Harmon bless Carthage. With that, he actually closed his eyes and began to pray. Seeing this, the surrounding elders also competed to pray devoutly. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire city became solemn. However, their prayers did not seem to have much effect. The Carthage merchant ships had disrupted the formation of the Dionysian fleet, allowing the Carthage fleet to gain the upper hand in the initial attack. However, this advantage was not too big. because the usual starry sky formation of Dionia had always arranged for the Raven warships to be at the forefront. Today was no exception. Although the forward speed of all the warships was affected due to the chaos in the formation, using speed to collide was not the specialty of the Raven warships. What it excelled at was the 12-meter-long suspension bridge that could rotate flexibly. Even if the warship stopped moving, it would still pose a threat to the warships that approached it. Of course, the chaos in the formation would cause the warships at the rear to be unable to reinforce the Raven warships in time, especially when the suspension bridge of the Raven warship was hooked onto the enemy warships. Furthermore, the dual-column formation of the Carthage fleet was precisely to utilize speed to cut into the enemy's formation, and constantly create a predicament for the enemy warships to outnumber them. Of course, this required the crew to have superb skills, and that was what the Carthage fleet was most adept at. Therefore, such a scene had occurred many times since the beginning of the battle. The suspension bridge of the Raven warship had just nailed onto a Carthage three-decker warship. Not long after the infantrymen of the fleet rushed onto the enemy's deck, the Raven warship would be rammed by the next Carthage warship because its allies could not reinforce it in time, and the warship slowly sank. The Carthage oarsmen, encouraged by the heroic actions of the merchant ships and the ardent hopes of their families on the shore, were no longer afraid of the 40 infantrymen rushing into the ship's hold. They drew out the daggers that they had been equipped with not long ago, because only hanging daggers would not affect their rowing, and the daggers were cheaper and easier to equip, and wooden oars, and put up a strong resistance. Even though the infantrymen of the Dionysian fleet had gone through a long period of military training and were fully armed, it was almost impossible to defeat the nearly 200 high-spirited Carthage sailors and completely occupy the entire ship without spending a certain amount of time and casualties. The Third Fleet of Dionia was at a disadvantage at the beginning of the battle, but after years of arduous training and the tempering of the naval battle of Sardinia, the crew firmly believed that no matter how difficult the situation was, the final victory would still be theirs. Therefore, they fought with equal tenacity, and worked hard to correct their previous mistakes. As time passed, the Third Fleet slowly turned the tide of the battle. The most important reason was that the warships of both sides had fully engaged each other, and the initial tactical contest had turned into a full-scale melee. Such a battle situation was more advantageous to the Dionysian fleet, which had been continuously trained for years. The Raven warship and the fast three-tiered warship were adept at jumping from side to side, while the other was adept at agile and swift assaults. The tacit cooperation between the two began to show its power. On the other hand, there was only one type of three-tiered warship in the Carthage fleet, because the Carthage Senate considered the need to build more warships as soon as possible to form a new fleet. The four-tiered warships and the twin-headed dragon warships were not included in the construction plan for the time being due to the more time-consuming manufacturing process. The tactics used to coordinate with each other were relatively monotonous. The crew had to worry about not being nailed by the drawbridge of the Raven warship when the bow of the ship approached, and they also had to be wary of the sudden attacks of the fast warships. Often, they could not attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. When the naval battle reached its climax, most of the Carthage merchant ships had sunk, and the remaining few dared not enter the battlefield at all. Because the warships were so densely packed, both the enemy and the Third Fleet were fully focused on controlling the warships to charge, circle, turn, and ram, and fight to the death with their opponents. They would not dodge the merchant ships at all. A light collision could capsize the merchant ships. Even the most arrogant Barikos had retreated to the coast with his merchant ship. After coming ashore, the people of Carthage bowed to him to show their respect. Then, they shouted his name and applauded. This was the etiquette for a hero. Barikos could not help but feel proud. In front of the crowd, he boasted in high spirits about his adventure of piloting the merchant ship to tease the Dionia warship. Just as some of the people in the port were attracted by Barikos's story and exclaimed from time to time, there was a sudden commotion among the people on the beach. Some people kept exclaiming, "Our fleet seems to be retreating. This is impossible." Barikos loudly wanted to refute these annoying voices. He did not want to see the opportunity created by his and his companions' risks and sacrifices be wasted in vain. But in the distance, all the warships of Carthage were indeed retreating. Up until now, even the flagship of the Middle-Ades had joined the battle. The only one that had not joined the battle was the flagship of Carthage, where Morbar was. It had been stationed not far from the battlefield. The lookout on the mainmast had been describing the scene of the battlefield to Barikas on the deck. Morbar judged the development of the battle based on this. When he noticed that the Carthage fleet had lost the initial advantage and had entered a stalemate with the Dionysian fleet, he already knew that the battle had begun to turn against the Carthage fleet. Therefore, he decisively asked a dozen trumpeters to blow the horn to retreat. The captains of the Carthage fleet, who had been solemnly instructed by Morbar before they boarded the ships, immediately turned around and retreated without hesitation. Naval battles were different from land battles. Although both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, warships needed enough space to fight. Therefore, the distance between ships was still relatively large. Once they chose to retreat, it would be difficult for them to be surrounded. Moreover, the Dionysian fleet had a not-too-big weakness. As the main force, the Raven warships were not as fast as ordinary three-tiered warships. If the enemy fled with all their might, it would be difficult for the Raven warships to catch up. The fast warships, which were known for their speed and agility, were relatively small and had weaker defense than ordinary three-tiered warships. Therefore, they did not dare to leave the Raven warships and chase after the enemy ships for a long time to prevent being counterattacked. Therefore, after paying a price, the Carthage fleet began to leave the battlefield and retreat eastward. After learning about the sudden change in the battle situation, the Middleades, of course, would not allow the Carthage fleet, which had been lured out with great difficulty, to successfully escape to the port without suffering too many losses. Therefore, he ordered the fleet to basically maintain its formation and give chase with all its might. The Carthage fleet was retreating, and the Third Fleet was in hot pursuit. There was no time to stop at all. The original battlefield was full of crew members floating on the sea, broken boards, some oarsmen killed by the infantry of the fleet, and warships whose hulls were obviously damaged and could not move. Barikas looked at the situation from the seaside. Although he was worried that the fleet would encounter another defeat, he was more worried about his compatriots in the sea. So, he raised his arms and shouted, "Follow me, let's rescue our brave warriors." After saying that, he took his crew and pushed the cargo ships that were docked on the beach back into the sea and sailed toward the battlefield ahead. The other remaining merchant ships quickly followed. Many people in the port were inspired and also drove their own fishing boats to the battlefield to rescue their compatriots. For a moment, many Carthage citizens turned from spectators to participants in the war, which attracted the attention of all the people on the coast. The Third Fleet was hot on the Carthage fleet's heels, which made Middleades very satisfied. He knew about Carthage port. Its military port was located inside the commercial port. The two ports were joined together, separated by a water gate. The commercial port outside also had a water gate. Its width could not allow so many warships to enter at the same time. In order to enter the port, the Carthage fleet had to slow down, which gave the Third Fleet a great opportunity to deal them a heavy blow. "General, the Carthage fleet is not turning around. They are continuing to retreat eastward." The lookout's shout did not surprise Middleades. He had already turned his head and saw his ship passing by Carthage port. This meant that the commander of the Carthage fleet had also realized that retreating into Carthage port was a huge risk, so he gave up and continued to escape. Middleades' face darkened. He suddenly realized that if the Carthage fleet continued to retreat like this, the Third Fleet's previous efforts were likely to be in vain. Most of the Africa coast to the east were Carthage's allies. The Carthage fleet could find an opportunity to hide in their ports at any time, and the Third Fleet could not chase them to the end. By dusk, they would have to return to the base because the exhausted crew needed a lot of food and water. "Damn Sicarian, what the hell are you doing now?" The more Middleades thought about it, the angrier he got. He could not help but curse. At this moment, the lookout above his head exclaimed, "Carthage warships! There are dozens of Carthage warships rushing out of the port." Middleades was shocked. He instantly understood that the Carthage fleet was not retreating, but luring the Third Fleet to the port so that they could attack the Third Fleet. At this critical moment, he had no time to regret that he had let his guard down due to his eagerness to make a contribution, nor did he have the time to think about how the Carthage fleet came to have so many warships. In fact, after the naval battle near Eryx, the shipyards of Carthage and the Phoenician allies had worked hard to speed up the production and replenish dozens of new warships. He decisively ordered, "Blow the bugle and form a defensive circle." At this time, many Dionia warships already knew that there were enemy ships coming from behind. The crew did not panic too much. After seeing the flag signal from the flagship, they immediately began to form an orderly formation. For both Middle-Ades and the Third Fleet, this was not the first time they had encountered a similar situation in the naval battle of Sardinia. At that time, the situation was even more dangerous. Both the captain and the crew were experienced. Fortunately, Middle-Ades was cautious and kept the entire fleet in formation, so it was easier to change to a circular formation. When the Carthage warships in the port launched their attack, Morbar also ordered the Carthage fleet to launch an attack. The retreating Carthage warships turned around and charged at the Dionia warships. The Dionia Third Fleet was in a dangerous position of being attacked from two sides. As this battle took place right in front of the port, the Carthage elders on the breakwater could see it more clearly. They could see that the Dionysian fleet was trying hard to retreat, trying to curl into a group. The Carthage fleet, which had been premeditated, attacked swiftly and fiercely, like maggots on a bone, causing the Dionia warships to be tired of dealing with them. Some of the enemy warships that fell behind were even caught up by the Carthage warships. They quickly tangled with each other, and were then rammed by another Carthage warship that caught up with them. In reality, these Dionia Crow warships had voluntarily sacrificed themselves to ensure that the entire fleet could get into formation smoothly. Now, not only did the Carthage fleet have the upper hand in terms of the number of warships, they also had the initiative on the battlefield. As they were fighting at home, the morale of the crew was not weaker than the enemy. Although the Dionysian fleet put up a strong resistance, they were completely surrounded. The elders' worries were gone, and they were all smiles. Even Esiaruba praised loudly, as expected of Morbar. It seems that he will win another naval battle. And the result will be far better than the last time. That's right. With this victory, the Dionians won't dare to be so arrogant during the peace talks, Taipanlak immediately replied. With this victory, they still want to talk peace? We can totally increase our support for Morbar and let the Carthage navy regain their advantage at sea. Pretacuba retorted excitedly. We have to face reality. Even if we destroy this Dionia fleet, Dionia still has more warships than us. Peace talks are the best choice. Ekrodon retorted. The two sides began to debate on the wall again. My lords, don't celebrate too early. This Dionysian fleet won't be defeated so easily. Arnabas suddenly said with a cold smile. Could it be that the person who almost lost our fleet is jealous of Morbar's achievements and doesn't want to see the navy win? A Maganid faction elder mocked loudly, causing the anger of many people. It seems that the previous punishment for you was too light. The Senate should reopen your trial. Another elder looked at him fiercely and suggested loudly. Surprisingly, many people responded, scaring Anubis so much that he did not dare to speak again. When did the Senate become so timid and unable to listen to different opinions? Just then, Hanno stood up and expressed his support for Anubis. Up until now, we have been at a complete disadvantage in this war against Dionia precisely because some of us were arrogant and thought that we could easily defeat Dionia. We even arrogantly declared that within a year, we will drive the Dionia out of Sicily. But in the end, we lost Corsica, Sardinia, and even Sicily is difficult to protect. Now, the Dionia are attacking right at our doorstep. It's time to listen to different opinions and sober up some of us who are hot-headed. Anubis, tell us, what's wrong with the situation? Hanno looked around at the crowd with a dignified expression. Out of reverence for this powerful figure, no one refuted him. Even Pretacuba fell silent because he felt wronged. Anubis coughed softly and said, although Lord Morbar used a scheme to trick the Dionysian fleet, he was not able to make them fall into chaos through a pincer attack. This is because the Dionia warships at the periphery did not care that they would be sunk and fought desperately to stop them. Their fighting spirit is very tenacious. Anubis could not help but sigh. He could not help but think of the naval battle in Sardinia. Actually, his scheme was quite successful at that time. Faced with a pincer attack from the front and a small number of warships, the fleets of any other city-state would have long been defeated. However, the Dionysian fleet fought a bloody path and turned defeat into victory. Their fighting spirit was so tenacious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Look, now our warships are not continuing to charge forward, but are circling to the sides. This means that the Dionysian fleet has formed a circular formation, causing our warships to not dare to rashly attack their formation. So what? The Dionysian fleet has already been surrounded by us. We're not attacking to reduce our casualties. Are the Dionysians not attacking because they want to wait until nightfall to escape? Pretacuba's words caused a few of the elders to laugh. Everyone knows that the crew of the warships are greatly exhausted because they have been rowing and fighting for a long time. They need to replenish their energy in time, but the battlefield is in Carthage. The Dionysian fleet cannot get food and rest, and their base is hundreds of miles away. At night, surrounded by the Carthage fleet, will the exhausted Dionia crew still have the ability to row their warships back? I'm afraid they can only surrender, another elder of the Maganid faction added. We all know that for the Dionysian fleet, staying here is only waiting for death. There's no way the Dionia don't know that. I remember, in the naval battle of Sardinia that I commanded, it was also this fleet that was surrounded by us. In the end, they attacked bravely without any regard for anything, and in the end, not only did they break out of the encirclement, they even defeated us. When Anubis recounted the past that he did not want to remember, his expression was pained and worried. But this time, they are not in a hurry to set up a defensive formation, as if they have something to rely on. We can't help but be wary of this. Wary of what? Reinforcements from the Dionysian fleet? Hanno's heart skipped a beat. Before Anubis could answer, the port lighthouse not far in front of them suddenly rang out again. Dong. 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 The bell rang. Why is the lighthouse bell still ringing? An elder complained subconsciously, because it had been ringing non-stop since the Dionysian fleet appeared on the sea near the port. I'm afraid there's a new enemy. Anubis was the first to react. He looked at the sea ahead with a nervous expression. Everyone was astonished. At this time, the lighthouse guard leaned his body out of the stone window at the top of the lighthouse and shouted to the people below, "Another fleet has appeared in front, and there are many black warships. Another Dionysian fleet." When the elders heard this news, their expressions instantly changed. They shouted in horror, "Quick! Go and inform Morbear. Ask him to withdraw the fleet back to the port." The soldiers on the wall quickly gathered together and shouted in unison toward the outside of the port, "Retreat quickly, the enemy's reinforcements are here. The enemy's reinforcements are here." The two parties engaged in battle were right in front of the port. The crew of the warships nearby could faintly hear the bell of the lighthouse and the shouts of the sentries. Literary Hall. When Morbear received the news, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered all warships to give up on attacking the Dionysian fleet in front of them and retreat to the port immediately. Although Middleades and the captains of the Dionia warships could not understand what the enemy on the city wall was shouting about, the ringing of the lighthouse bell and the sudden change in tactics of the enemy indicated that the situation of the battle had changed. What was this change? The Sicilian fleet must have arrived. This was a plan that Sicilian and Middleades had planned for many days to lure the snake out of its hole. Due to the position of the Third Fleet and the number of its warships, the Sicilian fleet had too many warships. The Carthage fleet might not dare to fight. The Third Fleet acted as bait. After the battle began, the Sicilian fleet that was lying in ambush between the western part of Sicily and the Carthage waters would judge the time and rush over to surround them. As the location of the battle was basically confirmed, there was no need to worry about getting lost and missing the opportunity to fight. The Third Fleet still insisted on a defensive strategy, but they widened the gap between their warships to cover more of the sea and prevent the enemy ships from bypassing them and approaching the port. What was ironic was that Morbear had deliberately lured the Third Fleet to the entrance of the port so that their rear would be attacked suddenly. However, now that the Carthage fleet wanted to retreat into the port, they realized that the Third Fleet had formed a circular formation in front of the port and completely blocked their way back. Should they escape elsewhere, or should they force their way into the port? Morbear was faced with an important decision. Time was running out, and the veteran had lost his previous calmness. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Finally, he gave the order, "Attack forward, break through the enemy's formation by force, and return to the port." Furthermore, he commanded the flagship to take the lead in charging forward. The reason why Morbail gave up on retreating was that he knew that Carthage's crew was already very tired after such a fierce battle. It would be difficult for them to escape the pursuit of Dionia's reinforcements. Moreover, there were a large number of soldiers on the warships of Dionia. Even if the warships of Carthage were to land on the nearby coast, the warships could easily fall into the hands of the enemy. Because at this time, Carthage had no military strength in the city, it was impossible to send enough soldiers to guard these stranded warships. 2 days ago, there was a secret report that the leaders of the Numidian tribes inland had secretly gathered to plot against the rule of Carthage. Therefore, the Senate hastily sent 7,000 public militia to suppress the rebellion. There were only 3,000 soldiers left in the city. With Morbair's flagship as an example, the other Carthage battleships also threw their previous caution and patience to the back of their minds, charging towards the Third Fleet one after another. At the same time, 3 red flags were raised on the flagship of the Third Fleet. The bugle sounded, expressing the determination of the Middle-Ages warships to fight to the death and not allow the enemy to open up a path. For the crew of the Third Fleet, they had paid too much for this battle. They did not want to fall short at the last moment. Everyone was on high alert, desperately trying to prevent the enemy from breaking through. The naval battle that had lasted on and off for 4 hours suddenly became white-hot. Unexpectedly, the first casualty was the flagship of Carthage's fleet. When it rushed towards the circular formation, the Raven warship that corresponded to it straightened its bow. Morbair ordered the helmsman to go straight ahead and not evade. When the deck of the flagship was hit by the enemy's drawbridge, Morbair led the few soldiers on the deck and rushed to the bow of the ship, followed closely by nearly 200 oarsmen. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to stop the attack of the Dionysian fleet soldiers on the deck. The attack of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet, who had been recuperating, was ferocious. While they used their leather shields to block the spears of the soldiers on the deck, they relied on the armor on their bodies to rush forward and stick close to the enemy, stabbing at the enemy with the short swords in their right hands. Even though they were on a swaying ship, the movements of the fleet soldiers were still very brave, swift, and precise, as if they were stepping on solid ground. This was the result of many years of arduous training. As a result, the few soldiers on the deck of Carthage's flagship were quickly stabbed to the ground. Morbair had lost the guards in front of him. Facing the menacing Dionia soldiers, the old commander of the navy did not retreat, nor was he afraid. He pulled out his sword with his skinny right hand and stabbed at the soldiers of Dionia. Immediately after, his sword was knocked away by the leather shields of the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At the same time, the short swords of the infantry also pierced into his chest. When he fell, there was no pain on his face, only calmness. He was born during the era when Carthage was at its most powerful. He had spent most of his long life in the navy, contributing greatly to the prosperity of Carthage. In the end, he died in battle at sea. He had no regrets. Sir Morbair. Avenge Sir Morbair. After that, the sailors of Carthage who rushed to the deck from the cabin saw the old hero of the city they respected lying in a pool of blood. They were extremely furious, no longer afraid of the heavily armed infantry of the Dionysian fleet. They charged forward with wooden oars and daggers, blocking the advance of the Dionia soldiers. For a moment, the infantry of the Dionysian fleet were blocked at the bow of the ship. The space was narrow, and many infantry were even blocked on the drawbridge, unable to reach the deck. This also caused the drawbridge to be unable to be removed in time. Just as the two sides were engaged in a battle, a Carthage warship bypassed the flagship and charged straight at the Raven warship. As the Raven warship was connected to the Carthage flagship, it could not move. The crew could only watch as the hull of the warship was hit by the bow of the high-speed enemy warship. Amidst the loud rumble, not only was the Raven warship smashed open, seawater gushed in violently. Amidst the violent tremors, many of the Carthaginian sailors and infantrymen on the deck of the Carthaginian flagship also fell into the sea. Screams and cries of shock filled the air. Amidst the chaos, the sailors on the deck of the Carthage flagship took advantage of the fact that the formation of the enemy was in disarray and the attack was weakened. They pushed the enemy to the side of the ship, causing many infantry to be pushed into the sea. Following that, the other Carthage warships followed suit. This caused the Raven warship, which was at the forefront of the Third Fleet's circular formation, to suffer heavy damage. The Carthage fleet gradually broke through the periphery of the circular formation and began to cut in. Middle-Ades learned the details of the battle from the lookout. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he resolutely issued an order: "The Carthage are fighting with their lives on the line. We have no choice but to fight with our lives on the line. Inform all the Raven warships that once the drawbridge hooks onto the enemy's ship, all the sailors in the cabins are to go to the deck. If the enemy ships come to attack, they are to jump to the deck and fight. If the Carthage sailors dare to do this, the Dionia will only be braver than them." "Yes, sir." This time, the captain did not remind Middle-Ades that the order was too complicated. This was because in the process of pursuing the Carthage fleet, Middle-Ades had learned his lesson and recalled a few clippers, which were now clustered around the flagship. Due to the circular formation of the Third Fleet, the warships were positioned around the flagship, and the distance between the warships was relatively small. The order was quickly conveyed. Since then, the naval battle had entered an even more tragic stage. Not only were the warships colliding, but the soldiers were also fighting, and even the crews of both sides were killing each other. The senators standing on the breakwater were worried, and the people who were still watching from the port were even more anxious. In order to ensure that their loved ones could break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, many shipowners, in a moment of desperation, steered their cargo ships and bravely rushed towards the gigantic Dionia warships outside the port, risking the great risk of their ships being destroyed, to assist their own navy in the battle. It didn't take long for the Third Dionian fleet to fall into an encirclement. However, they didn't show any signs of chaos. Every warship held their positions and stubbornly obstructed the advance of the Carthaginian fleet. The predicament of the Third Fleet did not last long. The Sicilian fleet finally arrived. The 250 warships had already arranged themselves into a goose formation, consisting of only 2 ships, the fast warships at the front and the Raven warships at the back. They surrounded the Carthage fleet and launched a fierce attack on the Third Fleet. The Carthaginian fleet that could not break into the port in time was immediately surrounded. Without Morber's unified command, some of the Carthaginian warships still wanted to continue charging into the port, while some turned around and fled in other directions when they saw that things were not going well for them. The result of fighting on their own caused their resistance to be quickly crushed. Other than a few Carthaginian warships that managed to escape, most of the warships were either damaged, sunk, or captured by the Raven warship. The 2 Dionysian fleets that had won did not pursue the escaped ships. The Third Fleet stayed outside the port. While rescuing the crew that had fallen into the sea, they also attacked the many cargo ships that had left the port to assist the Carthage fleet in the battle to vent their anger. The Carthage cargo ships that were scrambling to escape to the port were chased and crushed by the Dionia warships. Many capsized. The Sicilian fleet, on the other hand, sailed to the west, where the Third Fleet and the Carthage fleet first fought. There were also many Carthage cargo ships there. They had rescued the Carthage crew that had fallen into the sea, but out of anger, they did not stop there. Under the leadership of Barikos, these ships continued to cruise in the sea. They used wooden oars to knock out the floating Dionia sailors, causing them to drown. Morbal even planned to dive into the sea to see if he could sink the warships that had been captured by the infantry of the Dionysian fleet. At this moment, the Sicilian fleet arrived. As this fleet had won the naval battle not long after arriving at the battlefield and joining the battle, the crew members were still relatively energetic. Moreover, they were facing the Carthage merchant ships that had once made them suffer, so their desire to fight was very strong. They relentlessly pursued and swept away all the Carthage ships on the sea. Even Barikos' merchant ship was eventually overturned. It was not until there was not a single Carthage ship in sight that the warships of the Sicilian fleet stopped their exhausting rampage. They began to rescue the Dionia sailors who had fallen into the water and placed them on the Carthage warships that had been captured by the infantry of the fleet. Throughout the entire process, the citizens of Carthage on the shore went from excitement to panic, to choking with sobs, and in the end, the crowded beach was silent. They had heard about the crushing defeat of the army in Sicily, and the destruction of the allies of Carthage. Although they were worried, it was not as bad as witnessing the Dionian navy defeating their fleet and wreaking havoc in the waters that they relied on for survival. The strength of the enemy sent chills down their spines. The citizens of Carthage were not the only ones who suffered a heavy blow. The senators who were watching the battle from the walls of the breakwater were also the ones who were more affected. As they stood closer, they could see more clearly and had more thoughts, so the impact was even more intense. Fortunately, each of them was an elite noble of Carthage who had been tempered in the political arena for many years. After a period of silence, Hanno let out a long sigh and said with a heavy expression, "We should immediately start negotiations with Dionia. In order to achieve peace as soon as possible, regarding the conditions that Dionia has proposed. I think we should make some appropriate concessions." This time, Hanno's proposal was immediately responded by many senators. "Sir Hanno is right. Now that our navy is finished and our army is trapped in Sicily, for the safety of Carthage, we must stop the war with Dionia as soon as possible, even if we have to pay a price." Pay a price? I'm afraid that if the people know about this, they will never agree and will even go to the Senate to protest. You're too optimistic. Look at those lowly people. I believe that after watching today's naval battle, they will definitely be more anxious than us to stop this war. The Maganid faction led by Pretacuba remained silent. After all, the defeat of this naval battle made them deeply aware that the army led by Mago in Sicily would fall into an even greater predicament. Negotiating for peace was the only way to help them out of danger. At this time, Tapenrak wasn't ready to let them go as he said in a pained tone, "My lords, today we have all witnessed the defeat of the Marines. It can be said that this war, our Carthage, is a complete failure. In order to negotiate for peace, we will pay a heavy price. Shouldn't we reflect on this matter?" Half a year ago, Lord Hanno, Lord Egerton, and many other elders emphasized that Dionia's military is strong and if we wage war against Carthage, we hope that we can maintain peace. Why did some people insist on waging war, resulting in such a terrible situation today? Shouldn't we hold them accountable? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and subconsciously looked at Pretacuba. The declaration of war against Dionia was a resolution unanimously passed by the Senate, Pretacuba replied coldly. If it weren't for you frequently inciting the people to put pressure on the Senate, that resolution wouldn't have been passed at all. Also, the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship is also very suspicious. I propose that this matter should be reinvestigated in detail. We must not let some people escape punishment for crimes that harm the interests of the city for their own interests, and let us, who truly love Carthage, bear the anger of the people. Tepenlaco's words reminded the elders around him, and their eyes lit up. The failure of this war and the possible heavy price to be paid in the future would inevitably arouse the anger of the people of Carthage. The Senate did need a scapegoat to bear this huge responsibility, and Margot, who actively started this war, was undoubtedly the best target. Not to mention that the Maganid family, whose strength and prestige had suffered a serious blow in the war, had also made them less awestruck. Therefore, many elders expressed their approval one after another, hoping that the Senate would reinvestigate the matter of inciting the people to start a war against Dionia, and the theft of the Iberian silver mine by a Dionia merchant ship. If there was a conspiracy behind it, they would be severely punished. As more and more elders agreed with Tipenraco's proposal, Pretacuba saw Hanno's cold stare. He suddenly understood. Ever since the war broke out, the biggest enemy of the Maganid family did not give Lord Maganid too much of a hindrance. Instead, he was waiting for the most critical moment to stab the Maganid family with the most ferocious knife. He panicked a little and loudly argued, "Have you all forgotten? The reason why Carthage started the war is because Dionia declared war on Rome, and Rome is our ally. We must fulfill the covenant. Don't you think so, Lord Xianxia?" In the face of Pretacuba's pleading gaze, the white-haired leader of the neutral faction coughed a few times, turned to look at the others, and said, "Everyone, we should immediately send people to rescue the sailors who fell into the water, repair the damaged warships, bury the warriors who died in the war and comfort the people who lost their loved ones. We also need to discuss what concessions we might make in the armistice negotiations with Dionia, and send envoys to negotiate. There are so many things that we need to do immediately." The things you just discussed can be discussed after these things are done." Pretacuba's heart sank to the bottom. Although Xianxia said it perfunctorily, he could hear his support for Tepenlaco's proposal. Hanno stroked his beard with his hand, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. As the sun set and night fell, there were still countless ships shuttling back and forth on the sea near Carthage. Shouts and cries resounded in this once largest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea for a long time. In this naval battle, there were about 180 warships on Carthage's side, and 390 warships from the two fleets of Ionia. A total of 570 warships participated in the battle. After fighting fiercely for half of the day, the Carthage fleet lost 135 warships, and its commander died in battle. The third fleet of Ionia also lost 76 warships, and its flagship was also hit and sunk. When the Mytilades were rescued from the sea, they were shivering in the cold. In the history of the previous naval battles in the Mediterranean Sea, such a high casualty rate for both sides was unprecedented. However, the third fleet of Ionia paid the heavy price of more than half of the casualties in exchange for the near destruction of the Carthage fleet. It was difficult to recover in a short period of time, and they could not pose a threat to the navy of Ionia. This allowed the navy of Ionia to sail boldly in the waters of Africa, and they could directly oppress and blockade the city of Carthage. This was a great strategic victory for them. Therefore, after receiving the news of this naval battle, Devers was very excited. He publicly praised the seamless unity of the two fleets, their fearlessness of sacrifice, and won this important victory for the kingdom. He called on the entire army to learn from them, and promised that all the crew who participated in the battle would be recorded as a great merit. At the same time, he would urge the Ministry of Military Affairs to replenish the damaged ships of the Third Fleet as soon as possible. 2 days later, Ocherdon, who was the envoy of Carthage's negotiations, rushed to Minoa, hoping to restart the peace talks. Devers readily agreed in person, but secretly instructed Henoborus to delay the negotiations as much as possible. When the Senate of Carthage learned that the king of Ionia still welcomed the peace talks, it immediately passed a resolution and sent an envoy to the Carthage camp in Cyrrhenus to inform Margo to suspend the attack on Cyrrhenus to ensure the smooth progress of the peace talks. Unexpectedly, Margo received more news. Pretacuba had sent someone to remind him. These days, the people of Carthage not only strongly called for the war to stop and restore peace, but also expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the war against Ionia. The Senate was also turbulent, saying that it was responding to the people's demands and was ready to launch an investigation into the series of events that happened before the war. The target was obviously the Magonid family led by Margo. After receiving this news, Margo realized the danger he was in. After discussing with his family's generals, he made a firm decision: he would never obey the decision of the Senate, stop the reorganization of the Numidians in the camp, and restart the attack on Cyrrhenus city. He decided to use a victory to restore the prestige of the Magonid family in Carthage. After the Devers received the news that Margo led the army to restart the attack on Cyrrhenus, and learned the general reason through other channels, they immediately asked Henoborus to question Ocherdon. Since Carthage was already negotiating a truce with Ionia, why did he still order the Sicilian army to attack Cyrrhenus? Ionia doubted the sincerity of the negotiations and decided to suspend the negotiations until the Carthage army in Sicily truly eliminated their hostility to Ionia. Ocherdon wanted to refute Henoborus. While Ionia was negotiating, did they not let their fleet continue to cruise in the waters of Sicily? They even penetrated deep into the waters of Carthage, posing a great threat to the ships entering and leaving the port. However, the current war situation was extremely unfavorable to Carthage. Ocherdon shouldered the heavy responsibility of urgently reaching an agreement as soon as possible to safeguard the safety of Carthage's homeland. Therefore, he did not dare to say such harsh words. Instead, he sincerely promised that the attack on Cyrrhenus was not inspired by the Senate. It must be Margo's private action. He would immediately rush to Cyrrhenus to stop Margo's hostile actions, and the senators would also punish Margo. He hoped that the negotiations could continue after this matter was settled. Henoborus, who had received the Devers' instructions, of course welcomed this. Although Ocherdon made a solemn vow in Minoa, in fact, he was not confident that he could persuade the noble and stubborn patriarch of the Magonid family to stop the attack on Cyrrhenus. Just as Ocherdon feared, the harmonious atmosphere between the two was no longer there. This time, not only did Margo reject Ocherdon's request to stop the attack, but he also loudly reprimanded the Hanoverians. Not only did the Hanoverians not unite to defeat the powerful enemy, but they also tried to incite civil strife and betray the interests of the city-state. This is treason. The two quarreled, and Ocherdon left angrily. Margo vented his anger, but he was not in a good mood. The original main force of the siege, the Numidians, had suffered too many casualties during this period, and coupled with the suspicion and scrutiny of the generals and team officers, now no matter how much the generals threatened and tempted them, they basically did not contribute. Time was very important to Mago, and he could not care less, and decided to let the Iberian army he trusted become the main force of the siege. Although the Dionysian army had been working hard on building the defenses in Selinus, time was short and they couldn't compare to the outer walls, which were made entirely of stone. After 2 days of fierce fighting, on the afternoon of the third day, good news came from the front lines. Lord Margot, General Hasdrubal has taken over the western part of the inner walls. In fact, there was no need for the messenger to report. Mago, who was standing on the outer wall and watching the battle, could clearly see the Iberian soldiers in front of him climbing the wall. He immediately ordered excitedly, "Tell Hasdrubal, do not stop at the top of the wall, continue the attack, capture the port as soon as possible, and seize the whole city. Also remind General Hasdrubal to be careful of the counterattack of the Dionia." Pamilka interrupted. Mago glanced at him, and then waved to the messenger, "That's it. Pass the message to Hasdrubal, go quickly. Lord Margot, after we take over Selinus, you won't launch a new attack, will you?" Pamilka asked in a soft voice, worried about his gains and losses. The excitement on Mago's face quickly disappeared, and he snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "The Senate has already threatened me to stop sending us rations, how can I launch a new battle?" Pamilka sighed and said worriedly, "Our reserve rations can only last for less than 10 days. If Carthage stops sending us rations, then we'll," Margot said calmly, "our navy has been completely defeated. I heard that Dionia's warships have been cruising in Carthage's waters every day. It's impossible for Carthage to transport military supplies here. What's the point of the Senate threatening us? Moreover, even if the Dionysian fleet were to lift the blockade during the negotiations, would the Senate really dare not supply us with food? You should know that this army is not only made up of Namibian and Iberian natives, but also citizens from Carthage and the Phoenician allies. If they starve to death, they won't be afraid of incurring the wrath of the people of Carthage." Mago, who held military power, acted shamelessly, and the nursing home could not do anything to him for the time being. Pamilka was speechless. He sighed and said, "Lord Mago, if you do this, you will anger many senators. When you return to Carthage, I'm afraid you will be interrogated by the Senate." "I'm not afraid of their interrogation." Mago's face showed a hint of anger. He said in a low voice, "I'm worried that some people will put the name of the culprit who caused Carthage to be forced to negotiate on me, tarnishing the honor of the great Maganid family. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Think about it, since we landed in Sicily, we have conquered Minoa, Agrigento, Iconium, and Gela, won the Battle of Gela, invaded Dionia's territory in Sicily, and even deterred the main army led by the king of Dionia from fighting us. On the contrary, Montenegro's army suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Minoa, and the navy led by Anubis suffered repeated defeats. Who recommended them? Now, we have conquered the heavily guarded city of Selinus. If the Senate insists on putting the blame on you and me, the people will understand that the real sinner will not be us, who have been winning victories for Carthage, but some incompetent and shameless senators." At this point, Brother Ma took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers who were cheering for their victory on the city wall. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since Ekrodon said that the Dionians are very willing to negotiate, our capture of Selinus will increase their willingness to negotiate. This will also give Ekrodon more bargaining chips in the negotiations and reduce the price they have to pay." Mago's greatest fear was that if the Dionia stopped the peace talks and continued to fight, his army would collapse due to lack of food. But at this time, he had fallen into a double dilemma of politics and military affairs. In order to defend the honor of himself and his family, he had no other choice. Pamilka obviously thought of this as well, so he was not completely moved by Mago's words. He said quietly and frankly, "I hope things develop as you say." The two of them quickly fell into silence, each holding on to the battlements and silently looking forward. After some time, a messenger rushed in. "Lord Mago, the Dionia have built a strong wall in front of the port. They have dug trenches and set up stables. The number of enemies on top of the wall is increasing, and our attack is blocked. General Hasdrubal is asking for instructions." Mago's heart tightened. He immediately asked, "What does Hasdrubal think?" The general thinks that the soldiers are very tired after fighting for so long, and they don't know the enemy's defense. He hopes that the soldiers can retreat and regroup, and attack tomorrow when they are fully prepared. Damn those Dionia! How many walls did they build? Mago, who was eager for victory, lost his composure and cursed. This should be the last line of defense of Dionia in Serenus, Pamilka comforted. Time, oh, time. Margot muttered in his mind. He had wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and stop the war against Dionia so that the truce negotiations could continue and win a chance of survival for the army. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Let Hasdrubal retreat with his troops for the time being. Mago said angrily and slammed his palm on the battlements. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that there seemed to be black smoke rising from the far right behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that northwest of the Carthaginian camp outside Serenus city, not only were there flames flashing and black smoke billowing, but if he listened carefully, he could also hear the sounds of battle. What's going on over there? Pamilka exclaimed. Send someone to check it out. Mago's intuition, honed from 10 years of experience in the Iberian battlefield, told him that the situation was not good. He decisively ordered his adjutant to immediately send someone to inform Stichamo, the general in charge of 10,000 Carthage's militia and responsible for guarding the camp, that there has been a change in the northwest camp. Let him lead the army to quell the rebellion. Also, send someone to inform Casego. Casego is currently leading more than 6,000 Phoenician soldiers as a reserve force for the siege and is on standby in Serenus. Tell him to immediately lead the troops back to the camp and assist Stichamo. Yes, my lord. The adjutant immediately went to arrange for the messengers. Is there a rebellion among the Namibian cavalry? Pamilka asked worriedly as he pointed to the place where the thick smoke was rising. As the Carthaginian army had built walls on both the north and south sides of the camp in order to capture the city of Serenus, it blocked Margot's line of sight at this time, making it impossible for him to see the situation inside the camp. However, that direction was mainly where the Namibian cavalry's camp was located, so Pamilka made this guess. That's hard to say, Mago muttered. He dared not make a rash judgment because there were not only Namibian soldiers in that direction, but also Lusitanian cavalry and a small number of Namibian infantry. Moreover, the Dionysian army's successful raids on Palmos and Lily had left a shadow in Mago's heart. At this moment, he suddenly had a more terrifying guess. Could it be that the Dionysian army had secretly invaded the camp? He could not help but shiver a few times. Once again, he shouted to the adjutant, hurry and inform Hasdrubal immediately. Tell him to lead 10,000 men to defend the newly captured inner city and lead the other troops back to the camp immediately. As soon as Mago gave the order, he saw several scouts galloping from the camp to the wall, shouting, Lord Mago! Lord Mago! What's the matter? Mago hurriedly poked his head out from the battlements. Lord Mago, the Namibian soldiers who went out to patrol this morning suddenly attacked the soldiers stationed at the western camp gate when they returned to camp and occupied the camp gate. At the same time, there was a rebellion in their camp. The Namibian cavalry gathered together and not only burned their own camp, but also launched an attack on the nearby Carthage cavalry camp. After General Stichamo received the news, he was gathering troops to quell the rebellion. Before he could reach the western camp, he received news that the Namibian camp in the east was unstable. Some Namibian soldiers were attacking their officers and plotting to start a rebellion. General Stichamo believes that there are not enough troops to quell the rebellion in the entire camp in time. He hopes that you can send more reinforcements. This must be caused by the Dionia. We didn't clean up the Namibian army of spies. And those rebellious Namibian cavalry, they must have been incited by the Dionia. Pamilka said cautiously at this time, his expression filled with regret. During the reorganization of the entire Carthage army, some Namibian spies released by the Dionia had been found. If it were not for Mago's haste to attack Serenus, Pamilka believed that a few more days of reorganization would be enough to ensure the stability of the Namibian army. However, both of them had neglected the Namibian cavalry. The reorganization and review of them were not strict because when the rumors about the Namibian army were spreading, the Namibian cavalry camp was very calm. In addition, the Namibians in the east and west were relatively independent and did not have much contact. Therefore, both Mago and Pamilka had the illusion that the Namibian cavalry was trustworthy. After hearing the cavalry's request for help, Mago was relieved at first. The movement in the camp was not caused by the Dionysian army's raid. Then, Margot's heart was in his throat again. The cavalry was the biggest reason why he was confident that he could defeat the main Dionia army in the battle. Now that the Namibian cavalry, which made up the majority of the entire cavalry army, had rebelled, he could not help but feel anxious. Did the Mauritanian cavalry and the Lusitanian cavalry also participate in the rebellion? This was the first question that came to Margot's mind. Their camps have remained quiet. They did not participate in the rebellion, but they also did not assist us in suppressing the rebellion. These damn barbarians. Margot cursed under his breath. In fact, he knew very well that temporary hired troops like the Mauritanian and Lusitanian cavalry could not be very loyal to Carthage. However, their attitude of being bystanders made him feel the urgency of the situation. He immediately said, "Go tell Xianxia immediately and let him lead the army to quell the rebellion of the Namibian cavalry. Do not let them escape the camp as much as possible. In addition, he also needs to separate a group of troops to guard our supply camp. And, tell him not to worry, the reinforcements led by Kisco will soon return to the camp." Brother Margot anxiously watched the scout ride away. After a while, he saw the army led by Kisco coming out of the gate. Just as he took a breath, he saw another cavalry galloping to the foot of the city. Reporting to Lord Margot, the Dionysian army has been found in the east, and they are approaching the camp. The east of the camp? The Dionysian army entrenched in Minoa finally came out. This had always been Margot's expectation, but now it made him nervous. Obviously, the Dionia wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Carthage's camp to launch an attack. How many of them came? Margot asked anxiously. We didn't get the report from the scouts in advance. This was discovered by the sentries at the top of the camp wall. We can't make an accurate judgment, but it seems that there are a lot of them. The scouts sent out by Carthage's army were basically the Namibian cavalry. Now that they had rebelled, I'm afraid that they have long colluded with the Dionia. When the sentries in the camp discover the traces of the Dionysian army, it means that the enemy is already very close to the camp, so the situation is a little critical. Margot thought of this and said eagerly, "Go find Kisego immediately and let him lead the reinforcements to defend against the Dionia's attack on the camp." Then, he said to his aide, "Send someone to inform Hasdrubal. Tell him to bring the army back to camp." After giving the order, Margot was no longer in the mood to stay on the city wall. He and Pamilka led a group of people down the city and rushed to the camp. As the commander of the army, he had to stay in the camp, stabilize the army's morale, and thwart the enemy's plot. When they were about to enter the camp, Margot suddenly stopped his horse. He looked at the towering mud wall in front of him, then at his entourage around him. All of them looked anxious, including Pamilka. He smiled and said confidently, "Don't panic, everyone. The Dionia's plot will not succeed. We have carried out a purge of the Namibians a few days ago, and we have those experienced Iberian officers with us, so the Namibian camp can't be in chaos. As for the Namibian cavalry, they can't play a role in the narrow camp. Xianxia will easily defeat them. I'm glad to see that the Dionysian army, which has been hiding like mice on Mount Minoa, has appeared here. In this way, not only can we block their attack with the walls we have built, but when all the troops are gathered, we can take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, defeat them, and reverse the situation on the battlefield. Everyone, this is a great opportunity. You will have the opportunity to become the heroes who save Carthage." Margot's words were like a beam of sunshine that drove away the haze in the hearts of his entourage. Their eyes began to shine, and they were eager to try the next battle. To the east of the city of Cyrenius, the Dionysian army formed a long line, slowly advancing along the coastal road. In the middle of the line, under the two glittering royal flags, was the king of Dionia, Devers. He rode on a horse, talking and laughing with Henoboris beside him, as if he was on an outing and not participating in a battle. Tormid, who was behind him, could not help but remind, "Your Majesty, we are about to enter Cyrenius territory. Should we not approach Carthage's camp first? In case the Carthage army attacks us, it will be convenient for us to retreat. Hasn't the mountain reconnaissance brigade already figured out the enemy's situation?" Today, Margot has already sent his main force to attack the inner city of Serenus, and there are not many troops left in Carthage's camp. Besides, Devers pointed at the black smoke rising in the sky ahead and said with a straight face, the Numidians have already started to act according to the agreement. Of course, we have to follow the agreement to attract the attention of Carthage's people and make Margot make a wrong judgment. That's right. His Majesty has always kept his promises. Henneborus interjected. Tormid glanced at Henneborus and thought, you make it sound easy, but although the army led by His Majesty looks like it has a lot of people, in fact, there are only 6,000 Rome's reserve troops. They are temporarily wearing the black helmets and black armor of the wounded and dead soldiers of Dionia, a small number of reinforcements from Potentia and Samnice, and the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions. The total number is less than 10,000. The soldiers behind the troops are the laborers of the various legions and the sailors of the transport ships in disguise. They do not have any combat power at all. If the Carthage army really counterattacked, he could not help but worry for His Majesty's safety. At this time, Devers turned around and said with a smile, don't worry too much. We can see the black smoke in Carthage's camp. Alexis, Amyntas, Martones, and Prososus must have seen it too. I'm afraid they have already started to act according to the plan. Can the Carthage still divide their forces to attack us? I doubt it. Between the city of Serenus and the largest port was a thick wall. This was built by the soldiers and sailors of Dionia during this period of time to increase the height and thickness of the original inner wall. After Margot's Iberian army broke through the inner wall of Serenus, it became the last line of defense for the Dionia's garrison to protect the port. Hasdrubal felt that it was a pity. He felt that if the wall did not act as an obstacle, his army would definitely pursue and completely defeat the remnants of Dionia's army, completely occupying the entire city of Serenus and the port. But if he could pass through the wall and enter the port at the back, he would be surprised to find that the remnants of Dionia's army was completely an illusion. The entire port was currently occupied by a dense number of Diolian soldiers. Black smoke surged everywhere, forming a clear boundary with the blue waters of the port. Among them were not only the 1st and 2nd legions that had suffered many losses in the past few days, but also the Legio III and Lucania's reserve legions that had been staying in the eastern mountains of Sicily, as well as the Legio IV, Legio VI, and the 10th legions that had been entrenched in Minoa. They had all been quietly transported to Serenus by the Sicilian fleet and the Catanai transport fleet in the night 2 days ago. At this moment, more than 50,000 soldiers had gathered together. Of course, it was not just to defend Serenus harbor. The fully armed soldiers were eagerly waiting for the orders from their legion commanders. And at this moment, many of the kingdom's high-ranking generals that the people of Dionia were familiar with were standing on the wall. Alexis, Amyntas, Epitines, Martones, Lazaru, Olivers, Trotyras, Melisanda, and all the other commanders and legion commanders of the kingdom were all staring ahead, completely ignoring the swarming Carthage soldiers. The deafening sounds of battle did not affect their concentration at all. Suddenly, Melisanda shouted excitedly, "There's a fire! The Carthage encampment is on fire!" Amyntas immediately looked in the direction where Melisanda was pointing, but he did not seem to find anything. Just as he was about to reprimand Melisanda for lying, black smoke rose from the northwest. 1, 2, 3. Young people have good eyesight. Alexis smiled warmly. Kid, I think you're more suitable to be the warship's lookout. Amyntas punched Melisanda awkwardly. The faces of every legion commander were brimming with excitement. Oliver said loudly, "Everyone, with the blessing of Hades, the Numidian cavalry has already acted according to plan. Should we start moving too?" I think, before Amyntas could finish, Alexis hurriedly said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the Carthage soldiers to retreat. That way, our soldiers can start attacking." Amyntas coughed dryly. Although there was no one commander in the attack plan on this side of the harbor, Alexis' words did make sense. All the generals expressed their agreement and decided to temporarily suppress their excitement and wait for the situation to change. In fact, they did not have to wait for long. The Carthage soldiers below the city began to retreat. "We can start attacking." Amyntas' words received enthusiastic responses from everyone. In order to carry out this attack plan, Serenus garrison had specially opened up 2 more gates on this wall. The left gate was under Martoni's command, with the 2nd Legion and Legio VI. The middle gate was under Alexis' command, with the Legio III, Legio IV, and the 10th Legion. The right gate was under Aminta's command, with the 1st Legion and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. The middle gate had the most troops and the most complete legion. This was because it would be the main force of the attack, and at the same time, it had to support the allies on both sides. Woo! When Hasdrubal heard the loud bugle call from the Daionia garrison behind him, he was ordering his generals to gather their troops as soon as possible and retreat in better order. As he had fought the Dionysian army many times, he knew that the bugle call meant an attack, so he was a little surprised. Are the Daionia people crazy? If it weren't for the city walls, they would have been killed long ago. How dare they attack us? General, if the Daionia people are really coming out to fight back, that's a good thing. As long as we defeat them, we can seize the opportunity and successfully attack the port. One of the Iberian generals rushed to remind Hasdrubal. This was immediately agreed by the others, and Hasdrubal had the same intention, so he immediately changed his order. Go back at once and let your soldiers slowly retreat. Once the Daionia garrison is lured out, we can launch a counterattack. As soon as the generals left with the order, Hasdrubal received an order from Margot. The Numidians have started a rebellion in the camp? Hasdrubal was shocked as he looked at the sudden rise of black smoke in the northwest direction. He now understood why the Daionia garrison suddenly attacked. It turned out that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. He thought the same as Margot, that the Numidian rebellion would soon be quelled, so he did not want to obey Margot's order to lead the army back to the camp. Because of the stupidity of the Daionia garrison, the opportunity to capture the port was right in front of him. While he was hesitating, he received another order from Margot. The Daionia army is approaching the camp? Hasdrubal was shocked again. He finally understood why the Selinus garrison took the initiative to attack. They want to do their best to delay the siege troops led by me and prevent me from returning to the camp. Of course, Hasdrubal could distinguish between the camp and Selinus. Just the fact that there were provisions and supplies in the camp was enough for him to make up his mind. Hurry up and inform the generals to immediately lead the troops back to the camp. Not long after, the messengers returned with a shocking piece of news. The Daionia garrison was very large, and they were attacking Carthage's troops fiercely. Is the Daionia garrison trying to stall us? Or was he really launching an attack? Hasdrubal was so confused by the news that he decided to go to the front lines to see what was going on. Before attacking the inner walls, not only did Margot appoint Hasdrubal as the commander of all the attacking troops, but he also emphasized that Hasdrubal could not charge at the front like he usually did. It was his first time commanding such a large army, and Hasdrubal obeyed. He stayed at the rear. When the battle was going well, he did not feel anything was wrong, but when the situation became complicated, he could not keep track of the situation at the front. After the bugle was blown, the 3 gates on the left, middle, and right side of the walls opened wide. The Legion of Dionysia lined up in columns and rushed out. Carthage's army deliberately retreated, giving them more time and space. This allowed the Daionia garrison to boldly form a formation in front of the walls. And so, Carthage's soldiers were surprised to see the enemy rushing out of the city gates, then moving left and right in an orderly fashion, soon forming a continuous line. Carthage's generals felt uneasy, and began to prepare to give the order to attack. Just then, Hasdrubal's messengers arrived and ordered the troops to return to the camp immediately. The generals were dumbfounded. Retreating in front of the enemy was taboo, but Hasdrubal's order was firm and strict, as if something more important had happened. Some of the generals carried out the order, while others, such as the Lusitanian and Celtic leaders, refused to carry out the order, saying that Hasdrubal had given 2 completely different orders in such a short period of time, which was completely out of his mind. The Carthage army's disagreements in carrying out the orders resulted in some troops retreating, and some attacking. Before the battle even started, the entire army was in chaos. The Daonia's various commanders seized this opportunity and immediately launched an attack. The legionnaires shouted the name of Hades and charged at the enemy like a tidal wave. Although his vision was blocked by the soldiers, the thunderous roars shocked Hasdrubal, who had just caught up. He immediately realized that what the messenger said was true. The attacking Dionia army was not only numerous, but also had high morale. But at this moment, both sides were already fighting, and it was too late to change the order. The Legion of Dionysia on the left, center, and right sides of the army that had never fought in Sicily before, such as Legio III, Legio IV, Legio VI, and the Lucaria Reserve Legion. After landing in Sicily, they had been staying in the barracks. Other than training, they had heard news of victory after victory, and were envious of their allies fighting on the front lines. So when the order to attack was given, these legionnaires, who had rested for more than a month, roared thunderously, ran like the wind, and charged like tigers. After a loud crash, shields were broken, spears were broken, and Carthage's soldiers were either stabbed or knocked down. Due to the constant changes in orders, the formation of Carthage's troops was in chaos. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors managed to hold off the charge of the Legion of Dionysia. Under the city wall in front of the port area, from the east to the west, there was not a single spot where the Carthaginian army was not attacked. There were surging black figures everywhere, and deafening sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Quick! Hurry and inform Casego. We need reinforcements here. Tell him to bring the troops here immediately. Hasdrubal shouted anxiously at the soldier who had given the order. With that, he rode his war horse and galloped back and forth behind the battle formation. Together with his subordinates, he loudly boosted the morale of the soldiers, encouraging them to persevere in the battle and that reinforcements would arrive soon. In response, many Dionia soldiers at the rear followed the plan and shouted in Carthage's language in unison, "The Numidians are rioting. They're burning down your camp. Run! Or you'll be surrounded." When the Carthage soldiers heard the enemy's shouts, they became more and more panicked. They had indeed seen black smoke rising from the rear and wondered what was going on. Moreover, they had been fighting for most of the day and were almost exhausted. Even the Philip infantry, who were known for their tenacious fighting spirit, did not have the mood to fight anymore. Their morale plummeted, and the soldiers began to retreat. Only the Lusitanian and Celtic warriors were still fighting tenaciously. But when the neighboring allies began to flee and the enemy began to attack their flanks, preparing to surround them, these fierce natives of Iberia had no choice but to put down their pride and turn to flee. This large-scale assault battle lasted for less than 20 minutes before the outcome was decided. The Iberian army was completely routed, and the Dionysian army was in hot pursuit. The Carthage army had more than 40,000 soldiers, and the Dionysian army had more than 50,000 soldiers. Nearly 100,000 people were chasing and killing each other in the city of Selinus. The whole city was like a boiling kettle that was about to explode. Dust filled the air, and the noise was deafening. The continuous screams from behind made the Carthaginian soldiers run for their lives, even pushing and shoving each other. The ruins of the residences in the city, as well as their vision that was blocked by the dust, made them even more anxious. There were people constantly falling and being trampled on. When Margot went to the camp, he left some soldiers on the outer wall of Selinus. When the earth shook, the sound waves surged, and thousands of soldiers approached. The soldiers standing on the city wall were stunned. Even though there were black figures moving everywhere under the city at this time, throwing a javelin or shooting an arrow would not miss the target. It was an absolute opportunity to kill the enemy, but no one chose to do so. They felt like they were a small boat facing a huge storm that was about to hit. If they hesitated even a little, the boat would be destroyed and the people would die. Therefore, the soldiers on the city wall chose to flee without hesitation. So far, it took Margot nearly 2 months, countless manpower, and a lot of sacrifices to capture the city of Selinus. The Dionysian army took just over half an hour to recapture everything. They did not stop there and continued to pursue. When Margot returned to the camp, he immediately climbed the outer wall of the camp to observe the approaching Dionysian army. He saw the 2 flags of the kingdom of Dionia shining in the sun, and immediately realized that the king of Dionia was most likely in this army. As the Dionysian army got closer to the camp, the experienced Margot noticed that something was wrong with the army. At least half of the soldiers of Dionia did not behave like elites. This suddenly gave him a strong idea: why not go out of the camp to face the enemy? This may be a great opportunity to defeat the king of Dionia and turn the tide of the war. At this time, he received the news that the garrison of Dionia in the port of Selinus had attacked, and Hasdrubal's army could not return soon. At the same time, the Numidian cavalry who rebelled in the northwest of the camp noticed that the army led by Stichamo was coming in a hurry. They did not dare to fight and quickly fled the camp. Stichamo did not pursue them. Instead, he led the soldiers to put out the fire that was spreading. The army led by Xianxia had arrived at the Numidian camp in the southeast of the camp and was quelling the riot there. The entire Carthage camp had basically been restored to stability. At this time, Margot's mind was filled with the idea of going out of the camp to fight and defeat the king of Dionia. He did not care about the news that the defenders of Serenus had attacked. Instead, he sent a messenger to inform Hasdrubal to defeat the defenders of Serenus as soon as possible, and then rush out of the camp to fight with him. At the same time, he sent a messenger to inform Stichamo and Xianxia to get ready. The camp had been restored, and the Dionia defenders were no longer a threat. Instead, it was more advantageous for them to capture the port. Preparations for the battle outside the camp were also in progress. Everything was in Carthage's favor. Margot stood on top of the city wall, his hands on the bricks as he stared at the two dazzling banners of the Dioninian army outside the camp like a tiger lurking in the bushes, ready to pounce on its prey. However, an anxious cry broke his fantasy. Lord Margot! Lord Margot! Not good. The Dionysian army attacking from the port is very large, and their attack is fierce. Our troops in the city have begun to retreat. What? Margot, Pamilka, and the surrounding attendants were shocked. What the hell is Hasdrubal doing? Margot roared angrily. Lord Margot! No wonder there may be less than 20,000 enemies outside the camp. They may have hidden their main force in the port of Serenus. Pamilka suddenly realized. Of course, Margot also understood. Since Dionia had colluded with the Numidians, taking advantage of the Numidian rebellion and the unrest in the camp, it would be more difficult for the Dionian army to attack from the outside because the Carthaginian camp was protected by the city walls. On the other hand, it would be easier to launch an ambush in the port and launch a counterattack when the Carthaginian attacking army was tired. Margot had no time to reflect on his negligence. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He immediately realized that Hasdrubal's army had been defeated by a strong enemy. Now that the troops in the camp were scattered, it was probably too late for them to rescue Serenus. The only thing he could do now was to focus on defending Carthage's camp. He made up his mind and decisively issued an order. Immediately inform Xianxia and Stichamo to lead the army to defend the inner wall of the camp. Stop the Dionysian army from attacking the camp, and guide. Before Margot could finish, the deafening sound of fighting came from the south of the camp. Everyone's expression changed again. It turned out that Carthage's army had been defeated too quickly, and the Dionysian army's pursuit was also very fierce. By the time Carthage's messengers rushed back to the camp and reported to Margot, Carthage's defeated troops had been driven out of the city and were running wildly toward Carthage's camp, which was only a mile away from Serenus. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in hot pursuit. In order to capture Serenus, Margot had painstakingly built the earthen wall connected to the outer wall of Serenus. Now, it was convenient for the Dionysian army. Some of the legion's soldiers rushed along the earthen wall. As Carthage's army had advanced to the inner wall of Serenus, there was no garrison at all on the inner wall of the camp, allowing the Dionysian army to easily rush into Carthage's camp from many directions. The Carthage's defeated troops and the Dionysian army soon turned the entire camp into a mess. Margot stood on the wall and looked at the soldiers who were running around in the camp. What he heard the most was, "Help! Hurry up and run! We lost!" Margot had completely lost control of the Carthage's army. For a moment, he was at a loss. At this moment, he saw another army in a more complete formation, rushing from the south. The general leading them was Xianxia. He rushed to the wall and shouted, "Sir Margot, the Numidians have all rebelled. The situation is very critical. I will lead the troops to escort you. Let's quickly escape from the camp." The Numidian camp was mainly in the southeast of Carthage's camp, not far from the wall where Margot was. Xianxia had led the army there, so it was not a big surprise that he could arrive in time. However, in such a chaotic situation, it was not easy to ensure that the army under his command was basically intact. Margot stood on the wall, looking around at the huge camp where the defeated soldiers were running, crying, and screaming. He remembered the ambitious vow he made a few months ago to lead 100,000 troops to land in Sicily, but in the blink of an eye, it all became a bubble. Why did it suddenly become like this? Margot was very unwilling. Finally, his eyes fell on the Dionysian army outside the camp. The flashing golden flag was so dazzling. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He shouted, "Kisco, lead your troops and follow me out of the camp." The Carthaginian camp was filled with dust, and the clamor was deafening. There were still soldiers escaping from the camp gate. The Dionysian army outside the camp naturally noticed it. It was obvious that the plan they had drawn up beforehand had succeeded. Divers and the rest were very excited. Hence, Divers gave an order, "Advance, the army. Approach the eastern gate of the camp and stop the escaping soldiers." This time, Tormid did not raise any objection. But not long after, he loudly reminded, "Your Majesty, the Carthage soldiers who have just left the camp seem to be preparing to attack us." Of course, Devers also noticed this unusual situation. The number of Carthage soldiers who had just rushed out of the camp was large. Instead of running away in panic like the other soldiers, they gathered together, faced them, and actually began to form a battle formation. "Go and call Sextus." Not long after the Devers finished speaking, Sextus, the captain of the Rome Reserve Battalion, rushed to him. "Sextus, didn't you complain that you did not let the Rome Reserve Battalion participate in this battle? Now, the opportunity has come." The Devers pointed to the front and said seriously, "Do you see it? The Carthage people are preparing to attack us, and they want to make up for the failure of their camp through victory. You should be very clear that in this army, except for the Rome Reserve Battalion and the cavalry, the others are just there to make up the numbers. It seems that the other side has more people than us, but I hope that the Rome Reserve Battalion will be the main force to attack the enemy and completely destroy their illusion. Can you do it?" After hearing this, Sextus gave a strong military salute and said confidently, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Leave this battle to the Rome Reserve Battalion." The Devers immediately returned the military salute and said, "Tell my brothers that I will go with them. My safety depends on their victory." Sextus felt a great responsibility at this moment. He looked at the determined expression on the Devers' face and swallowed the words of persuasion he wanted to say. He turned around and ran to his own battalion. At the same time, the three commanders of the cavalry, Leds, Cuccio, and Acidames, also rushed to the scene. The Devers looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I know that the cavalry has not played a big role in the battle against the Carthage people so far. The next battle may be the last battle in Sicily. I hope you can revive the reputation of the Dionia cavalry." The three commanders looked at each other, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Led said excitedly, "Your Majesty, just give the order. We will definitely let the Carthage people see the power of the Dionia cavalry." "Very good. The 1st Cavalry Legion is on the left flank of the Rome Reserve Battalion, and the 2nd and 3rd Cavalry Legions are on the right flank. After the bugle is blown, immediately launch a frontal attack on the Carthage people's front line. After defeating the enemy, continue to pursue all the defeated soldiers who escaped from the Carthage camp." "Yes." After Leds and the others left, the Devers immediately told Tormid, "Send someone to inform the Numidian cavalry to immediately come and attack the rear of the Carthage army." "Your Majesty, those Numidian cavalry may not necessarily obey the order," Tormid said with some worry. The Devers smiled slightly and said confidently, "The reason why the Numidian cavalry is willing to cooperate with us to carry out today's battle plan is that they know the news that the Carthage fleet was almost wiped out. Now that the Carthage army is about to be wiped out, these smart fence-sitters will make the right choice." As they were getting closer and closer to the Carthage camp, the Rome Reserve Battalion at the front of the army had gradually changed into a checkerboard formation. In the previous Rome, they had practiced this set of tactics very skillfully. The Legion of Dionysia's tactics were roughly the same, just more detailed and complicated. After repeated practice during this period, they had mastered it. Sextus rode to the forefront of the formation, raised his hand high, and attracted the attention of the soldiers. He then shouted loudly, "Brothers, after becoming a citizen of the kingdom of Dionia like me, you have seen the strength and prosperity of the kingdom, and obtained land and rights. We are all very grateful that we have made the right choice, but we also have shortcomings. Many citizens of Dionia are full of contempt for us because we were once defeated and did not make any outstanding contributions to this powerful kingdom. Yet, we enjoy the same rights as them. Now, the opportunity is here. This time, we will become the main force of the battle and face the Carthage army in front of us. Show all your strength and courage, defeat them, and use victory to tell the other citizens of the kingdom that we, the people of Rome, are not weak. Roar! 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 The morale of the Rome soldiers hit their long shields with short swords and let out a deafening roar. At this time, the bugle sounded. Sextus turned his horse around and waved his hand forward, advance. Outside the Carthage camp, Margo, the military commander of Carthage, was also shouting to the panicking soldiers to boost their morale. Citizens of Carthage and the Phoenician allies, we have failed in this war with Dionia. Our fleet has been destroyed, and we are trapped on Sicily. We are about to become prisoners of Dionia and become their slaves. We will work in the dark mines until we die, and our homes in Africa will soon be invaded by the people of Dionia. Are we willing to bear the miserable fate that the lowly people of Dionia want to impose on us? The soldiers raised their heads one by one, and their eyes that were originally depressed were now focused on Margo. Margo struggled to point to the front and roared, "Do you see the Dionysian army in front of you? The king of Dionia, who brought us disaster, is in that army. Warriors, show your courage, defeat them, and capture the king of Dionia, and we can go home safely." The soldiers tightened their grip on the spears in their hands and rekindled their desire to fight. "Lord Margo, the Dionia army has sped up and seems to be ready to attack us first." Kisco hurried over to warn him. Just in time. "Let the soldiers speed up too," Margo said, dismounted and slapped the horse's buttocks. The war horse neighed and turned to run away. Then Margo said to the guards behind him, "Give me a shield and a spear." Kisco quickly stepped forward to stop him. "My lord, you should be commanding from the back, not..." Margo interrupted him loudly, "Don't say any more. Today, I want to fight with the soldiers." At this moment, the people around him were deeply moved. Pamilca, the adjutant, and the young nobles of Carthage, who were once ridiculed by Margo, dismounted, picked up their shields and spears, and stood beside Margo. Margo looked at them, smiled, and said with pride, "Today, let us fight together for Carthage." Kisco hurriedly took more than 6,000 Phoenician soldiers out of the camp. In addition, when Margo learned that the Dionysian army had appeared outside the camp, he urgently asked Sticamo to transfer 4,000 Carthage militia. Due to the impact of the defeated soldiers, there were still more than 3,000 people following Margo. Carthage had nearly 10,000 soldiers who could fight, which seemed to be a lot less than the number of Dionysian army on the opposite side. Moreover, the huge cavalry that the Devers had been afraid of before was now only a few hundred cavalry. Due to the single type of troops, the formation was very fast. Margo, Pamilca, Kisco, and other generals were holding shields and spears and walking at the forefront of the formation. The soldiers naturally followed them with firm steps. The terrified defeated soldiers behind them were crying and fleeing, but they could not shake their fighting spirit for the time being. On the Dionia side, the Rome Reserve Brigade was in the middle, and the Potentia and Samni reinforcements were at the rear. Both flanks were cavalry, and the Devers led more than 200 palace guards to follow behind the center of the formation. Meanwhile, the temporarily formed army of nearly 10,000 soldiers was evenly divided into two groups. They were positioned behind the two flanking cavalry, but there was a distance of 200 meters between them. After the bugle was blown, all the soldiers sped up, especially the cavalry on the two flanks. They quickly closed in on Carthage's army. Hundreds and thousands of javelins flew into Carthage's formation, and screams filled the air. This Carthage army only had a small number of light infantry, so they could not attack the Dionia cavalry from afar. The heavy infantry could only move forward quickly, trying to close the distance with the enemy and engage in close combat. But the well-trained Dionia cavalry quickly turned their horses around in order to widen the distance between them and throw their javelins. The heavy infantrymen who were running were unable to defend themselves well. Many of them were hit by the javelins, which forced them to slow down and hide behind their shields. As a result, only Carthage's army, which had not been attacked yet, continued to advance with large strides. "Prepare the javelins," the team officers shouted. It was the first time for the soldiers of Rome's reserve brigade to throw javelins in actual combat, but they were not rusty at all. The rain of javelins covered the sky. Margot only had time to shout, "Be careful and defend," and hurriedly hid behind his shield. Then he heard a shrill scream beside him. His adjutant fell on the grass. Margot's heart was burning with anger. He raised his spear, turned around and shouted, "Follow me, charge forward." He slanted his shield and rushed forward. The soldiers also roared angrily and followed closely behind. Seeing that there was not enough time to throw the second round of javelins, the soldiers of Rome's reserve brigade immediately launched a charge. Soon, the two sides collided. One side was fighting for survival, and the other side was fighting for honor. Both sides fought with all their strength from the beginning, and the battle was very fierce. A few minutes later, the Daionia cavalry finished throwing javelins and galloped to the outside. The Carthage's army on both flanks abandoned hundreds of injured and wailing soldiers and resumed their forward speed. Soon, they began to fight with the Dionysian army. Most of these temporary Daionia soldiers were citizens who were about to become citizens or free people who aspired to become citizens of Daionia. Although they lacked military training and the fighting skills of the heavy infantrymen, their desire to win was no less than the Rome soldiers. As long as they were rewarded for their meritorious service, they would take a big step closer to becoming a real citizen of the Kingdom of Daionia. Therefore, they fought very bravely. In addition, there were many of them. The Carthage's army on both flanks had just been hit by the javelins of the cavalry. Their morale had dropped, so the recruits of Daionia actually had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. At this time, the Daionia cavalry quickly adjusted their formation and assisted the recruits to launch a direct attack on the flanks. They lined up in a long single-file formation, straightened their spears, accelerated their horses, and swept past the rear of the Carthage's army on both flanks. When the enemy used a round shield to block the spear, the cavalryman would quickly let go of the spear in his hand. At the same time, he would hold the horse's neck tightly with his other hand to prevent the recoil from causing him to fall off his horse. Even though the soldiers of Carthage's army used the round shield to block the spear of the Daionia cavalry, the powerful impact caused him to stagger. His arms were sore, and he could not even hold on to the round shield. The next second spear could easily pierce his body. The attacks of the Daionia cavalry were continuous. It was like peeling an apple with a dagger. It did not look fierce, but it was lethal. As time passed, the Carthage's army on both flanks was on the verge of collapse. The morale of the soldiers plummeted, and they began to flee. The middle was still in a stalemate. Margot felt exhausted after fighting for so long. He panted and looked at the enemy in front of him. Their faces were different from those of the Greeks, but they were familiar to him. At the same time, he was puzzled and angry. Rome? They turned out to be Rome's people. Carthage was involved in this war to help Rome, but these former allies were blocking his way at this time. They wanted to take away his only hope of winning. Did they forget that it was Daionia who destroyed Rome? How could they become the lackeys of Daionia? Margot roared and gathered his strength again. He slammed the round shield forward desperately, and then stabbed the spear in the middle of the enemy's chest. Unexpectedly, the spear broke. Margot, who was caught off guard, immediately fell forward. "Lord Margot!" The soldiers on both sides desperately rescued him from the enemy's spear. Margot struggled to stand up. Due to exhaustion, his arms were sore, and his vision was blurred. He raised his head with difficulty. The Daionia flag that was raised high behind the enemy was so dazzling, and it was so close to him. Why? Why are we fighting so hard? But we can't break the formation of Rome and kill the king of Daionia. If my Iberian army is here, we can do it. We can catch that damn king of Daionia. At this time, there was a sudden commotion behind Margot, and it spread rapidly. He heard the panicked shouts of the soldiers. "Oh my God, it's the Numidian cavalry." He looked back subconsciously, only to see the sky full of arrows flying toward him, and then there was a sharp pain on his cheek. There were defeated soldiers everywhere outside the Carthage camp. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in hot pursuit. Coupled with thousands of cavalry sweeping back and forth, not only did these defeated soldiers fail to regroup, but it also posed a threat to the Dionysian army, which was scattered due to the pursuit. Many Carthage soldiers also surrendered because they had no hope of escaping. This time, Devers did not let the army chase after the victory. When dusk came, he quickly issued an order: withdraw the troops back to the city. On this day, in the battle at Serenus, the Dionysian army joined forces with the Numidian cavalry and purposely retreated inside the city to attract the main force of the Carthaginian army to continue attacking. Then, they coordinated with the Carthaginian army and launched a fierce counterattack. At the cost of only 2,000 casualties, they completely defeated the Carthaginian army. On the other hand, on the Carthaginian side, more than 30,000 Numidian soldiers and Numidian generals rebelled one after another. The rest of the troops had experienced the siege of the city and 2 battles, suffering more than 6,000 casualties. In the process of escaping, nearly 8,000 people were captured. The remaining Alpha, Beta, and Gamma soldiers either fled west to Mazara city or north to Segesta. A small number of soldiers fled in the wrong direction in panic. They spent a night in the mountains in the east, starving and cold. The next day, they took the initiative to return to Serenus city and asked the Dionysian army to take them in. At dusk, Devers led the palace guards into Serenus. He decided to hold a banquet, which he rarely did. Due to the long siege, the two sides repeatedly fought in the city, leaving it in ruins. The banquet was held at the temporary residence of the commander of the Sicilian fleet in the port area. After intense preparations, food and drinks were served on the table in the evening. The legion commanders and 2 staff officers arrived one after another. They were surprised to find that the specific location of the banquet was not in the hall, but in the courtyard behind the entrance. This relatively spacious open space was filled with dozens of tables, and their king was sitting at the centermost table. This made it impossible for them to sit down according to the usual custom. They could only sit in a circle around Devers under the guidance of Marcius. Devers did not order the banquet to start immediately. Instead, he first asked about the process of today's battle and the casualties of the army. Except for the 1st and 2nd legions, which caused a little more casualties when they defended the inner city wall against the fierce attack of the Carthage army at the beginning, the other legions basically suffered little casualties. However, they seized a lot of loot. In addition to capturing nearly 10,000 soldiers, they also completely seized the supply camp of the Carthage camp. The mountains of food and a large number of ordnance made the logistics officers who went to count them smile from ear to ear. Not to mention, they also seized more than 2,000 war horses. Therefore, every legion commander looked relaxed and talked happily. At this moment, the guards outside the gate shouted, "The leaders of Namibia have arrived." Subsequently, dozens of Namibians in shabby clothes, some of whom had not even washed their clothes, walked into the courtyard uneasily. Only then did the generals understand why so many tables had been set up. The Devers stood up and said loudly with a smile on his face, "Welcome, our new friends of the kingdom of Dionia. Please sit down." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Henneborus, who was next to him, immediately translated loudly. He did not speak Namibian. He spoke Carthage. Over the years, he had assisted the king of Devers in researching information about Carthage, so he began to learn Carthage on his own. He was now fluent in it. Under Carthage's rule for a long time, most of the leaders of the Namibians could speak Carthage. After Henneborus translated, the Devers immediately began to applaud. The generals followed his lead and clapped one after another. The Namibian leaders felt the goodwill of the Dionia people and felt a little relieved. They were led to their seats by the soldiers. After seeing everyone sit down, the Devers picked up a glass of wine and said loudly, "Today is a day worth celebrating. Under the excellent command of our generals, the heroic battle of our soldiers, and the cooperation of our new Namibian friends, we have completely defeated the Carthage army. From now on, we will no longer defend, but attack. And attack. So, for this glorious victory, let us toast. Cheers! Cheers!" All the generals were excited and raised their glasses high. Even Matonis and Olivers knocked on the table with their hands and cheered loudly. After listening to Henneborus's translation, the Namibian leaders also raised their glasses. Everyone drank in one gulp. The Devers immediately refilled their glasses and said, "This second toast is to our new friends of Namibia." In the past, Dionia and Namibia were strangers to each other due to the distance between them. Before this war, both sides had fought each other many times. Of course, you were forced to do so by Carthage's people. However, there's an old saying in the East that goes, no discord, no concord. You and I, who were forced to be involved in this war, have come together in the end. In the past, we had never worked together, but you trusted us unconditionally. You took great risks and successfully executed the plan in today's battle, making our victory easier and fewer casualties. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers of Dionia. In the name of Hades, I promise you that my promise to you will not change. Dionia wants to be a long-term ally of Namibia. Let's drink to that. After hearing this, the Namibian leaders were finally relieved. They held their wine glasses excitedly, stood up, and said in a trembling voice, "Good. Good." They gulped down their wine. The Devers then picked up another glass of wine and said seriously, "Although we have won a great victory this time, Carthage is still a powerful city-state. Whether it's us, Dionia, or Namibia, don't let down your guard. We should continue to strengthen our cooperation, continue to launch attacks, and completely defeat the people of Carthage. Only then can we ensure the safety of Dionia and prevent the freedom of the Namibians from being taken away. For this, let's drink to that." Everyone in the meeting raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. The Devers could not help but burp. He wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, looked around at the crowd, and said with a smile, "Today is a joyous day. I wanted to toast a few more glasses of wine, but I'm afraid that you'll criticize me and say, I've been fighting for a day and I'm starving. How can I just drink until I'm full? So, from now on, you can eat as much as you want. Due to the lack of time and limited conditions, the dishes are not very plentiful. However, with Carthage as our military rations, we won't limit it tonight." The generals understood the mockery in the Devers' words and laughed. When Henipolis was translating, he was worried that the Namibians would not understand, so he added his own explanation, which made the Namibians laugh. In order to let the Namibians relax, the Devers specifically told Henipolis in advance, "Do not add water when preparing the wine." That was why the Talii wine tasted very sweet and delicious in their mouths. However, after drinking 3 large glasses of wine on an empty stomach, many of them were already a little tipsy. Their previous restraint and nervousness were gradually forgotten. In addition, they were really hungry. One by one, they grabbed the food on the table and gulped it down. The courtyard was filled with chewing sounds, and the atmosphere began to warm up. Although the Devers was a little hungry, he was over 40 years old and had been paying more attention to taking care of his body in recent years. He had been chewing slowly. After a while, a Namibian stood up, and with the help of the alcohol, he said loudly in the Carthage language, "Oh, Honorable King of Dionia, we believe in your promise to us, to let us Namibians regain our independence. But we have completely betrayed the Carthage people. They must hate us very much, and the greedy Carthage people have always coveted our land. Even if we chose to retreat because of our defeat this time, the Namibian tribes are still very weak compared to the Carthage. When the Carthage recovers from their defeat, they will definitely retaliate against us double. When that time comes, what can Dionia do for us?" His words resonated with some of the Namibian leaders, and they all agreed. After listening to Henipolis's translation, the Devers did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Are you from East Namibia or West Namibia?" "I'm from the Sarmu tribe in East Namibia. I'm the son of the chief, Krieg." The Devers nodded. The Namibians he had asked Henipolis and Tormid to invite to the banquet this time were either tribal leaders in West Namibia or influential figures in East Namibia. The Devers knew very well that compared to the West Namibians, Carthage's control over East Namibia was stricter and more oppressive. This also made the East Namibians very afraid of Carthage. When he sent spies deep into the Carthage camp in an attempt to unite with the Namibians, the West Namibians were more active. Today, they were the first to rebel. Although the East Namibians were more numerous, they did not respond as much. Of course, this was also related to their different organization in the Carthage army. In the end, when they saw the main force of the Carthage army, the Iberian army was completely defeated and the legion of Dionysia soldiers were right in front of them, they hurriedly launched a rebellion. It was more like an act of desperation to save themselves. The Devers understood this better. He said with a gentle expression, "Through this cooperation, I believe that we both know each other's sincerity." Since we have a common enemy, why don't we continue this cooperation and let Dionia and Namibia become a long-term alliance? Whether it's a year later or 5 years later, as long as another force dares to attack one of us, the other side will take the initiative to declare war on that force. Both sides will work together to defeat the enemy. What do you think? Establish a long-term alliance? Krieg thought for a moment and smiled in relief. This is a very good suggestion. In this way, we have nothing to worry about. It's good to become a long-term alliance. I agree. Agree. When will we become allies? Many Namibians expressed their agreement excitedly. At this time, another Eastern Namibian stood up and asked, "Respected King of Dionia, we Eastern Namibians live in the interior of Africa. The coast is controlled by Carthage and his Phoenician allies, and Dionia is far away in Italy and Sicily. If Carthage sends troops to invade our territory in the future, we won't be able to inform you in time. By the time you find out, I'm afraid that many tribes will have been captured and destroyed by Carthage. In that case, an alliance doesn't seem to be of much use." The excitement on the faces of the Namibians quickly faded, especially the Eastern Namibians. The words of this compatriot made them suddenly realize that an alliance with Dionia did not seem to be able to eliminate the danger they were facing. Devers laughed and said loudly, "You don't have to worry. After Dionia annihilates the Carthage army in Sicily, they are not going to stop. We are also going to land in Africa and attack Carthage's Phoenician allies, and eventually launch an attack on Carthage city. Only by completely defeating Carthage, this greedy city-state will sign the agreement and agree to return your land and release your compatriots who have been enslaved by them. At the same time, we Dionia will also build a few towns on the coast of Africa, so that we can monitor Carthage closely, strengthen our ties with you, and at the same time, we can conduct fair trade with you and improve your lives." At this point, the Devers noticed that the Namibians were looking at them with bright eyes, and their faces were once again filled with excitement. The surrounding Dionysian generals were astonished. After all, apart from telling Heliborus part of the plan in Davos' mind, he did not reveal it to anyone else. However, the eyes of people like Amintas, Matonis, and the others were also shining because this meant that even if the war in Sicily ended, this war would continue, and they would have more opportunities to contribute. The Devers then said, "Of course, our Dionysian army is completely unfamiliar with Africa, so we still need the full assistance of Namibia. Let's work together and finally force Carthage to surrender." "That's great. We're very willing to join forces with Dionia to attack Carthage city." Almost all the Namibians were overjoyed. The words of the Devers had completely dispelled their doubts. One after another, they expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Dionia. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Dear King Devers, I'm Tynum, the leader of the Asalai tribe of West Numia. I have a question. Dionia is a kingdom, but our Namibia is not only divided into 2 parts, east and west, but each is composed of many tribes. Each tribe has different interests. Once we form an alliance with Dionia, if a war breaks out between the tribes, who will Dionia, as an ally, choose to help?" The Devers looked at the lanky Namibian leader with a gloomy gaze. He was not unfamiliar with the name. He immediately said sincerely, "Leader Tynum, I've heard that you played a great role in bravely resisting the army of Carthage this time. I'm very grateful for this, and I won't forget the contribution of your tribe." The Devers looked straight at him. Although he did not explicitly say that the promise would not be changed, he believed that he could understand the meaning behind the words. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Tynum's face. He bowed slightly in return. "The question you just raised is very good. What I want to emphasize to you is that the alliance between Dionia and East and West Namibia is not like the alliance between Carthage and the Phoenician city-states. I'm sure you all know that the other Phoenician city-states must obey the orders of Carthage. What I hope to establish is an equal alliance. Every tribe in Namibia, big or small, strong or weak, is equal to Dionia. Therefore, you can rest assured that Dionia will respect each of your tribes according to the covenant and will not interfere in your internal affairs. Of course, if there is an internal conflict and you take the initiative to ask for help from Dionia, we will try our best to mediate for you. However, we will never be biased towards one side, nor will we provide supplies or send troops, so you can rest assured. As far as I know, you Namibians are a relatively united race. There are basically no major conflicts between tribes. Devers praised the unity of the Namibian tribes and the lack of conflicts. This was only the surface truth, but the underlying reason was that the East Namibian tribes were struggling to cope with Carthage's relentless advance. With survival being a problem, they did not have the energy to pursue the development of the tribes. As for the West Namibian tribes, Carthage's control over them was also relatively tight. As the leader of the alliance, it vigorously attacked and weakened the ambitious tribes who dared to initiate conflicts. For example, the Masalai tribe had learned a few lessons and had no choice but to follow the rules. As a result, many tribes in the Namibian region huddled together for a long period of time. Not only did they maintain peace, but they also maintained good relations. However, the shrewd Devers would never mention that when the threat of Carthage was eliminated in the future, whether the Namibian tribes could still maintain such peace. However, most of the Namibians did not have a long-term vision and did not think deeply. Instead, after listening to the Devers, they nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with pride. Now, they were very satisfied with the Devers' answer, dispelling their doubts and worries, leaving only one thought: Dionia was indeed different from Carthage. It would become the strongest ally that the Namibians could rely on. Therefore, they raised their glasses and toasted the Devers to express their gratitude. The Devers and the generals also raised their glasses in return, and the atmosphere of the banquet became even more enthusiastic. Late at night, the banquet ended. One by one, the Namibians left drunk and satisfied. The generals also returned excitedly because the war would not end soon. Only Henoboris did not leave. He followed the Devers into the living room. The servants brought hot water and clean linen. The Devers covered his face with the linen that occupied the hot water. He immediately felt that under the hot air, all the pores on his face opened up, as if the smell of alcohol had been taken away, and his spirit was refreshed. He lay on his back for a long time until the linen became cold. Only then did he get up and take it off. Seeing that Henoboris was still sitting quietly next to him, he asked with some surprise, "Henny, is there anything else?" "Your Majesty." Henoboris bowed and asked softly, "We have completely defeated the army of Carthage. You also said at the banquet tonight that we are going to land in Africa and attack Carthage city. So, is there still a need to negotiate with the people of Carthage?" "Of course there is a need to continue negotiating." The Devers explained patiently, "Our army cannot relax against the remnants of the Carthage army that escaped into Segesta and Mazara. We have to continue attacking. Also, Mazara, Segesta, Eryx, Sicans. These remnants of Sicily Island need time to subdue and deal with them to ensure that we do not have to worry about the future. So, if the army wants to land in Africa, I'm afraid it will take some time. And during this time I don't want the people of Carthage to completely see through our true intentions and think of all ways to fully prepare for defense. This will cause great difficulties for our landing army. So, we have to continue acting with them, relax their vigilance, and buy us time. Your Majesty, this victory will probably make the people of Carthage even more anxious to negotiate with us. If we continue to negotiate according to the previous conditions, it is very likely that the people of Carthage will agree." Henoboris' reminder made the Devers fall into deep thought. After a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Henny, you are right. Since we have obtained a new major victory, it is natural to ask for more benefits." "Who asked the envoy of Carthage to not agree to the conditions we proposed earlier?" "Yes, in the last negotiation, I also specifically reminded the envoy called Ochradan." Henoboris also had a smirk on his face. "This new condition is to let the people of Carthage cede the southern part of Iberia to us. What do you think?" the Devers asked. The gold and silver mines in the southern part of Iberia are an important source of precious metal trade. We previously occupied Sardinia, and now we want the southern part of Iberia. If the people of Carthage agree, their precious metal trade will be completely destroyed, and their treasury revenue will also plummet. I don't think they will agree easily. What's more, the interior of the southern part of Iberia was developed by the Maginid family after more than 10 years of painstaking effort. It is their foundation, and they will definitely not agree to this condition. This way, we can bargain with the people of Carthage and achieve the goal of stalling for time." Henoboris seriously analyzed. "Yes. In Carthage, the enmity between the Maganid faction and the Hanoverian faction is very deep, and there are many contradictions. It is precisely because they are hindering each other in the war that we have created a lot of conditions for victory. Diver said with a sigh. There were some words that he did not say out loud, but hid in his heart. The Devers remembered that in the history of his previous life, after the First Punic War, Carthage ceded Sicily to Rome, Sardinia was later ceded, but the Hannibal family mainly relied on the financial and manpower accumulated from developing the southern part of Iberia to cause a huge disaster to Rome in the Second Punic War. Therefore, the condition he proposed was not just to stall for time, but he was determined to completely occupy this treasure land and not give Carthage a chance to make a comeback. Your Majesty, are we really going to attack the city of Carthage, and completely destroy Carthage? Hannibores' voice brought the Devers back from his thoughts. Looking at the court clerk's worried face, the Devers smiled. Why? You can't bear to? I'm worried that attacking the city of Carthage will cause a lot of casualties to our army. Hannibores did not completely tell the truth. Although his attitude towards the envoy of Carthage during the negotiations was bad, as a highly educated citizen of Dionia, he had gradually developed a considerable interest in the culture created by the people of Carthage through his research on Carthage over the years. He did not want such an ancient and glorious city to be completely destroyed. The Devers did not expose his thoughts, and calmly said, in ancient times, there was a giant snake. It was ferocious and extremely powerful, and no one dared to provoke it. But it had a shortcoming, and that was that it was very gluttonous. It ate from morning to night, and in the end, it ate itself to death. Hannibores blinked and said, Your Majesty, are you worried that expanding the kingdom too quickly will lead to danger? The Devers stretched out his hand and counted down with his fingers. Campania, the Samni Mountains, the Latin region, Corsica, Sardinia, all of Sicily, and if possible, the southern part of Iberia and the new towns in Africa. In this war, the land that Dionia has obtained has already exceeded the original size of its territory. Just to digest and absorb these lands and integrate the people of these lands into the kingdom of Dionia, we will have to spend a lot of time, manpower, and materials. This is not something that can be done easily. Africa on the other side of the sea is an even wider continent that we are completely unfamiliar with. The people of Carthage have lived there for hundreds of years and have great influence. To completely destroy them, we will have to pay a great price. And if we destroy Carthage, will we be able to replace Carthage's position in Africa? The Devers looked at Hannibores with a solemn expression. Hannibores thought for a while but did not answer. Devers said in a low voice, No, I don't think so. Because Dionia has no foundation in Africana, those Phoenician city-states will be secretly dissatisfied with us. The Numidians in the east and west will pursue their own interests because Carthage has been eliminated and the shackles on their heads are gone. If we want to replace Carthage's position, we may have conflicts with them. There are also Mauritanians and Libyans in the land of Africana. These are all races with a large population. Once Carthage no longer exists, Africana is likely to be embroiled in disputes and we will be involved. It will consume a lot of our energy and material resources. Is it worth it? After all, the center of the kingdom of Dionia is in Italy. Not only do we have to consolidate our rule in Italy, but we also have to continue the strategy of developing northward. We can't neglect the essentials. Hannibores listened carefully and pondered for a while. He suddenly said, We want to take Sicily, Sardinia, and southern Iberia to eliminate the threat of Carthage to the kingdom, but at the same time let Carthage continue to exist as a major force in the land of Africana, ensuring that the Numidians continue to rely on us. And we, Dionia, can mediate between the various forces, mediate disputes, and continue to increase our influence in Africana. Devers nodded and said, Henny, you understand well, so in future negotiations, we need to grasp this well. Of course, our army will continue to exert pressure. I think Carthage will eventually agree to all our demands. When Devers said this, he could not help but think of Carthage in the history of his previous life. After the Second Punic War, they had lost all their colonies, but after decades of development, they regained their prosperity. This made the people of Rome nervous and eventually destroyed them. From the Devers' point of view, the people of Rome were frightened by Carthage. They always had a kind of persecutory paranoia. In fact, at that time it was impossible for Carthage to pose any threat to Rome. When the people of Rome got angry, Carthage immediately sent out a large number of hostages. Today, Ionia did not have the fear of Rome. They had destroyed Rome and defeated Carthage in one battle. They were even more confident and powerful. Ionia was not afraid of Carthage even if they were only competing in terms of trade. Even after Rome won the Punic War and became the overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea, it was still a city-state that mainly focused on agriculture and was not very developed in trade and commerce. However, under his guidance, Ionia had already developed both agriculture and commerce. After acquiring the colonies of Carthage, the trade and commerce of the entire kingdom would only grow faster. 2 days after the victory at Selinus, the Dionysian army mainly stayed in the city of Selinus and the original Carthage camp to rest and reorganize. The Devers did not send troops to besiege the remnants of the army. They only ordered the 2 fleets to no longer patrol the waters of Carthage. Instead, they focused on sealing off the ports of Mazara and Eryx. At the same time, they also sent Ionia cavalry to patrol around the 2 towns and report back immediately if they found any abnormalities. The Devers believed that there were more than 10,000 remnants of Carthage's army hiding in these 2 towns. Without food supplies, it would be difficult for the people of these 2 towns to provide for them. Besides, the army led by Persosus had wantonly destroyed the farmlands in the western region, causing a sharp decline in the wheat harvest of these towns. It was hard to say whether the 2 towns could survive the winter, so how could they have any surplus food to support the remnants of the army? It would not be long before these 2 cities fell into chaos because of the food problem. In these 2 short days, there were no major movements in Mazara and Segesta. Instead, the leaders of the Sicans came to Selinus together. The Sicans who lived adjacent to Segesta were the first to receive the news that the Carthage army had been defeated. When they saw the once arrogant Carthage soldiers fleeing into Segesta in panic, they were shocked to the core. In addition, hundreds and thousands of Ionia cavalry and Numidian cavalry appeared at the edge of the Sicans' territory from time to time, scaring the weak mountain race of the Sicans. They quickly decided to surrender to Ionia. They even captured the leader of the Sicans' Tannic tribe, Arcones, and his cronies. They begged for forgiveness from the Ionia. Divers accepted their surrender and comforted them with gentle words that put the leader of the Sicais at ease. But then, in front of them, the Devers ordered their men to take Arcones and his cronies into custody and announced that they would be escorted to Mount Sicor, where all the tribes who had been attacked by the Carthage army and lost their territories and people would be publicly judged and executed. In the words of the Devers, any ally who betrayed Ionia should be severely punished. It made the leaders of the West Kai tribe nervous and alarmed them in their hearts. Margot refused to obey the Senate's order and insisted on attacking Selinus. This caused the anger of the other elders, except for the Magonid faction. The Senate held meetings for several days, fiercely debating whether to give this bold military commander the most severe punishment. In fact, many of the elders secretly hoped that Carthage's army could take down Selinus, so that Carthage could regain some of his disadvantage in the following negotiations. On the night when the Carthaginian army was defeated, Mazara city sent out a few cargo ships. They took a huge risk and quietly sailed towards Carthage in the dark night. In the end, there was only one ship that successfully reached its destination. When the elders learned of this news, they were shocked for a long time and did not come back to their senses. Previously, the navy was almost completely annihilated, and now, the army suffered a crushing defeat. The defeat of both Carthage's army and navy made the elders grieve, completely destroying any remaining arrogance in their hearts. In order to save the remaining army trapped in Sicily and the large number of soldiers captured by Ionia, the Senate held an emergency meeting. Unlike the usual debates in the meeting hall, the Magonid senators had heard from Mazara's messenger that although Hasdrubal had fortunately escaped to the city of Mazara, there was no news of Margot. Therefore, they were eager to restart the negotiations immediately, and try their best to agree to the terms proposed by the Dienians, so that a truce could be reached as soon as possible. But under such difficult conditions, negotiations with Ionia would definitely face more difficulties. Therefore, the elders actively discussed where they should make concessions, where they should insist, and what new demands Ionia might put forward. After spending 2 days, they finally came up with a more complete diplomatic negotiation plan. It was the first time for Carthage to pass a resolution on such a major issue in such a short period of time. During the meeting, the Senate also spent some time comforting the citizens of Carthage who were crying in anger when they heard the news. Aukradon once again acted as Carthage's envoy and sailed to Sicily. This time, he felt a great responsibility. After entering the western seas of Sicily, Aukradon prepared to enter the city of Mazara and meet with Hasdrubal. He wanted to know more about the situation so that he could be prepared. Unexpectedly, when the ship approached Mazara, it was intercepted by Daionia warships. After learning that Aukradon was Carthage's envoy, they did not allow him to enter the port of Mazara. Instead, they suggested that he go directly to Serenus. Aukradon, who was on the ship, saw many Daionia warships patrolling the port of Mazara. He felt the urgency of the situation and immediately ordered the ship to speed up to Serenus. The king of Daonia's encampment had moved from the Minoan west to Serenus. For the Dionysian army, this was a step of victory. However, for Carthage, this change meant that Carthage had completely lost this war. After Aukradon arrived at Serenus, he requested to meet the king of Devers, but he was rejected. He requested to negotiate again, and this time, he was granted permission. The negotiations were held in an empty house in the port area. Aukradon had entered the living room early to wait. Henoboris had delayed for a long time before he finally arrived. Aukradon suppressed his dissatisfaction and went straight to the point. In the past few days, we, the Senate, have discussed the conditions that you have proposed. We have decided to hand Corsica over to Daionia, and Sardinia, except for Santa Iberia and Calaris, to Daionia. As for Sicily, we hope that Daionia can return it to us, and we, Carthage, will give up our responsibilities towards the other city-states and territories in western Sicily. Arax, Mazara, Segesta, Palermos, and so on are all independent city-states. Whether Daionia wants to annex them or make them its subordinates, Carthage can negotiate with them on its own. Carthage will not interfere in any way. After that, Aukradon looked at Henoboris, but he was a little nervous. In fact, the bottom line that the Senate gave him for the negotiation was to agree to all the conditions that Daionia had put forward. However, since it was a negotiation, he could not show all his cards at the first meeting. He had to bargain for a while. Now, Aukradon was most worried that Daionia would use this victory to once again demand an exorbitant price and put forward new conditions. Sure enough, after listening to Aukradon's words, Henoboris sneered repeatedly. "Lord Aukradon, when you first came to negotiate, I said, if Carthage does not agree to our conditions as soon as possible, we may have to increase the price in the next negotiation. In the end, you took a chance and not only delayed the negotiation, but also let your army attack Serenus during the negotiation." At this point, Henoboris crossed one leg, tapped the negotiating table with his right hand, and said mockingly, "And the result?" The Carthage army in Sicily suffered a crushing defeat. More than half of the 100,000 troops were lost, and the rest are not far from destruction. At this time, it is a little inappropriate to use this condition to negotiate. Ecriton's heart sank. Henoboris straightened his face and said coldly, "Because the main force of the fierce attack on Serenus this time is the Iberian army, His Majesty is worried that even if the two countries reach a peace agreement, the southern part of Iberia ruled by the Maganid family will become the biggest threat to the peace between the two countries. Therefore, we have added 2 more conditions." To the original negotiation, Henoboris stretched out a finger and said loudly, "First, the entire southern part of Iberia, the Carthage colony, will be handed over to Daionia." He then stretched out a second finger. "Second, Carthage must return all the land occupied by Namibia and grant independence to the Namibians. They must no longer invade the territory of the Namibians and interfere in the internal affairs of their tribes." When Ecriton heard this, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect the demands of Daionia to be so greedy and fierce. It had far exceeded the imagination of the Senate. Agreeing to the conditions of Daionia would undoubtedly shake the foundation of the Carthage people. He did not dare to negotiate these 2 new conditions without authorization. This trip was in vain again. "Master Publius, Turiae is almost here." The Roman agricultural official, Tibulus, pointed to the front and said to the former great noble of Rome, now the newly promoted senator of Daionia, Publius Manlius, who was already panting a little from exhaustion. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Through Publius' own observation, He had already felt that Turiai was not far ahead. As the road became wider and smoother, the number of pedestrians increased sharply. Many of them were farmers carrying farm tools and covered in mud. The houses on both sides of the road became denser and taller. Sir Publius, there are still 4 or 5 miles from here to the inner city of Tilii. You'd better get on your horse first and save some strength. You can come down when you reach the inner city gate. Tiberius kindly advised when he saw Publius gasping for breath. 4 or 5 miles? Publius was a little surprised. Looking at the density of the houses on both sides of the road and the bustling crowd, it was not much compared to the inner city of some Latin city-states. It was actually so far away from the real inner city of Turiai. How huge was this central city of the Kingdom of Ionia? Publius had always thought that the city of Rome was the largest city-state in this land. Now that he looked ahead in disappointment, he suddenly felt his own insignificance. This strengthened his previous insistence: I don't need to ride a horse. I can walk, and I can take my time to enjoy the scenery of Turiai. After passing by the Turiai barracks, he heard the officials of Rome who came back with him talking about that except for special duties such as cavalrymen, horses were generally not allowed in the inner city of Turiai. Although it was allowed in the outer city, strangers would be questioned and reminded by the patrols. The main reason was that they were worried about hurting pedestrians. Publius, who had just arrived, quickly dismounted and walked in order to keep a low profile. At that time, he also used similar words to explain. Tibullus could more or less guess what he was thinking, so he did not persuade him anymore. Tibullus? Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Tibullus looked back and saw a young man dressed like a farmer striding towards him. He said excitedly, looking at your back, it looks like you. We were worried about you when we heard that you volunteered to go to Latin. Look at you now, you must be very tired in Rome. Are you on vacation this time? Or is it official business? Official business, Tibullus said simply. He then turned around and introduced, this is the new senator of the kingdom, Lord Publius from Rome. The young man looked at him curiously. He was a little hesitant, then he moved closer to Tibullus' ear and whispered, can he understand what we're saying? Lord Publius is very fluent in Greek. Tibullus said loudly. He then introduced to Publius, this is my former colleague, Xianxia, the agriculture officer of Demo in the northern outer city of Turiai. Publius immediately smiled and nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, agriculture officer Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly embarrassed. He quickly squeezed out a smile, stepped forward, and bowed. Lord Publius, welcome to Turiai. Tibullus and I are not just colleagues. We've been neighbors since we were young. We studied together in Turiai school, passed the exams together, and happened to be assigned to the agriculture department together. Do you think this is the blessing of Hades? Our friendship is very good. Xianxia said as he put his arm on Tibullus' shoulder and patted him excitedly. Although Publius did not quite understand what Xianxia said about Turiai school and exams, he still nodded politely. Tibullus pushed his hand away and scolded, your hands are dirty, and you're rubbing them on me. Xianxia immediately put on an angry expression. Tibullus, you've been in Latin for a while, and you're starting to dislike us agriculture officers. So what if I'm dirty? This is the proof of my hard work in guiding the people of Turiai to complete the spring sowing. Although he knew his good friend's lively character, his words still attracted Tibullus' attention. He could not help but ask, how's this year's spring sowing going? Of course, it's not going well. Xianxia shrugged and sighed helplessly. You should have felt it when you were in Latin. The war has lasted for such a long time, and the scale is so large. Our Turiai region has lost more than 40,000 young and strong citizens, and those who returned are all wounded. Think about how great the impact this has on Turiai's agriculture. Now, there's a shortage of labor here, not to mention the spring sowing. The autumn harvest has already given our Turiai agriculture officers a headache. We've applied to Governor Lucius and used a large number of the kingdom's slaves. We've also promised to shorten the period of becoming a citizen of the kingdom and recruited many free people. The war between Sparta and the Thebes and Athens is getting more and more intense, causing the people of Greece to start migrating to the kingdom of Ionia under the guidance of some people. Under our supervision, we finally completed the autumn harvest in Turiai. But before we could take a breather, it's time for the spring sowing. Fortunately, this time, Icichorus looked at Publius and deliberately lowered his voice. He said to Tibullus, Thurii has gained another batch of slaves from Latin and Syracuse. Originally, they were all going to be sent to Sardinia, but we Thurii intercepted some of them. These slaves are good at taking care of the fields. Coupled with the enemies from Greece captured in Apria, Thurii can ensure that there's no shortage of labor, and we can also provide help to the surrounding areas. However, it's very tiring to supervise the labor of so many slaves. Do you know why I have so much dirt on me? That's because I often have to go to the fields to personally demonstrate and teach them. If you had come to the outskirts of Thurii earlier today, you would have seen hundreds of reserve soldiers and cavalry patrolling the villages and fields to prevent these slaves from escaping or other accidents. It's quite a spectacular scene. Although Icichorus mentioned the slaves of Rome, which made Publius feel a little awkward, he listened very carefully and learned a lot about Dionia. After listening, Tibullus said with some worry, always using the slaves of the kingdom to solve the problem of labor shortage is not a solution in the long run. Of course, this is only temporary. Icichorus immediately took over the conversation and said in a low voice, pretending to be mysterious, last night, a fast ship from the south docked at the port, and a messenger sped into the inner city of the Senate. This morning, I received insider news. After our navy completely defeated the Carthage fleet in the waters of the Carthage a few days ago, His Majesty the Devers led the main army to completely defeat the 100,000 troops of Carthage at Serenus. The Carthage people have suffered repeated defeats. I'm afraid this war will end soon. Hearing this, Publius was shocked. The ally of Rome, known as the wealthiest and most powerful city-state in the western Mediterranean, Carthage, was defeated so quickly? Tibullus asked what he wanted to ask, is what you said true? Of course, the news is absolutely reliable. Icichorus said with certainty, however, the Senate did not announce this good news to the public today. I guess, this good news may be announced at the Kingdom Assembly tomorrow. By the way, Sir Publius, are you also here to participate in the Kingdom Assembly? Yes. Publius came back to his senses. Hey, you guys. Suddenly, a shout came from the front. Publius looked over, thinking that the soldiers of Rome had come to Thurii. He saw a group of patrolling soldiers in red helmets and red armor walking straight toward them. The patrolling soldiers were originally black helmets and black armor, but in recent years, they had changed to red helmets and red armor, mainly to distinguish them from the legions of the kingdom. At the same time, the red color was more eye-catching, making it easier to carry out official duties in a city with a large population. The leading officer looked at the group of people and the horses behind them suspiciously, then said with a serious expression, "Don't you see that there are a lot of pedestrians? You are still blocking the middle of the road and blocking the traffic. Hurry up and go." Tibullus quickly said, "We're leaving right away." Right away. Wait. Where did you come from? What are you doing in Thurii? Under the stern gaze of the patrol officer, Tibullus quickly took out the official document issued by the Rome City Hall and handed it over. After reading the official document, the inspector was very surprised. You are officials of Rome, here to attend the Kingdom Assembly? That's right. The governor of Rome, His Excellency Assists, originally did not plan to attend the assembly because he was busy. However, considering that the Senate and the councillors of the towns might be eager to know the details of Rome and the Latin region, he sent me to attend the assembly in his place. At the same time, the new senator, His Excellency Publius, also attended the assembly on behalf of Rome. Since this decision was made a little late and the journey was long, I only arrived in Thurii today. After Tibullus finished speaking, the inspector hurriedly hit his left chest with his right fist, saluted, and said solemnly, "Sirs, I'm really sorry. Now is the time of war. In order to ensure the safety of the assembly, the Senate has asked us to strictly interrogate any outsiders who enter Thurii during this period, so we had no choice but to delay your time. This is your duty." "We should cooperate," Tibullus said indifferently. "You, Tibullus." Icichorus pointed at him in surprise and dissatisfaction. He shouted, "You can attend the Kingdom Assembly, and you still hid it from me." Tibullus explained embarrassedly, "His Excellency Assists is too busy to attend the assembly. The officials of the other departments also have a lot of work to do." Only the Ministry of Agriculture of Rome has assigned the land, and the people there are very cooperative. The spring sowing is also going well. I'm relatively free, so he gave me this task. That's pretty good. Xianxia said with envy and regret. You are now the city's agriculture officer, and I'm still the agriculture officer of Demo. If I had known this, I would have gone to Latin with you. You can't compare it like that. Tibullus quickly comforted him. You are in charge of Demo in the central city of Turii. Whether it is rank or influence, Rome can't compare. When Publius heard this, he felt slightly uncomfortable. I'm sorry, sirs. The patrol officer loudly interrupted their conversation and reminded them, the Turii City Hall issued an announcement this morning. To ensure the smooth convening of the Kingdom Assembly tomorrow, the inner city gate will be closed early at sunset. There's not much time left. As he spoke, he pointed to the sky. Tibullus immediately became nervous and cast a reproachful look at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately defended himself. You can't blame me. I went outside the city early in the morning to supervise the slaves' work. How could I have time to read the announcement? Don't worry. I suggest you ride your horses and speed up. You will be able to get there in time. The patrol officer returned the document to Tibullus and suggested, if you encounter another patrol team on the road, quickly show them this. Also, please control your horses well and don't hurt any pedestrians. Tibullus immediately expressed his gratitude and then instructed Aeschylus, go back and tell my parents that I'm going to the inner city to participate in the convention first. I'll go home to see them after the convention. Don't worry, I will pass on the message. Hurry up and go. After Tibullus and Publius bade farewell to the other attendants, they immediately mounted their horses and went to the center of the main road, rushing towards the inner city. On normal days, pedestrians would walk on the sidewalks on both sides of the road, and the streets were filled with carriages, wagons, and riders, so it was relatively smooth. However, on special occasions, not only would the flow of people increase, but the traffic would also increase sharply, causing congestion on the roads. Therefore, before various celebrations and festivals, the Turin Town Hall would always send more patrols. For this year's Kingdom Assembly, the traffic in the outskirts of Turin was much better than in previous years. There were significantly fewer carriages and wagons on the main road. This was due to the effects of the long war. If not for the continuous news of victory, the increasing confidence of the kingdom's people and merchants, and the rapid recovery of the vitality of the trade market, Publius and the others would have seen a bleak scene. Publius and the others finally arrived at the west gate of the inner city before sunset. After the city guard checked the official document, he let the two enter the inner city. As they passed through the outskirts, Publius had a rough look due to the lack of time, but it also left a deep impression on him. Although the city of Turin was large and had a lot of people, the streets were relatively clean and tidy, and the various buildings and residences were planned in an orderly manner. The previous city of Rome could not be compared at all. It was no wonder that the Dionia had quickly begun to rebuild the city after occupying Rome. Obviously, they could not stand the filthy, narrow, and dense streets of Rome. But compared to the inner city of Turin, the outer city of Turin was a level lower. Publius walked on the 8-horse road paved with slabs of the same shape. The ground was extremely flat and clean, with not a speck of rubbish in sight. Tall trees and verdant herbs grew on both sides of the road, while water flowed from the gutters. There were not many people on the road, but all of them looked leisurely as they strolled and conversed softly. Publius was shocked by the road itself, because it embodied a civilization more advanced than Rome, and he could not help but feel that it was only natural for Rome to be destroyed by Dionia. That is the main temple of our kingdom, the Temple of Hades. It is a rare double temple in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and the temple also enshrines the statues of the sages and heroes who have made great contributions to our kingdom, as well as the souls of the warriors who died in battle. You must find time to go up the mountain to worship, that is the palace of Dionia. Let me tell you, a year ago, I followed Officer Bucos to the palace and was received by His Majesty. This is a high water bridge. It diverts the clear river water from the Zubari plain into the city, so that the people in the city do not have to leave the city to have clean water. It is said that its original design was inspired by His Majesty the Devers by Pluto. Tibullus proudly introduced the scenery of the inner city to Publius as he walked. Ever since Publius entered the city, he had been enjoying the scenery of the inner city, and the surprise on his face had not diminished for a moment. "Look, that is the great council hall of the kingdom." Tibulus's shout drew Publius's gaze away from the high water bridge that stretched across half of the city. A huge round white building stood in front, immediately attracting Publius's attention. "How is it?" "It's magnificent, isn't it?" Tibullus said with envy and pride. "That is the place where the kingdom assembly will be held tomorrow." "That is also where you will work in the future, Sir Publius." "It is indeed much bigger than the Senate of Rome." Publius composed himself and strode forward. Although the sky was already dark, the door of the great council hall was still open, and candles were lit. After the two of them identified themselves to the guard at the side door, the guard led them to the duty room in the middle hall. Seeing the person who was writing on the wooden table, Tibullus hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Dear Sir Antares, the agricultural officer of Rome, Tibullus, pays his respects to you." A few days ago, the Senate had received news from a messenger from Rome, so Antares stood up and looked at the two people in front of him. He was not surprised at all. "Finally, you two are here. Only the two of you are left. It has been a long journey." After that, he looked at Publius and said with a smile, "You must be Senator Publius from Rome. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Antares, and I am one of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate of Dionia." Publius learned a lot about the politics of the kingdom of Dionia from Tibullus along the way, so he roughly knew what the position of the rotating president of the Senate meant. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Sir Antares." Antares saw that the man from Rome was a little nervous and reserved, so he did not continue to show his enthusiasm. Instead, he said with a straight face, "I wanted to have a good chat with you and understand the current situation in Latin in detail. However, considering that you must be tired and hungry after a long and arduous journey, you need to have a good rest so that you can better participate in the kingdom assembly tomorrow. I won't take up any more of your time. We will find time to talk in detail during the conference." Without waiting for the two to respond, he immediately shouted, "Prosanus." "Sir, please give your orders." The disciplinary officer of the Senate appeared at the door. "This is the newly promoted elder, Lord Publius. This is the agricultural officer of Rome, Tibullus, who is representing Sir Assists to participate in the Kingdom Conference. Bring them to the Royal State Guest House and arrange everything for them." "All right. Lord Publius, we really welcome you to Tulii. This," Antares pointed his finger upwards and said sincerely, "will be your new home. I hope we can work well together in the future. Sir Antares, Thurii is a beautiful and magnificent city. I have fallen in love with it," Publius said solemnly and bowed to Antares. On the way across the Victory Square to the Royal State Guest House, the disciplinary officer, Prosanus, also introduced to Publius the place where Hades performed the miracle, the Thurii Spring Pool. After listening to this magical story, Publius even took some time to walk around the pool. The Royal State Guest House was a hotel funded by the Kingdom of Dionia. As the name suggested, it was used to receive guests from the kingdom, such as envoys or VIPs from other countries. The Kingdom Guest House was a hotel funded and built by the Kingdom of Dionia. As the name suggested, it was used to receive guests from the kingdom, such as envoys or VIPs from other countries. However, at this time, the Kingdom Guest House was mainly used to receive the counselors and civil guards from various towns who came to participate in the kingdom's General Assembly. It was a large number, and the original building alone could not accommodate so many people. Therefore, the Senate specifically recommended in the announcement sent to all towns that the participants of the General Assembly who had relatives or friends in Turin should try to stay in their homes. In the past few years, the Ministry of Construction had built 3 or 4 similar buildings and a few separate villas to the south of the Kingdom Guest House. They were all collectively known as the Kingdom Guest House, which basically met the needs. It was almost the opening time of the General Assembly, so the hotel should be overcrowded. Even if there were rooms left, the conditions would not be too good. However, according to the replies from the town hall of each town, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had prepared a list of accommodation in advance and sent it to the person in charge of the hotel. Publius and Tibullus, of course, had specially reserved rooms with very good conditions, especially Publius. He was not only a noble senator, but also a representative of Rome who had just joined the kingdom. He was assigned the best room in the entire hotel, a detached villa. The villa had 3 floors. The first floor was mainly the living room and kitchen, and the second and third floors were the bedrooms. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had built these villas in consideration of receiving some VIPs who came with their families to stay for a longer period of time. The hotel attendant led Publius into the villa. After a brief understanding of the situation in the villa, Publius immediately invited Tibullus, who came with him, to stay with him. Tibullus readily agreed and quickly checked out of his original room. It was still winter in January. Even though Turin was close to the sea, the weather was still relatively cold. However, Publius stepped barefoot on the smooth marble floor of the living room. He had a strange look on his face because the floor was actually hot. Tibullus did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he pointed to the door and said, "Sir, do you see the big house next to it that has been steaming? That's a bathroom. It's the place where people can take a bath that you mentioned to me on the way here." Publius was a little curious. Although Tibullus had never stayed in the Kingdom State Guesthouse before, he knew that there was a relatively large bathing area in the middle of the Kingdom State Guesthouse. Therefore, he explained based on common sense, the reason why the floor is hot is that they must have directed the heat from the bathroom to the bottom of the floor and heated it up. It drew the heat down here? Publius stomped on the floor and was even more shocked. The underground isn't completely solid. When building this house, the craftsmen created many gaps under the floor to facilitate the flow of heat. Nowadays, the construction of bathrooms had become common knowledge in Turii. Tibullus explained fluently. After dinner, let's go to the bathing area. After listening to Tibullus' introduction, Publius said eagerly, "Sirs, you don't need to go to the bathing area. There's a bathroom in this house." The waiter who had just delivered dinner immediately introduced the place to them. Therefore, after dinner, the two entered the bathroom connected to the villa. Although the bathroom was not big, it had all the facilities that a general bathing area should have. In advance, the waiter had already informed the central bathing area. The hot water and steam passage leading to the small bathroom had been opened. By the time the two of them took off their clothes in the changing room and changed into wooden slippers, the bathroom was already ready. The two of them passed through the changing room and entered the first small room. The room was relatively cool. It was meant for people who came to take a bath to relax and slowly transition to the bathing state. However, Publius was obviously more anxious. He did not stay there for long. Instead, he pushed open the wooden door and entered the next small room. The temperature in this room was a little hot, and the temperature in the next room was even hotter. After passing through 3 small rooms in a row, the temperature became higher and higher. Publius began to sweat. When he pushed open the next wooden door, he saw a circular pool inside. He stepped on the stone steps and walked to the side of the pool. He stretched out his foot to test it. It was warm water, so he immediately jumped in. Publius submerged his entire body in the water, allowing the warm water to envelop his body and drive away the cold that he had suffered from the past 2 days of trekking in the mountains. After a while, he broke the surface of the water and shouted, "Ha!" He felt energized. Then, he saw Tibullus soaking in the bath, leaning against the wall with his arms on the edge of the pool, looking very pleased. As Tibullus rubbed his body with his hands, he said, "This bath is indeed not bad, but there's nothing special about it. It's just a little bigger than the bathtub at home." Tibullus smiled and said, "Lord Publius, you've only completed half of the bathing area. Don't jump to conclusions. Is there more behind?" Publius was somewhat surprised. Tibullus did not say a word as he pointed to a wooden door at the side. Publius got up and walked out of the bath. He pushed open the wooden door doubtfully and immediately felt a wave of heat hit him. The room was shrouded in white mist, and it was indistinct. Publius was still hesitating about whether to enter when Tibullus walked in first. He sat on the wooden stool in the room and said, "This room is called the fumigation room. It's the most important place in the entire bathing area, and also the place closest to the stove that boils the water. They even sprinkle hot water on the ground and turn it into mist from the heat, making it the hottest room. But according to the tourist doctors, moderately increasing the heat in the body will train the various organs in the body, speed up the blood flow, and eliminate the waste in the body. It's very beneficial to protect the body's health. I heard that most of the old senators like to fumigate like this. Before Tibullus could finish speaking, Publius immediately walked in and sat on the wooden stool. Soon, he felt that the room was hot and humid, and even breathing became a little difficult. Soon, he began to sweat profusely. Mixed with the mist, the sweat clung tightly to his skin, making his body feel especially heavy. Publius wanted to immediately get up and walk out of the room, but when he saw Tibulus's figure still sitting opposite him, he remembered what Tibullus had said. The longer you persevere, the better it is for your body. So he endured it and leaned back in the chair to make himself more comfortable. In such a quiet room, the surrounding mist was thick, and he could not even see Tibulus's face clearly. The heat made him feel dizzy, as if he was drunk, and he had the urge to speak. Turis is really a huge city. It's more prosperous than I imagined. It's much better than Rome, Publius said with a sigh. According to the Senate's request, I'm moving to this city this year. But I think it won't be easy to have a house with so many residents in Turis. That's true. The population of Turis has been increasing rapidly in recent years. I remember that last year, the population of the entire city and the entire Sabari plain, excluding the other towns in Turis, was 49,000. That's about 238,600 people, and this doesn't include the free citizens, slaves, and other floating population. With such a large population, the land for housing is very tight. You saw it when we entered the city. The outer city is so big because of the city's continuous expansion. Many of the cultivated lands have now been built with houses. The rent that the tourists get from renting out their houses is several times what they get from farming. The Ministry of Agriculture has reported this to the higher-ups several times, but His Majesty said, as long as the kingdom grows stronger, Turis will definitely develop rapidly. This is in line with its position as the center of the kingdom. The tourists have contributed a lot to the kingdom. Being able to earn money by renting out their houses is also a benefit that the kingdom has given them. As long as they pay taxes normally, there's no need to force them. As for the problem of food, the entire kingdom is providing for tourists. The people don't lack money, so we don't have to worry about them not having bread. His Majesty is right. The kingdom's territory is vast. The Catania Plain, the Orfemia Plain, the Capulia region, the Crotone region, and now the newly acquired eastern plains of Campania, the fertile lands of southern Sardinia, and Tibullus paused. The Latin Plain. Besides, we can also obtain a large amount of cheap food from our ally, Egypt. Indeed, we don't have to worry too much about food. The tourists have contributed a lot over the years. They are the main force in every major war, so the casualties are the highest. Just like this time, before the war even ended, the civilian soldiers in the entire Tulii region have already suffered more than 10,000 casualties. They indeed deserve more. Tibullus had worked in the Tourist Ministry of Agriculture for many years. When it came to land and housing issues in the city, he could not stop talking. Since tourists do not allow the sale of land, owning land here is like holding a golden hen that can continuously lay golden eggs. You don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, the entire Sabari plain. No, the entire tourist region had already completed the distribution of land 10 years ago. It is almost impossible for a new citizen to obtain land in Turis, unless he marries a tourist widow whose husband is dead and has no children. Just like this war, I believe there will be many widows. Sigh. Publius suddenly interrupted him. I have a question. If a tourist citizen dies in battle and has no children, can't the land be inherited by his family or other relatives? Literary Hall Tibullus understood what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, there are no clans in the kingdom of Dionia, and the law states that women also have the right to inherit. After the husband dies, as long as it is proven that his wife has always been virtuous, she can inherit all of her husband's property. However, if she marries again, her new husband has to be married for at least 5 years before he can share his wife's property. Of course, that is unless there are special circumstances. However, you're a senator of the kingdom, so you don't need to worry about housing. Although there is no more empty space in the inner city, there is still a lot of public land in the outskirts of the city hall. This is all thanks to the order that His Majesty issued after the city was built. All land within 2 miles of the inner city of Turin shall be public property and shall not be sold. Now, it seems that it was a wise decision. Later, the Senate also issued similar orders to other towns based on this order. When the time comes, the senator will definitely designate a piece of residential land in the outskirts near the inner city and give it to you free of charge. He will also let the construction department send people to build your house according to your needs. You don't need to spend a single opal. After hearing this, Publius felt relieved. He used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his face and said gratefully, "Tibulus, thank you very much for your explanation. You've always taken care of me on the way from Rome to Turin. No matter how you feel, I've already regarded you as my first friend after joining Dionia, a true friend." I really didn't expect it. But I'm really honored to be your friend, Sir Publius. Then please allow me to regard you as a good friend. Tibulus' voice was trembling, and he was obviously a little excited. That's great. When I move to Turin, I'll still need your guidance and help. Sir Publius, if you need my help, just let me know. I grew up in Turin, so I'm very familiar with this place and have many friends. But when you get a foothold in Turin, I'll still need your help. The two of them laughed, and suddenly felt much closer to each other. Thus, Publius asked directly, "Tiburus, what is the best way for me to establish myself in Turii as soon as possible?" Tibulus thought for a while before saying, "Lord Publius, it depends on what you want first. If they wanted to live a comfortable life, they could choose not to accept any position. They could just attend the Senate meetings as a senator, express their opinions, and cast their votes. This way, they could receive a handsome monthly salary. Some senators lived like this, and they lived very comfortably. But I don't think you're such a person. If you want to make a difference, you must first familiarize yourself with the laws of Dionia. I know that Rome is also a city-state that attaches great importance to the law, but the kingdom's laws are not only extremely numerous, but they also cover a wide range of areas. If you understand them, you won't become the laughingstock of the people after you move to Turin and make mistakes. Also, when you express your opinions in the Senate, you won't make mistakes and be laughed at by the senators." Publius nodded and said, "You're right. When I was in Rome, I've already borrowed a law book from the assists and started to read it, but it's not careful enough. It seems that I need to put more effort into it. Secondly, you should hire a tutor to teach you how to speak Dionia. You speak Greek very well, but Greek is not equivalent to Dionia. Not only are the pronunciations somewhat different, but there are also many new words in Dionia. I believe you've already felt it in your previous contact with us. When you can really speak Dionia, the people of Turii will truly accept you." Publius nodded solemnly. Tibulus continued, "You have to take every Senate meeting seriously. Attend it on time, abide by the order of the meeting, actively express your opinions, and have your own unique views. Don't just raise your hand and go along with it like some people. Especially when it comes to Rome and certain aspects of the Latin region, you have to take the initiative to speak up and control the direction of the entire discussion. Because you're from Rome, you're more familiar with the place than them. Also, you have to frequently contact your friends in Rome and understand the situation there in detail so that you can take the initiative to propose issues to solve some problems in Rome or Latin. In the long run, you can represent the interests of Rome or the Latin people in the Senate and have a certain amount of influence in the kingdom." Publius was a little moved by his words and nodded repeatedly. However, Tibulus increased his volume and said, "However, no matter how much influence you have by speaking and moving your lips in the Senate, you won't get the respect of the people, let alone the attention of His Majesty. As far as I know, those who His Majesty summons to the palace to discuss matters, host banquets, and visit are all ministers with real power and have done real things. So if you want to achieve greater development in the kingdom, you have to do real things." "Real things?" Publius muttered in a low voice. "That's right. In the past, some senators like you who joined the kingdom were unwilling to take up some middle and low-level public office because of their status. They always had the extravagant hope of directly becoming the chief executive of the town. It seems that they have never been approved by the Senate. You have just joined the kingdom and are not familiar with the situation in the kingdom. His Majesty and the senior senators do not understand your ability, so they will not give you heavy responsibilities. So you have to lower your status and fight for some lower positions first. However, in the city of Turin, even the middle and low-level positions are always full and not easy to obtain. However, you can go to Abyssinia, Castellan, and Amendola in the greater Turin region. These places are relatively easier. Serve as the sub-officials of the Finance Department, Commerce Department, Agriculture Department, Construction Department, Supervision Department, and other departments in these towns' city hall. When you are familiar with government affairs, you will gradually be promoted to the person in charge of a town's department, and finally serve as the town's adjutant. At this step, you can take the initiative to apply when the Senate elects a new town's chief executive. As long as His Majesty is satisfied with your past achievements, he will take you into consideration. About this method, how long will it take? It's not like before now. It's getting stricter. Probably 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years, that's so long, Tibullus sneered and said, it will only take 4 or 5 years to become a town's chief executive after joining the kingdom. This is already very good. For example, if we pass the examination and take up the kingdom's public office, even if we work hard for 20 years, as long as we do not become senators, we will not be able to become a town's chief executive. But to become a senator, sigh, how can it be so easy? However, I heard some rumors. His Majesty wants to discuss with the rotating chairman about changing the law so that officials with outstanding achievements and ability, but not senators, can also take up this position. I think this is not a rumor. This war has added a lot of land and many towns to the kingdom. It is not enough to only have senators as the town's chief executive. Moreover, I heard that there will be a fixed position of the kingdom's governor in the future. Governor? This? You don't have any extravagant hopes for now. The position of governor will definitely be given to senior senators who have outstanding achievements, are very capable, have made enough contributions, and are able to gain His Majesty's trust. You will have to wait at least 10 or 20 years before you have the chance. After a while, seeing that there was no response from the other party, Tiberius hurriedly asked, Lord Publius, are you all right? I'm fine. Tiberius heard that his voice was weak and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, Lord, we have stayed in the steam room for too long. It is easy for us to feel dizzy. We have to leave quickly. As he spoke, Tibullus went over to help him up. The two of them looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were dripping with sweat as they staggered out of the fumigation room and entered another small room. The temperature here was relatively lower, and there was no mist. There were 2 wooden beds in the room. On the wooden bed was a stack of neatly folded towels. There was also a shiny copper pot and a few thin, curved stewing knives hanging on the wall. Publius sat on the edge of the bed and looked around as he recovered his energy. However, Tiberius shouted loudly, Is anyone there? Just as he finished speaking, the wooden door opposite him was pushed open, and 2 bare-chested servants entered. They bowed respectfully and said, Sirs, what can I do for you? You should be waiting here and checking the fumigation room at any time. What if we faint? Tibullus criticized. Lord, we were originally waiting in this room, but we heard you talking loudly inside, so we temporarily retreated to another room. Also, the manager of the bathing area told us that there is a lord who is a Turii, so we thought that there should be no problem. One of the servants quickly explained. Tiberius' face was slightly red. He had only been focused on chatting and had almost made a mistake. He quickly coughed a few times and said, Give us a massage. Massage? This was another new word that Publius did not understand. The 2 servants immediately diligently wiped the sweat off their bodies. Then, they let them lie on the narrow wooden bed and began to massage their backs. Publius saw the man repeatedly pat Tiberius' body with both hands. Tiberius looked comfortable and enjoyed it, and it seemed to be very good. However, when he was being massaged, the servant's fingers seemed to have a magical power. Every time they pressed, he would feel a strong sense of numbness and swelling. He had originally wanted to lie down and continue the previous topic with Tiberius, but now he could not help but scream non-stop, and he could not continue talking at all. Obviously, the servant had seen this too many times. He did not stop moving, and his strength did not decrease. Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean latest chapter link Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean full text reading link /29361 / Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean. TXT download link Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean mobile reading link /29361 / To make it easier to read next time, you can click favorite below to record this time, chapter 1032 How to be a Senator in Dionia, to read the record. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Ancient Greece Hegemon of the Mediterranean, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. As he massaged, Publius began to gradually get used to it. His voice became softer and softer, and it produced a pleasant tiredness similar to that after exercise. He could not help but want to fall asleep. At this moment, the servant began to pat his back with both hands, immediately waking him up. After a while, he turned to the head massage. Publius closed his eyes slightly, reveling in it once again. When the man stopped massaging, he actually felt like he had not had enough. "My lord, I'll scrub your back next." After saying that, the servant spread a clean towel on his back and began to rub it forcefully. This was a completely different feeling from the previous massage and patting. As Publius felt it carefully, the dirt on his body was also rubbed away from his skin. The servant turned to take down the copper pot from the wall, opened the lid, and poured the liquid inside onto Publius's body bit by bit. Publius smelled the familiar smell and asked, "Is this olive oil?" "Yes, my lord." The servant explained to him, "Because you just soaked in hot water and went through a fumigation, although it helps blood flow and removes dirt, it also causes a large amount of water in your body to be lost. Applying olive oil will protect your skin." After hearing this, Publius sighed. "I didn't expect every step in this bathroom to be so knowledgeable. It's been almost 20 years since His Majesty established the hot spring. Bathing has become a part of the tourist's life, and it's still constantly being developed and perfected," Tibullus said proudly. "Take their previous massages for example. They didn't just do it randomly. They were all trained by the tourist hospital and passed the examination before being stationed here." "Oh?" Publius's original judgment was shaken by Tibulus's words. "Aren't they slaves?" "They're slaves, but not ordinary slaves." Tibulus's deliberately mysterious answer made Publius even more curious. Before he could ask, the servant who was massaging him took the initiative to answer, "My lord, we're from Egypt. We're descendants of Egyptians and Greeks." As the servant spoke, he used another clean towel to massage Publius so that the olive oil could spread throughout his body as soon as possible and seep into his skin. Because his movements were much gentler than before, it did not affect their conversation. Although he had never been to Egypt, Publius knew of this distant country. He had heard that the people there had dark skin, but these two had normal skin tones. Obviously, they were of mixed blood. At this time, Rome had not yet stepped out of the Western Mediterranean. Even the patriarch of a large clan like Publius had never owned Egyptian slaves, so he did not understand, why were Egyptian slaves not ordinary? However, if he were to stroll around the daily bustling slave market in the east of the outskirts of Turia, he would know that the price of ordinary Egyptian slaves was much higher than that of slaves of other races. This was due to demand. First, Egyptian male slaves were excellent farmers and herdsmen, while female slaves were smart and obedient, knowing how to teach people how to dress up. Second, Egyptian slaves worshipped the gods very much. They were gentle and obedient, so they were relatively safe. Third, Egypt and Ionia were far apart, and there had never been any conflict between the two, so naturally, there could not be any hatred. Egyptian slaves had no involvement with the races and forces around Ionia, so they were more assured to use Egyptian slaves. The Senate considered that the king's guesthouse would receive foreign dignitaries, and safety was the most important. Secondly, they had to know Greek, and their skin could not be too dark, so as not to frighten some emissaries of the mountain races who had never seen the world. That was why they had painstakingly chosen Egyptian and Greek slaves. "How long have you been in Turia?" Tibullus asked casually. "It's been more than 4 years." The younger-looking slave said with a little resentment, "Based on our past performance, we should have been freed after the Hades festival last year, but the officials of the Slave Management Office told us that due to the lack of labor due to the war, the release of the kingdom's slaves was suspended for once." They will double the number of freed slaves during this year's festival, and we will also be given some compensation. But if the war is still going on in October, Wenyafor, don't talk too much, just give him a good massage. The slave who was massaging Publius interrupted him and pleaded softly, "My lords, his daughter caught a fever yesterday and is receiving treatment in the hospital. His mood has been affected a little. I hope you won't take it to heart." Tibullus lifted his head to look at the slave standing beside him until he started to panic. "Since you've stayed in Tilii for more than 4 years and stayed in this kingdom guest house, you should know what our kingdom of Dionia's envoys praise the most, right?" Tibullus slowly said, "Since you've stayed in Tilii for more than 4 years and stayed in this kingdom guest house, you should know what our kingdom of Dionia's envoys praise the most." The slave was a little nervous and did not know what to say for a moment. The older slave quickly replied, "It's keeping promises." "That's right, keeping promises." Tibullus said in a deep voice, "What the Slave Management Office says is the decision made by the Senate. Don't worry, by this year's festival, you will definitely regain your freedom and receive compensation. In addition, your massage skills are very good, and we are not dissatisfied with it." When the 2 slaves heard this, they were moved to tears and thanked him repeatedly. The young slave said excitedly, "My lord, let me give you another massage." Tibullus waved his hand and said, "No need, it's time to shave me." The young slave had to turn around, take the curved blunt blade from the wall, and aim it at Tibulus's back. Publius was shocked and shouted urgently, "Stop, what do you want to do?" Tibullus laughed and said, "Don't be nervous, Lord Publius. This thing is used to scrape off the grease and dirt on the body. This is the last step of the bathroom massage." "Is that so?" Publius was skeptical, but soon he experienced that using this blunt blade to scrape his body not only did it not hurt, but it also felt comfortable. After the massage, the slave helped the 2 of them to stand up and opened the wooden door at the side. Before leaving the room, Tibullus specially said to the young slave, "May Hades bless your daughter and restore her health as soon as possible." The slave immediately became extremely excited, and once again expressed his gratitude to Tibullus. After leaving the slave's sight, Publius could not help but sigh in a low voice, "Tibullus, you are too good to these slaves." However, Tibullus said seriously, "Lord Publius, I know that you people in Rome are more strict with slaves, but I advise you to change your attitude towards slaves in the future. In Dionia, the lives of slaves are protected by the law, and the kingdom has also set up a special department to manage them, Slave Management Office?" Publius blurted out the new term he had just heard. "That's right. Whether it's the kingdom's slaves or private slaves, they have to be registered with the Slave Management Office and be supervised. Not only that, if you mistreat slaves, you will also be condemned by the people, and it will also affect your political career because God Hades, who stresses fairness and justice, protects them. In addition, the kingdom is not like Rome. Slaves will not be slaves forever. As long as slaves have aspirations and are willing to work hard, they will gain freedom, and then become citizens of Dionia, pass the examination, take up public office, and finally become a minister of the kingdom. All of these are possible. Several of the officials who came to Rome this time used to be slaves. Marigi, the minister of commerce who is deeply trusted by His Majesty in the Senate, also used to be a slave, so don't casually humiliate slaves." Publius was quite touched. "By the way, Lord, how do you feel after the massage?" Tibullus asked. "My whole body is very sore." Publius moved his hands and feet and said, "But, it's really comfortable. I almost fell asleep just now. Now I feel much lighter." "From what you said, according to the doctors, your body is stiff and lacks exercise. You have to have frequent massages in the future to ensure your health," Tibullus said half jokingly and half seriously. Publius listened, but asked seriously, "Is it expensive to go to the baths in Turii?" "The public baths are not expensive. The entrance ticket is about 1 or 2 obears, but if you want to have a special massage, the cost is much higher, about 10 to 15 obears. However, some of the kingdom's senators, ministers, and wealthy merchants specially spend money to let their slaves go to the hospitals and baths to learn, and then come back to give them a massage. This has become a trend." Publius listened and was greatly moved. Then, he asked with some reluctance, "Our baths are over, right? There's one last item." Tibullus pushed open the wooden door, and there was another pool in the room. Cold bath. Cold water. If it was before entering the bathroom, Publius would definitely avoid it. But now that he had been fumigated and massaged, not only was his body hot, but his skin was also bright red, like a steamed shrimp. Thus, when he heard the word cold water, he strode into the pool without hesitation. The cold water immediately drove away the heat in his body, and all the pores on his body rapidly tightened, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. He could not help but say, how nice it would be to have a glass of wine to drink at this time. Tibullus also walked into the pool and said, "Today was too rushed. Tomorrow night, I'll bring you a jar of the best wine in Thurii. Let's drink in the bathroom." "That's great." Publius praised loudly as he scrubbed the remaining oil stains on his body with water. "The baths in Thurii are better than you said, and Thurii is much more prosperous than Rome. I can't help but want to move here quickly." Tibullus smiled. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Literary Hall Tibullus, thank you for the advice you gave me just now. I've learned a lot. Publius then expressed his gratitude to Tibullus. Tibullus hurriedly said humbly, "Sir Publius, you're welcome. I've only grown up in Thurii since I was young. I've seen and heard a lot of things, so I know the kingdom better. But understanding is one thing. It's easy to talk about it, but it's hard to do it. People like us still have to be down to earth and develop step by step. But sir, you're very qualified. You've been a senator the moment you joined the kingdom. You just need to strengthen your foundation, and you'll be able to achieve greater things." Publius nodded and said with a solemn expression, "You're right. Rome is a thing of the past. I should pull myself together and develop better in a more powerful kingdom like Dionia." At this point, he paused and asked humbly, "Tibullus, you were the one who gave me the suggestion just now. Do you have any suggestions for my children? I remember you said you have an 18-year-old son, a 10-year-old son, and a 6-year-old daughter." Tibullus pondered for a moment and said, "Your eldest son is 18 years old. According to the laws of Dionia, he's already of age, but the kingdom has already assigned you a piece of land, so he won't be assigned a piece of land for the time being. If he doesn't want to help you take care of the farm at home until he inherits your property in the future, there are 3 paths for him to choose from: politics, business, or military service." Tibullus counted with his fingers and patiently analyzed for him. "I believe that with your family's power, your eldest son must have received a good education since he was young. But if he wants to become a civil servant, he must pass the kingdom's examination. In the first few years of the kingdom's establishment, the examination for civil servants was easy, but now it's difficult because there are more and more young people graduating from schools in various towns. The competition is getting more and more intense. Not only must he be literate, write, and calculate, he must also have a rough understanding of some laws of Dionia and Hades canon. After passing the examination, he must work as a civil servant intern in the town where his household registration is located for a year. After his performance is up to standard, he will be registered with the kingdom's officials management committee and become an official member. Then, the committee will assign him to a certain department in a certain town as the lowest level civil servant." "What is this kingdom's official management committee?" Publius interrupted. "Oh, the Kingdom Officials Management Committee was originally an organization under the Senate. It manages the appointment, promotion, reward, and punishment of all mid-level and low-level officials in the kingdom. Now, it is under the direct control of His Majesty. The main person in charge is composed of 3 elders, 1 principal and 2 deputies, and dozens of officials and clerks. The current person in charge is also the head of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, Lord Cornelis." "Oh, then, which department is in charge of the high-ranking officials of the kingdom?" Publius immediately thought of another question. "Their appointments are recommended by the Senate, such as the chief executive of a town or the main officials of the various departments of the kingdom. In the end, it's up to His Majesty to make the final decision. It seems easier than us middle and low-level officials, but it's said that the debriefing in the Senate during one's term of office is a huge test, and it's not that easy to pass. Elders with poor performance are often humiliated, and it's difficult for them to take up another position in the future, such as, cough, cough." Tibullus coughed twice and stopped talking in time. "Anyway, it won't take long for you to know about this, so I won't say more. Let's talk about your child. Your eldest son has never received a royal school's education, so it's impossible for him to pass the examination and enter politics the moment he comes. If he's in a hurry to enter politics, he can first go to the Turin City Hall to apply to be a handyman. Handyman? It's a public servant with no rank at all, such as clerks, scribes, messengers, bookkeepers, administrators. They also have to go through an assessment and receive a salary, but generally, they won't be given a bigger share. There's also a part-time job. When the city hall is busy and short of manpower, they will recruit volunteers to help out. When they're free, they'll be dismissed and sent home. Although the salary of a part-time job is low, it'll be recorded in their household registration file, which will be beneficial to their future development. Your eldest son can first be a handyman or a part-time job to train his ability to handle things and become familiar with the various affairs of the kingdom. At the same time, he can take some time and spend some money to hire a teacher or attend the adult study class in the Turin school to learn knowledge. After 2 or 3 years, he can take the kingdom's public service examination. Because he has practical political experience, he'll have an advantage over those young citizens who have just graduated and take the examination. It'll be easier for him to pass. Tibullus paused. When he saw that Publius was listening carefully, he continued, "If your eldest son is willing to go into business, you can sponsor him with some money first. Let him go to the business department of the Turin City Hall to register and obtain the qualification and certificate to do business." Why does one have to register with the business department to do business? Can't they do business freely? Publius asked curiously. Although Rome's trade was not developed, the people could buy and sell freely. Tibullus explained, the main purpose of registering with the business department is to facilitate the kingdom's collection of taxes and the management of the household registration department. As for merchants, with this business certificate issued by the kingdom, it would be easier for them to obtain more loans from Crestonia's bank. They could also use this to apply to join the Chamber of Commerce in various regions and obtain more help, more information, and more channels, which would be beneficial to their development. But the kingdom doesn't prohibit others from buying and selling. For example, farmers in the towns of the kingdom don't need to apply to the business department. They can take their surplus produce to the designated area of the market in the town where they are to sell it, and they don't have to pay taxes. But the things they sell must be small, and they can't be sold in other towns. Otherwise, if they're found out, the consequences will be very serious. Publius was just a little curious, but in fact, the people of Rome were not a race good at business. He was not interested in it. After understanding a little, he asked, "What if I choose to join the army?" "Master Publius, first of all, you have to know that according to the law of Dionia, male citizens between the ages of 18 and 45 are obliged to serve in the military and participate in regular military training, whether you are a farmer, a craftsman, a businessman, or a public official of the kingdom. This is the same situation in Rome in the past." Tibullus had worked in Rome for several months, so he had some understanding of the things in Rome in the past. He solemnly reminded Publius, but unlike Rome, the citizens of Dionia are competing to go to the battlefield and win the land and spoils of war awarded by the kingdom. But it's not easy to go to the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, only the regular soldiers can go out to fight. Only when there are casualties will the reserve soldiers be incorporated and replenished. The young citizens of Dionia receive military training from an early age. When they grow up, they are already familiar with the various basic military tactics of Dionia. But your son knows nothing about it. It'll be difficult for him to become a regular soldier in at least 3 or 4 years. If he wants to advance, the best way is to take the initiative to apply to serve as a garrison soldier in several fortresses in various territories. Although it's tough, he can become a regular soldier after 1 or 2 years. As long as he participates in a few more battles, it's very likely that he will become a squad leader. But to become a squad leader, he has to perform well, and it's not easy. And becoming a squad leader means that he has entered the ranks of the kingdom's military officials, and will also become a target of attention from the Ministry of Military Affairs. As long as he doesn't suffer from major injuries and continues to make meritorious contributions, he may be promoted step by step, and even become a legion leader. And after becoming a legion leader, he may enter the Senate and become a respected elder. Joining the army is a fast path. Not only can he get a lot of land rewards with his military achievements, but he can also hold a high position at a young age. For example, the current commander of Sicily, Prosos, will become the new elder of the kingdom at the age of 40 after this war. Tibullus said enviously, then sighed softly, but these are all exchanged with their lives. One careless mistake and they may die on the battlefield, and the land and wealth they win can only be left to their wives and children. For example, the commanders of the naval fleet, Phralios and Miltias, have died in this war. So I'm not too envious of them. Although the promotion of an administrative officer is slow, it's safe. Is the promotion in the army the same for all citizens? Publius asked. What? Tibullus was stunned, but he quickly understood what he meant. With a serious expression, he said, Sir, you have to understand that Dionia is not like Rome in the past. The children of nobles can become platoon leaders as soon as they enter the army. This is not feasible in the kingdom of Dionia. All citizens must start as ordinary soldiers. Even His Majesty's adopted son and son-in-law have slowly become platoon leaders through their own efforts. If you want to take other shortcuts, it's best to give up on that idea. According to the law, the army is under the direct control of His Majesty. All the promotion and appointment of officers must be approved by him, and the Senate cannot interfere. Anyone who wants to interfere in the affairs of the army will inevitably incur His Majesty's wrath. The Laodicean incident more than 10 years ago taught everyone a good lesson. The Laodicean incident? Publius asked curiously. This matter is very complicated. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. Tibullus said quickly, in addition, your eldest son can also choose to become a farmer or a craftsman, but with your status, it shouldn't be an option, so I won't say more. Oh. There's another profession with a respected status, which is to become a scholar, but it's too difficult. I don't think you'll consider it. You can discuss the 3 paths I've mentioned with your child and choose carefully. As for your youngest son, he's only 10 years old. After you move to Turin, let him attend a Turin school as soon as possible. This way, when he comes of age in the future, his development will be smoother than his elder brothers. Also, let your daughter go to school as soon as possible. When Tibullus said this, he saw Publius frown slightly, so he said, I know that you Romans, like the Greeks, are more traditional and conservative in the education of your daughters, but let me tell you, our Dionia is different. We will let girls study and exercise together with boys, and try our best to cultivate her talents so that she can find a good husband when she grows up. This is because our Dionia believes that only a healthy mother can give birth to a healthy child, and only a talented mother can give birth to a smart child. In the kingdom, not only do women have the right to inherit property, but there's also a law that says, if a citizen only has daughters and no sons, he can discuss with his son-in-law and choose one of the children born to his daughter to inherit his surname. Therefore, women have a higher status in the kingdom. When Tibullus said this, he could not help but smile. I have 2 daughters now and no son, but with these legal provisions, I'm not worried at all. Publius did not know how to respond, so he remained silent for a while. However, Tibullus stood up and said, in this season, don't soak in cold water for too long, or you'll easily catch a cold. As he spoke, he walked out of the bath, took the cloth towel hanging on the wall, and threw one to Publius. Tibullus wiped his body with the cloth towel, stretched his limbs, and said loudly, take a bath, and you'll definitely be able to have a good sleep tonight. Tomorrow, you'll be full of energy to attend the kingdom's convention. Yes, the baths in Turin are amazing. I can't help but want to move to Turin earlier. Publius praised loudly again. He seemed a little excited, partly because of the bath, and partly because Tibulus's words made him confident about moving to Turin. The next morning, after breakfast, the guests of the Wang State Guesthouse solemnly tidied up their attire and walked to the conference hall not far away. At the same time, many people gathered from other directions and soon formed 2 long lines in front of the assembly hall. On this day, the tourist patrol had sealed off the entire Plaza of Victory and the Senate, forbidding any unauthorized personnel from entering. The inner city was also prohibited from entering and exiting in order to ensure that the kingdom assembly would proceed smoothly. As a newcomer to the kingdom's Senate, Publius stood in the line. He didn't know anyone, so he looked at the people around him warmly greeting each other and telling each other about recent events. However, Tibullus, who followed him, was indeed a Turii. Although it was his first time attending the Kingdom Conference, he knew many people, and he even took the initiative to introduce Publius to them. When these people learned that Publius was a new senator of the kingdom and came from Rome, they were all curious and asked about the situation in Rome. Publius also answered seriously, and everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Only then did Publius realize that these people were the local council members elected by the various towns in the kingdom of Dionia to attend the conference. Not long after, Publius and Tibullus stood in front of the main entrance of the conference hall. After the conference's disciplinary officer at the door asked for Publius' name, he looked at him with some doubt. "Sir Publius, you're a senator, so you can enter through the side door. Didn't the hotel staff tell you?" Publius glanced at Tibullus and said, "It's my first time attending the Kingdom Conference. I think it'll be more lively through the main door." "Oh, that's all right. Please come with me," the disciplinary officer said politely and led them into the hall. It was a huge circular dome with at least 10 steps from top to bottom. There were many wooden chairs arranged neatly and densely on each step, forming a semicircle around the center. In the center was a flat ground paved with white marble, and there were a few dark red wooden tables. At the back of the center stood a stone platform a few meters high, and on it was a wide and exquisite chair. Publius stared at it a few times, guessing that it was the seat of the king of Dionia. The few rows in front of these chairs were already filled with nearly 300 people. They wore white robes embroidered with exquisite black patterns, and most of them had white hair. They were whispering to each other. "These must be the senators of the kingdom of Dionia," Publius thought to himself. Just as he was about to follow Tibullus and sit behind them, the disciplinary officer walked to the front and whispered a few words to the people in the center. Soon, 5 people stood up and walked towards them. Publius recognized one of them. It was Antares, who had received them before. Tibullus immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Cornelis, I'm very grateful to you. Sir Lucius. Sir Sidorum. Sir Antares. Sir Vespa." As the governor of Turii and once Tibullus' superior, Lucius nodded and said, "Tibullus, thank you for your hard work. Is everything ready?" "Yes, everything is ready. Have a good rest first. When it's your turn later, perform well." "Yes, sir." The disciplinary officer led Tibullus to the furthest side of the first row so that it would be convenient for him to speak on stage. Tibullus had already guessed that these 5 people were the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate of Dionia. He also noticed that they were different from the other senators in that they wore bolton robes with gold rims. One of them, a white-haired old man, smiled and said, "Welcome, Sir Publius. I'm Cornelis, the rotating president of the Senate of Dionia. This is..." Publius greeted them one by one. Both had smiles on their faces, and their movements were elegant and reserved. Although Publius talked and laughed freely with Tibullus along the way like an ordinary person, at this moment, he deliberately displayed the bearing of a former senator of the Senate of Rome and the patriarch of a large clan. Then, Cornelis led Publius to the center of the hall and said loudly to the senators below the stage, "Everyone, this is Senator Publius Manlius from Rome who was newly elected to the Senate last year. Please give him a warm round of applause and welcome him as one of us." Immediately, there was a warm round of applause. Then, Cornelis gestured to Publius to say a few words. Publius did not decline. He took a step forward and stood with his head held high. With a smile on his face, he slowly looked around at the crowd and said in a loud voice, "On my way to Turii, I deeply felt the vastness of the territory of the kingdom of Dionia. When I arrived in Turii, I was attracted by the prosperity of this huge city. I know that all of this is closely related to the efforts of you, the elites of the kingdom. I'm very happy to be one of you and contribute to the strength of Dionia." The applause in the hall was even more enthusiastic than before. The 5 presidents looked at each other, and the meaning was self-evident. Over the years, they had held similar simple welcoming ceremonies for many senators who had just joined the kingdom in the Senate. However, there were very few who could say such words in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This senator from Rome was not a simple person, so the 5 presidents invited Publius to sit next to them. Normally, this seat was not meant for a newcomer, but today, this seat was specially reserved for him. On one hand, it was to express the sincerity of the Senate of Dionia to the people of Rome. On the other hand, it was convenient for them to understand the current situation in the Latin region from Publius' mouth. So, as soon as Publius sat down, Cornelis and the others chatted with him enthusiastically. At the same time, the representatives of the local senators entered one after another, and the whole hall became more lively. After an unknown period of time, a disciplinary officer came over and reminded them in a low voice, "Sirs, all the participants have arrived." Cornelis stopped talking with Publius, looked at the other four, and asked, "Everyone is here. Shall we begin? Hurry up and start. If we delay any longer, today's meeting may not end until the evening," Antares said eagerly. Cornelis stood up, and the other four followed suit. Then, they walked to the center of the hall together. The hall was immediately filled with thunderous applause, which echoed repeatedly in the enclosed circular space. Publius turned his head and saw that all the wooden chairs were occupied. It seemed that even the entrances and exits had added wooden chairs. Except for the center of the hall, everywhere was packed. There must be at least 1,000 people here. Publius was astonished. The 5 presidents walked to the wooden tables at the side of the center of the hall and sat down facing the crowd. At this time, the disciplinary officers of the Senate, who belonged to the Ministry of Supervision, stood in front and shouted in unison, "The kingdom's General Assembly is about to begin. Everyone, please remain silent." As soon as they said that, the hall immediately quieted down. The speed of everyone's reaction surprised Publius. Of course, he didn't know that if anyone dared to continue making noise, they would be expelled from the hall by the disciplinary officers for deliberately disrupting the meeting. This was not only a matter of making a fool of themselves in public, but they would also be pursued by the Ministry of Supervision afterward. That would be a great loss. At this time, Cornelis stood up and stood in the center of the hall. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm very happy that we are gathered in the Senate again today. According to the rules, His Majesty the King of Devers should be the one to give the opening speech, but unfortunately, he is still in Sicily leading the kingdom's army to fight against the Carthage people. He can't be here, so he wrote a letter and entrusted me to read it to everyone." Cornelis was an old man. His voice was not loud and even trembling. It was impossible for the people at the back of the hall to hear him clearly. However, there were several voice messengers in front of him who repeated his words in a loud voice. At this time, he took out a papyrus scroll from his arms and carefully unfolded it. He coughed softly and began to read, "Respected senators of the Kingdom of Dionia. Representatives of the local councils of the Kingdom of Dionia. I am deeply sorry that I am unable to attend the meeting when the kingdom's General Assembly is about to be held. The war with Carthage, Rome, and Samni was not provoked by us, but we have to fight on because it concerns the survival of the Kingdom of Dionia and the fundamental interests of every citizen. Up until now, this war has lasted for a year. In this year, our soldiers have been fighting on the front lines, and you have been working hard to maintain the stability of the domestic order and tirelessly preparing a large number of materials needed for the war. We were able to defeat Rome and Samni one after another because of your painstaking efforts. Some time ago, our Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet almost annihilated the Carthage fleet. And just yesterday, our land army severely damaged Carthage's 100,000-strong army at Serenus and captured Carthage's military commander, Margo." When Cornelis read until here, he deliberately paused. As he expected, thunderous cheers erupted in an instant. "Great! Another great victory! We won! We won! We won this war! We won Carthage! We are the new overlords of the Western Mediterranean!" The people danced and hugged each other. Their joy was beyond words. Carthage had dominated the Western Mediterranean for many years. Most of the people present, including the elders, did not have much confidence in this war. However, it was this unexpected result that made them particularly surprised. At this time, even the disciplinary officers in charge of the order of the hall had a smile on their faces. They did not immediately stop the commotion in the hall. After a while, they asked for silence again. Cornelis then continued to read. "We defeated Carthage's navy, and now Carthage's army. Carthage has basically lost the ability to fight against us, Dionia. So, they sent an envoy to ask for peace talks with us. Everyone, I know that this year's war has had a great impact on the kingdom. The treasury is almost depleted, food prices are soaring, and a large number of young citizens have been removed. There is a lack of labor, and many soldiers have been injured or killed. Some territories have also been ravaged by the enemy and are in urgent need of reconstruction. Many of you may hope that after some benefits, you can negotiate with Carthage and restore the kingdom's order. However, although the western Mediterranean Sea is vast, it can't accommodate two powerful countries. Do we hope to see the heavily injured Carthage learn a lesson, recuperate, and challenge us again after it regains its strength? I think your answer must be no. So, we can't stop at the current victory. We must continue to fight until we finally achieve the ideal result we want. That is, we, Dionia, must obtain an absolute advantage so that Carthage can never challenge us again. There will always be only one overlord in the western Mediterranean, and that is us, Dionia. When Cornelis read this, his voice could not help but become loud. The eyes of the people present were bright, and they held their heads high. So, I hope that you will continue to unite and do your best to continue to appease the people, maintain the stability of the kingdom, and do your best to provide sufficient supplies for the army until we achieve the final victory. This is the content of the letter written by His Majesty. Cornelis finished reading the letter and handed it to Lucius next to him. At this moment, someone in the hall suddenly shouted, "Victory to His Majesty Devers!" Once again, the hall became lively. Victory to His Majesty Devers! Victory to the Kingdom of Dionia! Publius, who was sitting in the front of the hall, was shrouded in this passionate atmosphere. He never thought that on the first day he stepped into the highest temple of power in the Kingdom of Dionia, he would feel the ambition of this kingdom, to become the only overlord of the western Mediterranean. Although he was not as excited as the others, he felt a little more proud. At the same time, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to become a citizen of this kingdom in time. At this time, Cornelis took the opportunity to say, "It seems that not only does everyone have no objection to the decision made by His Majesty, but they are also very supportive. In the next 2 days, we will discuss how to better fulfill the request made by His Majesty. But now, we will first invite the chief officials of each department to make a summary of the situation of the kingdom last year. Since everyone is interested in the military situation of the kingdom, let's first invite Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, to the stage." According to the previous procedure of the Kingdom Conference, first, the King's Devers would make a comprehensive summary of the situation of the kingdom last year. Then, the chiefs of each department would make a specific introduction of the situation of their department. But now that the Devers were away, the steady Cornelis and Lucius did not dare to overstep their authority and simply skipped the first part. The speeches of each department usually started from the finance department. After all, money was the issue that everyone was most concerned about. But now, the military had become the issue that everyone was most concerned about. So, Helos was the first to speak. After years of training, this mercenary minister of military affairs stood in the middle of the venue with a calm and dignified bearing, attracting everyone's attention. He spoke in a comprehensive and concise manner, describing the whole process of the war between Dionia and Rome, Samni, and Carthage from the beginning, development, and current situation. He also briefly talked about the strategies and tactics formulated by the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs against these three hostile forces. At the same time, he also mentioned the contributions of various legions and fleets in the war. Even though everyone had a general understanding of the war last year through various channels, Helos's comprehensive and professional presentation was still refreshing, so everyone listened carefully. For Publius, he finally understood why Dionia dared to ignore the attack of Carthage in the beginning and let the King of Devers lead the army to attack Rome first. It turned out that they had already seriously discussed and deduced, made careful preparations, and formulated a perfect plan. And how could Rome not be defeated in a hurry? Publius vaguely felt the horror of the Ministry of Military Affairs established by the Kingdom of Dionia. A group of people with rich war experience did nothing else but deal with military affairs. They only studied how to defeat the enemy every day. How could the nobles of Rome, who usually spend a lot of time on city-state affairs and diplomatic affairs, only gather citizens and think about tactics during the war? What surprised Publius even more was the series of data that came out of Helos's mouth. In the past year of war, the Kingdom of Dionia had used a total of 11 regular legions, 1 reserve legion, 4 cavalry legions, 4 fleets, more than 700 warships, and 110,000 soldiers on the ground alone, not counting the reserve soldiers that were added later. What a powerful military force! And the fact that this powerful military force could operate normally for a year also showed the strength of the kingdom of Dionia. Publius, who had been a senator of Rome for many years and had always been involved in the tedious government affairs, was deeply aware of this. Now that he thought about it, the Senate of Rome rejected the request of the Dionia's emissary to reach an armistice with Wolsey, and arrogantly claimed that they were not afraid of Dionia joining the war. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. Of course, at the end of the speech, Helos also mentioned with a heavy expression that although the Dionysian army had won a great victory in the war this year, they had also paid a lot of casualties. So far, a total of nearly 30,000 people had died, and more than 40,000 were injured, including the sailors of the navy, who accounted for the majority of the casualties. The Ministry of Military Affairs would try its best to arrange the funeral of the soldiers who died in the war, send pensions to their families as soon as possible, and properly solve the livelihood problems of the families of the soldiers who died in the war in the future, so that the soldiers who were still fighting would not have to worry about their families. When Helos finished his speech, basically no one asked any questions, and everyone responded with warm applause. The second person to go on stage to sum up was the finance minister, Murses. His style of speaking was obviously different from that of Helos. As soon as he opened his mouth, he complained that the war had turned the kingdom's national treasury into nothing. The heartache on his face was definitely not an act. Throughout the whole speech, he mostly complained about the large amount of gold and silver that the war had consumed. Even though he mentioned that they had obtained a lot of spoils from the conquered cities like Rome and Syracuse, as well as the precious metals that had been mined from the mines in Corsica and Sardinia, which in fact made up for a lot of the national treasury's deficit. However, his tone and his expression seemed to indicate that these were not worth mentioning at all. If the kingdom did not stop the war immediately, the kingdom would fall into trouble because of the lack of money this year. From the whispers of the people around him, Publius knew that this was the usual style of the greedy finance minister of the kingdom. He would always complain about the lack of money in the national treasury. However, Publius was still shocked by Mursa's statement. The monthly tax revenue of the kingdom of Dionia was 700 to 800 talent, and this year, it was close to 10,000 talent. This was also due to the impact of the war, which caused the tax revenue to drop significantly. Even so, compared to Rome in the past, its income was only about a fraction of the kingdom of Dionia's. If in terms of military strength, Rome still had the strength to fight, but in terms of financial strength, it was not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps the destruction of the kingdom of Dionia was expected. What piqued Publius' interest was that the finance minister also explained in detail how the income of the treasury was used this year. Specifically, how much money was used for the salaries of the kingdom's officials, how much was used for public buildings, how much was used for the education of the kingdom's schools, how much was used for the purchase of military rations, and how much was used for the manufacture of armaments. While Murses was on the stage, Publius was amazed. He was considered an experienced administrator, and from Murses' explanation, he realized that the management and use of the treasury in the kingdom of Dionia was very meticulous. What happened next surprised him even more. After Murses finished his explanation, some elders and representatives raised doubts about the use of a certain item of expenses. Although Murses looked impatient, he still explained everything in detail. He only returned to his seat when there were no more questions. Publius let out a long sigh. Even though he was just a spectator, he felt a little nervous. He realized that it was not an easy task to hold power in the kingdom of Dionia. Although such supervision and questioning existed in the Senate of Rome, it would not be as detailed. This required the person in charge to have good management skills, and to avoid the backroom deals that were common in the city-states. Murses had successfully concluded his summary, but if his answer did not satisfy everyone, it would not be so easy to pass the test. Publius remembered Tibullus mentioning the assembly of Dionia's civil officials that would be held the next day. He started to remind himself that this was Dionia, not Rome. He had to be careful when he was in office. The next person to walk to the center of the hall was the agriculture minister, Bucos. His speech was quite inspiring. First of all, after a drought, the entire kingdom's agriculture had a bumper harvest in September last year. greatly alleviating the predicament of the shortage of military rations. The people were also freed from the shadow of the drought. Bucos then mentioned that more than half of the eastern plains of Campania and Latin had been annexed to the kingdom, adding XXX acres of fertile land. The people who had migrated there had been XXX acres of land, and there was still XXX acres of land left. The officials of the Ministry of Agriculture had taken measures to help the newly migrated people make better use of the land. In addition, he also mentioned the three regions of Syracuse, Sardinia, and western Sicily. Although they had not been completely pacified, the Ministry of Agriculture had already started to plan the land there. Bucco's speech won a round of applause, but everyone also asked questions enthusiastically, mainly about whether the young people who had just reached adulthood in their towns could get a share of the newly occupied land. The Ministry of Agriculture had already considered this question, so Bucos answered it rather easily. Although Publius felt a twinge of bitterness when Berks mentioned the topic of Latin land distribution, he was also amazed that the Dionysian kingdom's leaders had indeed taken the initiative to consider distributing land to every citizen. The next person to appear was the Minister of Commerce, Marigi. This Persian man with a different appearance made Publius size him up curiously. Marigi's speech at the beginning was within everyone's expectations. The war had a great impact on the kingdom's trade. Over the past year, there had been a significant decrease in the number of merchant ships coming and going from the various port cities, and the markets had become sluggish. Everyone could see that and were not surprised by the decline in trade. Marigi then mentioned that the acquisition of the Latin region, the entire island of Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia had greatly expanded the trade circle of the Kingdom of Dionia in the western Mediterranean Sea, and they had entered the field of precious metal trade. This would inevitably lead to greater development of the kingdom's trade after the war. Furthermore, the alliance between the kingdom and Egypt had made the trade between the two countries closer and deeper, and the trade in the eastern Mediterranean Sea had also advanced to a higher level. Of course, Marigi was only talking about the general situation. Before the conference ended, the various departments of the kingdom would discuss their work prospects for the new year and he would talk about it in more detail. But even so, some local councillors who were merchants still actively raised their concerns, and Marigi also gave a satisfactory answer. The next person to appear was the Minister of Household Registration, Raphias. During the war, the Household Registration Department was also a busy department. Citizens and even freedmen were transferred to participate in the war as soldiers or as laborers for transportation, whether they made meritorious contributions in the war, or whether they were punished. These answers had to be recorded one by one. Due to the large number of people participating in the war, this was an extremely complicated work. Therefore, the Household Registration Department had the largest number of public servants among all the departments. There were many scribes, recorders, and archivists. With these detailed citizen files, other departments had a reference basis, and they could barely meet the requirement of the devers to reward the citizens for their contributions and punish them for their mistakes. From Raphias's narration, everyone knew that the casualties of the people of Dionia in this war were not only limited to the soldiers on the battlefield, but also the ordinary people, such as the Dauni region that was attacked by the Simonians, the Catania plains that was destroyed by the Carthage, and the Apulia region that was attacked by the remaining forces. Therefore, the number of casualties given by Raphias was much higher than that given by the Ministry of Military Affairs, but the total population of the kingdom was still a little higher than the year before. What was the reason? It was because the population of the newly incorporated areas had increased. The city of Rome alone had brought more than 50,000 people to Dionia, and many people from Syracuse had also surrendered. In addition, there were also the city-states that had surrendered, such as Baia, Casrella, Alenia, and Santa Iberia. The new population had increased by more than 100,000 people. In addition, the number of slaves in the Slave Administration Office under the Household Registration Department had also increased several times over the past year. People from Rome, Latin, Syracuse, Carthage, and Phoenicians had become slaves of the Kingdom of Dionia, greatly alleviating the problem of labor shortage in the kingdom this year. But at the same time, it had also brought great pressure to the management of slaves by the Household Registration Department. Raphias also talked about the riots caused by the slaves and the casualties of the officials of the Household Registration Department without any taboo. In fact, it was to prepare an ambush in advance for the increase in the number of officials of the Household Registration Department and the establishment of slave guards that he would propose at the kingdom's General Assembly in the next few days. Publius listened very carefully to Raphaeus's narration because it involved his fellow Rome citizens who had become slaves. He also asked a question for the first time after Raphaeus's narration, asking about the current situation of the slaves in Rome and whether it was possible for them to be freed in the future. Considering that Publius had just joined the kingdom, Raphaeus specially explained to him the management regulations of the kingdom's slaves in detail. Slaves had simple but clean accommodation, 2 meals a day were guaranteed, and heavy manual labor was even 3 meals a day. Occasionally, they would be given meat. If they were sick, there would be specialized doctors to treat them. Those with families would not be separated. As long as they completed their tasks seriously and did not antagonize the management, they would not be beaten or scolded at will. Moreover, the union of male and female slaves was not prohibited. Slaves who performed well in the first year would receive a small monthly salary from the second year. If they continued to perform well, they might be put on the watch list from the third year until they finally obtained freedom during the celebration of Hades. Raphaeus also specifically emphasized that out of respect for Hades, and at the same time, many of the officials in the slave administration office were slaves. Coupled with the random inspection by the Ministry of Supervision, the management of public efforts had always been carried out in strict accordance with the law, and the slaves lived well. On the contrary, the kingdom could only conduct regular monthly inspections on private slaves, and their living conditions were worse. After Publius heard this, the guilt in his heart lessened slightly. In fact, he knew that these slaves of Rome lived in the slave camp north of the city of Rome, on the Tino River. However, he had never thought of visiting them, because he would only be cursed and not thanked. The next to speak was the Minister of Construction, young Heraclius. As the kingdom had invested all the revenue from the treasury into the war, the construction and maintenance of domestic public buildings had been stopped, but this did not mean that young Heraclius had nothing to say. The reconstruction of the old city of Rome was a key point. Although Publius had personally experienced the process of reconstruction in Rome, it was a different experience for him to consider the reconstruction of the entire city of Rome from the perspective of a planner, so he listened very carefully. In addition, young Heraclius also mentioned that after these new territories were incorporated into the kingdom, the construction of roads was already in the process of planning. After the end of the spring sowing, the Ministry of Construction would organize labor, prepare funds, and extend the kingdom's roads to these territories as soon as possible so that it would be more convenient to travel with the old territories of the kingdom, and more conducive to the kingdom's governance. The next minister to speak not only made the local councillors afraid, but also the senators often felt fear in their hearts. He was the Minister of Supervision, Sesta. This important minister of the kingdom, who had punished many officials and was known by the people as Radamandas in the sun, stood in the center of the venue, and the entire venue became much quieter. Perhaps because he had been engaged in supervision all year round, he had developed a cold and stern temperament. However, in his summary of the supervision work last year, in fact, there were fewer kingdom officials punished by the Ministry of Supervision than in previous years. One of the important reasons was because of the war. Because of this large-scale war, the entire kingdom was in a state of emergency mobilization. If they made a mistake at this time, they would be punished double, so few people dared to go against the muzzle of the gun at this critical moment. Among the officials who were criticized for their incompetence, the officers of the Ministry of Military Affairs made up the majority. The military judge in the army was also appointed by the Ministry of Supervision. After all, such a huge amount of resources and money were gathered in the Ministry of Military Affairs, and they needed to manage, plan, allocate, and transport them. It was indeed a difficult task, and it was the first time the Ministry of Military Affairs had experienced it. The lack of experience and manpower had led to a lot of mistakes. Sesta emphasized this point, hoping that the Ministry of Military Affairs could learn from it and improve its efficiency. Helos, Felicius, and the other officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs looked calm. In fact, around October last year, they had already realized this problem and took the initiative to cooperate with Mirzas. The finance department sent people to assist the Ministry of Military Affairs in managing and allocating resources, and the situation became much better. Minister of Foreign Affairs Ansitanos, Minister of Education Montodicus, Minister of Medical Affairs Herpes. One by one, they went on stage to make a summary. The last one to go on stage was not a minister but the scepter priest of the Hades temple of the kingdom of Dionia, Plesinas. In fact, when the kingdom assembly was first implemented, the Devers had hesitated about whether or not to let Plesinas participate in the assembly. After all, when the idea that the Devers were the descendants of Hades had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of the kingdom, Hades had actually become the exclusive god of the royal family of Dionia, and Hades had become the most important god that the people of the kingdom believed in. The kingdom assembly was mainly to discuss the administrative affairs of the kingdom, and to let the human servant of the guardian god of the kingdom of Dionia be supervised and criticized by the representatives at the assembly was not only an offense to the god, but also disrespectful to the royal family. However, the Devers considered that in any era, religion was a double-edged sword. If there were no restrictions, as time went by, it was likely to override the secular world and threaten the royal power. Moreover, the priests of the Temple of Hades did not only worship the guardian god of the kingdom, but they were also responsible for supervising and regulating the behavior of the priests of the other temples in the kingdom, which naturally included a lot of administrative affairs. After much consideration, the Devers finally decided to let Plesinas participate in the kingdom's general assembly at the beginning of every year. He would be the last minister of the kingdom to make a conclusion on the first day of the general assembly. In fact, ever since Plesinas had participated in the conference, he had been asked a lot of questions. Of course, they weren't about the temple of Hades itself, but about other temples. Ever since its establishment, the kingdom of Dionia had been a country that believed in many gods. Not only did the Greek gods worship among the people, but there were also gods worshipped by other races. It was not easy to balance the interests of all of them. However, the opinions of the representatives also contributed to the gradual improvement of the kingdom's management of religion, nipping any bad signs in the bud as soon as possible. After Plesinas' speech, there were also many questions. Even Publius raised his second question in this conference. Of course, his question was naturally related to: can the temples of the Rome gods be treated fairly, can they continue to worship in the kingdom? And so on. Prince Plesinas answered seriously. Although he was not very satisfied, Publius was still a lot more relieved. At this point in the conference, according to the usual practice, the agenda for the day was over. But this time, the kingdom's general assembly was different. Because it was during the war, the schedule of the entire conference had to be shortened as much as possible to avoid accidents. In order not to affect the war, for the stability of the kingdom, and in addition to the busy government affairs, the governors of some important towns in the front lines could not even come. They only sent representatives, such as Rome, Catania, Lusnia, and so on. But it was already afternoon, and the representatives had been sitting for most of the day. So, Cornelis announced that the meeting would be temporarily adjourned for half an hour. After eating a simple dinner provided by the Senate, the meeting would continue. The next content was to introduce the governance of the newly occupied territories. Finally, it was Tibullus' turn. It was really a long conference. Publius sighed softly. Such a format of the conference was really an eye-opener for him. Just from the series of summary by the ministers of the kingdom of Dionia, it could be seen how meticulous and rigorous the governance of the Dionia people were. Perhaps this was necessary to govern such a large kingdom. Publius thought to himself as his stomach growled. He was so focused on listening that he didn't realize that he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. It was the first time he and Tibullus attended the conference. Unlike many of the representatives who were very experienced, they had a full breakfast. Just as he was considering whether to follow the other representatives out of the conference hall, Antares suddenly asked, "Lord Publius, how do you feel after listening to these summaries?" Publius replied without hesitation, "I feel that it is not easy to be a senator or an official in Dionia. The pressure is too great." This was indeed what he felt. That night, the great council hall of Turin was brightly lit, and the people continued to fight. Many of the households in the Turin territories also lit candles, and the desolation of the past was swept away. One after another, the sounds of laughter broke the silence of the night. The first day of the new year was not any celebration day for the people of Dionia. But according to the custom of the previous life, the Devers would always hold a family banquet on this day to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. As a result, this custom spread in Turin, and the people rushed to imitate it. Naturally, at this time, the residence of the Devers on the Hill of the Kings was even livelier. Not only was it brightly lit everywhere, but the open space in the courtyard was filled with dining tables. The palace guards and servants on duty for the royal family sat in the backyard and the front yard. There was a large table in the hall, where the two wives of the Devers, 4 children, as well as the chief of the court, Ribazot, and the slave manager, Molina, sat together. The Devers were not at home, and Agnes did not like to socialize. Banquets like this were naturally hosted by Kristoya. Usually, the consort was strict and decisive, always cold as ice, and rarely showed her feminine charm. Today, however, she had a smile on her face as she went to the front and backyard to toast the guards and servants, thanking them for their contributions to the royal family in the past year, and wishing them good luck in the new year. Kristoya returned to the hall amidst the gratitude and blessings, and sat on the main seat. Before she could speak, she heard Bryant say, "Mother, when will father come back? I miss him." "I miss Dad too," Avia said softly right after that. Although Eunice and Apox did not say anything, their longing was evident in their words. It could be said that because the Devers, Cloto Catax and Adoris were still fighting far away, and Cynthia had just given birth to a child and was still recuperating at home, there were fewer people than in previous years. It was inevitable that it was a little lonely. Although the Devers had not had much time to spend with the children due to their busy government affairs in recent years, Kristoya was strict with the children, and Agnes was gentle but not passionate enough. Only the Devers could find time to spend with the children, and he was always able to get along with the children, letting them have fun. Now that the Devers had been away for a year, how could they not miss him after such a long time? Kristoya was saddened by their words. After a moment of silence, she comforted them in a gentle tone. "Children, didn't you all read your father's letter yesterday? He and your 2 brothers are safe and sound, and they even won a great battle in Sicily. The war will end soon. So now, let us raise our glasses and wish your father and brothers a safe journey and a speedy return, okay?" "Yes," the 4 children replied in unison. Thus, under Kristoya's lead, everyone silently prayed to Hades for blessings. "All right, let us toast to celebrate the arrival of the new year." As soon as Kristoya's voice fell, the children excitedly raised their glasses of watered wine, especially Bryant's, who held the wooden glass high. Just as he put down his glass, he heard Agnes say faintly, "I wonder how Clotho is doing in Rome. He's never lived alone for so long before." Kristoya was stunned, then glared at her with dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with you, Agnes? I've just appeased these children, and you say that without looking at the occasion. How can we maintain the joyous atmosphere of this banquet?" The whole family missed Cloto Catax, but far away in Rome, Cloto Catax was not in the mood to miss his parents and siblings on this special night. He was just about to eat dinner when his immediate superior, the Rome construction official Passion, personally came to his door to ask for help. "Lord Passion, are you saying that there's a problem with the stone bridge we built?" After hearing Passion's words, Cloto Catax was shocked. "Because it's going to be checked and accepted tomorrow, I asked the engineers to inspect it thoroughly today. In the end, they found that the second pier has deviated, so they immediately informed me. According to their analysis, it might be because the riverbed there is too soft, and the foundation of the piers is not strong enough. It's all because the city hall was too pressuring us. We didn't do a more detailed survey of the riverbed and make a better construction plan. We just wanted to finish as soon as possible. That's why it's like this," Passion said regretfully. Since the demolition, cleaning, and reconstruction of roads in the southern part of Rome's old city, the rest of the residential construction had been handed over to the real estate merchants from the Royal Chamber of Commerce. The construction officials only needed to supervise and inspect the construction, so the manpower in the construction office of Rome was free. However, the most important part of the construction work in the entire city of Rome was the temple. According to the request of the assists, the new temple in Rome should be roughly the same size as the main temple in Thurii. The key point was that it was not 1, but 2, the temple of Hades and the temple of Diana, and it was approved by the king of Devers. However, to build such a temple required a lot of manpower and material resources. Dionia, which was at war, could not afford it. Therefore, after the discussion between Passion, the construction official, and the assists, they decided to build the stone bridge across the Tiber River first. However, it was not the Bridge of Rome, but the bridge connecting the island in the middle of the river. Since Ionia occupied Rome and established a new alliance with the surrounding forces, the whole of Latin and Etruria had been restored to peace and tranquility. With the strong promotion of the assists, Rome gradually opened up trade with the rich Etrurian alliance in the north. There were two ways of communication between Rome and the Etrurian city-states in the north. One was by water, where the port of Ostia was being built, and the other was by land. However, the Bridge of Rome was not built for trade. It was not wide, and it was made of wood. It was no longer suitable for the needs of the development of Rome. Therefore, the assists set their sights on the two bridges on the island in the middle of the river that had been destroyed during the war. This could be considered a kind of compensation from the kingdom to the natives of Rome. For this reason, the assists suggested to the construction official, Passion, that it would be best to build a stone bridge at the beginning of the new year to show the people of Rome the new atmosphere after joining the kingdom. Passion promised the assists. After accepting the task, he led his men to survey the terrain, choose the location for the bridge, and design the blueprint. The labor force was sufficient, and the materials were basically ready-made. There were a lot of regularly shaped stones left in the burned and demolished temples in Rome, and it did not take long to pour them with cement. In addition, the construction department had built many stone bridges in the kingdom over the years, so they were very experienced. Passion, the construction official, thought that building such a small bridge should be in the bag. However, he did not expect that something would go wrong at the critical moment. So, what did the engineers say? Can it be repaired quickly? Clotocatax asked anxiously. Although he had been learning about construction, he was still a newbie. Tomorrow, the governor, the assists, would bring the officials from the city hall to congratulate the completion of the stone bridge. After a long period of teaching by the Devers, Cloto knew that this stone bridge was not just a simple project. At the same time, it was also given a deeper political meaning. So, he was also anxious. We have to tamp the bridge foundation and reinforce the piers. They estimate that it will take about 7 or 8 days. Passion hesitated for a moment, then said earnestly, I'm going to explain this to the assists now. I hope you can come with me. Although Clotocatax was now Passion's subordinate, he was also the prince of Ionia. Passion usually treated him very politely, but now that he had a favor to ask, his attitude was even more humble. Okay. Clotocatax did not hesitate. The two rushed to the Castellan's mansion in Rome and were soon received by the assists. After listening to Passion's explanation, the assists' face darkened. I thought you came to see me so late to tell me that the construction department is ready for tomorrow's celebration. I didn't expect that there would be such a big mistake. The assist scolded angrily, why didn't you find out before? You only told me at the last moment. Tomorrow, not only the officials from the city hall, but also many people from Rome will be going to the Piazza del Mars to celebrate. How are we going to clean up this mess? Passion's face turned pale. His lips trembled, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only look at Clotocatax pitifully. In the past, the assists had always given Clotocatax the impression that he was gentle and kind. But this time, this important minister of the kingdom showed him his majestic side. Clotocatax bit the bullet and said, Your Excellency. The assists immediately interrupted him, Clotocatax, don't say anything. You just came to the construction department not long ago. This has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Clotocatax knew that the assists was trying to keep him out of this mess. But because of this, he put aside his worries and spoke frankly, Your Excellency, as a low-level construction officer in the construction department of Rome, I have been following Sir Passion for the past 2 months. I am responsible for supervising the construction of this stone bridge. If something happens to him, of course, I am also responsible. The assists looked at the sincere and guilty Clotocatax, then turned to look at the uneasy Passion. He was silent for a moment. But this silence made the two visitors feel a little uneasy. After a while, the assists said, The officials in the city hall are fine. We can postpone the celebration for a few days, and they will be very cooperative. But the people in Rome and the surrounding towns came here excitedly, but they were asked to go back without seeing anything. How angry will they be at the city hall? At this point, Assists could not help but emphasize his tone. Ever since he became the governor of Rome, he had worked hard to build up the trust and authority of the city hall among the Roman people. How could he not be angry when he thought about how this incident could destroy the trust and authority he had built up among the Roman people? Your Excellency. Passion saw that the Assist's tone was a little relaxed, so he immediately said nervously, the ordinary people can't see the tilt of the piers. They will see a complete stone bridge. But we will block both ends of the stone bridge and tell them, for the sake of beauty, the stone pillars on the railings need to be engraved, so they are temporarily not allowed to pass. It seems that you have prepared for this. Should I send you more engravers? The Assist sneered and said in a low voice, thousands of people came from afar and gathered at the Tiber River just to see the stone bridge. Aren't you afraid that they will be angry and cause a riot? Passion was shocked and did not dare to answer. After all, Clotocatax was young and quick-witted. He suggested, Your Excellency, we tourists are used to creating a lively and joyful atmosphere in the new year. Since the people will gather at the Tiber River next to the Square de Mars tomorrow, why don't we take the opportunity to hold a competition? It will not only achieve the purpose of celebrating, but also divert the people's attention. A competition. The Assist was moved. He thought for a while and shook his head, time is too tight. There is no time to prepare, how about fishing? Within a certain period of time, we'll see who can catch the most fish, then we'll rank them and give them rewards. Clotocatax immediately said. The reason why he could give the suggestion so quickly was that in the past, in the early spring, Davus would bring his family to the Kratai River at the foot of the King's Hill to have a family fishing competition. The atmosphere was very warm and happy, which made Clotocatax miss it very much. Although it was not yet early spring, the temperature was slowly getting warmer. The surface of the Tiber River was not frozen, so fishing was not a problem. The Assist was a little moved by Clotocatax. After all, the preparation for a fishing competition was relatively simple. All they had to do was sit by the river with a fishing rod. It was easy to operate. The Assists looked at Passion again and asked in a low voice, Are you sure that you can completely repair the stone bridge in 7 days? Sir, I swear in the name of Hades, I promise that the stone bridge will be completely repaired in 7 days, so that it can be used normally and without any problems. Because of this mistake, I will first record it in your grade assessment file. If you still fail to build the bridge in 7 days, your official position will come to an end. The Assists warned coldly. Passion nodded repeatedly. Although a demerit in the grade assessment would affect his promotion, he had at least passed the test with the strict Assists. He knew that it was mostly because of Clotocatax, so he nodded at the Prince of Dionia to show his gratitude. Go back and get ready. I still have to discuss with Clotocatax about tomorrow's fishing competition. The Assists raised his hand to chase him away. Passion did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly said goodbye and left. Only the two of them were left in the living room. The Assist's expression had also returned to normal. He sighed kindly and said, Your Highness, you should not have come tonight. Passion dragged you here because he wanted to use your kindness to help him, Uncle Assists. Clotocatax said seriously, I know Lord Passion's intention, but he is indeed very hard-working. Ever since he took on the heavy responsibility of building the stone bridge, he has been busy from morning to night. I haven't seen him slack off for a single moment. Moreover, he has taken good care of me and taught me a lot. Whether for public or private reasons, I can't let Lord Passion's future be hindered because of this one mistake, because he has indeed devoted himself to his work and wants to build this stone bridge well. No wonder the people call you a kind prince. Your Highness, you are still as compassionate as ever. The Assists praised and smiled. 10 days ago, His Majesty wrote me a letter asking about your performance in Rome. I complained to him, saying, You don't pay attention to your image as a Prince of Dionia. The palace guards have complained many times that you refused their protection. You work with the Roman and Latin citizens recruited from the construction office every day, learning their Latin language. Sometimes, when you are busy, you even buy food for them at your own expense. Then His Majesty wrote back to me. Can you guess what he said in the letter? Clotocatax scratched his head with his hand and showed a rare childish expression. He said that I did a good job, but I need to be careful, because father has also replied to me. Assists laughed heartily and said, "You guys came to me in a hurry just now. I didn't even have time to eat dinner. Since today is the first day of the new year, you can accompany me for dinner. Then, we can discuss how to hold the fishing competition tomorrow while we eat. I have decided that you will be responsible for organizing this matter." Me? Clotocatax was a little surprised. "You don't have confidence?" Assists looked at him with a faint smile. "No problem." Clotocatax immediately responded. The two new negotiation conditions from Dionia shocked Oceladon. He did not dare to continue the negotiations. He said that the matter needed to be discussed and decided by the Senate. Without a moment's delay, he returned to Carthage by boat. However, he did not immediately report the matter to the Senate. Instead, he first reported it to Hanno. That night, Taipanlak and several other important Hanoverian senators arrived at Hanno's mansion one after another. When Oceladon repeated the situation of his negotiation with the Dionia in Sicily, everyone's face became solemn. "Lord Hanno, the Dionia have put forward such harsh negotiation conditions. This is a provocation to us. We must not agree to it. If the Dionia force us, we will stop the negotiations." The first to speak was Drevika. He was the most active supporter of Hanno's inland expansion policy. Of course, he had also received a friendly gift from Hanno, allowing his family to occupy a large piece of land near Thevest, a town in eastern Namibia, inland south of Carthage. "If we don't negotiate, then the people of Dionia can continue to destroy our remaining troops in Sicily and occupy the entire western part of Sicily for themselves. Then, they can regroup their troops, land in Africa, and attack us, Carthage. It's not that we want to negotiate, but the enemy is strong and we're weak. The situation is grim, and we have no choice but to negotiate." Samos sighed with a gloomy expression. He was the Hanoverian who was the most proficient in military affairs after Monty Adler. Now, he led thousands of Carthage militia and was stationed in eastern Namibia, suppressing rebellions and stabilizing order. This time, he was specially called back, which showed how much Hanno valued him. "The Dionia want Corsica, Sardinia, and western Sicily. Now you want southern Iberia, and you want us to return the land of Namibia. If we all agree, will we be able to satisfy the people of Dionia? No, our weakness will only fuel their greed. Not only will they add new conditions for negotiation, but they will even send an army to land in Africa and threaten us, Carthage. Since the situation is so bad, why don't we be more forceful? Instead, it will make the people of Dionia wary." Drevika retorted. Hanno listened to the debate between the two and did not express his opinion. He turned his head and asked, "Tepanlako, what's your opinion?" Tepanlako pondered and said, "The key issue now is that we first have to determine if the people of Dionia really want to negotiate with us. If they do, then we will try our best to negotiate with them, hoping to finally get a truce agreement that is not bad for us. If not, then we have to prepare for war with all our might, and prepare to defend against the invasion of the Dionysian army in Africa." After listening, Hanno looked at Ockerdon again. "You and the people of Dionia have been negotiating for a while. Based on your judgment, do the people of Dionia want to negotiate? Or do they not want to negotiate?" This question carried a lot of weight, and Ockerdon did not answer immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, "During the time I was negotiating with the people of Dionia, I only met their king once at the very beginning. His attitude towards me was still considered friendly. After that, I asked to meet him several times, but I was rejected. I think it was not because his anger towards Carthage was growing, but because he wanted to negotiate with Carthage. He was worried that under my request, he would rashly make a decision and interfere with the plan of the negotiators of Dionia. Secondly, I deliberately provoked the negotiators of Dionia several times, and even threatened to stop the negotiations, and let the people of Carthage prepare for war with Dionia with all their might. However, when I appeared in the negotiation room the next day, the negotiators of Dionia were still waiting there. Although they were mocking us, they still allowed the negotiations to continue. According to my observation, the negotiators of Dionia were a very arrogant person, but the fact that they were able to endure it showed that they were looking forward to the negotiations. However, it was understandable that the people of Dionia wanted to gain more from the negotiations, just as we wanted to give less in the negotiations. Therefore, during the negotiations, we were all watching the development of the war. Unfortunately, Brother Margot failed, and the people of Dionia had a greater advantage. Of course, they wanted to gain more. Moreover, from my conversation with the negotiators of Dionia, I found out that the people of Dionia did not pay a great price to defeat the army led by Brother Margot this time. I have carefully observed the soldiers of Dionia, and all of them were arrogant. They did not look tired at all. The faces of the people in the room changed. After a while, Tepenlako reluctantly said, "Maybe they deliberately put on a show for you, and then put pressure on you. Stupid Brother Margot. He is the sinner of Carthage." Drevika scolded angrily. Hanno, who was usually at loggerheads with the Maginid family in the Senate, did not reprimand Brother Margot. Instead, he sighed worriedly and said, "Drevika, what you said before was right. The greed of the people of Dionia can be changed. Perhaps the previous king of Dionia did have the intention to negotiate, but as the difference in strength between the two sides grows, it is inevitable that they will have other ideas. Looking at the current situation, we must admit that the people of Dionia have an absolute advantage in both the navy and the land. We must first find a way to strengthen the military of Carthage city, and dispel the idea of Dionia annihilating us. Samos, do you have any suggestions for this?" Samos hesitated and did not answer for a while. "Look at the situation now. If you have something to say, just say it." Hanno was getting impatient. "Sir Hanno, then I will say it." Samos decided to go all out and said directly, "The army of Sicily has suffered a crushing defeat, and the entire sea is completely sealed by the navy of Dionia. The remaining troops on the island have no hope of escaping, and will eventually surrender to the people of Dionia. Now that the people of Dionia have put forward such harsh conditions for negotiation, they will not release the captives before an agreement is reached. Once the people of Dionia solve the problem of Sicily and land in Africa, they will launch an attack on Carthage city. How many soldiers can we organize to defend Carthage city? How much food do we have to ensure that Carthage city can last longer under the siege of the Dionysian army? How much foreign aid do we have to help us when Carthage is in danger?" Samos's question made the faces of several people in the room change drastically. As this year's Sophie, Okradin coughed a few times and reluctantly said in a comforting manner, "The young and strong citizens of Carthage suffered a lot of casualties after they first landed in Sicily with Montenegro. Since then, Margot has forced us to recruit more than 10,000 public militias. They are now trapped in Sicily. At the same time, there are nearly 8,000 citizens stationed in Namibia under your command. If the city wants to forcibly recruit more, I am afraid that we can only organize more than 4,000 people at most, including the elderly and young people. Although Carthage is the most prosperous city-state in the Western Mediterranean and seems to have a large population, in fact, there are not many real citizens. Most of them are slaves, especially the Namibians. The Phoenicians are only a small race in the entire Mediterranean. So for hundreds of years, although they are more civilized and technologically advanced than the Greeks, they have basically been at a disadvantage in the migratory conflicts in the Western Mediterranean. This is the main reason. Due to the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, most of the military rations we have collected from Namibia and the allies for the Sicilian army have not been delivered. It is enough for the people of our city to eat for more than 3 months. Don't forget that the people also have food in their homes. It will not be a problem to hold on for half a year under the siege of the Dionia. As for the foreign aid you mentioned, the entire Phoenician city-state of Africa is the help of our Carthage. The Dionysian army will not be able to move an inch on this land." Okradin's comfort obviously did not work. Samos still looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Although the city of Carthage has lagoons and hills as barriers, 4,000 people are not enough to resist the attack of the Dionia. We should transfer the 8,000 soldiers stationed in Namibia to strengthen the city's defense. In addition, I do not agree with what Sir Okradin just said about the Phoenician allies being our help. I think the Phoenician allies in Africa will be our burden. Most of their young and middle-aged citizens have been transferred to Sicily. Once the Dionysian army really lands in Africa, the Phoenician allies will not be able to protect themselves and may turn to us for help. When that time comes, should we send reinforcements? If we send reinforcements, not only will it weaken our already weak defense, but it will also put the reinforcements in danger of being attacked by the Dionysian army at any time. If we don't send them, will the Phoenician allies still trust us? Maybe they will directly turn to the Dionia. And Literature Museum Samos looked at Hanno and said frankly, Sir Hanno, we must consider giving up on Namibia for now. Carthage's consecutive defeats have given the tribes in eastern Namibia hope to break away from our rule. The reason I can still manage to deal with their rebellion is that most of the young men of the tribes have been transferred to Sicily. I'm afraid they are now captives of the Dionia. If I were the commander of the Dionia and wanted to attack Carthage, I would definitely win over these Namibians and make them the support of the Dionysian army. You're just trying to scare us. It took us, the Carthaginians, decades of time, money, and manpower to conquer Namibia. How can we just give it up like that? Drevika roared angrily. Sigh. Samos is right. We should face reality. Hanno sighed heavily. His face was filled with pain as he slowly said in a heavy tone, Drevika, once the Dionia attack Carthage, will the 8,000 militia still be able to stay in Namibia? It's better to call them back. As long as we can defend Carthage, there's still a chance to reclaim Namibia's land in the future. Besides, we can also negotiate with the surrounding Phoenician allies. When the Dionysian army attacks Africa, they can temporarily hide in Carthage. This way, we can play the role of the leader of the alliance and ensure their safety. At the same time, we will have more defensive forces. Sir Hanno, that's a good idea. But this will increase our food consumption. Samos reminded. Will our Phoenician allies hide in Carthage empty-handed? Can't we remind them to move all the food in their city to our city? Tepenlako reminded. Samos looked a little embarrassed. He had been too anxious and had forgotten about this. Hanno continued, we can also send messengers to Tyre and ask for help from our mother country. We can plead with them to let Persia intervene in this war. Persia? The eyes of the others lit up. Taipanlak immediately asked, will Persia agree to this invitation? I heard that the king of Persia doesn't like Dionia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the East Phoenician fleet to come under the banner of Persia. Ensuring the safety of Carthage in the western Mediterranean will only bring benefits to Persia. I believe that the king of Persia will make the right choice, Hanno said confidently. With the pressure from Persia, I believe that Dionia will have to seriously consider the issue of a truce. Maybe we can even use this to fight for more benefits in the negotiations. Drevika finally smiled. Okradin, on the other hand, seemed a little worried. He reminded, I think King Dionia is a tough man. He ignored our protests and chose to go to war with Rome. And according to the intelligence, Dionia has also formed an alliance with Egypt. Doesn't Dionia know that Egypt is now a mortal enemy of Persia? It can be seen that the people of Dionia are not like the Greeks. They are very afraid of Persia. We can borrow the strength of Persia, but we can't rely too much on it. You are right, Okradin. Persia is still too far away from the western Mediterranean. The possibility of them sending reinforcements like Tyre is very small. The people of Dionia can be fearless, but at least it will put pressure on them. At this point, Hanno fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a low voice, since you've concluded that the people of Dionia are willing to negotiate, we can continue to make concessions in the negotiations while strengthening the security of Carthage city. When the benefits of the negotiations exceed the possible losses of war, the people of Dionia will choose to sign a peace treaty with us. Corsica, Sardinia, and western Sicily have fallen into the control of the people of Dionia, and it is impossible to take them back. They can be used as bargaining chips and given up when necessary. Gades, Huelva, and Malaga in the south of Iberia. They are an important driving force for the rise of our Carthage, and they are also the only source of precious metal trade after we lose Corsica and Sardinia, so we must not hand them over to the people of Dionia, but the other territories in the south of Iberia, we can give them up when necessary. At this point, Hanno suddenly became angry. He said loudly, Delevika, you are right, Mago is a sinner of Carthage. His brother Chimilco is also a sinner of Carthage. Chimilco provoked a war in Sicily more than 10 years ago, but he suffered a crushing defeat, which seriously damaged the national strength of Carthage. When the war between Dionia and Syracuse broke out, we, Carthage, could only watch from the sidelines. In the end, we had to sign an agreement with Dionia to maintain peace, And this time, Mako's incompetence ruined our 100,000 troops, and put Carthage in such a dangerous situation. The Maganid family must be severely punished by the Senate. The land they conquered in Iberia, said to be for the benefit of the people of Carthage, has actually become the territory of the Maganid family. They do not listen to the orders of the Senate, and do not accept the officials sent by the Senate. Instead of this, it is better to use the southern part of Iberia as a bargaining chip, and give it to the people of Dionia at the right time. This can not only increase the chance of success in the peace talks, but also maintain the stability and unity of Carthage. Hanno completely blamed the Maganid family for the reason that Carthage fell into such a dangerous situation today. In fact, he was covering up his mistake of being too lenient with Dionia for more than 10 years and not strictly restricting it. For Tepanlaco and Akradin, because they belonged to the Hanoverian faction, they had no objection to Hanno's decision because they had not gained any benefits from the southern part of Iberia before. Samos had his own views on this because, through the previous war report, he believed that there were a large number of high-quality soldiers in the southern part of Iberia, and they should be retained as much as possible. But he did not say this out loud. After all, he was not a pure soldier. He was the elder of the Hanoverian faction. Saying such words at this particular time would only arouse Hanno's suspicion. At this time, Hanno happened to look at him, causing his heart to jump. Did Hanno see through my thoughts? Samos is right. Now we don't have enough troops to keep the land in Namibia. Why don't we just agree to this condition of Dionia? When our strength is restored, we can take it back again. Anyway, the land is there, and it can't run away. Hanno's tone of voice seemed relaxed, but several people present could feel the pain in his heart. After all, it was he who raised the banner of marching inland and gathered many elites of Carthage around him. For more than 10 years, he led the citizens of Carthage and seized a large amount of land in eastern Namibia to consolidate his leadership position in the Senate and his reputation among the people, but now everything was gone. Thinking of this, everyone present looked gloomy. The next day, the Hanoverian elders, who had reached a consensus, passed one resolution after another at the meeting: recall 8,000 militia, carry out war mobilization again in the city, send envoys to discuss with the surrounding Phoenician allies, and send envoys to Tyre in the eastern Mediterranean. However, when the two negotiating conditions of ceding southern Iberia and returning the Namibian land were put forward, it immediately caused an uproar. Most of the elders of the Maganid faction and the neutral faction firmly opposed it. They cursed the greed of the people of Dionia and denounced the Hanoverians for betraying their country. The Senate fell into a fierce quarrel and could not come up with a unified opinion. At this time, the situation of the war in Sicily was becoming clearer. On the third day after the Battle of Serenus, the people of Segesta quietly sent envoys to Serenus and took the initiative to surrender. It turned out that among the tens of thousands of defeated soldiers who fled into the city of Segesta, most of them were citizens of Carthage. They regarded themselves as the new masters of Segesta. Not only did they forcibly occupy the houses of the Segesta people, rob them of their food, but they also ordered them around as slaves. The people of Segesta were miserable, so they conspired with the Dionysian army and quietly opened the city gates at night. They worked together from the inside and outside and quickly pacified the defeated soldiers. Back then, Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, led the army to besiege Segesta for more than half a year, but he still failed to conquer Segesta. Now that the tenacious people of Segesta had obediently surrendered to Dionia, this undoubtedly boosted the morale of the soldiers of Dionia. Then, 2 days later, Mazara also opened the city gates to the army of Dionia. It turned out that the defeated soldiers who fled into Mazara were under Hasdrubal's control. At first, their situation was much better than that of Segesta. However, this group of defeated soldiers was mainly composed of Fano infantry, Iberian infantry, Lusitanian warriors, and Celtic warriors. Most of them were natives of Iberia. They were either subdued by Margot's military might or attracted by the generous remuneration, which was why they participated in this war. Now, not only did they not get any benefits, but they were also in a difficult situation because of Carthage's crushing defeat. Naturally, they had other thoughts in their hearts. However, Hasdrubal, who wanted to regroup, did not realize the psychological changes of these natives. Instead, he acted according to the previous military law and severely punished a few Lusitanian warriors who robbed the people of Mazara's food. Originally, he wanted to make an example of them and clean up their military records, but this intensified the conflict, causing the natives of Iberia to mutiny. In the end, Hasdrubal completely lost control of the army. The foreign soldiers respected him as a brave warrior and only captured him as a captive, not killing him. Literature Library. The rebellious indigenous warriors occupied the city of Mazara. While looting the entire city, they sent people to negotiate with Dionia. They proposed that as long as Dionia sent them back to Iberia, they would no longer be enemies with Dionia, and they would offer the city of Mazara. The Devers' reply was quite unyielding. They had no right to negotiate with him. Unless they surrendered immediately and unconditionally, their corpses would not be able to return to their homeland even after death. The response of the Devers made the Iberian indigenous warriors angry and afraid. They wanted to kill to dispel the fear in their hearts. Therefore, the looting in the city of Mazara turned into a massacre. The people of Mazara rose up to resist, but how could they be a match for these fierce indigenous warriors? They were about to become ghosts under their blades. Who knew that a group of Lusitanians and Celts would have a conflict because of fighting for food? The conflict quickly turned into a fight, and the fight quickly turned into a chaotic battle. The Celts, Lusitanians, Iberians, and Philo infantry were not under the same command when they were under Mago's command. Their treatment was also different, and there were some conflicts in the first place. Now, in order to obtain more food, so that their own people could have a better chance of survival, they did not hesitate to attack the other races. All the races in the city were involved in this chaotic battle, and there was no way to stop it. Throughout the day, the screams and sounds of fighting in the city never stopped, and the sound could be heard for 10 miles. The scouts of Dionia had long reported the news of the civil strife in the city of Mazara to the Devers. The Devers rejected the suggestion of their generals to send troops to intervene, and only let the scouts continue to monitor the situation. When night fell, the city of Mazara was already filled with rivers of blood, and corpses were everywhere. Because it was dark, the various forces had no choice but to stop fighting, and each occupied a corner of the city, on guard against each other. The weaker Philo infantry naturally gathered with the remaining Mazarans, occupied the port, and began to plot to surrender to Dionia. At dawn the next day, the Iberian natives woke up from their sleep and were shocked to discover that tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor had appeared in the city. They were greatly shocked and suspected that the other party had secretly opened the city gates to let the Dionysian army in. However, the truth was that the people of Mazara took a speedboat from the port and rushed to Serenus. They tearfully asked the Devers for help and were willing to let Mazara join the kingdom of Dionia. Only then did the Devers order the Sicilian fleet to urgently transport 2 legions of soldiers, and under the cover of the night, they landed at Port Mazara. Yesterday's chaotic battle had already caused many casualties among the Iberian natives. Now, the Dionysian army had already appeared in the city, and outside the city, the bugle sounded long and loud, causing smoke and dust to billow. No matter how fierce the Iberian natives were, they had already fallen into a hopeless situation and had no choice but to surrender in the end. Segesta and Mazara surrendered one after another, and Carthage's 100,000-strong army was also completely destroyed. The Devers immediately let Segesta and Mazara send messengers to Alux to persuade him to surrender. Arius, the Phoenician religious center of Sicily, had no choice but to open his doors to Dionia. After Arius surrendered, the Devers led the main force into Lille, the military fortress built by Carthage. In the governor's mansion, he once again held a military meeting. Except for the absence of the 9th Legion commander, Tegthenos, who was far away in Sardinia, all the high-ranking generals of Dionia who participated in the war attended the meeting. Even the 7th Legion commander, Xantiparis, who was stationed in Palermo's, which was relatively far away, rushed over. "Your Majesty, congratulations on winning the war in Sicily. You led the army to conquer the entire island and completely drove the people of Carthage out, creating a brilliant record that no one has ever achieved before." As soon as the meeting began, Tormid led all the high-ranking generals to congratulate the Devers in unison. This was obviously beyond the expectations of the Devers. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the generals. He saw the excitement on the faces of Tormid, Matones, Olivers, Lazaru, Trotiras, and Xantiparis, the smiles on the faces of Alexis, Printos, and Epicthenus, the regret on the face of Amintas, and the calmness on the face of Leotychides. Finally, his eyes fell on Henneborus, who was next to him. The court clerk seemed to be covering his mouth and snickering because of the surprise on the faces of the Devers. After a moment, the Devers said with a solemn expression, "This victory does not belong to me alone. It also belongs to you outstanding generals, to our brave soldiers, and to all the people of Dionia who have contributed their strength to this war. Without your outstanding command, without the soldiers fighting hard, without the people's full efforts, there would not be today's glorious victory. Here, I would also like to congratulate you, and at the same time, express my gratitude to you." With that, he gave a military salute to the generals present in an extremely solemn manner. Seeing this scene, the generals were stunned at first, then they all stood at attention and returned the salute. Seeing that all of them seemed to be touched by his words, the Devers hurriedly waved his hand again, eased his tone, and said, "Sit down, all of you. If others see us standing like this, I'm afraid they won't think that we are celebrating victory, but that we have encountered a strong enemy and are preparing to fight to the death." Everyone laughed. Even Henneborus joked, "Your Majesty, now in the Western Mediterranean, there is no city-state or race that dares to wage war against us, Dionia." These words made everyone present smile proudly. The Devers also smiled slightly, but did not respond. After everyone sat down, he said with a serious expression, "You made a small mistake just now. We did not completely conquer Sicily Island. There are still rebels of Syracuse on Ortygia Island. Of course, they are no longer worthy of our attention. However, this war with Carthage is far from over. On the land of Africa across the sea, the rich people of Carthage may be desperately consuming the treasury in order to hire more soldiers, build more warships, and continue this war. Therefore, now is not the time to celebrate victory. We cannot give the people of Carthage any chance to breathe. We must seize the time and land on Africa, and completely defeat Carthage. At that time, we can finally relax and cheer for our victory." After listening to the words of the Devers, the eyes of the generals became eager, and their expressions became more excited. Fighting across the sea and conquering Carthage, this would be the greatest glory. Looking at these generals who were eager to fight, Divers had a solemn expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Since the outbreak of the war, in order to provide enough military supplies for our huge army, so that the soldiers can fight without worries, the kingdom has exhausted its treasury. The finances of all departments are tight, and the people are also frugal. Even the food that has just been collected after the autumn harvest is about to be used up. Now we are going to fight across the sea, farther away from the kingdom, and the materials we need to consume will be more. With the current financial situation of the kingdom, it is impossible to support such a large army, so the number of soldiers sent will not be too many, and I do not intend to go with the army. Fortunately, most of the military forces of Carthage have been destroyed by us in Sicily, and it is impossible to organize a strong army in a short period of time. Moreover, we have formed an alliance with the East and West Numidians. When the time comes, their army will go to Africa together and fight alongside our army. Therefore, although we are only sending a part of the army to fight, we still have a great advantage." At this time, in the eyes of the Devers, the generals had different expressions, but more or less revealed a desire to become the commander of the expedition against Carthage. The Devers did not give them more time to prepare and ask for battle. After a short pause, he immediately gave the order, "Now, I appoint Alexis as the commander, leading the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and Legio III on an expedition against Carthage." As soon as the order was given, some of the generals had an as expected look on their faces. Although some of the generals were unwilling, they did not dare to raise any objections. Over the years, Alexis, who had rarely taken the initiative to ask for battle and had become more and more indifferent to glory, immediately stood up. Her face showed a rare expression of excitement, and she said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, I will fight bravely with the brothers who are going to the expedition, and conquer Carthage as soon as possible to repay your trust." The Devers nodded and did not say any more words of encouragement. He looked straight at her and said in a deep voice again, "Time is of the essence. You only have 2 days to prepare for the expedition. 2 days later, take the ship to Africa." "Yes, Your Majesty." Alexis, Amintas, Matonis, and Lazara responded one after another. Oliver's. Yes. Sextus. Yes. Recently, I have received a battle report from Tecthenus. The 9th Legion he leads has continuously attacked many Phoenician city-states on Sardinia Island, but because he has to station troops in each captured city-state, he currently does not have enough troops to attack the largest city-state on Sardinia Island, Calaris. Calaris is now gathering the last resistance forces on Sardinia Island, so Tecthenus has asked me for help. I have decided to send Legio IV and Rome's reserve troops to Sardinia. At this point, the Devers looked at Olivers and reminded him in a euphemistic tone, in order to avoid excessive consumption of resources, we must end the war in Sardinia as soon as possible. Tecthenus has been fighting there for 2 months and is already familiar with the situation there. He also knows the enemy very well, so he will temporarily be the commander. You must listen to his command and do your best to help him conquer Calaris, occupy the entire island, and make Sardinia the territory of Dionia. Olivers had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to fight a battle, but the Devers' orders made him overjoyed. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't be a commander, the Devers had specially explained it to him, which straightened out his mood. He immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will cooperate well with Tecthenus and complete the attack on Sardinia as soon as possible." As a newcomer to the Dionysian army, Sextus naturally had no objections. After the 2 generals received their orders, the other generals who didn't have any missions saw hope. However, the Devers looked at them and said calmly, "The 7th Legion needs to be temporarily stationed in Lilybae, Mazara, Selinus, and Palermos to stabilize the order of the entire western region. The 10th Legion and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade will stay in Lilybae as reserve troops, ready to respond to sudden emergencies. Legio VI, the 8th Legion, the Lucania Reserve Legion, and the 3 cavalry legions can be disbanded first, allowing the soldiers who have fought for a year to return home. At the same time, it will ease the shortage of military supplies. However, you and the other legion commanders can't go home for the time being. You must stay in your respective barracks. Once you receive the order, you must gather the soldiers as soon as possible and rush to the designated battlefield. Does everyone understand?" "Understood, Your Majesty." No matter how disappointed they were, no general dared to express any objections. "Your Majesty, what about the navy?" Sicarian couldn't help but ask. "How can the navy not be part of the attack on Carthage on the other side of the sea?" The Devers' expression was still serious. "Not only will the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet have to escort the expeditionary army safely to Africa, but you will also be responsible for the safety of the transport fleet in the future. In addition, from today onwards, the Navy doesn't need to patrol the western waters anymore. Instead, their target will be the Carthage waters. They will block the Carthage port, intercept the ships of Carthage and its allies, and land and harass our enemies. At the same time, they will actively cooperate with Alexis' army until the end of the war. This is the Navy's mission. It's very hard. Can you accept it? Doesn't this highlight the importance of the Navy? It's better to have something to do than to be idle. The Sicilian fleet is happy to accept this mission." Sicarian laughed heartily as he deliberately glanced at the corps commanders who were about to return home and put on a smug look, making Aptines and the others want to beat him up. Compared to Sicarian, Middleades' reply was much more serious. "Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will definitely complete the mission." Devers turned a blind eye to Sicarian's little farce and looked at the Sicilian commander who had been quiet all this while. "Prosus, you still have one more mission. After returning to the east, Ostia Island will still be your responsibility. It no longer has any impact on the entire war, so I won't set a deadline for conquering it, but I want you to minimize the consumption of resources and casualties of soldiers as much as possible. Can you do that?" "I'll try my best, Your Majesty," Leotychides replied calmly. "Everyone, now that you understand your respective tasks, please return immediately and carry them out seriously. Alexis, stay here for now." This military meeting was so short because the Devers didn't want to give the generals any time to bargain after giving their orders. Only Alexis was left in the hall. The Devers asked softly, "What do you think about landing on Africana and attacking Carthage city?" Although Alexis had just received the order, after the Battle of Serenus, Sicily was basically in the kingdom's pocket. As long as the war wasn't over, landing on Africana and attacking Carthage city was expected. Alexis, Leotychides, and the other high-ranking generals were already thinking about the next step of the attack. This was also one of the reasons why they were able to obtain such high positions in the Dionysian army. So, Alexis said calmly, "Your Majesty, do you have a map of Africana?" The Devers immediately asked Henoboris to bring the map and put it on the table. Alexis stepped forward, looked at the map attentively, and then said solemnly, 3 legions plus Numidian cavalry and infantry. The number of soldiers is estimated to be more than 50,000. It's very large. I've seen the battle report of Your Majesty leading the army to land in Latin. You spent almost a day, and even the 1st Legion and Legio III landed first to stop the Rome's attack. Only then did the entire army safely set foot on the land of Latin. From this, it can be seen that landing is a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and risky military operation. And this time, half of the landing troops are Numidians. They haven't gone through strict training and have never fought side by side with us. Once they encounter an attack from Carthage's people, they are likely to panic and not listen to orders. Not only can they not be of help to our army, but they will also become a burden or even a hidden danger. So, I hope that our army and the Numidian army don't land at the same time. It'll be done in 2 batches. I'll lead 3 legions to land first and set up camp. On the 2nd day, we'll transport the Numidians over. This will not only improve the efficiency of the landing, but also ensure safety. After listening to this, the Devers secretly praised Alexis. It seems that my previous appointment has not gone to her head. She still remains calm. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "I agree with your suggestion. We can land in 2 batches. Where do you think the landing site should be chosen?" Alexis had already thought about it. She then said, "Although we destroyed Carthage's 100,000 troops in Sicily, I think they still have some strength. If we land near Carthage, they will definitely attack us frantically, which may lead to our failure to land. And if the landing site is too far away from Carthage, it may give the Carthage people enough time to defend. Moreover, I heard that the coast to the west of Carthage is crisscrossed with mountains and hills. This will make it difficult for the landing troops to march to Carthage city. So, the landing site I chose is here." The Devers looked at the place where he was pointing. It was Hadrumetum, the Phoenician city that had once housed the East Phoenician fleet and was later raided and burned by the Sicilian fleet. This was also the landing site that the Devers had envisioned, but he was not surprised. After all, Hadrumetum was indeed a very ideal landing site. The city was located on a long, flat beach, which could accommodate the landing of a large army. The nearby Phoenician city-states were relatively weak and not enough to pose any threat to the landing troops of Ionia. Moreover, it was more than 100 miles away from Carthage, neither too far nor too close. Moreover, it was along the coast, and the terrain was flat and conducive for marching. In addition, the Sicilian fleet had raided there before and was relatively familiar with the sea conditions and geographical environment there. Alexis was one of the best generals in the kingdom of Ionia. It was natural for her to choose Hadrumetum. "I agree with your opinion." The Devers nodded and muttered, "Alexis, as long as our army can stand firm in Africa and fight steadily, it is only a matter of time before we defeat Carthage. However, I have some ideas on how to deal with Carthage. Please listen to them first." Although the Devers spoke politely, Alexis immediately returned to her seat and said seriously, "Your Majesty, please speak." The Devers explained in detail what he had said to Henoboris before, and emphasized at the end, "Of course, the war is not something we can control. Sometimes, the situation changes far beyond our expectations. As the frontline commander, you can make the most appropriate move according to the actual situation at the time. I said all this just to let you know what to do." Alexis pondered for a while before responding seriously, "I understand, Your Majesty. I will try my best to make the war develop in this direction." This was one of the reasons why the Devers chose Alexis as the expedition commander. Alexis had a political mind. She could think and solve some political problems while commanding the war, unlike Amintas who only thought about war. In fact, after careful observation, the Devers found that although Leotychides was obsessed with the study of war and was not good at communicating with others, he did not only know how to fight. For example, a few years ago, when he led the army to pacify the Xianxia people, and when he first attacked West Sicily, some of the political measures he adopted were quite good. But this time, the Devers did not choose him as the commander because he was too inexperienced and didn't have enough prestige to suppress the high-ranking generals who were unwilling to accept him. Before you leave, do you have any requests that I can help with? The Devers asked with concern. Your Majesty, can you send me another person? Alexis took the opportunity to ask. The Devers smiled. Printos? Yes, Your Majesty. With his help, I won't have to worry about any flaws in my plan. I will have more confidence in obtaining victory. Alexis said honestly. She was not at all worried that the Devers would have the wrong impression that her victory was due to Printos's planning. I promise you, Printos staying with me and Lily is indeed a waste of his talent. The Devers agreed without hesitation, then asked, do you have any other requests? No. But I have a request for you now. The Devers smiled. Drink a glass of Turii wine with me. I hope you will bring me the news of victory soon. Time passed by in a flash. 3 days later, in the morning, thousands of ships set off from the port of Lily, heading south. The reason for the delay was because the wind was strong yesterday, and the wind was from the south. Although there were some waves this morning, the wind was from the north. The Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet were in front and on both sides of this huge fleet. In the center were the transport ships, and behind them were the supply ships. With the help of the wind, the entire fleet moved at a faster speed. Before noon, they had already reached Xianxia Island. This small island that used to belong to the Phoenicians was now occupied by the Sicilian fleet. It became their forward base to blockade the port of Carthage and patrol the coast of Africana. However, the fleet did not stop and continued forward. As they approached the coast, Alexis's worries did not come true. There was not a single Carthage or Phoenician merchant ship on the vast sea. This route along the coast of Africana, passing through Cyrenaica, Egypt, and finally arriving at Tyre had always been relatively busy. Even a few months ago, there were still ships coming and going here, but now it had suddenly become so desolate. This was proof of the defeat of Carthage in this war and the strength of the Ionian navy. It was not until the fleet was close to the coast that Alexis saw some fishing boats on the coast. The fishermen on the boats saw the overwhelming number of warships approaching. They were so scared that they quickly stopped their boats and ran back to their cities to report the news. At this time, Alexis was no longer worried. According to her previous deployment, the warships of the fleet had already stopped near the coast. The transport ships quickly spread out along the long coastline. With the help of the tide and the oarsmen, the ships reached the flat beach. The soldiers of the 3 legions stepped on the knee-deep sea and stepped onto the land of Africana. This is the land where Hercules defeated the giant Pelphion? In fact, the scenery of this beach was no different from that of Turii and Catanae. However, the adjutant Mathesius who went ashore felt a little excited and looked around curiously. Yes, now we will soon conquer the giant Carthage just like Hercules. Alexis said with a sigh. Lady Alexis, if you have such thoughts, you will be disappointed. Printos's words surprised Alexis. Alexis blinked and continued, the current Carthage can't be considered a giant. I hope so. Alexis smiled. It looked like they were in a relaxed mood, but in reality, Alexis was constantly sending out messengers to urge the troops to quickly assemble. At the same time, she quickly found the scouts who had come ashore and had them immediately investigate the surrounding situation. Alexis breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Not only were there no enemies within a 10-mile radius, but the Phoenicians who lived here were fleeing with their families. At dusk, Alexis led the army to Hadrumetum and began to build a camp on the ruins of the burned town. It was not until late at night that Carthage received the news that the Dionysian army had landed in Hadrumetum. The quiet city suddenly became noisy. The people were very panicked and confused. A few days ago, news came from Sicily that although the army led by Margo had been defeated, the remaining troops had retreated to Segesta and Mazara and were still holding on. Why would a large army of Dionysus suddenly appear in Hadrumetum? In fact, after Hasdrubal led the remnants of the army to Mazara, he did send a fast ship out of the port and rushed to Carthage to inform him of the situation in Sicily. But later, because of the chaos in Mazara, the people were busy saving their lives, and the Dionysian fleet deliberately strengthened the blockade of the port until Dionia occupied Mazara. Not only did Carthage know nothing about it, even Arius in Sicily was clueless. The situation was grim. That night, Carthage's Senate held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In addition to deciding to immediately mobilize for war, strengthen the city's defenses, issue orders to the surrounding allies, and transfer reinforcements, they also discussed whether to immediately send envoys to negotiate with the Dionia. This time, the majority of the senators expressed their approval. Only a few Maganid senators, led by Pretacuba, expressed their firm opposition to allowing the cession of new colonies in the south of Iberia as a condition for negotiations. In the morning, the Senate temporarily adjourned. The senators first returned to their mansions, had breakfast, and then returned to the meeting hall to continue the discussion. But when the senators walked out of the meeting hall, there were already many Carthage citizens gathered outside. Some time ago, because the Hanoverian party made the proposal to negotiate with Dionia, they were criticized by the people, and some even accused them of treason. Their days were not too good, but this morning, many people who had already received the contents of the meeting no longer cursed Ocradon, Tepanlaco, and the others. Instead, they targeted the Maganid party, asking Pretacuba to consider the safety of Carthage, to reach an agreement with Hanno as soon as possible, and to send envoys to sign a peace agreement with Dionia. Pretacuba was convinced that this was a trick of the Hanoverian party, and did not respond. In fact, he could not agree to Carthage giving up the colonies in southern Iberia, because it had already become the foundation of the Maganid family. Just as the Carthage citizens gathered in front of the Senate, Alexis ordered the army to continue to consolidate the camp, and sent a large number of soldiers to speed up the repair of the former port of Hadrumetum, so that the cargo ships could be moved more quickly, and at the same time, they waited for the arrival of the Namibian army. But in the evening, Alexis, who had waited for a long time, received bad news. When the fleet full of Namibian soldiers set off from Lillib, it was still a weak north wind, but halfway through the journey, the wind suddenly turned into a strong northwest wind, and the entire fleet was pushed to the east coast of Hadrumetum by the wind and waves, and it was said that some ships even capsized on the way. Alexis hurriedly prayed to Hades, thanking him for his blessings, so that such a thing did not happen to the Dionysian army. Then he sent scouts along the coast to the east to search for traces of the fleet. But the news he received later was disheartening. Except for a few ships scattered along the nearby coast, there was no trace of the fleet. Alexis speculated that most of the ships may have been blown to near the waters of Cyrenaica by the wind and waves, which forced him to make a decision. He could no longer wait, he must take the initiative to attack. So on the third day, he let the Legio III stay at the camp, and personally led the 1st and 2nd legions, a total of more than 16,000 people, to attack a Phoenician city-state less than 30 miles to the east of Hadrumetum, the city of Ruspina. Ruspina and its nearby neighbors sent messengers to take a detour, asking for help from Carthage. This incident caused even more panic among the people of Carthage, and soon led to a major event. At dusk, the meeting of the Carthage Senate once again ended in an argument. After the senators walked out of the gate, Pretacuba and the others were once again surrounded by the people waiting outside the courtyard. Pretacuba, who had experienced this many times, did not respond at all to their requests, insults, and even threats. After the guards pushed away the people blocking the way, he walked forward with his head held high. At this moment, suddenly, a few youths rushed in, knocked away the guards who were caught off guard, and rushed in front of Pretacuba. Holding a shining dagger in their hands, they quickly and fiercely stabbed Pretacuba's chest a few times before he could react. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. When the people around him reacted, Pretacuba was already lying in a pool of blood. The frightened people screamed and ran in all directions, and the servants who followed behind hurriedly helped Pretacuba up from the pool of blood, shouting for the doctor to come and save him, and the guards rushed to arrest the perpetrators. The scene was very chaotic. The senators, in consideration of their own safety, retreated to the entrance of the venue, under the protection of the guards. Many people looked at Hanno, obviously suspecting that the assassination of Pretacuba had something to do with his mortal enemy, Hanno. But Hanno also had a shocked expression on his face, and he shouted loudly, "Quick, arrest them! Arrest the murderers!" Fortunately, the murderers did not run away, but stood where they were, waiting for the guards to come and arrest them. One of them even shouted boldly and confidently, "I am the son of Braca, Urdu. My eldest brother followed Monte Adano and died in battle in Minoa. My second brother was also conscripted to Sicily, and I do not know if he is still alive or not. My father piloted a cargo ship late at night to transport rations for the army in Sicily, and he has not returned yet. My family has already paid enough blood for the war started by the Maganid family. Now that Carthage has encountered so many dangers, it is all because of them. Killing him is not wrong, this is Bar Harmon's oracle. Only this can save Carthage." The other youths also shouted loudly, "I am not guilty, this is for Carthage." There were still many people who had not left, and when they heard the shouts of the youths, they felt the same way. They all rushed to the guards who were arresting the youths and shouted, "Let them go. They are the heroes of Carthage. They want to free Carthage from the danger of war, to restore peace and tranquility to Africana. Preta Cuba is the sinner. Brother Mara is the sinner." This was the punishment that Bar Harmon had given them. They deserved it. The roars of the people were like thunder, protesting against the elders, venting out all the sorrow and fear that had accumulated in their hearts during this period of time. Their shouts attracted even more people, and more people gathered in the square in front of the Senate. Some people began to fight with the guards, wanting to save the young men. Another riot was about to occur. The senators were all nervous, especially the senators from the Maganid faction, who were trembling. "Let's return to the meeting first and quickly send someone to inform General Samos. Let him bring the army here and disperse the crowd." At this time, Hanno was still able to maintain his composure and whispered his suggestion to the panicking senators. The senators returned to the meeting hall. While waiting for the arrival of the army, they also started the meeting anxiously. This time, there was much less resistance. They passed the resolution of resuming the peace talks as soon as possible based on most of Dionia's conditions, and sent messengers to reach an armistice agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. When Hanno, under the protection of the army, walked out of the Senate meeting hall and announced the new resolution of the Senate to the people who were still gathered outside the door and still refused to leave, the people cheered. However, Hanno also reminded them that even if the peace talks resumed, they could not let down their guard. If they could not defeat the Dionysian army that invaded Africana, the possibility of the peace talks succeeding would be very small and Carthage would lose more benefits. Therefore, he encouraged the people present to actively prepare for war and protect Carthage. The people responded enthusiastically. However, things did not end so smoothly. On this night, a few elders from the Maganid faction were beaten up by the people on their way home. One of them even fell unconscious. While the people of the city were urgently preparing for war, the Senate condemned this violent behavior and sent people to investigate, but there were no results. At the same time, some senators from the Maganid faction felt the danger and began to quietly escape from Carthage. When the messenger from Carthage met Alexis, the Dionysian army had already begun to besiege Ruspina. After learning the intention of the messenger from Carthage, Alexis clearly stated that the order given to him by His Majesty the Devers King was to attack Carthage. Before receiving His Majesty's order to stop the war, he would not stop the attack. When the dejected Carthage envoy left Ruspina, he was surprised to find that many Numidians had also appeared there, and they were getting along well with the Dionia soldiers. The transport ships that had been hit by the storm had gradually returned to Hadrumetum. Alexis allowed the eastern Numidians to return to their homes and reunite with their families before regrouping to assist the Dionysian army in attacking Carthage. The reason why Alexis did not let these eastern Numidians join the battle immediately was because they were basically infantry. Their combat strength was not strong, and they were eager to return home. She was worried that if they joined the army, not only would they consume a lot of military supplies, but they would also become a burden to the army during battle. However, he tried his best to retain the western Numidian cavalry. Excluding those who drowned in the sea and those who insisted on leaving, about 2,000 Numidian cavalry stayed to fight. After Carthage's envoy left, Alexis began to order the army to attack Ruspina. The engineering battalions of several legions had sped up the production of some siege equipment, and Alexis had a basic understanding of the situation of the entire city. In this area, Ruspina, like Hadrumetum, was one of the few large Phoenician city-states, but in Alexis's eyes, it was still a small city, and it did not have any elaborate defensive facilities. According to the situation he observed, he carefully adjusted the siege deployment. He firmly believed that he could take the city in a few days. There were several reasons why Alexis was in such a rush to attack Raspina. First, even though he had ordered his soldiers to speed up the repair of Hadrumetum's port, the port was not something that could be built in a short period of time due to the lack of manpower and construction materials. Furthermore, they were in an unfamiliar environment with enemies on all sides. The encounter of the Second Fleet made him realize that at the end of winter, this area of the sea was very windy. He needed to provide a safe harbor for the fleet that constantly transported supplies to him as soon as possible. At the same time, it would greatly improve the efficiency of unloading. Therefore, taking down a coastal city-state as soon as possible was the best choice. Secondly, the Dionysian army had just arrived. If they wanted to establish a foothold, they had to establish a stable rear so that they could boldly attack Carthage with confidence. Therefore, a city-state like Raspina, which was very close to Hadrumetum, had to be conquered first. Other than that, Alexis had another idea in mind. On the morning of the second day after the army landed, he received a report from a cavalry scout. The Phoenician city of Attis to the west was heavily garrisoned. The road from Hadrumetum to Carthage was smooth, but this road was specific. Between Carthage and Hadrumetum, there was a series of mountain ridges that extended east to form the Caban Peninsula. Although the flat valley in the middle was not narrow, Attis was located to the west of it. When Carthage learned that the Dionysian army had landed in Hadrumetum, he immediately sent reinforcements to Attis. Alexis hoped that by attacking the Phoenician city near Hadrumetum, she could attract the reinforcements of Carthage's army, and thus eliminate Carthage's forces in the field. Just as the Carthaginian emissary, Ocraton, once again set sail for Sicily to negotiate with Henneborus, a few Maganid senators had already fled to Sexy in southern Iberia. Out of anger and fear, they greatly exaggerated what had happened in Carthage. When the members of the Maganid family and the local officials who were stationed in the city learned of this, they were greatly shocked. In the governor's mansion, Dido urgently called for Hacker and asked him anxiously, "I heard that our army in Sicily was either destroyed or captured. Now, I don't know if my father and brother are dead or alive, and I don't know what the situation is like with so many of my clansmen. But at this time, that cursed Hanno acted ruthlessly against our forces in Carthage. He sent people to assassinate Uncle Pretacuba and drove the others out of Carthage. What should we do now?" While Dido was speaking, Hacker was already lying down on a wooden chair with the help of a servant. Ever since Maganid led his army to land in Sicily, all the affairs in Iberia were mainly handled by Hacker alone. In addition, he was also responsible for the logistics and transportation of the Iberian army and always paid attention to the movements of the natives inside and outside the territory. Working day and night for as long as half a year had caused his physical condition to deteriorate. His body rapidly became thin, and it was difficult for him to even walk. "Not only what you said, I also received news." Hacker touched his forehead with his hand and said softly, "The important leader of the Hanover faction, Tepin Laco, has already proposed to the Senate that my uncle and my brother should be tried in absentia. He said that they will be severely punished because they caused such a major failure and put Carthage in danger. At the same time, this is to appease the people of Carthage." "Appease the people of Carthage? Then who will appease us?" "For the sake of Carthage, most of the adult men of the Maganid family have gone on an expedition to Sicily, and there has been no news from us until now." Dido's eyes were filled with tears, but anger distorted her beautiful face, making it look somewhat sinister. "Also, we have stayed in this backward, barbaric, and dangerous place for so many years. How much effort did we put in, and how many of our family members died in order to obtain this land? Isn't it also for the benefit of Carthage? Otherwise, after Carthage declared war on Dionia, how could Iberia send so many soldiers? But the Senate of Carthage ignored our attack, and without our consent, they want to hand over the land we worked so hard to obtain to the people of Dionia. Father and brother fought bravely for Carthage, and now it is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Not only did they not receive the respect and sympathy of Carthage, but they also want to be tried, causing their honor to be humiliated. The Senate of Carthage is forcing the Maganid family to the path of destruction." Dido gritted her teeth and said sternly, "Haka, since the Senate of Carthage wants to ruthlessly deal with us, then why should we still be manipulated by them? We might as well leave Carthage, and no longer listen to the orders of the Senate of Carthage. Haka listened quietly, not surprised by Dido's words. In fact, in the past 2 days, she had vented her anger on him many times, but the reason she was so resolute this time was because she heard that the Senate of Carthage was going to carry out a harsh trial on Margot and Hasdrubal. According to the military tradition of Carthage, generals who had lost in a major war would be severely judged by the Senate, and basically all of them would be crucified. The only one who escaped punishment was Margot's brother, Hamilco. Even though he committed suicide in the end, the citizens still complained to the Senate that they were too lenient towards him. Now that Margot had suffered a military defeat that was even greater than Hamilco's, and the Magonid family's influence in the Senate was almost non-existent, with Hanno and the others making things difficult for them, Margot and Hasdrubal might really be in danger of being executed. It was no wonder that Dido was so emotional. "You're not serious, are you?" Haka asked softly. "Of course I'm serious." Dido walked over, looked down at Haka, and said sternly with a firm gaze, "The Carthage sees us as enemies, so we are no longer Carthage's people. Haka, gather all the officials in the territory, and then announce to them that the Iberian colony is independent, and that it has nothing to do with the Carthage." Haka rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. "Right now, the main officials in the territory are our Magonid clansmen. They may not have too much of an objection to the declaration of independence, but it will inevitably cause panic among the Carthage and Phoenician citizens in the territory. And you should know that the biggest danger we are facing is the Iberian natives inside and outside the territory. Because we have blocked the news of our defeat, they are still relatively quiet for the time being, but as time passes, they will eventually find out. At that time, they will definitely use demanding compensation as an excuse to attack our territory, and we do not have enough troops in the territory. Once we leave the Carthage, we will not receive any reinforcements. At that time, we will not be able to defend against the ferocious attacks of the natives. The land will be occupied by them, and the people will be tortured and killed by them. More importantly, we have declared independence. The Carthage may not be able to do anything to us for the time being, but Dionia has already seen our territory as something in the bag. But in the end, they have failed. Will they be angry? Will they kill my uncle and my brother because of this? And then send troops to seize this land? Have you thought about all of this?" "I've thought about it," Dido said without hesitation, "so I've decided to go to Sicily and negotiate with the people of Dionia." "What? You're going to Sicily?" Hacker was truly shocked this time. "You're the more suitable candidate, but you're not in good health, and we can't leave you here at this time. So I have to go. Although I'm a woman, I'm the only daughter of the Magonid family's patriarch, Mago. If I personally go to Sicily to negotiate, it will show the sincerity of the Magonid family. Moreover, the decisions I make during the negotiations should also be approved by you, right?" Dido looked straight at her cousin in an imposing manner. Hacker did not respond directly, but asked in return, "What decision do you want to make?" "I want this territory to join the Kingdom of Dionia, become their state, or a free city. I think this should be able to save my father and Hasdrubal." Hacker looked at the resolute Dido, suddenly envious of her vitality and courage, which was what his sickly body lacked. "Well, I'll take care of everything here. You can go to Sicily without worry, but you have to be prepared for the worst. The king of Dionia is not so easy to deal with." Although Hacker had never met the Devers, he had a deeper understanding of the king of Dionia. Even some of the administrative systems in place in Iberia were absorbed and adapted from the system of government of Dionia. Because of this, as a Carthage noble, he did not object to Dido's rebellious act of seeking refuge with the enemy. On the contrary, he felt a trace of envy in his heart. As an envoy of Carthage, Ochradin once again came to Sicily and began a new round of negotiations with the Dionia court clerk, Henoporus, at the governor's mansion in Lille. After several negotiations and confrontations, faced with the aggressive Henoporus, Ochradin compromised and offered to cede the new colony in the south of Iberia, and was willing to return the land of the eastern Namibians and allow them to become independent. But Henoporus was not satisfied. He pointed out that Dionia needed the entire southern Iberia that Carthage owned, including coastal towns such as Gades, Huelva, and Megaropolis, as well as the gold and silver mines under their control. This could not be changed. Aukradin argued, but Henoporus refused to budge. Moreover, the Devers did not give Aukradin a chance to meet, so the negotiations reached an impasse. When Aukradin sent the news that the negotiations were not going well back to Carthage, the Carthage Senate also received another piece of bad news: Ruthpena had surrendered to the Dionysian army. It turned out that Alexis had hoped that Carthage's army would come to Ruthpena's rescue, so that she could defeat Carthage's fresh troops in the field, reducing the difficulty of the soldiers besieging the city in the future, and severely dampening the confidence of the Carthage people. However, after the Carthage Senate learned that the Numidians had joined the Dionysian army, he became even more worried about the safety of Carthage's city. Even if the Ruthpena messenger repeatedly begged, the Carthage Senate was perfunctory while gathering reinforcements from the Phoenician allies in the west to protect the city. Alexis did not order an attack on Ruthpena. Instead, she ordered a total of 30 ballistic cannons owned by the 3 legions to bombard Ruthpena city for several days in a row. Not only did they destroy many houses in the city, but they also bombarded the city with several large holes. There were not many citizen soldiers in Ruthpena, and there was no news of Carthage's reinforcements. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of Hadrumetum, the terrified Ruthpena people chose to surrender. Alexis led the army to enter Ruthpena city. After taking complete control of the city, she immediately informed the Legio III stationed in Hadrumetum to remove their camp and rendezvous at Ruthpena. Seeing that the Carthage people were stubbornly defending, she simply prepared to continue to the east to attack Thapsos, thus completely turning this coastal land into the rear of the Dionysian army. After the Carthage elders, led by Hanno, received a reply from Aukradin, and at the same time learned from the scouts that the Dionysian army had landed in Africa city, they all realized that whether it was for the safety of Carthage city or for the smooth signing of the armistice agreement, Carthage had to concentrate all their strength to defeat the enemy in front of them. Therefore, after an emergency discussion, the Senate appointed Samos as the military commander of Carthage, responsible for defeating the Dionysian army. Samos led 10,000 Carthage militia to Attis, increasing the total number of soldiers in Attis to 15,000. This also made it difficult to see any young citizens in Carthage city. The Senate had to mobilize the elderly and underage men to defend the city. Samos did not lead his army to rescue Thapsos, which was being besieged by the Dionysian army. Instead, he stepped up the construction of defensive facilities in Attis, while waiting for reinforcements from the Phoenician alliance on the west coast. As the Dionia warships were patrolling along the coast of Africa, for safety reasons, the reinforcements from the Phoenician alliance did not dare to take the ships. They could only travel by land, marching through the mountains. Naturally, the time needed to reach Carthage city would be extended. Didwa was tall, graceful, pretty, and had bright eyes. She wore a purple pleated dress with flowers embroidered with gold silk and a rare white fox fur coat. Her black hair was tied up and held in place with exquisite hair accessories made of pure gold. She was graceful but not elegant. She was delicate yet heroic. Although her skin was a little dark, it was more lustrous and flawless, giving her the charm of a foreign race. When she walked gracefully into the living room of the mayor's mansion, not only were the guards stunned, but even the Devers were a little dazed. He subconsciously sat up straight, coughed twice, and said, "You are the messenger from the Iberian colony of Carthage? The honorable king of Dionia." Dido gently opened her red lips. Her voice was not as crisp as that of most young girls, but more deep. "I am Dido, the only daughter of the Carthage military commander Mago. I am not the messenger of Carthage, but a representative of the Magonid family." Devers was not surprised. He had already known the identity of the Iberian messenger in advance, and he also knew through intelligence that the daughter of Mago was not a simple woman. Not only did she often participate in the political affairs of southern Iberia, but she could even influence Mago's decisions, so he met her out of curiosity. And Dido's special emphasis on this sentence confirmed some of the thoughts in his heart. He deliberately said jokingly, "Is there no man in your Magonid family?" Dido heard the sarcasm in Devers's words, and her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened, but then she lowered her eyes and said in a powerful tone, "The Iberian officials let me come here not because I am a woman, but because I can negotiate with you on their behalf." "Oh?" Devers pretended to be surprised and said, "I don't understand why the officials of Carthage and Iberia still let you come. Don't you know that the Senate of Carthage is ready to cede the entire southern region of Iberia to Dionia?" Dido had expected the other party to ask this question. She took a breath and said in a serious tone, "Honorable King of Dionia, although we are far away in Iberia, we also know that the negotiations between Dionia and Carthage are not going well, and the war is still going on. What's more, Carthage cannot represent our southern region of Iberia. Even if the negotiations are reached in the future and they agree to cede southern Iberia to Dionia, this decision will not be recognized by all the people of southern Iberia. Because the southern region of Iberia has decided to separate from Thurii and decide our own fate." Dido's last sentence was powerful and resonant. Hearing this, Devers raised his eyebrows and his eyes became cold. "So, even if we reach a peace agreement with Carthage, your southern region of Iberia does not intend to abide by it? Don't you know that doing this will only give me a reason to send troops to southern Iberia? We have now captured tens of thousands of captives from southern Iberia, including your father and relatives. I don't mind turning all the men of southern Iberia into slaves and making them mine until they die." Although the Devers' voice was not loud, the majesty of a king could not be looked at directly. The thick smell of blood was even more overwhelming, making Dido a little flustered. She hurriedly lowered her head and tried to calm herself down. After panting for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Since Carthage has betrayed us, why should we listen to Carthage's orders? If Dionia really wants to send troops to attack us, we would rather all die in battle to defend the dignity of the Magonid family and at the same time make your Dionia pay a heavy price." "You want our Dionia to pay a heavy price?" Devers sneered and said disdainfully, "How many troops do you have in the Iberia territory? Can you still intimidate the surrounding Lusitanians and Iberians? Our Dionia doesn't even need to send troops. We can soon see the Iberian natives wipe out all of you who are alone. Maybe we will perish, but what good will it do to your Dionia?" At this moment, Dido also threw caution to the wind and loudly reminded, "We spent more than 10 years to conquer the Iberian natives, cut down trees, flatten the land, and reclaim it year after year. Only then did we have the territory that we can settle in today. If the already stable southern Iberia is once again occupied by those ignorant and ferocious natives, I don't know how much gold and silver Dionia is willing to spend after the war with Carthage, how many citizens will be sacrificed, and how much time will it take to reintegrate southern Iberia back into the kingdom of Dionia, but now, as long as Dionia accepts my negotiation request, the southern Iberia you want will immediately belong to Dionia. Then your majesty can use all your strength to deal with Carthage and put forward other demands to them in order to obtain more benefits." The coldness in Devers' eyes receded and he said calmly, "You want southern Iberia to be directly integrated into Dionia?" Literature Museum Dido stole a glance at the Devers expression and felt that there was hope. She immediately said in a clear voice, "We want to make southern Iberia a free city of Dionia, just like." The Devers interrupted her without hesitation and said firmly, "Southern Iberia can only be completely integrated into Dionia and be under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom. There is no other choice. If that doesn't work, we would rather choose war. Whether southern Iberia is ruled by you or occupied by the Iberian natives, we will make it the territory of Dionia no matter what price we have to pay." Dido did not expect the Devers to directly seal her words. There was no room for negotiation at all. For a moment, she panicked and did not know what to say. "It seems that you have nothing to talk about." Diphos sighed softly and said, "As a woman, you actually dared to come here alone to negotiate. You are indeed very courageous, and it is not easy. I will allow you to visit your family for a while, and then you can go back." At this moment, Henoboris, who was next to him, reminded, "Your Majesty, Sir Stesichotus said that Brother Margot's injury is serious and needs quiet treatment. He doesn't want anyone to disturb my father." What happened to him?" Dido asked anxiously when she heard this. "On the day of the Battle of Serenus, your father, Margot, was shot in the face by a flustered Numidian with an arrow. When we found him, he was almost dead. Thanks to our doctor's all-out efforts to save him, he was out of danger, but he has been unconscious ever since." Henoboris said softly with a sympathetic expression. "Merciful King Devers, I want to visit my father immediately. I hope you can approve." Dido's eyes were filled with tears as she said with a trembling voice, "All right." The Devers hesitated for a moment, then said to Henoboris, "Go and talk to Stesichotus. Tell him that I said to let this girl visit her father." Yes, your majesty. Hennabora stood up, walked to Dido, and said softly, "Come with me." Dido wiped away her tears, stood up, and bowed deeply to the Devers. About 10 minutes later, Hennaboris returned. After listening to the scene of Dido visiting Brother Ma, Devers suddenly asked, "How old is Brother Ma's daughter?" Hennaboris was stunned. He looked at the Devers, his mind racing. Could it be that His Majesty has taken a fancy to her? However, he quickly said, "Shiro Finis told me about her before. Let me think. She doesn't seem to be 23? It's 24. I'm a little old." The Devers' response stunned Hennaboris again, but he saw that the king of Dionia was tapping his fingers on the back of his chair. His gaze was distant as if he was thinking about something, and there was no joy on his face when he fancied a woman. Dido visited her father, who was in a coma, but she did not ask to see Hasdrubal again. She knew her cousin's temper and knew that he would quarrel with her if he knew why she was here. After a painful afternoon of thinking, Dido, who had made up her mind, asked to see the Devers again and received his approval. Dido, who entered the living room again, was no longer as disorderly as when she left in the morning. She regained her composure and after expressing her gratitude to the Devers, she said straightforwardly, "Noble King of Devers, if I agree to your request and let the southern part of Iberia be completely incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, how will you settle the people and officials there? And, how will you treat the soldiers and generals from the southern part of Iberia who have been captured by you?" The Devers did not answer immediately. He looked at Dido and asked seriously, "Letting the entire southern part of Iberia join the kingdom of Dionia is a very important decision that concerns the future of the people of the entire southern part of Iberia. Will the people and officials there recognize the agreement you have finally signed? The colonies in the southern part of Iberia are in fact ruled by the Maganid family." Dido raised her head with pride on her face and said in an unquestionable tone, "I can assure you that when I come to Dionia as a diplomatic envoy, I have all the authority granted by all the direct members of the Maganid family. Any decision I make here will be recognized by them." The Devers gently nodded and said seriously, "If you take the initiative to join the kingdom of Dionia, the people of southern Iberia will immediately become citizens of Dionia and enjoy all the rights and obligations that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy. The Maganid family can recommend a few members, and after being examined by the Senate of Dionia, they will become senators of the kingdom. The officials of the southern part of Iberia will continue to perform their duties, but at the same time they will have to learn the laws of Dionia and adapt to the system of the kingdom of Dionia. After a year, there will be an assessment to decide whether they will stay in office or be promoted. This is just a general idea. The specific details will still need to be worked out through negotiations. But now there is a problem." The Devers looked embarrassed. "After your father led the army to land in Sicily, he successively burned the 3 friendly states of Dionia, Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela. These days, the remaining people of these states have sent representatives, demanding that the culprits who destroyed their hometown be severely punished. To make matters worse, your father also let the army burn all the villages on the Catania plain, the territory of the kingdom, and killed the people of the kingdom. Even after capturing the city of Paragonia, your father cruelly ordered all the captured Dionia soldiers to be tortured to death. I once stood on the ruins of Paragonia, facing all the Dionia soldiers who went on an expedition to Sicily, and swore to avenge these soldiers who were tortured to death. And according to the testimony of the captured Carthage soldiers, Mago and Hasdrubal are the main culprits of this tragedy. Therefore, according to the request of the friendly emissary and fulfilling my oath, even if southern Iberia becomes the territory of Dionia, and the other Iberian soldiers who were captured are released, the 2 of them will continue to be imprisoned until they are severely punished." When Dido heard that her father might be executed, she immediately retorted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "How can you blame my father for this? This is war. War. Didn't the Dionysian army also wantonly destroy and kill civilians in western Sicily? Your fleet even landed on Africa, slaughtering and burning Hadrumentum. According to what you just said, as the commander of the Dionysian army, shouldn't you also be avenged by the people of Carthage?" The Devers was not angered by her words. He touched his chin and said lightly, "Unfortunately, now Dionia is the victor." Dido's words were immediately stifled, but she immediately roared even more furiously, "Since you don't intend to release my family, then even if the Maganid family dies in battle, we will never surrender to Dionia. Dido glared angrily at the Devers, while Devers appeared calm. At this moment, Henoboris interrupted, Your Majesty, the Maganid family of Carthage has already decided to pledge allegiance to the kingdom and become a citizen of Dionia. This will allow us to end this war earlier, which is a good thing. But why must you still punish the leader of the Maganid family? The Devers hesitated for a moment, then said softly with slight embarrassment, I once made a promise to Hades in front of everyone, how can I go back on my word? Dido was a devout follower of the god of Carthage, Tanit. When she heard this, she felt even more despair, because she knew that Hades was the protector of the kingdom of Dionia. It was said that he had performed many miracles, so how could the king of Dionia dare to go back on his word? However, Henoboris said, Your Majesty, I have an idea that will allow you to release Margot and Hasdrubal without being punished by Hades. The Devers immediately became spirited, Oh, tell me about it. Dido also looked at the refined official of Dionia, hoping that he could really come up with a good idea to solve this problem. Henoboris did not immediately reveal the solution, but smiled at Dido and asked, May I ask if you are engaged? Dido was stunned. She did not expect him to say such a thing. Anger and embarrassment rose in her at the same time, and she was about to explode. Henoboris then said with a straight face, This matter is very important. It concerns your father's life and death. You better answer truthfully. At the mention of her father, Dido nodded subconsciously, no. It was common knowledge that the leader of the Maganid family of Carthage had an older daughter who was unmarried. Now that it was confirmed that she was not engaged, Henoboris was reassured, and immediately said to the Devers with a straight face, Your Majesty, the only daughter of the leader of the Maganid family of Carthage, Dido, is of noble blood, talented and beautiful. As your son, Prince Clotocatax is young and promising, and is still unmarried. I am willing to be the golden arrow in Eros's hand, and act as a matchmaker for the two young people to marry. In this way, Dido will become your daughter-in-law, and Margot will become your in-laws. You are the descendant of god Hades, and Hades should forgive you for breaking your oath on account of them becoming your relatives. At this point, Henoboris turned to Dido and said, Moreover, if you become His Majesty's daughter-in-law, the people of Iberia and the Maganid family will be more at ease to join the kingdom, because you, who have become a member of the royal family of Dionia, will be more able to care for them, and will not let them suffer injustice. The Devers rubbed his chin, and said rather excitedly, This method sounds good, and is very good for Dionia and the southern colonies of Iberia. I think that child Clotocatax should not object. Dido did not expect this Dionia official to propose such an idea. For a moment, she was shy, irritated, worried, angry. Countless emotions twisted into a mess in her heart. Carthage and Greece were somewhat similar in terms of marriage. Marriage was basically decided by the elders. But for Dido, the situation was special. Her mother died early and her father was now in a coma. Her father doted on her and had long agreed to let her choose her own husband. Otherwise, she would not be unmarried at the age of 24, so it was entirely up to her to decide whether to marry or not. It was just that she never thought that her marriage would be linked to her father's life and death, the rise and fall of her family, and the future of thousands of people in southern Iberia. How could someone as smart as she not see that this was a trap designed by the king of Dionia and his men? But at the moment, she was in a mess of emotions. She did not want to expose it, nor did she dare to rashly make a choice. But when she visited the unconscious Margot again, she finally made a decision and agreed to marry the prince of Dionia, Clotocatax. The incorporation of the former Carthage's new colony in southern Iberia into the kingdom of Dionia was also quickly finalized. 2 days later, Henoboris met Ocraton, who had returned to Lily, and directly told him the news that the people of the southern Iberian colony voluntarily joined the kingdom of Dionia, and announced that since the Iberian colony was no longer within the scope of negotiations, the kingdom asked for a new condition for negotiations, and that Hadrumetum and its territory belonged to Dionia. The rebellion of the Maganid family surprised Ocraton, but at this time Carthage could not even take care of himself, so how could he have the ability to crusade against Iberia hundreds of miles away? He could only protest to Henoboris, unless Dionia handed over the Maganid family who had committed treason. Carthage refused to negotiate with Dionia again. The two sides parted on bad terms. With Hadrumetum as a lesson and Lesbina as an example, Tapsos opened the city and surrendered only the second day after the siege. Alexis let the army rest a little and then led the army west. 2 days later, they set up camp 10 miles away from Ada City. Alexis didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, she ordered the soldiers to build a camp while she sent scouts and mountain scouts to investigate the enemy's situation and the surrounding terrain. Samos, who was in the city of Ardis, was very nervous when he heard the news that the Dionysian army was approaching. He ordered the army not to attack and to strengthen the defense. The two sides confronted each other until early February. During this period, the Phoenician allies to the west of Carthage had sent reinforcements one after another, increasing the number of Carthage soldiers defending Attis to more than 20,000. But at the same time, Samos also received bad news. A large Numidian army had appeared to the south of Ardis. Previously, the Senate of Carthage had sent many envoys to the tribes in eastern Numibia, using their previously established relationships and promises of various benefits in an attempt to persuade them to remain neutral. However, the tribes in eastern Numibia had already established an alliance with Dionia. Moreover, at this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Carthage's days were numbered. How could they let go of this great opportunity to beat the drowning dog and completely free the eastern Numidians from Carthage's control? Therefore, the tribes in eastern Numibia finally gathered more than 15,000 warriors and planned to rush to Hadrumetum to meet with the Dionysian army. However, Alexis sent a messenger to order them to march directly to Carthage city from the south. At the same time, Alexis moved her camp further west, less than 5 miles away from Ada city. Samos was caught in a difficult choice. Originally, when he heard that the eastern Numidian army was approaching, in order to avoid being attacked from both sides, he had already begun to plan. He would first leave a part of the army to garrison Attis while he quietly led the main force to the south. He would first defeat the eastern Numidians, who were numerous but not strong, before rushing back to confront the Dionysian army again. However, the Dionysian army suddenly moved their camp forward to the city of Attis. This meant that the movements of Carthage's army in the city could not be hidden from the eyes of the Dionia. Once the main force of the army attacked the eastern Numidians, it was likely that they would be attacked from both sides by the Dionia. While Samos was hesitating, another piece of bad news came. Another Dionysian army, in fact, a mixed force composed of part of the 10th Legion of Dionia and the infantry of the Sicilian fleet, numbering close to 10,000, had landed on the west coast of Carthage and surrounded the city of Dioritos, the Phoenician city-state, located about 100 miles west of Carthage city, adjacent to Utica. Dioritos hurriedly sent messengers to Carthage to ask for reinforcements, and requested the return of the public militia that had previously reinforced Carthage. Samos knew that the Phoenician city-states in the west, due to a large number of citizen soldiers being conscripted, were lacking in military strength. They might not be able to defend against the Dionysian army's attack. If Carthage could not rescue them in time, the entire west coast could fall just like the east coast. However, now that Carthage's enemies were approaching from both the east and the south, as the only powerful army in Carthage, how would he dare to lead them away? However, it was not a good idea to sit back and do nothing because the news could only be blocked for a while. Over time, if the Phoenician soldiers in the army learned that their motherland had been or might be attacked by Dionia, they would not hesitate to leave the army and rush back to their motherland. By then, the army would have lost 1/3 or more of its forces, and the war to defend Carthage would be even more difficult. Samos finally made up his mind. He rushed back to Carthage and explained to the Senate the danger the army was facing. He suggested that the best way to solve the current predicament was to take the risk of fighting the Dionysian army in the east of Ardis while the Phoenician militia was still there. After defeating them, he would lead the victorious army to defeat the eastern Numidians, and the crisis Carthage was facing would be mostly resolved. Finally, he could return to the Phoenician alliance. After some debate, the senators finally agreed to his proposal. Just as Hanno said, although this is a huge risk, at least there is a chance of survival. It is better than doing nothing and letting the Dionia besiege Carthage step by step until it is finally destroyed. To increase their chances of winning, the Senate carried out an emergency mobilization. When Samos returned to Ardis, he brought back another 3,000 soldiers. They were either old or young. Carthage gave it his all for the upcoming decisive battle. Although Ardis was not far from Carthage, this unusual number of 3,000 soldiers was not a small number. The Dionia scouts would quickly find out and report back to Alexis. The next morning, Alexis, who had just woken up, received another report from the scouts. Carthage's army was constantly moving out of Ardis, marching in the direction of the camp. The Carthage army that had been guarding Ardis had suddenly left the city. Alexis was not surprised. She continued to follow her previous pace, carefully washing up, leisurely finishing her breakfast, putting on her armor. After everything was ready, she called for Printos and rode out of the camp with her guards and 300 Western Namibian cavalrymen. Just 3 miles to the west, she heard noises coming from the front and saw tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers lining up on the flat grassland. Alexis held the reins with both hands, and with a smile on her face, she turned her head and said to Printos, "It seems like it is just as we expected. The Carthaginians can't wait to find us for a decisive battle. That's obvious. After all, this is the only path they can choose. Maybe there's still a little hope." Printos stared solemnly at the front and said, "But because of this, Carthage, who are already in a desperate situation, will definitely do their best to win this battle. Even if we surpass them in strength, we must not underestimate them. I believe that even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. Commander, I suggest that we avoid the decisive battle with Carthage at this time. In a few days, when Commander Melisande's army has conquered the Phoenician cities in the west, the strength of this Carthage army will inevitably be weakened and their morale will be low. By then, we will have an easier time advancing." Alexis fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Printos, maybe your suggestion is right, but I can't accept it. We refuse to fight. We want to wait for the Phoenician soldiers of Carthage to escape before we attack. But when that time comes, Carthage's army will face the joint attack of us and the eastern Namibians. It is very likely that they will give up Addis and retreat to the city of Carthage. Carthage's walls are high and thick, and the city has a large population. It also occupies a favorable terrain. Even if we add all the infantry of Legio IV and the Namibians to attack Carthage for a few months, we may not be able to take it down." At this point, Alexis sighed. Didn't the person in charge of the supply fleet say that because the 10th Legion has also landed in Africa, the demand for supplies has increased greatly? The supplies stored in Lily and Selinus have been used up. His Majesty has already sent someone to inform Catanai and Talii to urgently prepare a large amount of supplies. Also, the sea between Sicily and Africa is quite stormy this season. The fleet has encountered many storms during the transportation process, and more than 10 ships have been lost. Alexis sighed. Didn't the person in charge of the supply fleet say that because the 10th Legion has also landed in Africa, as the war continues, Dionia will suffer more and more losses? Now that we have a chance to defeat Carthage's main army and end the war as soon as possible, why should we give up? Besides, we have been biding our time here for so long. Amintas and the others are already very unhappy. If we avoid this battle and wait for the 10th Legion to finish their battle in the west, the arrogant soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III will probably come out to protest. So we must fight this battle." After hearing this, Printos felt that it made sense. He immediately said, "Lord Commander, I am your advisor. It is my duty to give you different suggestions for your reference. Since you have made your decision, let us start preparing for the battle." "No, Printos, you're not only a good staff officer, you're also an excellent commander. The reason why I'm saying so much is that I hope to get your approval. And help me win this battle," Alexis said sincerely. Printos was stunned and immediately looked ahead. After a moment, he said, "Commander, look. Carthage's people seem to be stretching their formation. This way, their flanks may be beyond the valley floor and close to the mountain ridge. This will limit the power of the Namibian cavalry. Since Carthage's people are eager to fight us, can we directly ask them to move to the front and stay away from the mountain ridge?" Alexis's eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's a good idea. Let's try to command Carthage's army." He immediately picked a soldier who could speak Carthage's language from the guards and asked him to be the messenger. He went to meet the commander-in-chief of Carthage's army and made the request. 10 minutes later, the soldier returned safely and conveyed the words of Carthage's commander-in-chief, Seymours. He agreed to move the army forward. In fact, Seymours was not angry when he heard the request of the Dionia messenger. Instead, he was somewhat happy. This was because he led the army out of the city to attract the Dionysian army and engage in a battle. If the Dionysian army did not care, everything he did would have been in vain. Now that the Dionia people had made a request, it showed that they were willing to engage in a battle. In order to achieve this goal, even if they had to temporarily give up a little tactical advantage, it was acceptable. When Seymours ordered the entire formation to move to the east, Alexis had already returned to the camp. He called Amyntas, Matones, and Lazarou and gave them the order to engage in a battle with Carthage's army. The 3 corps commanders were very excited when they heard this. Alexis then said seriously, Amyntas, Matones, Lazarou, please go and tell the soldiers that this may be the last battle in this long war. Carthage's people will fight to the death to protect their homeland. If the kingdom wins in the end, they will win supreme glory. If we fail, we will have no way out. The outcome of the battle will ultimately depend on whether or not they give it their all. Amyntas immediately said confidently, don't worry, the soldiers of the First Legion have been through hundreds of battles. They don't need us to mobilize them. They know what to do at what time. Matones and Lazarou expressed the same opinion. Before landing on Africa, the 3 legions had experienced battle and casualties, especially when the First Legion was defending Selinus. The casualties were close to a quarter of the legion's total number. If they were not replenished, it would be difficult for them to fight again. However, transferring reserve soldiers from Turkestan would undoubtedly take too much time, so the Devers allowed the 3 legions to transfer soldiers from other legions to make up for their lack of manpower. With this order from the Devers, the 3 corps commanders excitedly transferred elite soldiers from their respective legions. Other than the Legion 4, the other corps commanders actively cooperated. After all, most of the officers and soldiers under their command were eager to go to Africa and gain more glory. As a result, the nearly full 3 legions were now much stronger than they were at the start of the war, both in terms of experience and combat power. This gave Amyntas and the others enough confidence. On the 6th of February, 378 BC, 16th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the weather in Ardis and Hadrumetum was clear. Although it was still winter, the wind at noon in this coastal area was cool and refreshing, suitable for traveling. The armies of Dionia and Carthage set up a battlefield here. The Carthaginian army consisted of 6,000 Carthaginian heavy infantry, 4,000 Carthaginian Sacred Legion infantrymen, 2,500 Carthaginian light armored soldiers, 1,500 Carthaginian light infantrymen, 600 Sacred Legion cavalrymen, and 3,000 newly added reinforcements made up of Carthaginian elderly and youths. In addition, there were also 6,200 Phoenician reinforcements, 3,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 light armored soldiers, 2,000 light infantrymen, and 200 cavalrymen. In total, there were 23,800 soldiers. The opposing Dionysian army was made up of 3 legions and West Namibian cavalry. The Legion of Dionysia had 18,000 heavy infantry, 3,000 light infantry, 3,000 light armored soldiers, and 2,500 West Namibian cavalry, for a total of 26,500 soldiers. The Carthaginian army was already in formation. After observing the formation of the Dionite army, Seymours made some adjustments. The final arrangement of the formation was as follows: the middle had 4,000 soldiers of the Sacred Army at the front, and 3,000 new reinforcements made up of old men and young men at the back. The left wing had 6,000 Carthaginian heavy infantrymen, and 600 Sacred Army cavalrymen at the periphery of the left wing. The front of the right wing had 3,000 Phoenician heavy infantrymen, and the rear had 2,500 light armored soldiers. The right wing had 200 Phoenician cavalry. In addition, Samos placed the 4,500 light infantry at the back of the formation. If Carthage's formation was relatively balanced on the left, middle, and right, and the left wing was relatively stronger, then Dionia's formation had the same strength. The First Legion was in the middle, the Second Legion was on the left wing, and the Third Legion was on the right wing. 2,500 West Namibian cavalry were evenly distributed on the periphery of the 2 wings, and Alexis only left 3,000 light armored soldiers as a reserve. There was nothing special about the formation of the 2 sides. It was the most common formation used by the heavy infantry of the Greek city-states in the early years. Even in the current chaotic Greece, such a formation was becoming rarer and rarer. However, such a mediocre formation would determine the rise and fall of a city-state with a glorious history. The soldiers on both sides seemed to have realized the importance of this battle. They stopped all the noise and stood quietly. The dust that was stirred up earlier gradually dispersed, and the soldiers could clearly see the faces of their opponents hundreds of meters away. On this wide and flat brownish-yellow land, the formation formed by Carthage and the Dionysian army was like two parallel lines, one black and one white. The contrast between the black and white was so stark that it was like day and night, destined to never coexist. Woo! The bugle sounded, and the Dionysian army launched the first attack. Slingers, javelins, and archers quickly flowed through the chessboard formation and rushed toward Carthage's formation. Carthage's army also blew the bugle to attack, but they did not let the light infantry advance to fight against the Daionia light infantry. Instead, the entire formation accelerated. When the Daionia light infantry rushed out of the formation, the eastern Numidian cavalry on the two flanks had already closed in on Carthage's formation. However, the cavalry in Carthage's formation did not attack. Instead, they retreated further back. After all, Carthage's men had dealt with the western Numidian cavalry too many times and knew their characteristics very well. As the West Numidian cavalry continued to press forward and began to draw their bows, the light infantry archers at the rear of the Carthaginian formation, relying on the long range of their bows, began to rain arrows on the flanks of the West Numidian cavalry. At the same time, the lead balls thrown by the Dionia's 1st Legion slingers were already above Carthage's formation. Arrows, javelins, and lead pellets continued to fly into the Carthaginian formation. The screams continued, but the Carthaginian soldiers were not moved at all. They charged forward resolutely, and soon, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Dionysian soldiers. Spears were broken, shields were shattered, flesh and blood were splattered, and the sound of battle was deafening. On one side was a new power rising in the western Mediterranean. The soldiers were all well-trained elites, passionate and proud, vowing to win more glorious glory. On the other side was a veteran powerhouse with a long history of hundreds of years. Although pride and glory were a thing of the past, now that a powerful enemy had invaded, the soldiers only had one thought in mind: protect their homeland and drive away the enemy. For this, they were not afraid to sacrifice themselves. Therefore, even though the Dionysian army had the advantage in terms of numbers, the quality of the soldiers was better than the opponent, the efficiency of the military organization was better than the opponent, and the teamwork of the soldiers was better than the opponent. However, after more than 2 hours of battle, Carthage's entire formation had retreated, but both sides were still basically evenly matched. In fact, Carthage's men even had the upper hand in terms of cavalry. Samos used his light infantry to fight against the West Numidian cavalry. After a long battle, the West Numidian cavalry's horses were tired and they had run out of arrows. In addition, they had never engaged in direct confrontation with the enemy, so it could be said that they had basically lost their combat effectiveness. At this time, Samos sent out the Sacred Legion and Phoenician cavalry that had been recuperating at the rear. He had them join forces and attack Dionia's left flank. Alexis had no choice but to send 3,000 light armored soldiers as reserves to the left flank to eliminate the threat. After learning that the cavalry's attack was stopped by the enemy, and seeing that the soldiers who had been fighting for a long time were sweating and exhausted, and the entire formation was slowly retreating, Samos's worry gradually increased. Before this, he had never fought against the Dionysian army. Most of his military career was spent conquering and suppressing the Numidians, and it had always been smooth sailing without defeat. Although he had heard a lot about how powerful and terrifying the Dionysian army was, he did not think much of it. According to what he knew about the battle, he believed that in this war, Carthage's current predicament was mainly due to the strength of Dionia's navy, which caused Carthage's navy to suffer a series of crushing defeats. In terms of the army, the strength of the two sides should be about the same. This was because in Samos's opinion, the real test of the army's strength was a battle, and there were not many battles in this war. The Minoan army's defeat was actually caused by an unexpected incident. It was not a real battle. Besides, he looked down on Montenegro, who only knew how to enjoy himself. He did not even go to the front line during the battle. It would be strange if he did not fail. As for the final defeat that determined the outcome of the war, according to the latest news he received, it was mainly due to the Carthage army's failure to conquer the city and the Numidians' sudden rebellion. It was not a direct battle with the Dionysian army. The only real battle was the Battle of Gela. Hasdrubal led the army to defeat the Daionia coalition army and successfully captured Gela. In addition, Samos had experience fighting against the Greeks. It was 20 years ago when he followed Hamilco to fight against Syracuse in Sicily. At that time, he was still a young captain, and the army attacked all the way to the city of Syracuse. If it wasn't for the damn plague, the Carthaginian army wouldn't have suffered a crushing defeat, and it was even more likely that they would have conquered Syracuse. Since the kingdom of Daionia was founded by the Greeks, even if their army was stronger than the people of Syracuse, it was not by much. Now that the city of Carthage was facing a crisis, the soldiers were united against a common enemy. Naturally, they could exert more power than before. In a situation where the number of troops on both sides was roughly equal, they could completely defeat the Daionia. It was based on this judgment that Samos decided to take the initiative to send troops and change the situation through a battle. But now that the battle had progressed, he found that he was wrong. At the beginning of the battle, the Daionia light infantry ran freely in that strange formation, and the Daonia's formation changed from scattered to united. He knew that it was difficult to achieve this without a long period of rigorous training. After that, the Carthage soldiers, motivated by the belief of defending the country, attacked the enemy bravely, but the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were as immovable as a rock. It was until the soldiers were exhausted and mentally tired that they gradually increased the intensity of their attacks. This was an offensive method that only an experienced and mature army would dare to adopt. Samos was already regretting it now, but once the battle began, the situation would be out of his control. Alexis's expression was much more relaxed. She said to Printos, "It's time for the infantry of the Third Fleet to attack." As it turned out, the two of them had received news yesterday. Carthage had sent thousands more reinforcements to Ardis, and these reinforcements were either young or old. Based on the current situation, they quickly deduced that Carthage's men were probably preparing to take the risk and attack. Just as Alexis had said to the commanders, this may be the last battle for Carthage's men. They will definitely give it their all. Although the Dionysian army has the advantage now, they are still in a dangerous situation. If they lose the battle, their situation will be quite dangerous. Therefore, Alexis was also facing a lot of pressure. So, he took a safe approach and immediately sent a fast ship to inform the Third Fleet stationed at Kozla Island. After the Dionysian army landed on Africa, the Devers made a simple division of labor for the two fleets under their command. The Sicilian fleet was responsible for the Africa Sea west of Carthage, and the Third Fleet was responsible for the sea east of Africa. When the Mytiletes received the news, they were overjoyed. The infantry of the Sicilian fleet had already joined forces with the 10th Legion to attack Carthage's Phoenician allies. How could the Third Fleet miss this important battle to defeat Carthage? So, he immediately gathered the patrolling warships that night. The next morning, he led the fleet south and entered the port of Laspina. After the 3,000 infantry of the fleet went ashore, they quickly marched west. When they arrived at the Daionia camp, the Dionysian army had already begun to line up outside the camp. After receiving the news that the infantry of the Third Fleet had arrived, Alexis asked the orderly to inform them, rest well in the camp, wait for orders, and be ready to attack at any time. And now, it was time for this new force to go out and kill the enemy. When the Carthage army was showing signs of decline, the energetic infantry of the Third Fleet appeared on the battlefield. In the dusty and noisy battlefield, it was difficult to accurately understand the situation in time. So when Samos received the bad news, the infantry of the fleet had already launched an attack on the left flank of the Carthage army. Although the Carthage soldiers were still fighting tenaciously, defeat was a fact. In order to avoid too many casualties and leaving no one to defend the city of Carthage, Samos ordered, immediately blow the bugle to retreat. The physical strength and morale of the Carthage coalition army had fallen sharply. After the bugle sounded, they quickly fell into a full-scale retreat. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia immediately gave chase. Alexis also sent someone to urge the western Numidian cavalry, who had been watching from the sidelines for the second half of the battle, to join the pursuit. This forced a large number of Carthage's defeated soldiers to flee into the mountains to get rid of the fierce pursuit of the Dionysian army. At dusk, Alexis withdrew her troops and returned to camp. This battle, which involved more than 50,000 people and lasted nearly 4 hours, was very tragic. Just the frontal battle alone caused nearly 5,000 casualties on both sides, nearly 2,000 casualties for the Daionia soldiers, and more than 3,000 casualties for the Carthage soldiers. In addition, nearly 6,000 Carthage soldiers were captured. When the news reached Carthage, the whole city was shocked. The people panicked and cried in pain for a long time. On the second day, Samos did not care about the Aedians' persuasion to stay, nor did he care about the defeated soldiers returning one after another. He gathered the remaining troops and fled back to the city of Carthage. Because of grief and anger, the people of Carthage surrounded Samos, who entered the city with his tail between his legs. First, they scolded him, then they beat him until he fell to the ground. In order to appease the anger of the people, the Senate conducted a trial in absentia as soon as possible. The result of the trial: crucifixion. This was perhaps the most tragic death of a leading general in the history of Carthage. However, the execution of Samos did not change the situation of the war. On the third day, Alexis led the rested army westward, and the city of Attis surrendered. On the fourth day, the Dionysian army met up with the eastern Numidian army northward in Attis. On the fifth day, the Daionia allied army continued to advance westward. The city of Tunes surrendered, followed by the city of Megalopolis. Finally, more than 40,000 Daionia allied army soldiers bypassed Lake Tunes, now known as Lake Tunis, and approached the city of Carthage. The terrified people of Carthage stood on the western city wall, watching the densely packed Daionia soldiers wantonly destroy the crisscrossing ditches on the isthmus between Lake Biscay and Lake Tunes, uprooting plots of farmland one after another, and then began to build camps on it. It was obvious that they were preparing to completely seal off the people of Carthage in the city. The people of Carthage thought it was an isthmus, but in fact, the shortest distance between the two lakes was about 10 miles, and the terrain was very flat. The terrified people of Carthage did not dare to attack. They could only hide within the tall and thick city wall, stepping up their defensive preparations. Men, women, old, and young were mobilized, equipped with weapons, ready to fight at any time. All the blacksmiths in the city worked 24 hours a day, urgently producing all kinds of weapons: daggers, javelins, spears, shields. In fact, the panicking elders even went through the high priest's suggestion to convince the citizens of the city to hold a sacrificial ceremony of unprecedented scale, praying for the protection of Dionia's guardian god, Baal-Harmon. This ceremony was once popular among the Phoenicians of the western Mediterranean Sea, causing other races to pale in fear at the mention of it. In recent decades, this ceremony had been held less frequently. However, at this time, the people of Carthage were already on the verge of despair. This was their last hope, so almost no one objected. After drawing lots, a total of 200 children under the age of 6 were chosen. Amidst the chanting of the people of the city, they were pushed alive into the fiery pit in front of the statue of Baal-Harmon. Their mournful cries made the people of Carthage feel even more pain and confusion. However, after the ceremony, Baal-Harmon's protection did not appear. Instead, bad news kept coming. Doritos had also surrendered to Daionia. Not long after, other than Carthage, the second largest Phoenician city Utica had also chosen to surrender. Thus, the other Dionysian army, Legio IV, and the infantry of the Sicilian fleet, was able to pass through the western coastal road, approaching Carthage city from the west. At the same time, some of the warships of the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet sailed into Lake Biscay and Lake Tunes, anchored at the simple pier built by the Dionysian army in the camp. The people of Carthage had long ago opened up the communication between the two lagoons and the sea, and had even built a port at the point where the lagoons extended into the city. At this point, the city of Carthage was completely surrounded, isolated, and helpless. The reason why the elders, led by Hanno, had not yet made up their minds and completely accepted Dionia's terms of negotiation was that they still had one last hope: interference from Persia. In fact, Tyre had indeed responded to Carthage's request and sent an emissary to Babylon. When the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, received the news that Carthage was actually forced into a corner by Daionia, he was very surprised. After much consideration, he decided to send an emissary to the western Mediterranean Sea to understand the process of the war in detail, to find out the actual situation of Daionia, and to understand the true attitude of the newly rising Greek kingdom towards Persia. Mediating the war was only a secondary goal. After all, he had been in power for more than 20 years, and he knew very well that Dionia had gone through a lot of hardships to force the enemy into a desperate situation. How could Dionia give up all its hard work just because of a few words from 1,000 miles away? Not to mention that Persia had yet to show the newly established country its strength. In mid-February, when the passenger ship of the Persia emissary entered the waters of Carthage, it was intercepted by the battleships of Dionia. Even though he claimed that he was the emissary sent by the king of Persia, he was still prohibited from entering Carthage city. The Persia emissary had no choice but to seek an audience with the king of Dionia, and was taken to Lily. The Devers did not treat the Persia emissary coldly, and the reception ceremony was quite grand. But since the Corinth War, not only did Sparta, the local overlord of Greece, rely on the support of Persia, but the major Greek city-states such as Athens, Corinth, and Thebes also had to rely on Persia. Persia had become the de facto overlord of the eastern Mediterranean. Therefore, every time the emissary of the Greek city-states came to Persia, in order to achieve his goal, he often bribed officials at all levels, while the emissary of Persia enjoyed a high standard of reception throughout Greece. But when the emissary of Persia came to the western Mediterranean complacently, he was hit in the head. Not only was his passenger ship hijacked, but his request was also rejected. Naturally, he was filled with anger. After seeing the Devers, he saw that the barbarian king was neither wearing a precious crown nor a gorgeous robe, and even received him in an ordinary living room. His heart was full of contempt. After saying a few words, he said to the Devers in a commanding tone, "Our holy and noble king is very concerned about the war between Dionia and Carthage. He hopes that both sides can immediately stop the war, return to the land they occupied, and return to the state before the war began. As long as both sides follow this, they will gain the friendship of Persia. Otherwise, the consequences will be so severe that Dionia will not be able to bear it." Facing the arrogance of the emissary of Persia, the Devers, who was almost 50 years old, became more shrewd. He did not ridicule the emissary of Persia like how he ridiculed the emissary of Sparta, Phoebidas. He said in a calm tone, "It's good enough that you Persia can manage the affairs of Asia well. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the western Mediterranean." Both sides parted on bad terms. Even the banquet that was to be held after the meeting was cancelled. The next day, the passenger ship of the emissary of Persia sailed away from Lily and was escorted all the way away from the western Mediterranean. When the emissary of Persia returned to Babylon, he told Artaxerxes about his tragic experience in the western Mediterranean and the message that the king of Dionia wanted him to bring to the king of Persia. The king of Persia was furious and swore in public that one day, he would give the kingdom of Dionia the most severe punishment. The elders of Carthage did not receive any news from the Persia, but the attack of Dionia had been making them nervous. The Dionysian army had not sent any soldiers to attack the city, but their ballistae were bombarding the city walls every day. They even threw fire cans into the city to increase the panic of the people in the city. They had also built earth ramparts that were taller than the city walls. They even threw fire cans into the city to increase the panic of the people in the city. The army of Dionia was not only attacking the city on land, but their navy was also not idling. They put together several warships, laid planks on them, and installed ballistae and bows on them. They approached the ports in the two lakes and attacked the defensive facilities in the city. The Dionysian army did not use their full strength. It was more like they were practicing the tactics of attacking the city by sea and land. However, the people of Carthage, who had never been in such a desperate situation, felt a little breathless. The siege lasted for more than 3 months. The city walls were damaged, drinking water was scarce, most of the city was destroyed, and the morale of the people of Carthage was extremely low. Finally, they lowered their proud heads and were forced to sign an extremely harsh truce with the people of Dionia. Carthage admitted that Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia would be under the rule of the kingdom of Dionia. All the colonial cities in Iberia were ceded to Dionia, excluding the new colonies that the Maganid family later conquered. Carthage agreed to incorporate the territory of Hadrumetum into the kingdom of Dionia. Carthage was not allowed to infringe the interests of the Numidians. The allies of Dionia in the east and west, Carthage and Dionia restored peace and resumed trade for a period of 20 years. Any disputes of interest during the period would be resolved by the two parties through consultation. During the period, they were not allowed to infringe the alliance of the two parties. Half a year later, the island of Ortygia also surrendered due to the exhaustion of food. At this point, the war between Ionia and Carthage ended. Literature Museum. The news that Ionia had defeated Carthage and forced him to sign a truce agreement spread throughout the kingdom of Ionia, and the people of Ionia were in jubilation. Not long after, the news also spread to Greece, shocking many city-states, especially Sparta. Once, when Ionia was besieged by many forces, Sparta had secretly instigated the fugitive forces in Apulia to recapture their former territory. But now, with its own strength, Ionia had cleanly destroyed Rome, subdued Samni, and defeated Carthage. It was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the Western Mediterranean. Sparta, on the other hand, was now in a quagmire of war. The elders of Sparta, who had a guilty conscience, were worried that their previous actions could not be hidden from the knowledgeable people of Ionia. If Ionia suddenly turned against Sparta, it would undoubtedly make the situation worse. Therefore, Sparta hurriedly sent messengers to Thurii to congratulate Ionia on winning the war against Carthage. At the same time, they also tentatively made a request. They hoped that Ionia could provide some assistance to Sparta in the war. The Devers had long seen through the intentions of Sparta. He did not openly accuse Sparta of the filthy things they had done during the war in the Western Mediterranean, nor did he agree to Sparta's request. Instead, he tactfully said that Ionia had won the war, but after the war, there was a series of thorny issues such as rebuilding their homeland, reorganizing the order, appeasing the people, and resuming trade. So, the kingdom still needed to work together to gradually restore the prosperity before the war. Therefore, they did not have the energy and time to care about the affairs of other countries. Sparta was temporarily relieved. The Devers used similar words to respond to the messengers from Athens who later came to ask for help. As for the Thebes, they were still besieged by the Sparta army. They were tired of dealing with all kinds of attacks. They did not know much about what was happening in the Western Mediterranean, nor did they have the energy to understand it. Although the Devers had reassured Sparta, the Sparta Council of Elders still felt the urgency of the situation. They were dissatisfied with the Sparta king Cleombolotus' long campaign without any progress, and finally decided to use the more resourceful Agesilaus as the commander of the entire army. Agesilaus accepted it generously and declared, "Since the elders and the people think that he is the best candidate, he will definitely do his best." He led his army to the border of Sparta to offer sacrifices and showed the soldiers that it was a good omen, so the morale of the army was high. As the mountain range on the southern edge of the Piotia region, which was adjacent to the Corinth Isthmus, was heavily guarded by the Thebes, and in addition to the fact that Athens and the Thebes had joined forces, the road from the Corinth Isthmus to the Piotia region was not only difficult, but also full of danger. Agesilaus led his army to the port of Xianxia, which was not far west of Corinth. After crossing the Corinth Bay by boat, they landed on the beach of the Piotia region. As he had already sent someone to inform a Sparta army stationed in the area in advance to capture a mountain pass not far from the landing place, the army crossed the mountain without any hindrance and entered the plains of the Piotia region. They quickly joined forces with the Sparta's supporters, the Piospia, which was only 20 miles west of the Thebes. Originally, Agesilaus thought that his rapid military action would disrupt the Thebes' defensive deployment, but he found that the Thebes and their allies had built fences and earthen ramparts, built trenches, and placed deer abatis at all the strategic locations around the Thebes city. If the Sparta army wanted to approach the city of Thebes, they had to capture these strategic locations one by one, and the Thebes army would not let them do so. Wherever Agesilaus led his army to attack, the Thebes would send a large number of troops to guard the place. As the Thebes fought on the interior lines, they could mobilize their troops more flexibly and quickly. Moreover, the Thebes army would not just defend, they would also attack at the right time, attacking the Sparta soldiers who had separated from the main force or were eating and resting. This series of defensive strategies was mainly devised by Epaminondas, which gave Agesilaus a headache. After half a year of campaigning, he still could not achieve any breakthrough. In autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta alliance returned to their hometowns. Agesilaus also wanted to lead the Sparta warriors back home, so he appointed Phoebidas to lead the mercenaries to stay in the Thaspia area and wait for an opportunity to attack the Thebes. Phoebidas, who was hated by the Thebes, adopted an even more vicious strategy. He sent out many small troops, bypassing the Thebes' defensive locations, killing the Thebes who were hiding behind them, and constantly destroying their fields. The Thebes were furious. They ignored Epaminondas' advice and hastily sent out their army to attack Thespiae. As a result, Phoebidas was prepared. He targeted the formation and repelled the attack of the Thebes army in the battle. In order to expand the results of the battle and weaken the Thebes' strength, he personally led the army to chase after the routed soldiers. As a result, the Thebes cavalry and some infantrymen panicked and fled into a canyon that they could not pass through. The routed Thebes soldiers who had nowhere else to go gathered and decided to fight to the death. At this time, because the speed of the pursuit was too fast, the heavy infantrymen of Thespiae fell far behind. Only Phoebidas and a few hundred Thracian light shield-bearers stood in front of the Thebes cavalry. Everything happened too suddenly. Just as Phoebidas ordered the Thracian mercenaries to get into formation, the Thebes cavalry recklessly launched a frontal assault. The momentum produced by the galloping of hundreds of war horses was undoubtedly terrifying. After running for a long time, the Thracians who were already very tired were afraid. Before the Thebes cavalry arrived in front of them, the Thracians had already started to retreat. The Thebes army took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. The Thracian mercenaries retreated on all fronts. Phoebidas mixed in with the routed soldiers and attempted to escape. However, how could the Thebes cavalry let him escape? They kept a close eye on him. Very soon, they surrounded him and stabbed him to death with their spears. After that, they drove the routed soldiers to confuse the heavy infantrymen of Thespiae who rushed over. The allied forces of the Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat. The Thebes army chased after them until the sky turned dark. Only then did they withdraw and return to their camp. In this battle, the Thebes were defeated first and then won. Not only did they kill their most hated enemy, Phoebidas, but they also weakened the strength of the Thebes, Thespiae. The citizens of the Thebes cheered for this. This also made the citizens of the other city-states of Pyotia that were controlled by Sparta feel excited. Taking advantage of this favorable opportunity, the Thebes even sent out their army again and took the initiative to attack Thespiae and the surrounding city-states that were affiliated with Sparta. This forced Sparta to send out an army during the winter to help defend Thespiae. In the early spring of the next year, 377 BC, 17 years of the kingdom of Dionia, the Sparta Council of Elders and the censors appointed Agesilaus as the commander of the allied forces once again. This time, Agesilaus led his army to travel by land and quickly marched through the Isthmus of Corinth. Taking advantage of the fact that the Thebes were unprepared, he broke through their defensive line in the mountains and attacked the area east of the city of Thebes. Using Plataea as a base, he ravaged the land. Although he had obtained some victories, the resistance of the Thebes was still very tenacious, causing the Sparta army to be unable to make any breakthrough. In autumn, Agesilaus had no choice but to withdraw his army again. At this time, the Thebes had a serious shortage of food. Because of the destruction of the war, their land had not been able to harvest anything for 2 years. In the history of the previous life, the Thebes had sent a fleet to the northern Thessaly town to buy food. However, this time, Peropidas suggested that they go to the kingdom of Dionia across the Adriatic Sea to buy food. Some people objected that Dionia and Sparta had always signed a friendly agreement and had a close relationship with each other. It was impossible for Dionia to buy food for the Thebes. Peropidas's answer was, anyway, the distance is close and the journey is very convenient. It is not a big deal to give it a try. But if we succeed, not only will we open up a new channel to buy food, but we will also be able to find out the attitude of the Dionia towards this war. This is very important. In the end, Peropidas's suggestion was approved. The Thebes sent 3 three-decker or warships carrying 10 talient. Taking advantage of the winter when the Sparta army was resting and the sea blockade of Corinth Bay was relaxed, they took the risk to sail out of Corinth Bay, crossed the Adriatic Sea, and arrived at the port city on the east coast of the kingdom of Dionia, Odlum. When the governor of Odlum heard that the Thebes had come to buy food, he did not dare to make a decision without considering the political implications behind it. He immediately sent a messenger to Thurii to ask for instructions. When the Devers heard about it, they used a seemingly joking sentence to set the tone of the matter: if the Sparta can let the fugitives of Apria travel to our country, why can't we give the Thebes a little help? Besides, this is just an ordinary business transaction. Therefore, the city of Odlum not only sold the food to the Thebes at a low price, but also sent cargo ships to help transport it. In fact, the Sparta fleet had already received the news that the Thebes had sent a fleet out to buy food. They had already made arrangements and were waiting for the Thebes fleet to return to Corinth Bay to capture them. As a result, when the Sparta fleet saw the Thebes ships with the flag of the Kingdom of Dionia painted on their sails, they did not dare to act rashly. They watched the Thebes ships disembark at the north side of the bay and unload the goods unhurriedly. After the incident, the commander of the Sparta fleet hurriedly reported the matter to Sparta. The council of elders and inspectors were shocked and hurriedly sent messengers to Thurii. The Devers did not show up at all. The Senate's rotating president, Antares, received the messengers. Faced with the Sparta's questioning, he casually replied with the king's own words, "This is just an ordinary business transaction. It's not worth making a fuss about." Sparta's emissary asked Dionia to make a promise that they would not support Sparta's enemies in the future. Antares used the words of the Devers' king to reply, but with more anger. "If you can allow the Apulian rebels to return to the Peloponnesus Peninsula, why can't we sell some food to the Thebes? Sparta should be thankful that we, Dionia, are only selling food, not anything else." The Sparta emissary returned angrily. The Dionia's words made all the Sparta elders and censors vigilant. They realized that the Dionia had always held a grudge against Sparta. This made them feel even more anxious. But in the spring of the next year, 376 BC, the 18th year of the kingdom of Dionia, Agesilaus was bedridden and unable to go to war. The censors had no choice but to appoint another king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and continue to attack the Thebes. When the allied forces had gathered, Cleombrotus decided to take the route that Agesilaus had taken when he first attacked the Thebes. He crossed the Gulf of Corinth by boat, landed in the western part of Piotia, and met up with the Thespians. However, the Thebes had already suffered once, so they would not be fooled again. They laid an ambush in the mountains to the south of Thespia, and waited for the Sparta army to pass through the mountain pass before launching a surprise attack and repelling them. Seeing that the Thebes had occupied the main road, Cleombrotus believed that it was impossible to enter the territory of the Thebes again, so he led his army back to Peloponnesus. After that, envoys from various allies gathered in Sparta. They were dissatisfied with the fact that Sparta had been conscripting its citizens to fight against the Thebes for years, but there had been no obvious progress. They complained that the citizens were getting more and more lazy about the war, and if it continued like this, they might refuse to fight again. They made a new suggestion: the Thebes were heavily defended in the south, and it would be difficult to break through. However, the allied warships outnumbered Athens. Why not use a fleet to bypass Athens by sea, land in the north of central Greece, and join forces with the Phocians to attack the Thebes from the northwest? In the end, Sparta accepted this suggestion and sent a fleet of 63 oared warships. However, when the fleet circled the waters near Athens, they also robbed the ships carrying grain from the Black Sea to Attica. Athens almost fell into famine, and immediately sent 80 warships to catch up with the Sparta fleet near Naxos, not the city of Naxos in Sicily of the kingdom of Dionia. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, and the Sparta fleet was defeated, leading to the failure of the previously planned military campaign. The people of Athens were encouraged by this victory, and because of the request of the Thebes, they also decided to send a fleet of 53 oared warships to circumnavigate the peninsula of Peloponnesus and attack the navy of the Sparta alliance. The Council of Athens appointed Timotheus, the son of Canaan, one of the heroes of the revival of Athens, who had served in Persia, as the commander of the fleet. In 375 BC, the 19th year of the kingdom of Dionia, Timotheus led his fleet to set sail. Along the way, he did not land on the island of Peloponnesus, but he did something important, which was to land on the island of Caecula. He did not enslave the local residents, nor did he force them to change their political system. As a result, all the city-states on the island were willing to join the maritime alliance of Athens. The island of Caecula was the closest Greek land to the kingdom of Dionia, which meant that the maritime power of Athens had extended to the vicinity of the Adriatic Sea. However, the kingdom of Dionia did not say anything about this at this time. As the Athens fleet circled the peninsula of Peloponnesus, the Sparta alliance had to be wary of it, so they did not launch any large-scale attacks on the Thebes. The Thebes seized this opportunity and boldly attacked everywhere, attempting to liberate and conquer the neighboring city-states of Piotia that were controlled by the Sparta army. Among them, the most famous military operation was commanded by Peropidas. When the Thebes received information that the Sparta army that was originally stationed in the city of Alhaminos had been transferred away, Peropidas thought that this was a good opportunity to conquer the neighboring northern neighbors. Alhaminos and the Thebes were separated by the Capes Lake. So he led 300 infantry and dozens of cavalry hurriedly around the Capes Lake and marched north. As a result, when he approached the city of Alhaminos, he received a depressing news: the Sparta garrison had returned to the city. Peropidas did not want to attack the city by force, because it would cause more casualties among the soldiers. So, he led the army back without any success. Unexpectedly, when the army passed through a place called Xianxia, they suddenly encountered a Sparta army from the north. The haste of the incident was beyond Peropidas's expectations, and the Sparta army outnumbered the soldiers he led. There was a strong enemy blocking the way in front, and the city of Alhaminos was not far behind. The Sparta garrison in the city could attack at any time, and the Capes Lake was blocking the way on the side. The Thebes army was in a desperate situation and could not escape. Peropidas could only lead the army to fight to the death. He placed 300 infantry in the middle, and the cavalry was divided into two wings. As soon as the formation was in place, the Sparta army attacked fiercely. The battle did not last long, and the Thebes cavalry on both wings were defeated. However, in the middle, the Sparta army, which had more soldiers than their opponents, was in a difficult battle. This was because they were facing the sacred army of the Thebes, which was specially formed by the government of the Thebes and specially trained by Epaminondas. The 150 pairs of gay Thebes were not afraid in the face of a strong enemy. Not only did they attack fiercely, but they also cooperated very well. They even encouraged each other during the battle, so their morale was always high. After a period of fierce battle, the Sparta army began to retreat under their attack. To make matters worse, their commander died in the battle, and finally, the Sparta army was defeated. Due to the dangerous situation, Peropidas did not dare to give the order to pursue. He led the victorious army back to the Thebes in a hurry. In this battle, the number of people on both sides was less than 1,000. Although the scale was small, it was more significant. Unlike the battle that killed Phoebidas, this time they won in a face-to-face battle. There were many real Sparta warriors in the defeated Sparta army, so the victory shocked the whole of central Greece, and encouraged many people in central Greece who were controlled by the Sparta army to rebel. This also made the fledgling sacred army of Thebes famous in Greece. Beep. 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 Early in the morning, the irritating copper whistle sounded in the tourist slave camp. Under the urging of the foreman, the slaves quickly got up and washed up, then lined up to the canteen for breakfast. The cafeteria of the slave camp was similar to the cafeteria of the Talii military camp, but it was smaller. It was a square tetrahedron building, with more than 20 pillars supporting the 4-meter-high flat stone roof. 3 sides were open and unobstructed, while the other side was the kitchen. The spacious hall was neatly arranged with tables and benches, enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people at a time. The slaves smelled the aroma of food in the air, but they did not rush to the table. They still lined up in an orderly manner and walked to the steaming display window. In the beginning, these slaves were not so disciplined. They only knew the rules after many severe punishments. "Uncle, what's good for breakfast today?" A slave stood in front of the display window and handed his wooden plate and jar in. He could not wait to ask. Most of the chefs and helpers in the slave camp were slaves or freed slaves. Therefore, they often had a good attitude towards the slaves who came to the canteen to eat. Sometimes, they even took extra care of them. The middle-aged chef with a wooden spoon said with a smile, "You're in luck today. Not only is there bread, oatmeal, and broth for breakfast, but also a piece of smoked beef for everyone. Each piece of bread is smeared with honey." "Really? Do I need to lie to you?" The chef held the breakfast on a wooden plate and handed it to him. "Take a good look at it yourself." "Wow, there's really meat." The slave shouted excitedly. Hearing his shout, there was a commotion among the slaves at the back. "What's going on?" "Quiet." The foreman's shout immediately made the line return to silence, but every slave's face was full of desire. "Get your breakfast and leave quickly. Don't block there," the foreman urged in a stern tone. The slave bit the honey bread, held the wooden plate, and quickly found a table nearby to sit down. The chef was a freed slave, so he was not afraid of the fierce foreman at all. Instead, he used a wooden spoon to knock on the copper pot filled with broth and said loudly to the slaves, "Do you know why today's breakfast is so rich? I heard that yesterday, more than 20 slaves fainted at the quarry site, and a few slaves were injured. Actually, 7 slaves died. When the doctors were treating them, they found out that the reason they fainted was because they were too hungry. Later, I don't know how, but His Majesty found out about this and specifically gave instructions to let you eat well and ensure your health." After Sir Acarus received the order, he did not rest well at night and immediately came to discuss with us. He also urgently sent people to the Turii market to buy food. "From now on, not only will your breakfast be rich, but your dinner will also be rich. At noon, the food will also be transported to the construction site for you to eat." The slaves immediately cheered, and the whole canteen was boiling. The foreman's face changed and was about to shout loudly. The chef shouted loudly, "Let us thank the merciful His Majesty the Devers. Thank the merciful His Majesty the Devers." The canteen was filled with cheers. More than half of these slaves came from the Western Mediterranean War a few years ago. Each of them had their own race as god, but under the long-term influence of other slaves and the environment in the camp, most of them began to believe in Hades. Not only was Hades the protector of the Dionia kingdom, he was also the protector of the slaves. If they wanted to regain their freedom, they would need his protection. The long passage of time had gradually worn away the hatred in their hearts. Instead, they started to have a good impression of the king of Dionia who had once defeated them. Not only was he a descendant of Hades, but the life of the nobles under his rule was much better than the slaves of the city-states and races. Hence, most of the cheers came from the bottom of their hearts. "We have to thank the commander of our camp, Icarus," the middle-aged chef reminded them loudly. This time, the cheers were much softer, but it was still loud enough to be heard by Icarus, who had just entered the kitchen to check on the improvement of the breakfast. He couldn't help but smile. He turned around and asked his follower, "What's the name of this chef?" "My lord, his name is Isnikas. He comes from Asia Minor. He was once a slave in the Kristoia restaurant in the outer city of Turin for 4 years. After that, he gained his freedom and became a probationary citizen. He has been recruited here as a chef for 2 years now." The follower who spoke was a recorder of the slave camp. Naturally, he was very familiar with the situation. The reason why Icarus brought him along when he inspected the canteen was because if he found out that the chefs in the canteen didn't perform his orders well, the harshest punishment he could give them would be a mark on their records. This would greatly affect their chances of becoming a full citizen or gaining their freedom in the future. However, at this moment, Icarus spoke in a low voice, He knows how to spread the benevolence of His Majesty. His performance is not bad. Mark him down." When he said mark him down, it was obvious that he was referring to a good evaluation. The recorder, who was also a probationary citizen, looked at the middle-aged chef with envy. He replied in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." One of the main reasons why many freedmen and probationary citizens chose to work in the city hall or various departments was because it was easier to gain merits and become a citizen of the kingdom. A department like the slave camp wasn't as prestigious as other administrative departments. The highest rank was only a basic administrative position. There weren't many officials under them. Even the guards and patrols of the camp were sent out from the nearby barracks. They weren't under the jurisdiction of the slave camp. However, because of this, the low-level public servants and employees in the slave camp were more likely to be valued. It was easier for them to gain merits. There were many applicants. Unfortunately, the camp preferred to recruit freed slaves. Not to mention that the Devers order made the slave camp supervisor, Icarus, busy himself. The slaves sat in the canteen and ate a rich breakfast. Once a noble of Rome, now a slave of the kingdom of Dionia, Camus Fabius Vibranus, sat quietly in the corner, chewing on bread and drinking meat soup. He wasn't as lucky as the Roman soldiers who surrendered because of the plague in Saturnicum. He was captured when the Roman army rescued the city of Gabii. Although Publius, a senator from Rome, had proposed several times in the Senate of Dionia that the Roman soldiers who were captured during the war in the Western Mediterranean should also be freed, this proposal had never been passed. These noble soldiers of Rome had resisted several times when they first became slaves of the kingdom. However, after being mercilessly suppressed, they had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. After a long period of hard physical labor and whipping, they became numb and obedient. Just like Camus, who was born in a large Roman family, was eating his breakfast happily with the other slaves. At this time, someone sat down beside him. He raised his head and took a look. Then, he said joyfully, "Maximus, you've recovered?" Maximus was also a former noble of Rome, but he wasn't captured in battle. He was captured when Rome was breached, and he was trying to escape to Mount Capitoline with his family. He was different from Camus, who was single. His family were all slaves of the kingdom, so they didn't live in a collective slave dormitory. Instead, they were allocated a simple wooden house. However, he had to pay extra for housing, so his burden was heavier than Camus. "I've seen a doctor and taken medicine for 2 days. I'm fine now," Maximus said. The slaves were the wealth of the kingdom. Most of them were engaged in heavy physical labor, and their diet was not as good as that of the common people. It was common for them to fall sick and get injured. Therefore, there was a special hospital in the camp. The major Turii hospital would send doctors to take turns to be on duty to ensure the slaves' health. Although they were paid less and the workload was heavy, they could come in contact with a large number of patients, so interns often fought to be on duty. When Camus heard that, he said happily, "That's great. When you weren't around these few days, the foreman made random arrangements for our team's work. Everyone was unhappy with the work, so we're all looking forward to your recovery." Maximus was shocked. He quickly asked in a low voice, "You guys didn't mess around, right?" "How would we dare to mess around? At most, we'll just complain a little," Camus mumbled. "You can't complain. Have you forgotten what happened to Brutus and the others? Furthermore, all of you have been performing well previously. After this huge project is completed, we will definitely be able to obtain more rewards. Starting from next year's celebration, we will be able to obtain freedom every year. Therefore, don't arouse the jealousy of the foreman just because of a momentary pleasure. That will ruin all of our previous efforts." Maximus warned with a solemn expression. The lesson of Brutus and the others he mentioned referred to the 2 riots caused by the Rome people in the Turii slave camp a few years ago. After that, a senator of Dionia suggested that the Rome slaves were unruly and liked to cause trouble. Turii was the center of the kingdom. In order to avoid any accidents that might disrupt the stability of Turii, the Rome slaves should be moved out of the Turii slave camp and scattered to other slave camps in towns far away from the Turii region. Due to Publius' strong obstruction, the proposal was not passed in the end. A small number of Rome slaves who did not participate in the riots were left behind. Publius even specially sent someone to the camp to warn the Rome slaves that among all the slave camps in the kingdom of Dionia, the Turii camp was the one with the best treatment and the easiest way to make a contribution. As Turii was the center of the kingdom, the supervision was very strong. The management of the camp generally did not dare to mess around. Some slave camps in remote areas were much worse, such as Sardinia, where there were slaves dying in the mines every month. One could imagine how bad the conditions were. If they wanted to be healthy and free as soon as possible, it was best for them to behave themselves here. "We've really been working hard these few days. The stones we've struck every day are a few more than the other teams." Camus swore as he stole a glance at the foreman who was patrolling in the canteen. He then said in a low voice with hatred, "If he dares to underreport our team's results, I'll report him to the conservator." The number of slaves in the Turii slave camp was as high as tens of thousands at its peak. Now, there were nearly 10,000 slaves. In order to better manage and appease them, as well as to supervise the officials in the camp, there was also a separate conservator in the camp. After the camp riots a few years ago, the number of conservators was also increased. Most of them were Dionia citizens who were born as slaves. "Don't talk too much. Hurry up and finish your breakfast. We'll go up the mountain to work," Maximus reminded them. Not long after he finished speaking, they heard the foreman urging them loudly. The 2 of them wolfed down their breakfast. They even picked up the bread crumbs on the table and ate them. If it was a few years ago, they would not have done so at all. The difficult environment had changed them. When they hurriedly walked out of the canteen, another large group of slaves hurriedly walked in. The schedule was arranged so that the thousands of slaves in the camp could finish their breakfast in a short period of time and get to work in time. The last batch to enter the canteen was always the female slaves and children. There were not many of them, less than 1,000. After all, the slaves of the kingdom were different from private slaves. Most of them were engaged in heavy manual labor. They mainly needed male slaves. However, during the war in the Western Mediterranean a few years ago, Ionia had captured many captives with their families. Most of them were Rome, Latin, and Phoenicians. According to the rules regarding slaves in the law of Dionysia, it was not allowed to break up a slave's family inhumanely and sell them separately. Moreover, Ionia did not prohibit the union of male and female slaves belonging to the kingdom. This was because slaves with families were naturally more obedient and motivated, which was conducive to the stability of the slave camp. Of course, these female slaves had to work regardless of whether they had families or not. They served as kitchen helpers, sewing slaves' clothes, helping to buy food, serving as salespeople in shops in the slave camp, and even being sent out as temporary employees and so on. Since there were more men than women in the camp, in order to prevent them from being harassed and violated, there were strict rules in the slavery law. Regardless of whether it was the male slaves, or the camp officials and employees, those who violated the law would be severely punished. Therefore, such bad behavior was almost extinct in the Tulii camp. This also allowed the male slaves with families to leave their families and work outside without worry. In the center of the slave camp, there was a simple square. This compacted and flat grass was not only used to gather slaves and announce some announcements, but also a place for slaves to exercise and compete during leisure time. On the side of the square, there were several large black boards, on which some announcements about slaves were written with white pen. There were also some information about hiring issued by the camp. As public servants, their usual work was mainly responsible for the construction and maintenance of public works, such as temples, bridges, roads, and the mining of public mines. Literature hall. But at the same time, the slave camp also accepted some private employment, temporarily renting out the remaining labor. Part of the gold and silver earned would be handed over to the slave management office, part of it would be used for the camp's own expenses, and a small part of it would be used to pay the slaves. According to the regulations, slaves who worked in the camp for half a year could be paid a certain amount of monthly salary according to their performance. Although the salary was far lower than the normal salary in the market, it also greatly boosted the enthusiasm of the slaves in their work and reduced their sense of resistance. Although the slave management office clearly marked the price of all kinds of labor performed by private employees, and they were not allowed to hire them for more than a month, the demand for such temporary employment was still very strong. For example, various celebrations caused a surge in foreign tourists, and various restaurants, hotels, and shops were short of manpower. Also, during the autumn harvest, there would also be a shortage of labor in private households. One of the main reasons why short-term employment of public employees was very popular was that the cost was lower than that of normal employees. But because of the strong demand, the financial aspect of the slave camp was often an important target of the censors and conservators. In the past 10 years, dozens of officials in the slave camp of Turin had been severely punished for corruption and bribery. The reason why the management office of the slave camp would write detailed information, requirements, and the specific number of employees on the blackboard was that they hoped that after seeing the information, the slaves would sign up voluntarily according to their own situation. For example, Kristoya's restaurant needed to temporarily hire 4 slaves who could keep accounts, so the applicants needed to have a certain ability to count and write Greek, and the slaves could make judgments according to their own situation. On the other hand, in addition to a little extra pay from the management office, the slaves who completed the private employment would be given priority by the camp management office. After all, this fully showed that they could integrate into the life of the kingdom. This forced the slaves in the camp to take the initiative to learn the language and writing of Ionia. There were special schools in the camp to teach the language and writing, but they had to pay for it. This was a very good means of assimilation. When Maximus passed by these bulletin boards, he subconsciously looked at the content on them. This had become his habit. As long as he stayed in the camp, when there was no task, he would come to the field to check the bulletin boards to see if there was any work to do. As the head of the family, not only did he have a wife, but he also had 2 underage children. Although the cafeteria also provided some free food for the children, that little bit of food was not enough to meet the needs of the children's growth. He still needed to spend money to buy food from the camp shops to satisfy the children's desire for good food. Besides, as a former noble of Rome, Maximus not only longed for freedom, but he also longed for his children to develop well in this new kingdom. Therefore, he had to let his children learn the language of Dionia from now on. However, this required money. Therefore, he had never been idle. He had worked as a private employee many times, which had also deepened his understanding of the kingdom. Today's bulletin board was the same as usual. There was no extra content except for one, encouraging the slaves to work hard to complete the task of expanding the main temple of Turii Hades. When the task was completed, the slaves with good performance would be given the priority of freedom and so on. Maximus was not excited about this because he knew that, according to the rules, slaves generally had to work for 4 years before they were eligible for freedom. As for whether they could get freedom or not, it depended on their past performance and whether they could get the approval of the management office. He did not have enough years. There were already hundreds of slaves gathered in the square. Maximus's arrival made some slaves happy. They greeted him. The foreman also came over and asked with concern, "Are you well?" "I'm fine. Don't force yourself. If something happens, I will be implicated." "I'm really fine." "Well, you still care about your original team." As soon as the foreman finished speaking, the slaves around him cheered. The foreman patted Maximus's shoulder and turned to leave. The reason why the foreman had a good attitude towards Maximus was that in the slave camp, the foreman was the direct person in charge of managing the slaves and supervising their work. They were all hired workers of the camp, free people and temporary citizens who applied to join the kingdom. One of them often had to manage hundreds of slaves. The performance of the slaves also determined whether they could get extra pay and rewards and become official citizens in advance. In order to facilitate management, they often divided the slaves under their charge into more than 10 teams and selected the most capable ones as captains to assist them in managing the slaves. These captains were often the priority of the slave management office in selecting the slaves to be freed, so both sides were mutually beneficial. After the foreman counted the number of slaves, the captain from the military camp commanded the soldiers to escort the hundreds of slaves to the mine. It was the end of April, and the annual wedding celebration for the goddess Hera had already ended. The rainy season was coming to an end, and the sun was rising earlier and earlier. Even though the slaves got up early and set off early, they could still see some farmers who had begun to take care of their fields on their way under the rising sun. When these farmers saw such a large group of people passing by, they were not surprised. Some even shouted, "Hey, I wish you all the best today. Dig more stones for the temple." The slaves soon crossed the stone bridge across the Cosini River, a branch of the Kratai River, and entered the delta area of Turii. Passing by in the early morning, they could always hear clear and loud voices coming from the high walls not far to the east. They knew that it was the students of the Dionia school who were reading or practicing their speeches. Most of the slaves were used to it, and only a few would cast longing eyes over there. After crossing the stone bridge, the slaves turned west. The terrain was getting higher, and the ground gradually became uneven. Only the stone brick and cement road under their feet remained wide and straight. However, the truth was that the carts carrying stones and copper ores had been crushing the road for years. After a period of time, the road would collapse and crack. It was just that the Turii construction department maintained the road in a timely manner. At the same time, it also encouraged the construction officials and craftsmen to constantly improve the road construction techniques, search for better materials, and improve the hardness and load-bearing capacity of the road. After extending for a while, the road forked to the south and north. The northwest road led to the copper mine, and the southwest road led to the stone mine. Usually, when they arrived here, the slaves would be divided into 2 groups. However, due to a special mission, all of the kingdom's slaves in Tulii were gathered together to mine stones. Therefore, the foreman led all the slaves on the road to the southwest. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The hard stone road ended here. In front of them was a man-made valley. The open space could accommodate thousands of people, and there were many different shapes of stone laid out in picturesque disorder. There were also countless wooden tools piled up on the side. The open space was surrounded by towering mountains. The green lichens on the mountains had been stripped clean, exposing the snow-white rocks. The part closest to the valley had been cut straight because of years of mining. Under the light of dawn, the mountain walls reflected a soft white light. This was the marble mine of Turii. The marble excavated from it was regarded by the Greeks and Ionia as the main stone most suitable for the construction of temples. At this time, a few people walked out of the valley. The leader was a middle-aged man with a burly body and a dignified appearance. It was a pity that he was missing a left hand. The bodies of the people behind him were more or less incomplete, but none of the foremen dared to show disdain. Instead, they greeted them respectfully. Aristoglas was the man's name. 20 years ago, he was a slave of the owner of the stone mine. Due to his prestige among the mining slaves, he was appointed as a foreman by his master. When the Crotone conquered Turii, his master's family was wiped out. Later, when the Dionia alliance was established, he was freed and served as a laborer for the supply caravan to fight with the Dionysian army. A few years later, he became a citizen of Dionia and joined the First Legion of Dionia. However, after landing in Sicily and fighting with the Syracuse army at Megillo, he was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived with the help of the doctors, but his left hand was amputated, so he could no longer serve in the army. However, with the rewards and compensation he received, he could buy a few more slaves and farm at home. His life would not be too bad. Moreover, with his achievements in the war, he could easily run for the position of village chief. Then, with his achievements, he could rise step by step from village chief, chief demo, town official, city governor. Finally, he could even become a senator of the kingdom. Just like King Devers' relative, Paliandalus, Cynthia's father-in-law, some citizens who were disabled because of military service were inspired by him to embark on the path of politics. If he did not want to overwork himself, he could also choose to run for the protector of the people to protect the interests of himself and the villagers. Of course, if he wanted to live a better life, he could also write to the soldiers' council of the kingdom and apply for a job in the legion's weapon shop. This legion's weapon shop was first established under the suggestion of the Devers. It would repair and modify the weapons, armor, and other spoils of war obtained on the battlefield and sell them in the market. The profits would be used for compensation for the dead and wounded soldiers, and could also be used to solve the livelihood of some disabled soldiers in the future. Literature Hall later, in order to avoid the jealousy of the soldiers' committee, the shrewd Turin weapons merchant, Laus, took the initiative to cooperate with the armory of the army and let the armory of the army sell the high-quality weapons they produced. This revitalized the armory of the army, which had been declining in the competition in the kingdom's arms market. Within a few years, branches were set up in various cities and towns in the kingdom. Half of the employees were disabled soldiers, and the salary was not low. But Aristoglas made a difficult choice: to start a business. He chose the industry he used to work in, stone mining. He asked his comrades to raise funds and obtained the strong support of the soldiers' committee. He brought a few disabled soldiers who were willing to work with him to the Ministry of Commerce, hoping to contract a stone mine. After the establishment of Dionia, a resolution was passed: the mines in the territory could not be sold to merchants, and only contracted by them. Not only must important mines be auctioned, but after obtaining the mine, the Ministry of Commerce would also send people to supervise the mine within a specified period of time. They would not allow the mine to produce too little or overexploit, so as to ensure that the annual contribution to the kingdom was constant. In the end, the Ministry of Commerce agreed to let Aristoglas contract a stone mine in Lucania, not because he was a disabled soldier and should be taken care of, but because the stone mine was located in the mountains, inconvenient to transport and not abundant in production. Moreover, it was a limestone mine, so no merchants were willing to take over it. So the Ministry of Commerce let him contract it at a lower price and only gave him a 1-year contract, just to give it a try. Unexpectedly, after Aristoglas took over, he overcame many difficulties, and not only did the production of the stone mine increase greatly, but he also sold it at a good price. At that time, Lucania municipality had belonged to Dionia for several years, and after vigorous cultural dissemination, the local people had gradually accepted the lifestyle of the Dionia. They lived in Greek-style houses, and the Temple of Hades needed a lot of limestone. As a result, Aristoglas gained a lot of wealth and won the trust of the Ministry of Commerce. With this as a foundation, and with the disabled soldiers as the backbone, he made a name for himself in the stone market of the kingdom and became a very famous stone merchant. 4 years ago, he did not join the Turii Chamber of Commerce organized by Laos and went to the Latin Theater of Operations. It was because he had just contracted the Turii stone mine that was of great importance to him and the kingdom. There were so many things that he had to deal with one by one and he could not spare time to go to Latin. Moreover, there was no stone mine in Latin. Now, he was a well-known stone merchant in the kingdom. He had a group of capable subordinates, and he no longer needed to personally supervise and command the mines. However, the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades had a huge impact. The kingdom's administrative office ordered that the marble needed for the temple would mainly be supplied by the Turin stone mine, because the stone mine was close to the Turin, and the cost was low, and it was not easy to damage. They also provided all the slaves of the kingdom to the stone mine to ensure that there would be enough stone for the construction of the temple in a short time. Because of this, Aristoglas felt that he had a great responsibility and did not dare to neglect it. He personally went to the scene every day, afraid that something would go wrong. Aristoglas first saluted the soldiers who escorted the slaves and said seriously, "Thank you for your hard work, brothers." Then he asked the foreman, "Which team do you belong to? How many slaves did you bring?" The foreman reported the number of people in their team. Aristoglas's men picked up the wooden planks, checked them, and said, "Come with me." The foreman brought the slaves into the mine. Aristoglas stood at the entrance and chatted with the team officer while waiting for the subsequent slaves to come in. After confirming that all the slaves of the kingdom had arrived and the number was in line, he said to his men, "Go and bring in our slaves and pack carts." The man responded, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he reminded him, "Boss, according to the judgment of several old sailors, there is likely to be heavy rain in Turin tomorrow. Just in case, we have to move all the stones in the mine today. Otherwise, if it really rains heavily, the ground of the mine will become slippery and muddy, and transporting the stones will become very difficult and dangerous." It was difficult to mine the ore, and it was even more difficult to transport it. Aristoglas knew this very well. He immediately made a decision. "I will discuss with Blas, the officer in charge of escorting the slaves today, and try to extend the working hours of the slaves as much as possible to ensure that all the stones can be transported today." After saying this, he thought of another thing and said, "Take some time to go to the Academy of Engineering of Dionia and contact the scholars there. Tell them that I have agreed to build a railway to transport the ore that they mentioned last time. When we are done with the stone supply for the main temple of Hades, invite them here to carry out, well, according to them, it's called an experiment." Making the railway to transport the ore? The man was a little puzzled. Obviously, he did not know about this. "I'm not too sure about the specific situation. When you arrive at the academy, ask the scholars in detail." Aristoglas waved his hand impatiently. The Academy of Engineering of Dionia was established shortly after the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean. Most of the scholars came from the original Academy of Mathematics. It was a discipline that put theoretical science into practice, mainly responsible for the design of public buildings and various instruments. The construction of the railway and the mine cars came from the idea that the Devers mentioned by chance when they visited the newly established academy and talked to the scholars. The scholars regarded it as the most important research topic for the expansion of the influence of the new academy. Corsica and Sardinia belonged to the kingdom, and the entire Etrurian alliance was allied with Dionia. This allowed the kingdom to have a sufficient supply of iron ore and solved the problem of resources. Laos was also willing to produce this special, high-quality railway. However, it was difficult to find a mineral merchant who was willing to cooperate with him. This was because the initial investment was huge. It was mainly to spend a huge amount of money to purchase enough railway tracks. The price of iron in the kingdom was not cheap. Even though a few years ago, some new territories with rich iron ore resources were obtained, mining was difficult, and transportation was even more difficult. All of these had undoubtedly pushed up the cost. The scholars of the Academy of Engineering had discussed this with Aristoglas several times, but he had been a little hesitant. However, after he accepted the task of providing stone materials for the main temple of Hades, due to the urgency of the task, he had lost 7 or 8 pack oxen and more than a dozen private slaves just to transport the ore to the main temple of Turin. He finally made up his mind to cooperate with the Academy of Engineering to solve the transportation problem. After making this important decision, he also felt a lot of pressure in his heart. He wondered if he could get a huge loan from the Kristoya Bank to ease the financial situation. After all, according to the scholars of the Academy of Engineering, this was a very important research invention of the kingdom. The king of Dionia also attached great importance to it. But before that, he had another thing to do first. He turned to another man and said, "Go to the port later and book a passenger ship for me first. If it really rains tomorrow, I'll go to Syracuse and inspect the stone mines there. After all, they are also responsible for providing limestone for the main temple. There can't be any mistakes. Syracuse has the richest open-air limestone resources in the entire western Mediterranean. Aristoglas has contracted the mining rights of one of the stone mines. Maximus brought the 50 slaves to the mining area that they were previously responsible for. They didn't start mining immediately. Instead, they had to make a judgment first. As the captain, he had to decide where to start mining. If the initial location was chosen well, the subsequent mining would be smoother, and there would be fewer casualties. This required the captain to have rich mining experience and foresight. The reason why Maximus could become the most trusted captain of the foremen was that he was very rational. He did not make a judgment on the spot. Instead, he had already prepared for today's mining at the end of yesterday. This was a working habit he had developed after serving several terms as Rome's municipal magistrate. The huge and flat rock in front of them had been poked with a few vertical and horizontal grooves, forming the outline of a rectangular stone. At this time, Maximus asked 6 slaves to step on a wooden ladder and climb up the rock. They worked in groups of 2 and hammered pieces of dry wood into the grooves with a wooden hammer. When all the grooves were filled with dense sawdust, the rock cracked slightly along the grooves. Maximus immediately ordered the slaves who had already brought water cans to pour water on the wooden wedges. The water flowed into the grooves and soaked the wooden wedges. The wooden wedges absorbed the water and expanded, becoming bigger and bigger. The rock was stressed, causing the cracks in the grooves to become bigger and bigger. This process required some time. At the same time, Maximus did not waste this time. After carefully observing the rock next to him, he began to measure with a tape measure. He then used an ink pen to draw the outline of the rock. After that, a few slaves took a brush, there was an iron saw attached to the wooden board, and brushed along the outline of the rock back and forth. Finally, a deeper groove was carved out. At this time, under the continuous expansion of the wooden wedges, the cracks on the rock next to them became wider and deeper. Maximus felt that the time was right, so he sent another 5 slaves up. Each of them held a slender and strong wooden crowbar. They inserted the crowbar into the cracks between the wooden wedges and began to pry the rock out. It was an extremely laborious and difficult process. After a few more waves of slaves and a few broken crowbars, the rock finally separated from the rock. At this time, another group of slaves quickly tied up the stone with straw and ropes. This was to prevent the stone from being damaged during the subsequent transportation, and also to prevent the stone from scratching the slaves. The rope was divided into 2 groups. After it was tied around the waist of the stone, a dozen slaves on the ground struggled to pull it out, and the other end was pulled by 10 slaves standing on the rock, dragging the stone. There were also a few slaves using wooden crowbars to continue to pry the stone, so that it could roll at a relatively stable speed to a row of logs that had been placed in front of it. Finally, the slaves cheered. Their team had finished mining the first stone in a relatively short period of time, and there were no accidents. The large rectangular stone finally fell smoothly on 6 or 7 logs arranged at intervals. Then, a few slaves began to tie the stone with ropes again. 12 slaves pulled the ropes together, while 4 slaves continued to place the logs that fell behind in front of the stone. The huge and heavy stone rolled on the logs, and was dragged to the stone yard on the side of the entrance of the stone mine. The foreman was informed. After inspecting the stone and confirming that it was qualified, he made a record on the wooden board he carried with him. The group of slaves that Maximus was in once again cheered, which aroused the envy of the other groups, because they had already mined the first stone in a relatively short period of time, and there were no accidents. It was very likely that they would exceed the task today and receive a reward. Maximus remained calm. He ordered the remaining slaves, who did not contribute much before, to start hammering wooden wedges into the second rock that had already been grooved. At the same time, he urged the returning slaves to recover their strength as soon as possible. Before the stone piled up at the entrance of the mine was sent away, it had to be roughly shaped here. It was not the slaves of the kingdom who shaped the stone here, but the personal slaves of Aristarchus. They were all quite experienced and had the skills to process stone. Aristarchus had been in this business for more than 10 years. After all, the sale of stone was different from the sale of other metal ores. Few mine owners would sell the newly mined stone directly to the buyer. Instead, they would provide the relatively shaped stone according to the buyer's requirements. For example, the assistant sent to the stone mine by the craftsman responsible for the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades arrived here after early morning as usual. According to the construction progress of the temple, which types of stone did the stone mine need to provide the temple today? How many types of stone were needed? There were 3 main types of stone needed for the construction of the temple: square stones, which would become the stone bricks for the construction of the temple, round stones, which would become the pillars that supported the temple, and thin stone slabs, which were used to pave the floor of the temple. Hundreds of slave craftsmen here were holding iron pliers, iron chisels, iron drills, metal wires, and other tools, carefully shaping the mined stone. Not only were they dressed in linen clothes, but they also wore masks and scarves. This was because they used metal tools to chisel the stone, and stone chips flew everywhere, which could easily cause injuries. This was a form of protection for the slaves. The slaves of the kingdom who mined the stone were basically naked except for the cloth that covered their lower bodies. Because they basically did not use metal tools, they did not have to worry about this. Without the burden of clothes, it was more convenient to move and exert force. The main danger they needed to worry about was the sudden fall of rocks. Among the several ways to shape the stone, it seemed that cutting the stone into slabs was the most difficult. Because marble was different from limestone, its texture was harder, and it seemed difficult for the tools of this era to do this. But the Greeks, who had been immersed in marble for hundreds of years, had long figured out a good way to deal with it. First, they drew a cutting line on the stone, then used a tool to cut a shallow groove along the cutting line, filled it with dry sand, and pressed on a metal wire. The slave craftsman pulled the 2 ends of the metal wire along the groove, back and forth. The metal wire pressed down on the sand, which was the real material used to cut the stone, through constant friction to wear away the stone. As the groove became deeper and deeper, more sand needed to be added until the stone was finally divided into slabs. The square and round stones that were finally shaped would be slightly larger than the stone used to build the temple, and the slave craftsmen specially left protrusions around the stone as handles, so that the craftsmen who built the temple could carry it. The completed stone would be immediately transported away, and the kingdom's slaves would take over again. Nearly 20 slaves laboriously carried the stone onto the raft, which was padded with circular wood. Some of the slaves used ropes to pull the raft, while the rest constantly placed circular wood in front of it. Just like before, the stone was slowly pulled and moved to the exit of the mine. The exit was on the side of the entrance, and the road was paved with large pieces of stone. It was firm and flat, and at the end of the road, there was a platform more than 2 meters high. In front of the platform was a 4-wheeled cart, which was at the same height as the platform, so that the heavy stone could be easily pushed onto the cart. The 4-wheeled cart was very sturdy, and its wheels were made of several complete pieces of circular wood pieced together. It was unusually tall and thick. There was also a professional carpenter stationed at the exit, because when the stone had just been transported to the cart, this was the time when it was most likely to be damaged, so he could repair it nearby. The wooden cart was pulled by 4 bulls. Although they moved slowly, they were reliable and could carry about 10 tons of weight at a time, which was about 2 to 3 pieces of stone. They transported the stone to the simple dock next to the Casegni River, and then used a cargo ship to transport the stone to the place designated by the buyer. This was relatively labor-saving and safe. However, in order to provide stone to the main temple of Hades, the tourist city hall refused to allow Aristoglas to use the dock in the inner city to transport the stone. This was because the stone would have to cross more than half of the inner city from the dock to the temple. This would not only damage the exquisite roads in the inner city, affect traffic, and disturb the rest of the people in the inner city. More than half of the people in the inner city were dignitaries, but most importantly, it would not be safe, because there would be many unfamiliar slaves entering and leaving the hinterland of the inner city. If they were to travel by land, the main temple of Hades was not far from the west gate of the inner city, which made it easier to manage and control. But for Aristoglas, this was undoubtedly a headache, because the road from the mine to the main temple of Hades was about 10 miles long. Such a long distance, it was easy for accidents to occur during the transportation process. The wheels would be damaged, the stones would fall, and it would undoubtedly take more manpower and material resources to move them again. Worse still, if they hurt passers-by, the compensation would not be a small amount. This was why Aristoglas decided to improve the transportation problem after losing a lot of money. He pinned his hopes on the railway that the scholars talked about. The whole quarry was filled with the sounds of work from morning to night, the orders of the foreman, the chants of the slaves, the shouts of the coachmen as they drove the ox cart forward, the creaking of wood under the heavy weight of the stone, and the screams of the slaves due to various accidents. These sounds rose and fell for a long time. In the evening, the kingdom's slaves dragged their tired bodies back to the slave camp. Although they had only worked for more than an hour, the fact that they were mining in the dark environment caused a slave to fail to avoid falling gravel from above. He was hit in the head and lost his life. Of course, except for the slaves in the same team who were sad and uneasy because of this, the other slaves seemed indifferent, and some even knew nothing about it at all. In the huge quarry, there had been thousands of slaves working in it during this period. There were always people injured or even dead. They were already numb to it. At this moment, what they wanted most was to eat a sumptuous dinner and then have a good sleep. Of course, their wishes were fulfilled. The dinner was even more sumptuous than breakfast. The slaves ate and drank their fill. They walked slowly back to their dormitories with their bellies swollen. After a simple wash, they lay down on their beds and fell asleep. At this moment, the door of a dormitory was pushed open. Someone stood in front of the door and shouted, "Is Phoebus Rabio Gaius here?" Someone was suddenly awakened and cursed angrily, "Damn it, who is it?" The person standing at the door replied coldly, "The patrol." The room suddenly became quiet. After a moment, Gaius reminded him softly, "You seem to have called the wrong name. It should be Gaius Phoebus Rabio." "Are you sure you want to call him that?" the soldier at the door said sternly. Gaius did not dare to answer. Last year, under the proposal of the king of Devers, the Senate passed the surname law of the kingdom of Dionia. The law stipulated that whether it was a citizen of Dionia or a freeman who wanted to join Dionia, he or she must have a surname so that the Department of Household Registration could register and find his or her information. Moreover, the surname must be first, followed by the given name. Those who did not comply would be punished. In serious cases, they would even be deprived of their citizenship. In the eyes of the ordinary people of Dionia, since the king of Devers used his own name as the surname of his children, his ministers and people gradually followed suit. It had been almost 20 years since then. Most of the citizens already had a surname, and their surname was first, followed by their given name. The promulgation of this law was just to formalize this custom into law. But what they did not know was that the main purpose of the Devers' enactment of this law was to accelerate the assimilation of some Dionia citizens, such as the Romans and a small number of Phoenician nobles who joined Dionia. At the same time, it also gave the people of Dionia a sense of being unique. In the countries and races of the Mediterranean, the people who gradually had surnames basically adopted their given names first and surnames second, which was more conducive to accelerating the formation of a new race of Dionia. After the promulgation of the surname law, the citizens of Dionia basically followed the law, and there was no major turmoil in the territory. The decree didn't mention slaves. After all, many slaves didn't even have names, only nicknames. However, many slave owners still gave their slaves official names for convenience. Some of the kingdom's slaves also gave themselves official names in order to better develop in the kingdom after obtaining freedom in the future. They also registered with the Slave Camp Management Office. Under such a general trend, if Gaius insisted on not changing, he would undoubtedly appear to be an anomaly and would attract special attention from the patrol team. "Someone is looking for you outside the camp, go quickly." The tone of the soldier at the door eased. Thank you, sir. Gaius hurriedly put on his clothes, turned over, and bowed to the soldier to express his gratitude. Then, he quickly ran to the camp gate. The originally quiet dormitory suddenly became lively. It's so strange that someone is looking for Gaius in the evening. What's so strange about that? Now we work in the stone mine during the day, and we can only find people in the camp in the evening. Gaius is so lucky. There are always people looking for him. It seems that he has a lot of relatives outside. What's so strange about that? Because he used to be a Roman nobleman. Don't you Phoenicians have many relatives in the kingdom, unlike us Lusitanians? Sigh, our relatives don't even know if we are alive or dead. The dormitory suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone comforted him. In a few years, when you are free, you can go back to Iberia and bring your family to live with Dionia. Humph. When I get my freedom, I won't stay here. I'll definitely return to the Iberia that I'm familiar with and stay far away from this hateful kingdom of Dionia. Maybe one day, I'll even. Humph. What's the point of going back to that poor mountainous region of Iberia? They were often hungry, and there was no way to cure them when they got sick. There were often bloody battles between the tribes, and they didn't know when they would lose their lives in battle. In fact, living in this slave camp was much better than living in the Iberian tribes. After I regain my freedom, I will never return to Iberia. Living in Turii will definitely be better than living in a slave camp. How dare you betray the tribe? I'll beat you to death right now. Alright, stop fooling around. Do you want to attract the patrol team? The slave camp was like a small enclosed town in Dionia. It had a canteen, a shop, a hospital, and even an arena. All the necessary town facilities were basically complete. When they were free, the slaves could move freely in the camp as long as they didn't violate the rules, but they couldn't leave the camp. However, in order to reduce the resistance of the slaves, and to let them be more at ease in obtaining freedom through labor, the management office allowed outsiders to visit the slaves in the camp. Especially after the Western Mediterranean War, the number of outsiders visiting the camp increased sharply. This was because a large number of new Roman and Phoenician citizens and a large number of Roman and Phoenician slaves were produced. Gaius walked into the reception room next to the camp's gate. When he saw the familiar figure sitting there, he couldn't help but call out, "Rentulus Manlius." The man who looked younger than Gaius turned around and glared at him. He warned in a deep voice, "Gaius, don't shout." Gaius, who was already full of anger, ignored Rentulus' warning. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Isn't that your name? Or have you forgotten your true identity, the glory of your family, and are willing to follow the requirements of the people of Dionia and take a name that isn't from Rome at all?" In fact, Rentulus could totally refute, "Since you, Gaius, haven't forgotten the glory of your family, then do you dare to publicly announce that your name is Gaius Fabius Rabio?" However, he didn't because his father was Publius Manlius. Not only was he the first great noble of Rome to seek refuge with the kingdom of Dionia, but he was also the first official of Rome to publicly change his surname after the surname law was announced. Many former nobles of Rome and current citizens of the kingdom of Rome hated him to the core in private. They even called him the culprit who caused the destruction of Rome. These rumors obviously had an impact on Rentulus. With a red face, he blurted out excitedly, "Gaius, you only dare to move your mouth. You have no idea what kind of huge risks the people who are really defending Rome are taking. One day, you will know if I have forgotten the glory of Rome and my family." Speaking of this, Rentulus raised his head, and a kind of determination and pride appeared on his face. Gaius, who was familiar with him, was stunned. He subconsciously asked softly, "Rentulus, what do you mean by this? What are you going to do?" Rentulus, however, ignored his question. He picked up a thick package, put it on the table, and said coldly, "Your sister sent another package from Rome to our house and asked us to deliver it to you. I see that you are very happy every time you receive the package. You didn't cut off contact with your brother-in-law Tolo just because he is an official of Dionia and also changed his surname." "Who said I didn't scold them? But I still have to accept the things that I should accept." Gaius shamelessly smiled, dragged the package over, and immediately opened it. "It's useless to look at it in such a hurry. It's just some food and clothes. There's nothing valuable. When we entered here, the guards had already searched through it. Rentulus' tone was still cold. A satisfied expression appeared on Gaius' face. That's great. It's all my favorite food in Rome. I haven't eaten them for a long time. I almost forgot what they taste like. Rentulus was a little absent-minded when he heard this. At this time, he heard Gaius say, Rentulus, our families are relatives, and we have played together since we were young. I still remember my father often praising you in front of me. He said, don't be fooled by your younger age, but you have a strong mind. When you grow up, you will definitely have a better future than me. Maybe you will become a hero in Rome. I have always remembered these words in my heart. I humiliated you with these words just now because I didn't want to hide what your father did. On the other hand, I was afraid that you would really surrender to Dionia and let down my father and my expectations of you. In short, I hope you can forgive me. Rentulus listened to Gaius' flattery, and the dissatisfaction in his heart quickly disappeared. He pretended to be angry and said, my father is my father, and I am me. I will always be a true citizen of Rome. Of course. Of course. We are a great race raised by the she-wolf. We will never surrender. Especially you, Rentulus. I firmly believe that you will become a hero of the great Rome. After Gaius finished speaking with sincerity, he saw that the anger on Rentulus' face was quickly swept away and revealed a look of satisfaction. He hurriedly leaned forward and asked in a low voice, what is the big matter you mentioned just now? The young Rentulus had already been unguarded by Gaius's words. He glanced around, there was no one else in the reception room except the two of them. So, he also approached Gaius and whispered with a slightly boastful tone, like before, you must keep it a secret. I tell you. Gaius sent Rentulus off. When he came out of the reception room, he was in a good mood and was checked again by the guards. Then, he walked back to the camp briskly. He did not go back to the dormitory directly because once the food in the package was discovered by the slaves, it would soon be snatched away. So, he went to the villa area, the nickname for the place where slaves with families lived, and knocked on the door of Maximus' house. It's already so late. Instead of resting and recovering your strength, you're still walking around. Don't forget to go mining tomorrow. Maximus opened the door and saw him, so he criticized him rudely. Gaius ignored him and stretched his neck to look inside. He said, where are sister-in-law and the children? It's Gaius. Come in and sit down. A figure stood up in the corner with faint candlelight. Then, two short figures rushed out and shouted affectionately, Uncle Gaius. Good boy. Gaius smiled kindly. He squatted down and took out a few things from the package. Look, what did Uncle bring you? Ah, what a big bread. And fish. Remember, this is wheat bread from Rome and pickled fish from the Tiber River, and this, Sabine's cheese. Take it and eat it. Uncle Gaius is so nice. Thank you, Uncle Gaius. Your cousin, Cornea, sent you something again. She's really nice to you. Maximus saw the package and the food and immediately guessed what was going on. In the past, the big clans in Rome often intermarried and were more familiar with each other. My sister is really nice to me, but Stolo actually became an official of Dionia. My uncle must have been blind to marry my sister to this commoner. Gaius said hatefully. However, I think he won't be a judge for long. Did something happen? Maximus immediately asked alertly. Gaius did not answer directly. Instead, he said, Brother, do you still have wine here? Tonight, let's have a small banquet with the salted fish and bread from our hometown. Let's have some fun. Now? Maximus was stunned. He turned his head to look at the children and reminded Gaius, don't forget, the patrols will check on you at night. Don't worry, I'll go back on time. I won't be caught by those people of Dionia. Seeing Gaius's insistence, Maximus had no choice but to agree. He asked his wife to take out his Turii wine from under the bed. It was given to him by Publius when he visited. The two of them had worked together for a long time in Rome and had a good relationship. He then asked his wife to bring the children into the house to rest early. When the two children heard that they could rest early, they immediately cheered. This triggered another discussion from Gaius. He looked at the two small wooden boards and a white pen placed under the candlelight and said, "Brother, look, the children are unwilling to learn the language of Dionia. Why are you forcing them to learn this every day?" As he had argued with Gaius on this matter several times in the past, Maximus smiled helplessly and did not want to say anything more. He moved the broken wooden table in the corner over, took out two wooden cups, and poured the wine, after sending Gaius off. Although Maximus's face was a little flushed due to the alcohol, his eyes were exceptionally deep. He never thought that the information that Gaius had inadvertently revealed while drinking and chatting would be so shocking that he could not just stand by and watch. He needed to make an important decision on this matter. It was related to his future and the future of his children. Therefore, he sat in the house and repeatedly deliberated, hesitating. As the heart of the kingdom of Dionia, the morning in the inner city of Thurii had always been quiet and peaceful. However, due to the expansion of the main temple of Hades, the entire inner city had become much livelier. Sometimes, it was too noisy. However, not only did the people of the inner city express their understanding, they even strongly supported it. This was because most of them were loyal believers of Hades. All of them hoped that their god could sit in a more spacious and comfortable temple and receive more worship from the people. That way, it would be more powerful. Moreover, the main temple of Hades was built 20 years ago when the city of Turin was being rebuilt. At that time, Dionia was just a newly established small alliance. Its national strength was not strong, and due to the financial constraints at that time, it was impossible to build a magnificent temple. Now that the kingdom of Dionia had become the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean, the temple of Hades, the spiritual symbol of the kingdom, could no longer match the prominent status of Dionia. Even the newly built temple of Hades in Rome and the temple of Hades in Syracuse were bigger and more spectacular than the main temple of Thurii. This made the people of Thurii, who had a sense of superiority, feel humiliated. Therefore, they had repeatedly requested the Senate to expand the temple of Hades. It was only until this year that the king and the Senate approved it. As the initiators, of course, they had to cooperate actively. Before dawn, the gates of the inner city were opened. The city guards who were not fully awake had to wake up and began to perform their duties. This was because the craftsmen who were responsible for the construction of the temple had begun to enter the inner city from the outer city. They were the most skilled craftsmen recruited by the Senate from all over the kingdom. There were thousands of them, and most of them were arranged to live in the temporary dormitories of the athletes during the football and rugby matches in the outer city. On top of that, the Ministry of Construction had also recruited more than 3,000 laborers from Turin. That was why there were long queues outside the gates of the inner city early in the morning. Nearly 5,000 people were building the temple at the same time. This was a huge challenge to the management of the entire construction site and the security of the entire inner city. The craftsmen had to wake up at 4 in the morning. There was a special canteen to provide them with a sumptuous breakfast. After breakfast, they would bring some bread and fruits to the construction site for lunch. After that, they would be led by their respective foremen to the various gates of the inner city. After a thorough inspection by the city guards, they would enter the inner city and ascend the Hill of Gods. When most of the craftsmen had arrived, the chief foreman of the craftsmen would gather the foremen and assign them the tasks for the day. These foremen would then gather the craftsmen and laborers under them to pass on the tasks and instruct them on how to better complete the tasks. After the meeting, thousands of workers would disperse and begin the day's construction. The construction of the temple was divided into 4 main parts: the fine processing of the stone, the carving of the statue, the erection of the scaffolding, and the construction of the temple. Up until now, the outer wall of the temple was more than half built. Therefore, the wooden scaffolding that surrounded the temple had already been erected. All that was left was to inspect and repair it. Most of the craftsmen and laborers were mainly focused on the fine processing of the stone and the construction of the temple. The processing of the stone was divided into 2 types. The first was to process the sculpted stone more carefully. Not only did they have to remove the impurities from the stone and carve it into a more square shape, but they also had to ensure that the size and dimensions were exactly the same. Only then could they ensure that there would be no mistakes when they were piled up as bricks for the wall. The processing of the circular stone was even more stringent. This was because it was the material used to support the pillars of the temple. The circular area of each pillar was constantly shrinking from the bottom to the top. Therefore, the size of the circular stone was even more stringent. Moreover, the appearance of the stone had to be carved with decorative lines. The second was to process the planks on the top of the temple. This was no ordinary processing. According to the requirements of the designer, they had to carve relief patterns that matched the theme of the temple. This put a higher requirement on the craftsman's carving skills. Usually, famous stonemasons with high artistic standards were in charge of this. In addition, some craftsmen had to further process the finely processed stone. They overlapped several square pieces of stone and used iron chisels to carve a complete T-shape or H-shape groove. Or they used an iron drill to drill through the center of the circular stone. Why did they have to work so hard? That was because it was difficult to use mortar to glue such a huge piece of stone together. Although the cement unique to Xianxia was very sticky, it would ruin the beauty of the temple's exterior. Using this traditional method, one only needed to use metal nails to pierce through the small holes in the center to connect the various sections of the cylinder, or use iron clamps to insert the T-shaped grooves to connect the square bricks. Then, one could pour molten lead into the grooves to fix the metal nails and clamps. In addition, these grooves were all on the inside of the wall bricks. On the surface, it looked natural, sturdy, and beautiful, showing the greatness of the gods. So how did these processed stone bricks and cylinders, which were so huge and heavy, get piled up on the high wall? The craftsman had a powerful tool for carrying stone, the crane. The Greeks had invented this lifting tool a long time ago. The Xianxia Academy had studied the principles of levers, pulleys, and mechanics. They had greatly improved this machine and made it more efficient. It could be easily disassembled and carried by 2 or 3 people. As long as it was placed on a scaffold on a high floor and operated by 2 people, the stone could be lifted to a high place. The handle that was deliberately reserved when shaping the stone came into play at this time. It could be easily tied with a rope and then hung on the hook of the crane. When it was in place, the craftsman would carefully chisel off the handle. Those stones that did not have a handle reserved could also be tied with the clamps or the grooves previously made to facilitate the transfer of the stone to the designated location by the crane. The Greeks had been building temples for hundreds of years and had long discovered various methods to facilitate the lifting of stone materials. Since the founding of Xianxia more than 20 years ago, it had never stopped building temples in various cities and towns. It had also accumulated a lot of experience and improved methods and tools, making the most dangerous process of moving and stacking stone materials in the process of building temples safer. It greatly reduced the casualty rate and increased the efficiency. These 5,000 craftsmen and laborers were not only skilled, but they had also participated in the construction of the temples of Hades in other towns many times. They were very experienced and had a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, although there were many people on the construction site, the division of labor was very clear. The whole scene was orderly and not messy at all. Even though they had been working here for several months, everyone was still very dedicated and full of passion for the work. This was because they were building the main temple for the kingdom's patron, Hades. Almost all of them were loyal believers of Hades. They firmly believed that the main temple was the home of Hades and must provide the great god with the best residence. Any slack in the construction process would be disrespectful to him. Moreover, the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades was also a great opportunity for the kingdom of Xianxia to show its culture and strength to other countries and forces throughout the Mediterranean. Therefore, even though the financial situation was a little tight, the Devers still did not hesitate to issue the decree of building the most beautiful and magnificent temple in the world, which was unanimously approved by the elders. Therefore, being able to participate in this great project was a great honor for the craftsmen. According to the requirements of the Devers, the temple must be at least as magnificent as the Parthenon in Athens. But in fact, the original main temple of Hades was a double temple. This design would not change even if it was rebuilt. Therefore, it was decided that the temple should be at least twice the size of the Parthenon. In addition to that, according to the tradition of the Hades temple, there would also be a pantheon, a hall of valor, a prison for the wicked, and a confessional in the temple. Therefore, the final design of the temple would be slightly larger. The amount of work involved was naturally very large, and the amount of stone needed was naturally very large. Tens of thousands of slaves were mining the highest quality stone from stone mines across the country. The cost of the whole project was naturally a huge figure. However, the kingdom's finance only allocated a small part of the funds. Most of the money came from the entire system of the Hades temple over the past 20 years and the fundraising of countless believers of Hades, which was enough to meet the needs. The sculpting of the statue was the most important part of the construction of the temple, and the design of the statue was even more important. But because the believers were very satisfied with the two statues of Hades in the original temple, the design was not changed this time. But because the new temple was bound to be taller and more spacious than the original statue would look too small in the new temple, so new statues had to be sculpted. Because the new temple was being rebuilt on the old site, the craftsmen built a temporary warehouse not far away to store the statues and other things in the original temple. The preliminary carving of the new statue was also in this warehouse. Meliktos was the main person in charge of the sculpting of the statue. He was also a famous sculptor in the kingdom. The bronze statue of Hades holding a rugby ball outside the main arena of the inner city of Turin was made by him. Although the statue was tall and heavy, its core material was wood. Of course, the wood used for the statue had to be hard and dense, so it was usually used for ships, preferably cedar that was hundreds of years old. With the original statue as a model, it only took Meliktos only 2 months to carve 3 wooden statues, 2 statues of Hades and 1 statue of Persephone, which were more delicate and vivid than the original statue. Next, he handed over the work to his assistants, which was to paste the skin of the statue. Due to the whiteness and rarity of the ivory, it had become the first choice for the skin of the statue in the past 100 years. The carvers would tear the complete ivory into thin pieces and stick them on the surface of the statue bit by bit. It was a job that required a lot of patience to make sure that there was no gap between the pieces. Each statue was extremely huge, and a person could only finish gluing 1 finger in a day. However, there were hundreds of sculptors working on this task at the same time, so the progress was quite fast. While pasting the skin on the statue, the carvers and craftsmen were also working on 2 other tasks. One was to burn the sand into stained glass, which was then made into star-shaped ornaments. Each piece was like a sparkling gemstone, which would be inlaid on the wall behind the statue as the background of the starry sky. The other task was to make gold foil. The goldsmiths would forge thin sheets of gold and then paste them on the ivory skin of the statue. These would become the golden clothes and crown worn by the statue, which added to the grace and splendor of Hades. As for the statue in the Temple of Hades, it was covered with silver foil and painted with dark green lacquer to match the atmosphere of the entire temple. In addition, they had to make gold and silver seats for the statue. Although not all of them were made of gold and silver, the gold and silver consumed after the completion of the statue was not a small amount. When the Dionia alliance was first established, they did not dare to make such extravagant statues. Now, the consumption of these precious metals was only a few days' output from the mines of Iberia and Sardinia. Meliktos did not participate in the rest of the process of making the statue. He was focused on a more important task, making the triangular fascia for the temple. Under the eaves of the 2 entrances of the temple, there was a triangular area called the triangular fascia. The triangular fascia was inlaid with stone slabs and decorated with reliefs, usually the content of which came from Greek mythology. But in the design of the temple, the result of the Senate's discussion was that one of the triangular fascia would be carved with the relief of the masses during the celebration of Hades, and the other would be carved with the royal family of Dionia, the king, 2 queens, and 5 children. Originally, the Devers proposed to include Doris and Cynthia, because they were also their family, but the Senate expressed strong opposition. They believed that after the temple was built for thousands of years for future generations to worship, the people of the kingdom and future generations would understand that the royal family of Dionia was the descendant of Hades when they saw the relief, but the adopted children were not. If they rashly carved it, they were afraid that it would lead to the wrath of Hades. With the great prestige of King Divers and his royal family, if the relief sculpture was not well carved, even if the benevolent king didn't say anything, the people's spit would drown him to death. Therefore, Meliktos was extremely cautious. He specially asked King Divers to spare some of his precious time to bring along his family to be his models. They had to pose according to his requirements. He spent several days drawing a sketch on a wooden board and gave it to Divers to review. After Divers was satisfied, he took the drawing to the construction site and carved it according to the sketch. The triangular fascia of the royal family of Dionia was, Devers wearing a crown and smiling, sitting on a throne in the center, 2 concubines wearing gorgeous robes, intimately putting their hands on the Devers' shoulders, standing on both sides, 5 children surrounded them with happy expressions, and Krotokatax happened to be in the center of the 5 children. If there was a careful viewer, he would find that the composition of the king and the concubines was almost identical to the composition of Hades and the queen of Hades in the Temple of Hades, just with the addition of a concubine. This was a hint from the scepter priest Plazinus, which made it contain a deeper meaning. Meliktos held an iron chisel in one hand and a small hammer in the other, concentrating on the carving. This was already the 3rd relief sculpture. He was not satisfied with the first 2 and destroyed them, but because of his experience with the first 2, he did not need to compare them with the original drawings. The whole design was already familiar to him, so he did not hesitate every time he struck, and the strength was just right. Just as he was immersed in his creation, a clear female voice came from behind him, "No. No. The sculpture is too. My eyebrows are not so thin, and the bridge of my nose should be higher." Meliktos was pulled out of the world he was immersed in. He was a little annoyed. He suddenly turned around and wanted to yell at the intruder who disturbed his work, but when he saw the 2 beautiful girls standing behind him, his anger subsided. He immediately stood up and said in a friendly tone, "Your Highness Princess Eunice, I'm very sorry for disturbing you." "Your Royal Highness Olivia. Welcome. We're here to worship God Hades, and to see how our relief sculpture is doing." Eunice took a few steps forward, pointed at the relief sculpture, and said bluntly, "But after seeing it, I'm a little disappointed. This should be me, but I don't feel like me. You've carved it too softly." "Your Royal Highness, although sculptures come from reality, they are usually beautified. What's more, this relief sculpture is to be seen by the people of the kingdom in the future. I believe they all want to see a beautiful and virtuous princess." Meliktos tried to persuade Eunice. The reason he was so patient was because he had met the princess not only in the drawing room, but also in the drawing room. The princess was famous in Turii for her boyish personality. In order to keep her in check, Queen Christoia had introduced her to some business affairs at the age of 16. As a result, the decisive and shrewish girl had become her mother's right-hand woman before she had even turned 18. In order to expand his carving workshop in other towns in the kingdom, Meliktos had taken a loan from Christoia's bank. He had personally dealt with Eunice a few times, so he knew her better. Eunice raised her eyebrows. "Are you saying that I'm not beautiful and virtuous?" Meliktos' heart tightened, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly tried to explain. But Eunice's expression changed again, and she said seriously, "You're right. I'm not as delicate and virtuous as other girls, but I don't need to change because that's not me. Just like her in your relief sculpture, she doesn't look like me at all. Since you're carving my family, I hope you can carve my true appearance. I don't want any beautification. Sister." Olivia could feel the tension in the air, and she gently pulled Eunice. "Stop it." Eunice pushed her sister's hand away, and looked straight at Meliktos, and asked, "Do you think I'm right?" "Your Royal Highness, you're right. I'll change it again." Meliktos actually gave in, which made the assistants who were hiding in the corner open their mouths in shock. At that moment, Meliktos suddenly looked behind Eunice and shouted, "Lord Scepter Priest." "Oh, Meliktos." The white-robed Plazinus saw the plea for help in the sculptor's eyes. He gently waved his hand, and then walked in front of Eunice. "Your Royal Highnesses, sorry to keep you waiting. The temporary shrine has been cleaned up, and the braziers, lamps, and other things for worship have been prepared. We can begin now." Eunice looked at Meliktos, and her eyes flickered. She softly said, "Just now, I came to admire this sculpture with my sister. Master Meliktos carved it very well, and I even had a conversation with him. He also promised me that the next time I come to admire this sculpture, it will be even better." "Is that so, Master Meliktos?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Meliktos replied helplessly. Plazinus looked at the sculpture, and then looked at Meliktos. Of course, he was experienced enough to feel that there was something fishy about this, but he tactfully did not probe further. Instead, he immediately led the two princesses and the palace guards to the temporary shrine. When they were completely gone, the assistant stood up and complained, even if she's a princess, she can't interfere with teacher's creation. So she's the famous naughty princess of Turii. How can she get married in the future if she's so unruly? Shut up, all of you. Do you want to die? Get to work. Meliktos roared, and suddenly there was silence. Eunice and Ivrea had come to the Hill of the Gods because Kristoia had caught a cold and her condition was rather serious. Although she had been actively treated, it had already been 5 or 6 days and she still hadn't fully recovered. Eunice hoped that her mother's illness would recover as soon as possible, so she decided to ask Hades for protection. The main temple of the Hades was being rebuilt. In order not to be disturbed, the priests had already informed the believers to go to other temples of the Hades in the outskirts of Turin to worship. However, in the past, when her parents were sick, Eunice always came to the main temple to pray, and it was quite effective, so she stubbornly chose to come to the Hill of the Gods. A group of people went up the hill, and immediately alerted the scepter priest, Pleasonus. The rebuilding of the main temple of the Hades was the kingdom's top priority, especially for the priests of the Hades. Pleasonus stayed at the construction site almost every day, supervising the progress of the construction, helping to coordinate and solve some problems encountered, and even postponed many Senate meetings. After understanding the purpose of the two princesses' visit, Pleasonus did not dare to neglect them. He immediately arranged for the priests to clean up the temporary temple for them to worship and pray. After Eunice and Ivrea prayed for their mother's blessing, Eunice did not lose interest and wanted to visit the whole construction site. Pleasonus was a little hesitant about this request. The king of the Devers only came once when the construction started, gave a speech, and visited the construction site a few months later, so he was not sure if Eunice's request was inspired by the Devers. Moreover, as far as he knew, Eunice was deeply loved by the Devers, so he did not dare to neglect them. He personally accompanied the two princesses, showed them around, and explained the whole project in detail. Pleasonus had been a priest of the Hades for more than 20 years. Not only was he eloquent, but he also had an unusually profound knowledge of the theology of the Hades, most of which came from the writings of the priests of the Hades. Therefore, the boring construction process of the temple was lively and interesting, and the princesses and the guards listened with great interest. Meanwhile, in the mural drawing area, Avia stood there for a long time, seriously watching as the painters mixed various mineral powders with pigments and then drew sketches of Elysium and Nether Purgatory on wooden boards. Under Eunice's instigation, Ivia even shyly picked up the paintbrush and tried to draw some patterns. She was praised by Pleasonus and the painters. The construction site was a man's world. The sudden appearance of two beautiful girls, who were of noble status, naturally stirred up waves among the craftsmen and laborers. However, under the strict supervision of the foreman and the coercion of the palace guards, they only dared to secretly peep at them. Instead, they worked even harder. To Eunice and Avia, they did not feel uncomfortable even though most of the men in their field of vision were topless. They had seen it many times in various competitions in Turis since they were young, so they were already used to it. The group chatted merrily and wittily as they walked around half of the construction site. Eunice suddenly stopped, pointed to the front and asked, "Who's that?" On the precipitous western side of the God of Heaven peak, there was a person. He stood there motionless, like a statue. Compared to the bustling construction site where everyone was working hard, this man's behavior was too eye-catching. Eunice even showed a look of dissatisfaction. Pleasonus hurriedly explained, "His name is Elixon, and he's from Tarentum. He's not a craftsman or laborer who participated in the construction of the temple." Tarentum? Eunice was a little puzzled and still questioned, now that the temple is being built, aren't ordinary people not allowed to enter? Pleasonus explained patiently, "Your Highness, he's a candidate who signed up to participate in the design of the statue at the top of the mountain, and he passed the preliminary test. However, he made a request, saying that he has never been to the Hill of the Gods, and that he hopes to visit the mountain to find inspiration so that he can design the perfect statue. At first, we didn't agree to it, but he actually trespassed into the palace and wanted to petition His Majesty, so he was arrested by the guards as a criminal. In the end, when His Majesty heard about it, he actually agreed to his request, so we had no choice but to allow him to enter. He has been here for 2 days, but he didn't wander around. Most of the time, he just stayed there quietly. The biggest difference in the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades this time was that a huge statue of the god of Hades would be erected on the hill in front of the temple. Not only would the people in the city be able to see its majestic figure, even the people, tourists, and pedestrians in the Zbari plain, the nearby mountains, ports, and the coast would be able to see its dazzling brilliance, thereby demonstrating the supreme power of the patron saint of the kingdom of Dionia. Devers, the king, and the Senate requested that the statue not only be bigger than the statue of Athens in front of the Parthenon temple, but the artistic design of the statue had to be extraordinary and outstanding. Therefore, under the suggestion of the Devers, the Temple of Hades and the Engraver Guild of the Kingdom of Hades teamed up to organize an unprecedented selection competition. All the engravers and painters in the kingdom were allowed to design the statue at the top of the mountain, so that they could choose the best and most perfect work. However, the participants would first have to pass 2 rounds of preliminaries. The judges were all famous architects and painters in the kingdom of Dionia. Therefore, 90% of the participants were eliminated to prevent people from making up the numbers. It was obvious that the person was quite capable to pass the preliminaries. After listening to Pleacena's introduction, Eunice's interest was piqued. She walked straight over to the man and found that he was a young man in his early 20s. He stretched out his arms, squinted his eyes, and let the mountain breeze blow against his loose clothes. He had an intoxicated look on his face. "What are you doing?" Eunice asked curiously. The young man stood there motionlessly as if he hadn't heard what she said. Eunice was a little angry and yelled, "Hey, I'm asking you a question." The young man called Alexan slowly turned his head and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm sorry, please don't disturb my thoughts. Also, please go away, you're blocking the sunlight." Eunice had been doted on by her parents since she was a child. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone. She immediately frowned and shouted, "Hey, do you know who I am?" Erikson didn't speak, but waved his hand impatiently, signaling her to leave. Eunice was furious. "I am the daughter of the king of Devers. I order you to leave Celestial Hill immediately. Otherwise, I will order the guards to expel you." This time, Alexan looked at Eunice who was standing in front of him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I can stand here because of the order of King Divers. I just want to know if His Majesty's order is effective? Or do your words count?" "You." Eunice's anger was suppressed by these words. For a moment, she really did not know how to respond. "Sister, we should go home." Avriya's timely shout gave Eunice a way out. Eunice immediately responded, then said with hatred, "You're Erikson, right? I'll remember you. Let's wait and see." Alexan completely ignored her threat. He turned his head and continued to quietly look down the mountain. Eunice stomped her foot hard and turned to leave. After sending Eunice and the others away, one of the men asked uneasily, "Priest Pleasanus, that Tarantum man humiliated our princess. Should we?" Pleasanus shook his head and said, "That was just a farce between young people. Don't worry about him. As a loyal believer of Hades, we should have a broad and kind heart. Otherwise, how can we convince the people?" "You're right. I was wrong." The priest immediately admitted his mistake. Pleasanus rubbed his forehead and said, "I'll go rest for a while. When Heraclide arrives, the kingdom's minister of construction, immediately inform me. I still have to inspect the progress of the entire project with him." "Yes." The Devers ended the day's political affairs early and hurriedly left the palace. He rushed back to the mansion on the mountain and then went to Crystal's bedroom. He asked with concern, "How is it? Are you better today?" Crystal, who was lying on the bed, had not yet spoken. Agnes, who had not been to the temple of Hera in order to take care of her for the past few days, said, "Just now, Herpes came again and treated my sister. He said that her physical condition is much better than before. She should be able to recover in 2 or 3 days." "That's great." The Devers sat on the edge of the bed and stroked Crystal's hand. He said seriously, "The weather is very good these days. I suggest that you let the maids help you walk around the garden and bask in the sun. You'll get better faster." Crystal glanced at him and abruptly pulled her hand back. She then turned around and sighed, "Don't worry about me. I won't recover. Let Persephone take me to Elysee. Sister, don't talk nonsense, Agnes hurriedly tried to persuade her. The Devers secretly waved his hand to signal her not to worry. He then said, Clotho is busy with political affairs right now. You're not seriously ill, so I didn't ask him to come back. I can't take it anymore. Kristoya sighed again. But he agreed to send Chris back. The Devers' next words made Crystal's lamentation stop. She suddenly turned around and asked, Really? The Devers smiled mischievously, You're better now? Kristoya hit him and asked anxiously, Is it true? A king does not lie, the Devers said with a smile, I reckon that our good grandson will be home the day after tomorrow. That's great. Agnes had a rare look of excitement on her face. I wonder how tall Chris has grown now. The last time he left, he wasn't even a year old. He didn't even know how to walk before he was taken to Rome. Although Kristoya wasn't as excited as Agnes, she had also changed her sickly appearance from before. She propped her upper body up and leaned against the bed, a look of suspicion on her face. Dido actually agreed? She's your daughter-in-law. You're sick and you want to see your grandson, so why wouldn't she agree? I just wrote the letter and received a reply 4 days later. It's clear that they care a lot about you. The Devers endorsed Dido. That's right, sister. Dido is quite understanding. Agnes also chimed in from the side under Diver's secret instructions. Kristoya glanced at the two of them and muttered unhappily, What do you know? She then thought of something and immediately asked, Dido won't go back to Turiae with us, will she? She's staying in Rome to keep Clotho company. Kristoya was relieved and placed her hand on her stomach. I'm hungry, I want to eat something. Agnes smiled in relief, I'll have Melina make the arrangements. As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, a clear shout came from outside, Mother, we're back. Eunice walked into the room with large strides, just in time to see Kristoya lift the blanket and get out of bed. Ah, Mother, you've recovered from your illness? It seems like Hades has answered our prayers. Eunice said excitedly. She then raised her palms to the sky and stood in place, silently chanting a few words. Avia, who had entered the room, did the same. Kristoya waited for them to finish thanking Hades before asking, Did you go to the temple of Hades? The hill of gods, only the temple there is the most efficacious. Eunice emphasized. Kristoya, look at how filial these two children are. I know that ever since you got sick, Eunice and Avia have been worried about you and haven't gone out to play these past few days. The Devers praised her two daughters greatly. Kristoya was somewhat moved when she heard this. She opened her arms and said, Mother thanks you, Eunice. Eunice ran over and hugged Kristoya. Aya, you reckless fellow, can't you be gentler? I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for a few more days. Kristoya patted her daughter's back and complained jokingly. Eunice squirmed unwillingly in her arms. Avia, come here too. Kristoya smiled and patted the bed beside her. Okay. Avia, who was standing not far away, immediately rushed over and was hugged by Kristonia. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Daughters are the best. Kristoya said with relief. Then she smiled and said, In 2 days, your nephew will be back. Pyrrhus, Cynthia's son, comes every few days. What's so surprising about that? Eunice said. Idiot, he's your nephew. Kristoya hit Eunice's back with a little more force. It's Chris. Eunice's voice rose by an octave. Then she said in surprise, My sister-in-law actually agreed? Kristoya immediately gave Devers a look that said, See, all the children think so. Then she said, Your dad said it. How can she not agree? Oh. Eunice nodded and said happily, That's great. When Chris comes, I'll take him to ride start. Kristoya immediately patted her again and scolded, You silly girl, think about it. Chris is only 2 years old. Can he ride that Egyptian horse of yours? Mother, Start isn't an Egyptian horse. It's an Arabian horse, Eunice argued. Shut up, Kristoya scolded impatiently. Mother of Kristoya, I will take good care of Chris. Can I take him to play with Merida, the black cat? Merida is very gentle and never hurts people, Avia asked softly. Of course, Kristoya replied with a smile. You're biased. Eunice pouted. The three of them cuddled around the bed for a while. Then, Devers asked, Eunice, you two went to the Hill of the Gods today. How's the construction of the main temple? Father, you asked the right question. Lord Plazinus specially brought Avria and me to inspect the construction site. It seems that all the projects are progressing smoothly. All the craftsmen are working very hard. All the outer pillars of the temple have been erected, the outer walls have been repaired halfway, and the sculpture of Hades has also been completed. They are currently pasting the skin on. Eunice said confidently. Devers listened carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Very detailed. It seems like the construction of the main temple is progressing well. The two of you have really inspected it thoroughly. I have to express my gratitude to you. Of course. Even though we are women, we are the daughters of the wise and kind king of Dionia. We can also do something for you, father. Eunice puffed out her chest and boasted. Devers chuckled. Good. I like what you said, daughter. At this moment, Ivy could not help but laugh out loud. It seems like Avia has a different opinion. Devers looked at his daughter with a smile. Facing her father's loving gaze, Avia was a little nervous. She said hurriedly, no, I just remembered how depressed sister looked on the way back. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Depressed? What happened? Devers found it strange. His eldest daughter had always been energetic, cheerful, and optimistic. Even when she was often scolded by Kristoya, she rarely looked depressed. Avia, don't say it. Eunice said hurriedly and even threatened her. Good girl, ignore her. Tell us quickly. Kristoya was also interested. She hugged Eunice with both hands and stopped her from getting close to Avia. Avria glanced timidly at Eunice, who was baring her teeth at her. She quickly recounted what had happened to her. Oh, there's actually a young man so bold as to criticize our Eunice right to her face. Devers looked surprised. He stroked his beard, but his interest was far greater than his anger. This was the first time Eunice had been scolded by an outsider since she was young, and she did not dare to talk back. This was better than the young man in Turin. Kristoya was even more thoughtful. Eunice was already 17 years old. It was time for her to get married. There were many matchmakers, but Eunice had not taken a fancy to any of them. Kristoya had been with Devers for so many years, and under his influence, she had gradually come to agree with his idea, let the children choose their own partners. That way, their marriages would be happy. Of course, Cloto Catax definitely could not. As the heir to the throne, his marriage was destined to involve many political factors. Although Kristoya did not like Dido, she had to admit that their marriage would make Cloto Catax's position more stable. It was also because of this that she didn't care that her two children had to marry high-ranking officials and nobles. However, Eunice was too strong-willed, and because of her prominent background, Kristoya was more worried about her future marriage. So when she suddenly heard that such a different young man had appeared, it was like a drowning person suddenly seeing a life-saving straw. Regardless of his background, she had to grab hold of him first. Your Majesty, send someone to investigate this young man's background first. Kristoya winked at Devers. Father, what's the point of investigating? Such an unreasonable person should be immediately banished from Turin. He's not allowed to participate in the competition for the design of the giant statue. Eunice said angrily. Yes. Yes. Devers replied repeatedly, but did not clearly indicate whether he agreed or disagreed. The family chatted happily for a while. Melina came in and said, Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Sitting in the dining room, Devers realized that there were still 2 empty seats. He quickly asked, Are Abelis and Bryant's not back yet? Melina, the housekeeper, who was standing at the side, quickly said, His Highness Abelis sent someone back to say that there is an ongoing research project in the School of Mathematics today. He's having dinner in the School of Mathematics. His Highness Bryant's is still participating in rugby training. He'll be back later. Devers looked at the slightly sparse dining table and was a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, the children were all grown up and had their own things to do. It would be difficult to see the scene of the family gathering together and having a lively meal. Devers sighed softly in his heart and said, Let's eat. After dinner, Melina entered the dining room again. Your Majesty, Aristyras requests to see you. Oh. Devers knew that Aristyras was a tactful person. If there was nothing urgent, he would not disturb him at this time. He pretended to be relaxed and said, let him wait in the study. I'll be there in a while. Eunice, I'll give you a task. Take care of your mother. She's so clumsy. What can she do? I'm fine now. I don't need her to take care of me, Kristoya said. Mother, am I still your daughter? You're always making fun of me. Eunice shouted. There was laughter in the dining room. Devers came to the study and saw his court herald still standing in front of the desk. He looked as calm as ever. It was impossible to tell from his face the importance of the matter he was about to report. After greeting him, Devers first gestured for him to sit down. Then he asked, what's so important that you come at this time? Regarding this matter, our intelligence agents in Turin have already noticed it and carried out special surveillance. Today, we received a secret report from a slave in the slave camp. We can finally confirm that Your Majesty, at the opening ceremony of the Hellenic Scholar Conference in 10 days, someone is planning to assassinate you. Davis didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard this. He had encountered a few assassination attempts over the years, and there were also many failed assassination plots that were foiled. He was already used to it. He just asked calmly, who? Some citizens of Rome descent, mainly some former nobles of Rome living in Thurii. According to the information obtained, the organizers may be Servius, Frius, Aulus, Minucius. But it is clear that Rentulus is also involved. Aristyras said slowly in a calm tone. Hearing this, the Devers showed a hint of surprise. Manlius Rentulus, the son of Publius? Yes, Your Majesty. The slave in the slave camp also learned about these things through Rentulus. Aristyras thought of something and emphasized, that slave was also once a great noble of Rome. Oh? It seems that these former nobles of Rome are not all short-sighted. There are still some who can see the situation clearly and recognize the kingdom of Dionia. So this slave must be rewarded heavily and publicized, but he must also be protected. Take my warrant to Raphael and ask his slave management office to grant the slave freedom in advance. Yes. Aristyras then asked another question, Your Majesty, do you want to arrest these rebels immediately, or lure them, and then catch them all in one fell swoop? Aristyras' words seemed a little rash, but the reason why he asked this was because in the past, the Devers had personally taken risks several times, the assassination at the celebration of Hades more than a decade ago, and the assassination at the Temple of Diana in Rome a few years ago, seemed risky, but in the end, they had reaped great benefits. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, it has only been a few years since the war. Now the kingdom needs to develop steadily, and the Rome, Phoenicians, and Simonians in the kingdom also need time to integrate into the kingdom. If such a thing happens at an influential gathering like the Greek Scholar Congress, it will have a great impact, and the situation will be out of control. Obviously, the Devers said so much to remind Aristyras, and then he said in a deep voice, quickly mobilize people to investigate the whole matter, get conclusive evidence, and then cooperate with the inspection office of Thurii to arrest them. Do not let any of the criminals go, but do not wrongly accuse the innocent. Yes. The Devers asked casually, where are you going to start? Aristyras said without hesitation, I decided to interrogate Rentulus first, because he is a good breakthrough. Then, Aristyras briefly described how Rentulus leaked the matter. When the Devers heard this, he actually sighed and said, such an important matter requires precise planning. These people are far worse than Dionysius back then. I agree that you interrogate Rentulus first, but you also have to consider Publius' feelings. By the way, has Publius had any contact with these people? Aristyras understood what he meant and said truthfully, from the surveillance so far, nothing unusual has been found, and according to my judgment, he should not know about this matter yet. The Devers pondered for a moment and said, well, you go and inform him to come to me now. When Publius received the notice, he was at home reprimanding his eldest son, Rentulus. He felt a headache. Ever since the family moved to Thurii, his son had become more and more rebellious. He did not study well in Thurii school and failed the civil service exam. It was not easy to arrange for him to be a scribe in the Thurii city hall, but he did not work well and often hung out with the old nobles of Rome. No matter how he persuaded him, he would not listen. Today, he proposed to move out and live alone, which made him angry again. Knowing that the king wanted to summon him, Publius did not dare to delay and immediately set off for the Hill of Kings. Along the way, he thought to himself, "Devers, why did the king summon me so late at night?" Then he thought, "Now that my eldest son is old and so rebellious, should I find him a marriage? Maybe it will make him more mature." Publius's mansion was in the western outer city. Even though he was a senator, he had to show the Devers' warrant to the city guards to enter the inner city, because it was very difficult to enter and leave the inner city freely at night, unless it was a special case. Publius's mind was full of thoughts along the way, but his footsteps did not slow down. Soon, he reached the Hill of Kings. The Devers personally went out and welcomed him into the living room. "Sir Publius, have you had dinner?" the Devers asked with a smile. "Yes, I have." "Then drink some wine with me." After the Devers finished speaking, the servants served the wine that had been prepared. "This is a new wine that the Oliphus family has produced with a lot of effort. It has not been sold yet. I heard that you love wine. Please taste it and see how it is different from their previous wine and give them some suggestions." Publius could only suppress the doubts in his heart and take a small sip. Then, his eyes lit up. "This wine is not very sweet. It's a little sour. It's delicious." It seems that after Oliphus was released from prison, without the interference of politics, he devoted himself to research and made good wine. Divers smiled and raised his wine glass. "Publius, this is the first time you've been here as a guest. Welcome." Publius also raised his glass. After taking a sip, he heard the Devers say, "How many years have you been the adjutant of the Turiae administration?" Publius answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, more than 2 years." 2 years. The Devers put down his glass, thought for a moment, and said, "Lucius told me several times that your performance as the adjutant was very good. As far as I know, you used to be the municipal official of Rome for a long time and have rich administrative experience. It can be seen that as long as you are familiar with the system and laws of the kingdom, you can make some achievements. The other senators who joined the kingdom with you are not as good as you in this regard. I think you are fully capable of being the town's governor independently." When Publius heard this, his heart moved and he began to look forward to it. When the Devers raised his glass again, he hurriedly raised his glass in response. "Not only can you do things, but you also dare to take charge." The Devers said with some interest, "I remember that you are the adjutant of the Turiae administration and also in charge of the inspection office." "Yes, Your Majesty. Today, my court herald received accurate information that some people in Turiae are plotting to assassinate me at the Greek Scholars' Conference. What do you think we should do?" the Devers said softly. "There was such a thing." Publius was shocked and immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please send Aristyrus to assist me. I will inform the Turiae inspection office to arrest these people and then strictly interrogate them. Once it is verified, they will be sentenced to death." The Devers looked at him and said in a deep voice, "According to Aristyrus, these people are the old nobles of Rome led by Servius, Aulus, and Frius. Your son Rentulus is also involved." "What?" Publius felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The glass in his hand fell, and the bright red wine flowed on the table. He subconsciously wanted to question what he had just heard, but when he saw the deep eyes of the Devers, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. After hesitating for a moment, he trembled and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. No, I will arrest Rentulus and interrogate him. If he is really involved in this treacherous matter, he should be given a heavy sentence according to the circumstances, or even executed." "Sit down first, don't worry." "Heavy sentence? Executed? I don't think it's that serious." The Devers was satisfied with his performance and calmly comforted him. "Ever since you joined the kingdom, you have been actively supporting and implementing the various resolutions issued by the kingdom about Rome. You have also put forward many useful suggestions to reduce the unrest of the people of Rome in the kingdom and accelerate the progress of their integration into the kingdom. For example, move the former generals and officials of the army of Rome, Servius, Frius, and Aulus, to Turiae, and use the strong security of the central city to supervise and deter them. This suggestion from you is indeed a very good one. That's why we could discover the clues in time. If it was in other towns, I'm afraid it would have caused a lot of trouble. So I absolutely believe in your loyalty to the kingdom, and I also know that these old nobles of Rome are very resentful of you and constantly spread rumors about you everywhere in Turii. In order to retaliate against you, they must have deliberately approached your child and used all kinds of means to rope him in and oppose the kingdom. You have done a lot for the kingdom. After listening to the sincere words of the Devers, Publius couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. The Devers said sternly, Dionia must not let the officials who sincerely contribute to the kingdom sweat and cry, let alone let these gangsters' tricks succeed. So I've decided that you and Aristiras will be responsible for this incident. As for Rentiris, he's still a child and doesn't know anything. As long as he tells the truth about the people who instigated him, I'll let bygones be bygones. But you have to strengthen the education of your child in the future. You can't just work for the kingdom and not take care of your family. This won't do. The tradition of our Dionia is that the family is the cornerstone of the kingdom. If every family is stable, the kingdom will naturally be stable. Yes. Your Majesty. Publius choked with sobs as he nodded. He made up his mind. After this matter was over, he would make Rentiris leave Turii and go to a town without Rome to suffer. The Devers smiled amiably and raised his glass again. Come, let's toast. After you have successfully settled this matter, I think you can smoothly become the governor of a town. Hearing this, Publius' spirit was lifted. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and said resolutely, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will catch them all in one fell swoop. Not a single one of them will escape. Euryala was led by the palace's ceremonial officer to the entrance of the palace hall of Dionia. He heard a loud shout from inside, Euryala, the envoy of the Etrurian alliance, requests an audience. Then, he heard a dignified and heavy voice saying, Let him in. Euryala began to feel nervous. He took a deep breath and stepped into the palace hall. The tall and spacious hall was particularly bright under the sunlight that shone through the side windows. Tall and mighty soldiers stood straight on both sides of the hall, their armor shining brightly. Euryala walked through the corridor formed by the guards and saw a row of black wooden chairs on both sides of the hall. There were more than 10 officials of Dionia sitting on the chairs. Most of them were looking at him curiously. Among them was the foreign minister of Dionia, Ansitanos, whom he was familiar with. The gentle old man smiled and nodded at Euryala. This calmed him down a little. Then, he saw the man sitting on the throne in front of him. The crown on his head was bright and dazzling, and his face was dignified and solemn. Euryala could not help but feel his heart tighten again. This was the king of Devers who destroyed Rome, conquered Carthage, and made Dionia the only overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. He quickly bowed respectfully, Your Majesty the King of Devers, on behalf of all the people of the Etrurian alliance, I extend my most respectful greetings to you. Welcome, envoy of the Etrurian alliance. Diver smiled and said amiably, The Etruria alliance is an ally of Dionia. In the past few years, not only have we been trading frequently, but we have also had a lot of cultural exchanges. This is a good trend. I hope that the exchanges between us will become closer. This will be beneficial to the stability of central Italy. Your Majesty, you are right. Euryala took over the conversation and said, But we, the Etruscan city-states, hope to strengthen our relations with the Kingdom of Dionia not only in terms of trade and culture, but also in terms of military relations. Ambassador Euryala, your words are confusing. You should know that Dionia and Etruria are allies, and the treaty states that there are no restrictions on trade and cultural exchanges between the two sides. Once one side is in trouble, the other side must provide military aid. This shows that we have a deep military relationship. Antares, the president of the Senate, immediately interjected, Euryala, your words are confusing. You should know that Dionia and Etruria are allies. That is only an emergency measure under special circumstances. What I mean by strengthening military relations is that we, the Etrurian alliance, hoped to receive military assistance from the Kingdom of Dionia under normal circumstances. Euryalus said in a heavy tone, "Your Majesty, you should know that the Etrurian alliance's northern neighbor, the Gauls, the Greeks have always called these ferocious barbarians from the north of the peninsula as the Celts, and the people of Dionia initially used this term as well. After Rome was annexed to the Kingdom of Rome, they gradually began to call the Celts of northern Italy as the Gauls, had been invading the Etrurian alliance's territory. The invasion has been intensifying over the past 2 years. The alliance has formed an army to defend against them, but, Euryala showed an angry and worried expression, the northern border is too vast, and the Gauls are very cunning. They rarely fight with our assembled coalition army, but they always attack our small groups and invade our defenseless areas. Now the alliance is overwhelmed. The citizens of several cities near the northern border are fleeing south in large numbers. If this continues, the Gauls will be able to take over Luna, Lucca, and Florentia in the north. Then, more tribes will be able to easily cross the steep terrain and settle down in the northern part of the Etrurian alliance's territory. By that time, the large-scale invasion of the Gauls 20 years ago will probably happen again. At this point, the ministers in the hall whispered to each other for a while, but no one took the initiative to speak up. The Devers avoided Euryala's pleading gaze and looked at the military minister. Alexis, the former military minister, Helos, had already retired 2 years ago. The Devers personally appointed Alexis to replace him. Alexis, who had made great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War. She asked softly, "Alexis, what do you think about this?" Alexis frowned and thought for a while. Then she said with a serious expression, "From what the Etrurian envoy said, the situation in the northern part of the Etrurian alliance is quite serious. But, the Gauls have not invaded the south, nor have they conquered the cities in the north. If we, Dionia, agree to the Etrurian alliance's request and send reinforcements to their northern border, we will probably encounter the same predicament they are facing. The Gauls will refuse to fight us head-on and will continue to disperse their troops to harass Etruria. On the other hand, we will not be able to gather a large army to attack the Gauls' territory. To effectively defend against the Gauls' invasion, we will need a long confrontation and fierce battle. Our reinforcements cannot stay in the territory of our allies for a long time. This will cause the soldiers to be unable to deal with their own affairs and affect their income. Moreover, if the reinforcements stay in the north for a long time, it will consume a large amount of food for the Etrurian city-state, which will lead to complaints from the local people. Your Majesty, Lady Alexis is right. Sending reinforcements at this time is disadvantageous to both Etruria and Ionia. We should consider it more carefully." Most of the ministers agreed. Obviously, they did not agree with the idea of sending reinforcements to Etruria. Euryala was a little flustered. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. We also think that it is not appropriate to ask Dionia to send reinforcements at this time. So after many discussions, the leaders of the alliance have unanimously decided that Luna, Lucca, and Florentia will be given to Dionia. You can build towns in these territories. The cost of building cities and the short-term consumption of resources will be provided by the Etrurian alliance for free. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar. Bucos, the Minister of Agriculture, could not help but ask, "You mean, these territories will belong to Dionia forever?" "Yes, forever." "Then how much land is there? Apart from building towns, is there enough land left to provide for the people in the towns?" Bucos immediately asked. At the same time, he reminded, "If there is not enough land for the citizens of Dionia, even if His Majesty agrees to your request, I'm afraid the citizens of the kingdom will not be willing to move to Etruria. After all, it is much more dangerous to live there than in Etruria." Euryala felt hope. He immediately said solemnly, "Of course, the Etrurian alliance has considered this problem. So please rest assured, the land provided by the alliance is wide and fertile. It should be able to meet the needs of the citizens of Dionia. There are even rich mines in some places." Euryala's words immediately caused a heated discussion among the ministers. This scene caused Euryala to sigh in his heart. If not for the Gauls' constant plundering and harassment, causing the citizens of the cities near the northern border to flee to the south in large numbers, causing the lands of these cities to become barren and desolate, they would not have been able to provide so much land to Diolia. At this time, Alexis asked again, envoy of Etruria, does Dionia have the right to choose which lands to give to Dionia? Where should we build the city? As the highest military officer in the kingdom, Alexis asked this question because he did not want the Etruscans to give the lands closest to the Gauls to Dionia. He did not want the citizens of Dionia to stand at the front to defend against the Gauls, bearing the casualties alone, while the Etruscans hid at the back and did nothing. Before Giuriala could respond, the Devers coughed softly and said with a serious expression, I am also concerned about this question. Giuriala's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he could not be perfunctory about this question. He gathered his spirit and said after some deliberation, Your Majesty. The kingdom of Dionia is powerful, and the Etrurian alliance is relatively weak. Why would we play any tricks? We are sincerely offering land to you, asking you to help us defend against the Gauls. If Your Majesty and the ministers are not satisfied with the allocated land, we can discuss again and choose a new land. The Devers was satisfied with his attitude. He leaned back and placed his hands on the armrests of the throne. He smiled and said, I am aware of the request of the Etrurian alliance. Please go back and have a good rest. We will discuss this matter further. Yes, Your Majesty. Giuriala did not get a clear answer. Although he was a little unwilling, he did not dare to say anything more and left the palace respectfully. At this time, the Devers looked at the ministers and said in a clear voice, Everyone, you have heard the request of the Etrurian envoy. If you have any opinions, please speak. Your Majesty. Ansitanos, who had been silent all this while, was the first to speak. The kingdom's order in central Italy isn't very stable yet. The Etrurian alliance is the largest force that has allied with us, and they have been friendly to us for the past few years. When they are in trouble, we should, of course, lend them a helping hand. Moreover, the Gauls have always been the nightmare of the various forces in central Italy, and the threat they pose to the central region is growing by the day. As the leader of the central region, Dionia's confrontation with the Gauls is inevitable, and we are the main force that the other forces trust. The northern part of the Etrurian alliance is now very weak. If we wait for the Gauls to invade the south before we send our troops, I'm afraid that by the time the army is assembled, half of the Etrurian territory would have already fallen. By then, not only would the kingdom suffer the resentment of the Etrurians, but the other forces' trust in us would also be reduced. It would also seriously affect our construction in Latin territory, and our military operations would not be as smooth. Now that the Etrurian alliance has volunteered to provide such good conditions, we can help them keep the Gauls out of the mountains, stifle their attempt to invade the south in advance, and ensure the safety of central Italy. Moreover, we can also gain more land and bring the Etrurians into the kingdom's protection circle, speeding up the kingdom's influence on them. This is a good thing, we shouldn't reject it. Sir Ansitanos, we understand what you're saying, Raphias, the Minister of Household Registration, objected. But you should also understand that the Etruscans have given us part of their land in the hope that the people living there will fight the Gauls with them in the future. However, they will have to face the harassment of the Gauls at all times, and there is a risk of losing their lives at any time. Which citizen would be willing to move there? What about the prospective citizens and the registered freedmen? Ansitanos asked solemnly. Raphias shook his head. Since the end of the last war until now, there is still a lot of empty land in the kingdom that hasn't been distributed. This is something that everyone knows. We don't give priority to the distribution of land in the kingdom. Instead, we ask these people who have accumulated enough merits and are about to become new citizens to go to Etruria to face the terrifying Gauls. This is not only unfair, but it will also seriously damage the kingdom's reputation and affect the immigration operation that we have been carrying out for a long time. There was a moment of silence in the palace after Raphias finished speaking. After a while, Cesta said, Why don't we send an army to attack the Gauls' territory and completely conquer them? We can solve this big problem once and for all. The treasurer, Archipedes, immediately said loudly, The treasury is tight now, and we don't have enough gold and silver to support a major war. Alexis continued, According to the information we have, more than half of the northern part of Italy is occupied by the Gauls. Because there is a very long river in their territory, the terrain is flat, and the soil is fertile. Because of this, the Gauls are semi-farming and semi-grazing, and they are able to support a large population. It is said that because of this large population, they want to move south to occupy more land. To the north of where the Gauls lived were mountains, and to the north of the mountains were even more Gauls. If our army crossed the Etruscan region and marched north, it would inevitably lead to a long and drawn-out war. Now that the kingdom has just slowly recovered from the last war, it is not suitable to start another big war in a short period of time. Since the northern part of Etruria is very dangerous, there is no need for us to build a town on the land they have given us. We can build a military fortress similar to the Turii barracks, but the area can be smaller. Then, we can send the legions to guard it in turns, just like the Law River fortress. Heraclide, the minister of construction, who rarely spoke on other fields, rarely made his own suggestions. This was because several of the renovations of the Tulii barracks were designed by him, and he personally supervised the completion of them. He believed that the military fortress, which was a combination of defense, town facilities, and daily labor, could play a greater role in the Etruscan border. Lord Heraclides' suggestion to build a military fortress in the northern part of Etruria is indeed a good idea. Alexis first praised Heraclides, and then cautiously said, but, to send the legions there and have them guarded in turns is worth discussing. The Law River fortress is located in the heart of the kingdom, and there is no danger. There are not many soldiers to be sent there, and the rotation time is very short. The supply of rations is also very convenient. The Ministry of Military Affairs has made it a necessary experience for the legion's reserve soldiers to go through before they become regular soldiers, so the citizens do not have any objections to this. But if we let the legions guard the northern border of Etruria, the situation will be completely different. Alexis cleared her throat and slowly analyzed. First of all, the number of soldiers stationed at every military fortress on the Etrurian border is definitely not a small number. Because they will be facing the ferocious Gauls, the soldiers must not only defend the fortress, but also repel the small Gallic troops that are harassing the Etruscans. At the same time, if the Gauls suddenly invade the south, the weak Etruscan army can't be relied on. Moreover, they are far away from the kingdom, so they can't get immediate support. They must hold on for at least half a month before the kingdom's army arrives. Therefore, the number of soldiers in each fortress must be no less than 1,000 to ensure the safety of the troops. Furthermore, the border between Etruria and the Gauls was very long. Perhaps 3 to 5 of these fortresses would be needed to defend against Gauls' invasion. This meant that we would have to send at least 300 to 500 legion soldiers, which was equivalent to 3/5 of the entire legion. This was no small number, and the military rations and resources that would be consumed would not be a small number either. Even if the Etrurians agreed to provide free aid, it was still a question whether they would be able to persist in the long run. If we supply them ourselves, we will have to pay even more, because we also have to take into account the consumption during the journey. Secondly, the reinforcements going to Etruria cannot be rotated frequently. This is because our army will be stationed in the northern part of Etruria. For our army, be it the opponents or the environment, they are all completely unfamiliar to us. To familiarize themselves with an unfamiliar battlefield environment, understand the situation of the enemy, understand the situation of the allies, and let the soldiers adapt to the battlefield life there, and so on, it will take a long time. Only when the generals and soldiers are familiar with the place will they be able to fully unleash their combat power. Otherwise, if the troops are rotated frequently and the soldiers are not familiar with the surrounding environment, it may increase the casualties during the battle, or even lead to failure. This is strictly prohibited by the military law of Dionia. Alexis paused and glanced at the Devers. The Devers held their chin and nodded slightly. Alexis' expression did not change as she continued. Therefore, the time needed for our army to be stationed there cannot be too short, at least half a year. And for the soldiers to be stationed in an unfamiliar place for such a long period of time, even the soldiers of the 14th Legion who are closest to the place, the legion that was just formed a few years ago, the military camp is near Rome, the source of the soldiers are from the Latin region and parts of southern Etruria, mainly Casrella and Veii, will inevitably miss home, which will lead to low morale. Moreover, these soldiers are the main laborers in their families, taking care of the fields, herding cattle, or doing other labor to earn money for their families. Although the kingdom may give them some rewards for making them serve for a long period of time, they will not be able to fulfill other rights and obligations as citizens of Dionia. I'm afraid that it will still cause them and their families to complain. During the war in the Western Mediterranean, the soldiers have been fighting outside for more than a year. I see that their performance is also quite good, and they have no complaints, Anorthus said disapprovingly. That's because His Majesty personally led the army and has always paid attention to adjusting the soldiers' war weariness. Alexis did not say this to flatter the Devers. He explained with a serious expression, back then, after our army fought a fierce battle with Rome, His Majesty held several competitions and banquets to liven up the atmosphere in the military camp. When we went south to Sicily to fight with Carthage's people, the main force had always avoided direct battles with them. They mainly trained, reorganized, and defended in the camp and the city. In addition, with the great honor of defeating the original ruler of the Western Mediterranean, Carthage, they were able to persist until the end. But if we let them go to the northern border of Etruria, the commanders of the various fortresses will not have enough prestige and charisma to keep the soldiers in high morale. We can also recognize the importance of helping the Etrurian alliance to maintain the security of the kingdom, but I'm afraid the soldiers will not think so deeply. On the contrary, they will think that it is meaningless to fight for a force that has little to do with them for a long period of time. This will cause them to lose any desire to fight. At this point, he coughed and said in a more serious tone, moreover, if we are not ready to conquer the Gauls in the north, then helping the Etrurian alliance and defending the northern border may be a long-term mission. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If this continues, I'm afraid that the soldiers of the various legions of Dionia will complain and even refuse to obey orders to go to Etruria. Alexis made this situation so serious that it caused a commotion in the surrounding people. End of chapter 1067. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.